Previously on. I am Xiao Xingyu, a genius beastmaster with the eye of the demon god. Now, I am not only a 4-star beastmaster, but also a dragon tamer. As I grew stronger, I formed contracts with many beasts. They serve me under my different identities. On the surface, I have contracted the Hellfire Specter Wolf, the Holy Light Angel Beast, the Electric Ear Rabbit, the Sky Soul Vine, the Black Lotus Archer, the Taiji Spirit Cat, the Thunder Jade Qilin, and the Shadow Demon Dragon. I am a freshman at Azure Dragon Academy, a specially appointed pharmacist for the Azure Guild, and a Black Executor for the Royal Academy of Sciences. Additionally, I am a key protege of the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom and a member of the Dragon Kingdom's secret organization, the Imperial Soul Organization. In secret, I have also contracted the nine-tailed dragon fox and Medusa. I am the black-robed man being hunted by the Empress of the Dragon Kingdom. I have also gained recognition from the sacred artifact of the Sea Spirit clan and fused the title eye, making it my third eye. Now, I am truly the Sea King. In Jiaxing City, I successfully thwarted the conspiracy of the Dark Guild and the Hurricane Guild. Empress Shangguan Lan rewarded me with her twin sister Shangguan Tong's Scroll of the Underworld King. Through the hundreds of formations recorded in the Scroll of the Underworld King, I became an undead beastmaster. During a study abroad trip, my Star Punishment Squad joined the battle to defend Wangu City. At this moment, our squad is fighting alongside Lord Wenya against the Insect Beast army led by the Beast Emperor Thunderclaw. To secure victory, I released the undead army through the Scroll of the Underworld King and activated 3 formations simultaneously to provide the strongest support for Wenya for 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Wenya spared no effort, wielding the Falling Snow Silver Wolf King to unleash a series of high-intensity battle techniques. But the SSS-grade beast ability, Azure's Power, allows Thunderclaw's body parts and organs to rapidly regenerate after being damaged or destroyed. Not only would his wounds heal, but even if the Falling Snow Silver Wolf King ripped out Thunderclaw's heart, a second heart would instantly form in his chest. That's the terrifying nature of Azure's power. So long as Thunderclaw has a sliver of consciousness and a fragment of his soul left, this power allows him to endlessly regenerate his broken body, endlessly recover. A naive humans, I will show you the gap between us. Thunderclaw raged. With his pride and arrogance, he would not allow himself to be suppressed by a 7-star beastmaster. He raised his 6 powerful arms, igniting Azure's fire in his palms, and then threw his punches. Wenya shouted, "Ice King Shield!" The Falling Snow Silver Wolf King howled to the sky, causing the ground to tremble, and a jet-black ice shield slowly rose like a towering wall, standing in front of Wenya. Azure's fiery punches clashed violently with the Ice King shield, and the whirlwind filled with demonic energy and flames tore the earth apart with irresistible force. The thunderous explosion summoned rolling thunder from the sky. The aftershocks of the explosion formed a hemispherical barrier in the valley, with searing heat and freezing cold winds chaotically swirling within, their whistling sounds composing a war song of ice and fire. Xiao Xingyu struggled to lift his heavy head and gazed at the center of the battlefield. As the dust and smoke cleared, Wenya was seen kneeling on one knee, supporting herself with her hands on the ground. Her left shoulder was pierced by a flying rock, and the exposed nerves and muscles in the gaping wound twitched violently under the stimulation of the torrential rain. Her face was stained with blood, and her breathing grew heavy. The Falling Snow Silver Wolf King staggered, and the Underworld King's armor on its body showed obvious cracks, with the power of the underworld leaking out from the fissures. By now, 5 minutes had passed since the 3 formations were activated. Half of the time limit had passed, yet Thunderclaw had only sustained minor injuries. Thanks to Azure's power, his recovery rate far outpaced the damage Wenya inflicted on him. Through the perspective of the demon god's eye, Xiao Xingyu could clearly see that Thunderclaw's health bar above his head was gradually rising, returning to full health. This was a war of despair. Despite Xiao Xingyu maximizing the support effects, he still couldn't turn the tide of the battle. Lord Wenya, wait for me. Xiao Xingyu got up and started walking toward the center of the battlefield. While maintaining the formations, he decided to join the battle. At that moment, the ring of the undead on his right pinky finger emitted a clear, ethereal hum. A vast and mysterious voice, transcending space and time, crossing history and ages, and even piercing through different dimensions, directly echoed in my mind. Xiao Xingyu, opening 3 formations simultaneously is already your limit. This was the voice of Shangguan Tong, once the world's #1 undead beastmaster. At this moment, she was sitting on a throne made of white bones, her dress billowing, her long, slender white legs crossed over each other, her smooth and jade-like toes bouncing up and down. Her gray pupils, between black and white, reflected everything happening in Yucang Valley. Her gaze gradually focused on Xiao Xingyu's back. Your limit? It truly is the limit. Xiao Xingyu continued walking forward, gasping for breath, and responded to the woman with a weak voice. I admit, I've reached my limit. Xiao Xingyu's figure wavered, walking through the mud and heavy rain, unable to straighten his back, appearing somewhat dispirited and feeble. He suddenly lifted his head, and the eye of the demon god burst forth with a special power. You could wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth with the back of your hand, but you couldn't suppress the wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. At the same time, in the realm of the undead, atop the temple, the white bone throne shook violently, and a crack appeared in the dragon bone beam on the hall's ceiling. As the ruler of the realm of the undead, Shangguantong's gray pupils trembled intensely. Xiao Xingyu, answer me, where exactly did you get those eyes? This time, Xiao Xingyu didn't answer Shangguantong. He suddenly straightened his back, bent his knees, and assumed a sprinting posture. If I've reached my limit, then I'll surpass it. The eye of the demon god, one glance for eternity. Different spaces, different times, different dimensions. For an instant, Xiao Xingyu's eye of the demon god ignored all obstacles and barriers and locked eyes with those gray pupils. This boy is indeed the one I've been waiting for. A strong sense of fate appeared on Shangguantong's absolutely beautiful face. At this point, merely maintaining the three formations was far from enough to assist Wenya in killing Thunderclaw. Xiao Xingyu had no other choice. He could only maintain the three formations while simultaneously channeling his spiritual power and commanding his beast army to personally enter the battlefield. The insect clan was no ordinary foe. They possessed high intelligence and realized that this four-star human beastmaster rampaging through the battlefield was the core figure of the human camp. As long as they killed Xiao Xingyu, the three undead formations would collapse on their own. They bared their fangs and glared viciously, charging toward Xiao Xingyu with frenzied determination. Time was precious, and Xiao Xingyu couldn't afford any delays. The spiritual power within him surged rapidly, and his cracked lips let out a furious shout. A heaven and earth transform into Buddha thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. The moment the words left his mouth, Xiao Xingyu felt his body being drained. The earth hummed, the soil loosened, and countless silver vines burst from the ground, growing wildly in the torrential rain, utterly savage. In an instant, the countless thick and lengthy silver vines wove the sky, forming a giant statue of Avalokiteshvara glowing with Buddha's light. The statue was massive, comparable to Thunderclaw's true form, and it directly knocked away and repelled the low-level insect-type demonic beasts besieging Xiao Xingyu. This was the strongest battle technique of the Heaven Soul Vine. Heaven and earth transform into Buddha thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara. In its thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara form, the Heaven Soul Vine exuded overwhelming dominance. With a slight sway of its gigantic vine hands, the holy Buddha power devoured the heavens and earth, and golden Buddha light illuminated the land. This move drained Xiao Xingyu immensely, nearly exhausting all his spiritual power. Buddhas don't save the poor, they only save the SVIP. It's true after all. Xiao Xingyu secretly grumbled as his spiritual power ran dry, then immediately swallowed a spiritual consolidation pill. On a battlefield of this level, the spiritual power pool of a four-star beastmaster was far too shallow and simply insufficient. Xiao Xingyu had no choice but to treat these precious pills like candy. The Heaven Soul Vine, in its thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara form, blocked a massive wave of low-level demonic beasts for Xiao Xingyu. But on the other side of Xiao Xingyu, a group of burrower demon spiders emerged from the scorched, damp earth, swiftly scuttling across with their 8 limbs to block Xiao Xingyu's path. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lightning illuminated the darkness as countless flexible and sharp spider threads shot toward Xiao Xingyu. Each thread was laced with deadly venom. A master meow. The beast mark was activated, and the Taiji spirit cat landed steadily in front of Xiao Xingyu. The purple chi comes from the east, all things return to nature. A heaven and earth infinite. The Taiji spirit cat pushed its palms forward, and a Taiji Bagua formation appeared beneath its feet. As it spun and pushed its palms, a Taiji whirlwind surged around the Taiji spirit cat. This was the Taiji spirit cat's ultimate move. All the spider threads shot toward it were swept into the Taiji whirlwind. The Taiji spirit cat let out a furious roar and pushed its palms forward. All the spider threads, like rebounding venomous arrows, were returned along their original paths by the force of the Taiji whirlwind. The burrower demon spiders, arriving in swarms, had no time to react and were severely injured by their own threads. The Thunder Jade Qilin activated its divine power, transforming into a scarlet lightning bolt that leapt along the spider threads. In the blink of an eye, all the burrower demon spiders collapsed, charred black, their pale eyes still crackling with residual electricity and the air filled with the smell of burnt protein. At this moment, green poison spots appeared on the Taiji spirit cat's arms, and its skin began to ulcerate. The Taiji spirit cat's ultimate move, Heaven and Earth Infinite, could catch and rebound all flying objects, but it had to endure 10% of the damage itself. At this point, the Heaven Soul Vine released a large number of fireflies, which entered the Taiji spirit cat's body and extracted the burrower demon spider's venom, healing its wounds. This was Xiao Xingyu's genius maneuver, he always seized every detail. Passing through the surging beast tide, Xiao Xingyu rode the Hellfire Specter wolf to the base of the bone wall. Adakfang, go! Awu! The Hellfire Specter wolf activated its shadow form, transforming into a shadow that swiftly scaled the bone wall. As it climbed the bone wall, a swarm of flying insectoid demonic beasts rushed in. Numerous ghost shadow venom bees brandished their sharp venomous stingers. Being of the shadow attribute, their stingers could directly attack the Hellfire Specter wolf's true body. At the critical moment, a small multicolored deer appeared beside Xiao Xingyu. The bubble deer, Yi Shimeng's initial contracted beast. Though low in level, this little deer possessed god-tier auxiliary talents and potential. As a swarm of ghost shadow venom bees closed in on the Hellfire Specter wolf's true body, the bubble deer shook its antlers, spewing out a series of transparent bubbles from its mouth. Battle technique, Bubble Barrage. The bubble deer released transparent bubbles about 1 meter in diameter. When these bubbles touched an enemy, they caused a 1 meter knockback and 1 second of stun, though they inflicted no actual damage. The bubble deer could release up to 10 bubbles simultaneously. Each bubble managed to knock back and repel a ghost shadow venom bee. Although it could only release 10 bubbles at a time, the moment one bubble disappeared, it could immediately create another. Moreover, the cooldown time for this battle technique was only 1 second, making the bubble deer practically a perpetual bubble-generating machine. On the bone wall, the bubble deer continuously released bubbles, repelling the ghost shadow venom bees that dared to approach Xiao Xingyu. The bubbles might not have caused any physical damage, but they inflicted massive psychological harm on the ghost shadow venom bees. Their wings buzzed frantically as they bared their fangs in fury. Never in their lives had they fought such a frustrating battle. 10 seconds later, the Hellfire Specter wolf leaped over the bone wall, entering the core battlefield. On this arena-like platform, where Wenya and Razor were already locked in combat, another key player had joined the fray. Lord Xiao. Wenya turned and saw Xiao Xingyu, his face pale, and was deeply surprised. Seeing Xiao Xingyu coughing up blood continuously pained Wenya, her beautiful eyes filled with deep guilt. Lord Xiao has already activated 3 necromantic arrays just to support me. But I'm useless, I haven't been able to take down Razor, not even once landing a critical hit. And now, for my sake, Lord Xiao has pushed himself to his very limits and personally stepped onto the battlefield. Wenya bit her lip, her eyes reddened, and her arms trembled uncontrollably. She felt her performance had not lived up to Xiao Xingyu's sacrifices. For a 7-star city lord to worry about a 4-star support, this caused Wenya's confidence to waver, fading under the shroud of demonic energy. A city lord one, I know this is your limit. The limit you cannot surpass, I will surpass for you. Xiao Xingyu pulled out a delicate porcelain bottle from his sleeve. Inside the bottle was a drop of pure phoenix gold feather blood, which Xiao Xingyu had obtained from Yi Shimeng before leaving the city. This man had never changed, he never fought a battle without certainty. Above the sky the dark clouds raged. A dragon's roar echoed through mountains and seas as the shadow demon dragon soared amidst the clouds. The thunder jade Qilin roared, summoning heavenly thunder, its hooves stepping on auspicious clouds. Stern drip tilde Stern. Stern drip tilde Stern. A drop of dragon blood fell into the porcelain bottle. A drop of Qilin blood fell into the porcelain bottle. At this moment, the bloodlines of Dragon Kingdom's 3 great beasts, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, were merging. The ring of the undead ignited with pitch-black necroflame and the necromancer's scroll floated midair, emanating powerful necromantic energy. Xiao Xingyu lifted his gaze, his demon god's eye with its flower-shaped pupils, surrounded by 7 black curse seal magatamas. Each black curse seal magatama represented a great sin. Power of ultimate sin, the 7 deadly sins. Stern Stern. In the distant undead realm, Shangguantong suddenly stood up. Her gray eyes gleamed with a mix of excitement and astonishment. Xiao Xingyu, are you about to activate that array? Our what? SSSSSS. Shangguantong drew a sharp breath, her deep eyes fixed on the young man shrouded in a mist of blood. A look of admiration overflowed from her gaze. Chapter 434, the trump card of all trump cards, the Divine Prison Demon Sealing Array. Stern. On the eve of the school trip, Xiao Xingyu was lying in bed casually when suddenly, his body tensed and he shot upright. He stared intently at one of the scrolls within the Necromancer's scroll. Array name, Divine Prison Demon Sealing Array. This array is immensely powerful, but its activation conditions are extremely stringent. Not only does it require the blood of the three great races, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, but the array master must also possess the power of ultimate sin, the 7 deadly sins. I can easily gather the blood of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin races. But where am I supposed to obtain the power of ultimate sin, the 7 deadly sins? Oh wait, how could I forget? My demon god's eye has a passive ability. It can continuously absorb all the negative emotions in the surrounding environment, such as anger, envy, pride, and more. By this day, Xiao Xingyu's eyes had accumulated an enormous amount of negative emotions, seemingly in preparation for awakening the power of ultimate sin, the 7 deadly sins. Everything, as if orchestrated by fate, had led to this moment. At this time, above rainy cliff valley, wild winds raged, dark clouds gathered, and lightning clashed with torrential rain. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was cold, his body enveloped in thick blood mist, surrounded by countless negative emotions like vengeful spirits. He smeared 3 drops of blood from the Shadow Demon Dragon, the Thunder Jade Qilin, and the Gold Feather Phoenix onto his forehead. The demon god's eye burst forth with a crimson glow, and the 7 black cursed seal magatamas, symbolizing the 7 deadly sins, began rotating counterclockwise around his pupils. The array hadn't even been activated yet, and Xiao Xingyu was already suffering from the backlash of the curse's power. Cough, 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 the backlash comes so quickly. Thick, ink-like black cursed marks crawled up his chest, shoulders, and side of his face, resembling snarling demons. The demon's sharp teeth pierced his skin and bones, gnawing at every nerve in Xiao Xingyu's body. The excruciating pain engulfed him, even setting his soul ablaze, yet Xiao Xingyu's eyes bled without a single frown crossing his face. To defeat Razor and help when you defend Rainwatch City, Xiao Xingyu was willing to endure the torment of backlash, pulling out this ultimate trump card. However, at this moment, Razor still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. To it, both Wenya and Xiao Xingyu were nothing but sacrifices to be buried with Rainwatch City. Apathetic, foolish humans. A mere 4-star dares to appear on a battlefield of this caliber? Prepare to die. Razor tore out its left eye and hurled it at Xiao Xingyu like a cannonball. The once damp, chilly air instantly reached the critical point of spontaneous combustion. Razor, enraged, swung its 6 arms through the air, the sinews in its face contorting into a ferocious expression. In the empty socket where its left eye had been, a brand new eyeball regenerated in an instant. A streak of blazing fire cut through the sky, carrying an overwhelming demonic aura. This was no ordinary meteor, it was the left eyeball Razor had just gouged out. With the power of Azure, Razor could regenerate any of its organs. Plucking out its eye to use as a projectile was one of its usual combat techniques. As the eye flew through the air, it would swell due to the surge of Azure's power. Originally 10 meters in diameter, the eyeball shattered the sky, burning with Azure's flame. By the time it neared Xiao Xingyu, its size had expanded to over 100 meters in diameter. Xiao Xingyu's mortal body seemed pitifully small in front of this meteor-like eye cannonball. Since there was no way to dodge, he chose not to. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was firm, his face never showing a hint of fear. Razor's lips curled into a wide grin, his eyes brimming with boundless contempt and disdain. He seemed to already envision the scene of this 4-star Beastmaster's body being smashed into a pulp by the eyeball cannonball, only to be incinerated into ashes by the flames of Azure. At the critical moment, Xiao Xingyu channeled his spiritual power, shouting angrily, "Golden Buddha body!" Far outside the bone wall, the Heaven Soul Vine, sensing its master's call, dissolved its 1,000-handed guanyin form and transformed into a streak of golden light, piercing through the battlefield and merging into Xiao Xingyu's body. In the next instant, Xiao Xingyu's battered form was enveloped in a layer of sacred Buddhist light, making him look like a radiant orb of light. Stern boom tilde Stern. The meteor-like eyeball cannonball crashed into Xiao Xingyu, sending sand and stones flying. Razor's grin grew more maniacal, but as a shadow darted out of the dense smoke, the smile shifted from Razor's face to Xiao Xingyu's. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was riding on the back of the Hellfire Specter wolf, his right hand wrapped in the Heaven Soul Vine, effortlessly escaping the blast zone. Oh, how is this possible? Razor's eyes widened in shock. He was a beast emperor tier monster, killing a 4-star Beastmaster should be as easy as taking a drink of water. Yet Xiao Xingyu had not perished beneath the eyeball cannonball. This both shocked Razor and plunged him into self-doubt. The Golden Buddha body, a battle technique of the Heaven Soul Vine. When Xiao Xingyu was on the verge of suffering a fatal blow, the vine transformed into a golden light, entering his body and coating him in a divine golden Buddhist armor. The armor lasted only 1 second, but during that second, Xiao Xingyu was invincible, perfectly avoiding the explosion of the eyeball cannonball. Xiao Xingyu's precise maneuver left Razor momentarily stunned. That brief moment of distraction was all Wenye needed to seize a precious opportunity. A winter's descent, frozen world. Wenye's roar echoed through rainy Cliff Valley, her voice even cracking under the strain. The Silver Snow Wolf King lifted its sharp claws and stomped on the ground in fury. The trembling earth cracked open, unleashing a torrent of frost energy. In the blink of an eye, the ground was frozen solid. Razor's feet were encased in ice. Thick layers of extreme cold ice crystals enveloped its knees, spreading up to its waist. At this point, Razor's lower body was immobilized. Wenye, is this all you've got? Are you hiding after a sneak attack because you're afraid of me? Though Razor's lower body was temporarily immobilized, it could still swivel its massive head, its blazing eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of Wenye and the Silver Snow Wolf. A woo! A powerful wolf howl tore through the rain as black flames tainted the skies. Razor's head snapped back, only to see the Hellfire Specter wolf spewing forth a grand and dazzling Hellfire Lotus from its mouth. The rapidly spinning Hellfire Lotus expanded as it zoomed toward Razor's face. This sight triggered Razor's memory of the Hellfire Lotus that had struck the demon web blood spider king inside Rainwatch City. Its lips twisted into an arrogant sneer, and it glared at Xiao Xingyu with disdain. Foolish human, are you resorting to the same old tricks? Do you think I'll fall for it again? Razor raised an arm, its massive hand seemingly capable of encompassing the entire world, and grabbed the Hellfire Lotus directly. Stern boom tilde Stern. With just a slight squeeze of Razor's fingers, the Hellfire Lotus was crushed, dissipating into a cloud of ash that scattered in the rainy night. How could this happen? Treacherous humans! Razor was once again in shock. It had thought that Xiao Xingyu and Wenye would repeat their old trick, hiding the Silver Snow Wolf King within the Hellfire Lotus to ambush it. That was why it had been so confident, convinced that crushing the Hellfire Lotus would also let it choke the Silver Snow Wolf King to death. But it had miscalculated. This time, the Hellfire Lotus was completely empty, there was no sign of the Silver Snow Wolf King inside. Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a mocking sneer. You foolish insect, you'll always fall for the trap, just not the same one twice. War is deceit, and Xiao Xingyu would never use the same trick twice. Razor thought it had predicted Xiao Xingyu's plan, but in reality, Xiao Xingyu had predicted its prediction. At this moment, Razor was seething with rage, slowly losing its composure. As a noble beast emperor tier monster, it could not accept being toyed with by a mere 4-star Beastmaster. A city lord one! Xiao Xingyu shouted loudly. Wenye, riding the Silver Snow Wolf King, leaped between floating ice blocks, silently and swiftly, appearing behind Razor without it noticing. Xiao Xingyu's strategy had been highly deceptive, causing Razor to be momentarily distracted, leaving it no time to turn around and deal with Wenye's sneak attack. Razor, your life ends here. Ice Wolf King Sword! Wenye unleashed immense spiritual power, her hair whipping wildly in the wind, her face contorted with rage. The Silver Snow Wolf King opened its mouth, shooting out an ice sword. As the ice sword sliced through the air, it absorbed the surrounding chilling energy, accompanied by the howl of the underworld's power. By the time the ice sword neared Razor's nape, it had transformed into a massive sword of ice. The blade, over 10 meters long, gleamed with a sharp, frosty light. Its piercing tip effortlessly pierced Razor's skin, driving into the flesh beneath its neck. The excruciating pain pulled at every nerve in Razor's body, causing it to contort in agony and let out a blood-curdling roar. The nape of the neck was Razor's greatest weakness. Its beast crystal core lay just beneath the flesh there. Moreover, that crystal core already had a visible crack. This crack had been left by Wenye's father, who had sacrificed his life to create it. 3 years ago, Razor had led a swarm of insectoids to attack Rainwatch City. Wenye's father led the forces out of the city to engage in battle. The battle had been brutal, with heavy casualties on both sides. Wenye's father perished on the battlefield. But before his death, he had severely injured Razor. That was the origin of the crack on Razor's beast core. After 3 years of recovery and treatment, Razor had mostly healed, but the crack on its beast core remained, an unrepairable flaw. This made Razor transfer all the hatred it held for Wenya's father onto Wenya herself. Ultimately, the crack in the crystal core was its greatest weakness. With Xiao Xingyu's assistance, Wenya seized the perfect opportunity, guiding the Silver Snow Wolf King to unleash her finishing move. The Ice Wolf King's sword drove into Razor's neck, its tip striking the crack on the beast core. The searing pain drove Razor into a frenzied rage, unleashing a tremendous surge of demonic energy, blasting everything around it into the air. Under the violent turbulence, the fragile human bodies were like drifting leaves in the rain, with nothing to anchor them. Xiao Xingyu and Wenya were flung from the sky, crashing down together. Fortunately, with the Silver Snow Wolf King and the Hellfire Specter Wolf serving as cushions, they avoided crushing their internal organs, though their heads were slightly dizzy. Boom tilde. The ice shattered and the blizzard melted. The land in Rainwatch Valley sank into the depths of the orange-red Azure Fire Sea. The ice beneath Razor's feet completely melted, restoring its ability to move. The Ice Wolf King's sword embedded in its neck also melted away under the scorching Azure flames. Razor touched the wound on its neck, its lips twitching, its voice turning hoarse, and its eyes emitting a bloodthirsty killing intent. With just the two of you, you think you can kill me? Razor raised its 6 arms, unleashing the power of Azure. Cell proliferation, wound healing, flesh reconstruction. In the blink of an eye, the wound on Razor's neck disappeared, leaving not even a scar. This was the effect of the Azure power, one of the 6 paths, allowing Razor's body to endlessly repair, wounds to infinitely heal, and organs to regenerate indefinitely. Such terrifying recovery ability made it the Insectoid King, with its formidable physique causing countless Beastmasters to meet their end before it. You've used up all your trump cards. Now it's my turn to torture you. Razor strode towards Xiao Xingyu and Wenya, its 6 arms covered in blazing Azure flames. Xiao Xingyu and Wenya lay on the ground, weak and spitting blood. Despite their faces covered in rain and mud, there was no trace of despair or fear, only smiles. Ha tilde ha 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 tilde. Ahumph. Wenya, a mere woman, laughed with a hearty, masculine sound, her laughter wild and uninhibited. Xiao Xingyu also smiled, his lips curled as the blood mist around him thickened. You're about to die, and yet you still have the mood to laugh? Razor stopped, a look of confusion in its eyes. Wenya sneered, Razor, don't you feel something unusual? Or rather, has something extra appeared inside you? Upon hearing this, Razor instinctively raised a hand and touched its neck. An unusual sensation arose. Something's wrong. Razor sensed the anomaly, but it was too late. At this moment, just beneath its neck flesh, near the beast core, there was now a skull of a beast emperor tier monster. Everything was part of Xiao Xingyu and Wenya's plan and coordination. Xiao Xingyu knew that the power of a single Ice Wolf King's sword was not enough to destroy Razor's beast core. To win, he needed to activate the Divine Prison Demon Array. To activate the Divine Prison Demon Array, Xiao Xingyu had Wenya freeze the skull of the beast emperor tier monster inside the Ice Wolf King's sword's blade. When the Ice Wolf King's sword was driven into Razor's neck, Xiao Xingyu anticipated Razor's fury. Including Razor melting the Ice Wolf King's sword with Azure flames was also part of Xiao Xingyu's prediction. After the ice sword melted, the hidden skull in the blade was perfectly lodged in the wound in Razor's neck. The Azure power's healing of the wound only caused the skull to become firmly wedged in the flesh and bone of the neck, just inches away from the beast core. Dragon and Phoenix, 3 blood points on the forehead. Demon God's Eye, unleashing the power of the 7 deadly sins. Beast Emperor tier monster skull, injected into the enemy's body. All the conditions to activate the Divine Prison Demon Array have been met. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Xiao Xingyu's lips, stained with blood, curved into a smile as he clapped his hands and frantically formed seals. The complex and cryptic gestures made Wenya beside him feel dizzy. With blood as the guide, the 7 sins to the heavens. Divine Prison Demon Array activate. Xiao Xingyu's vocal cords trembled violently, the curse mark on his neck unable to conceal the bulging veins. He then let out a roar that pierced through the entire rainy night. With the activation of the array, the world changed. The torrential rain turned into blood mist, quickly filling the entire Rainwatch Valley. In the blood-red air, the smell of decay and rot permeated, and the power of the undead surged out from the fissures in the ground. Razor stood frozen, its massive body gradually becoming stiff. Crack, crack, crack. The earth shattered, revealing a massive red circular array beneath Razor's feet. The array's patterns were bizarre and sinister, emitting a mysterious and ancient aura. Razor's feet seemed to sink into a sea of corpses and blood in hell. countless skeletal ghost hands emerged from the ground, clawing at its feet and tearing at its calves. At the edges of the array were 7 ringed formations, each bearing a totemic curse mark. Xiao Xingyu's hands continued to form seals. The backlash of the curse power blurred his vision. The world before him was entirely blood-red. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds were not from the heavens, but from the intense vibrations of the 7 array nodes. 7 blood mist-congealed god statues rose from the ground, each standing atop one of the 7 array nodes. These 7 majestic and solemn god statues represented the 7 deadly sins, 7 great hellish demon lords. Sin of Pride, fallen Angel Lucifer. Sin of envy, Leviathan, the sea god of disaster. Sin of wrath, Satan, the source of demons. Sin of sloth, Belphegor, god of Moab. Sin of greed, Mammon, the hell knight. Sin of gluttony, Beelzebub, the lord of flies. Sin of lust, Asmodeus, the duke of desire. The extreme power of the 7 deadly sins comes from these 7 hellish demon lords' incarnations. At this moment, their statues, formed from blood mist, stood on the 7 array nodes. They looked down with emotionless gazes at the tense Razor. A wave of intense pain struck. Razor instinctively raised its 6 arms to cover its burning neck. Within the flesh below its neck, the beast Emperor tier monster's skull exploded with the activation of the array. Razor let out a wretched scream as 7 delicate red lines shot out from its neck, spreading out around it. Each red line connects to one of the hellish demon lords. At this moment, the chaotic night sky cleared, revealing the totemic marks of the 3 great races, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. The 3 totemic marks overlapped, resembling a giant hand pressing down on Razor's head. Boom tilde. The loud sound came from Razor's knees hitting the ground. Its body could not withstand the pressure from the 3 totemic marks. Its head and waist were forced down, and the sound of cracking bones echoed as its knees knelt directly in the center of the array. Xiao Xingyu rose from the ground, straightening his back. His broken body was cast into a long, massive shadow by the blood-red light. How about the Beast Emperor body? With this array activated, even the Beast God body can be suppressed. The Divine Prison Demon array, once activated, can suppress all beasts or monsters of the Beast God body level and below. This suppression is, strictly speaking, an absolute suppression. Absolute suppression. It includes causing the enemy to lose mobility, being unable to release any combat skills, unable to retaliate, unable to trigger any recovery effects, no healing, no rebirth, and armor defense reduced to 0. This definition comes from the King of the Underworld scroll. From the definition of absolute suppression, it is evident that the Divine Prison Demon array has a heaven-defying control effect. The absolute suppression lasts for a full 5 seconds. For any enemy trapped within the array, these 5 seconds are filled with despair. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 7 thick, dragon-like blood mist chains shot out from the god statues of the 7 hellish demon lords, wrapping around Razor's body, imprisoning and binding it. At this point, the Divine Prison Demon array was officially activated. The absolute suppression of Razor also began counting down from this moment. During these 5 seconds, Razor cannot move or use any combat skills to counterattack. At the same time, its defense armor value is reduced to 0, and the healing, recovery, and organ regeneration passive effects of the Azure power are all invalidated. This is the terror of the Divine Prison Demon array. Razor is like a fish on a chopping board, pressed down by the 7 hellish demon lords, completely defenseless and at their mercy. A Lord One, it's up to you now. To activate the Divine Prison Demon array, Xiao Xingyu suffered from the backlash of the curse, his body covered in black curse marks, experiencing a dual blow to both body and soul. Blood oozed from the corners of his eyes, and Xiao Xingyu's legs grew weak as he collapsed to the ground. As a support, he did everything that a support could do. Roi. The Snowfall Silver Wolf King leaped up, stepping on a spiraling path of ice, and swiftly charged to Razor's neck. When you rode on the wolf's back, her eyes blood-red, tears streaming down. All her anger turned into spiritual power and battle intent. Razor, die for me. The Snowfall Silver Wolf King spat out an extreme cold Wolf King sword once again. Without defensive armor, and having lost its healing and rebirth effects, Razor spat blood as the sharp ice sword pierced its neck, shredding surrounding fascia and bones, and freezing nearby blood vessels and nerves. It was not that Wanya had become stronger, but that Razor had been greatly weakened under the absolute suppression of the Divine Prison Demon array. The sword blade penetrated through flesh and bones, striking the monster core. The monster core is the source of all the monster's power. As long as the monster core is destroyed, Razor will be left in pieces. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's demon god eye locked onto Razor. In Xiao Xingyu's vision, Razor's blood bar still showed more than 2/3 of its health remaining. This demonstrated just how terrifying Razor's physical strength was. Even with the absolute suppression of the Divine Prison Demon Array and the defense armor reduced to 0, Wanya's full-powered attack could only reduce Razor's health by about 1/3. And not enough damage. Xiao Xingyu gritted his teeth and urged his spiritual power. The electric-eared rabbit darted out from Xiao Xingyu's arms, sending 2 weak electrical currents into the Snowfall Silver Wolf King from a distance. Wanya understood immediately and activated her spiritual power once more. The electric-eared rabbit refreshed the Snowfall Silver Wolf King's ultimate skill twice in a row, and with the earlier refresh for the Hellfire Specter Wolf, it exhausted its energy, falling into a weakened state, and turned into a streak of lightning to return to Xiao Xingyu's beast article to fall into slumber. Roi. Wanya poured all her spiritual power into the attack, draining her energy pool completely. The Snowfall Silver Wolf King released its ultimate skill again, spewing 2 extreme cold Wolf King swords in rapid succession. Pissed. Pissed. At this moment, 3 extreme cold Wolf King swords were embedded in Razor's neck. The 3 sharp sword tips drilled into the monster core like earth augers. The surface of the monster core, which originally had only 1 crack, now rapidly increased in number. The core shook violently, with demonic energy pouring out. The monster core is the source of the monster's power, and Razor was in excruciating pain. No matter how it roared and struggled, it couldn't escape the suppression of the Divine Prison Demon Array. The 5-second limit was incredibly tight, leaving no room for error for Wanya. Xiao Xingyu's eyes were locked on Razor's blood bar, gritting his teeth, just a little more, just a tiny bit more. Under the piercing of the 3 extreme cold Wolf King swords, Razor's blood bar was nearly empty. But fate played its part, and a thin, barely visible layer of blood remained on the bar. Barely alive, the last sliver of health. Razor's current state meant that even a dagger from Xiao Xingyu could wipe away this last layer of health. But Xiao Xingyu had exhausted all his strength, kneeling in the pouring rain, cursed, on the verge of blindness, and losing too much blood. The array's malice was intense, and a massive storm surged around. Xiao Xingyu's beasts were too low level to approach Razor or assist Wanya. Just a little more, damn it. Xiao Xingyu supported himself with one hand, spitting out large amounts of blood. His overloaded eyes could barely see anything around him. Inside the array in midair, the Snowfall Silver Wolf King's Demon King armor had already failed, its bloodied wolf body exposed to the cold, blood-red rain. The 3 extreme cold Wolf King swords were all aimed at the monster core, but it was just a bit short of completely destroying it. At the moment when Wanya was fully exerting her spiritual power, a chilling presence enveloped her. Razor suddenly turned its gaze, locking onto Wanya with a pair of ferocious eyes. At this moment, Wanya realized that the 5 seconds had passed and the Divine Prison Demon Array had deactivated. Razor was released from the absolute suppression, its eyes burning with the flames of vengeance. Damn human! Razor's body shuddered and threw the Snowfall Silver Wolf King away. Wanya fell from the wolf's back, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. Just a little more. Am I going to disappoint Lord Xiao? Tears streamed down Wanya's bloodied face as she continued her freefall, plummeting through the air. At this moment, Wanya didn't feel guilty towards the Rainfall City or her father. She only felt sorry for everything Xiao Xingyu had sacrificed. When a person falls into despair and chooses to face death, time seems to slow down. Wanya's peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Xingyu kneeling on the ground. The puddle beneath him had turned dark red from his blood. His eyes were lifeless, with no trace of spirit in his pupils. Seeing this, Wanya's heart clenched painfully, and a powerful resolve shattered the surrounding despair. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu could see nothing. But he suddenly trembled, sensing Wanya's actions through his spiritual awareness. Wangu City Lord, no. Xiao Xingyu's shout used up his last bit of strength. As Wanya fell, she adjusted her position and landed on Razor's rough arm. A snowfall! The Snowfall Silver Wolf King let out a mournful howl, its ice power transmitted through the air. A sharp ice spike materialized in Wanya's right palm. Oratsua, you must die. Wanya, with her human body, sprinted up Razor's arm, using it as a runway. Razor turned its head, showing anger and fear. Pitiful human, I am the emperor of the insect clan, how can I be defeated by you? After the Divine Prison Demon Array's effect wore off, Razor had regained all its abilities. But before it could use Azure power to heal its wounds, Wanya was already at its neck. The back of Razor's neck was a bloody mess, with exposed bones and a monster core cracked and exposed. 3 ice-cold extreme cold Wolf King swords were already embedded in the monster core.
Avinya!
No.
Don't!
Razor realized something, its pupils constricting, roaring Wanya's name in anger, its entire body tensed. Wanya raised the ice spike with both hands, leaping down, her small human body passing through the torn blood vessels and broken bones. Aratsua D. Wanya's voice cracked as she drove the ice spike into the fissure of the monster core. Razor howled in pain, its body hunched, demonic energy pouring out wildly. Crack! Crack crack crack! Boom! Wanya's final strike completed the damage, wiping out Razor's last layer of health and being the final straw that broke the Beast Emperor's back. At this moment, with her human body, she stood on par with the gods. Xiao Xingyu couldn't see any of this, but he could sense everything that happened. The rain throughout the night stopped with Razor's fall. The shattering of the monster core meant the dispersal of its source of power. Razor lay in the puddles of Rainfall Valley, its eyes still twitching, with only a sliver of life left in its throat. Damn humans! As the Emperor of the Insect Clan, dying at the hands of these 2 lowly, inferior humans is truly a disgrace, an immense disgrace. Razor's consciousness completely faded, and with its final unwillingness and humiliation, its body transformed into Azure Fire, burning the earth. With that, the Beast Emperor Tier Stage 1 monster, the Phantom Azure Razor, fell. The fall of the Insect Clan Emperor caused the insect monsters to collapse. They retreated like a receding tide, disappearing at the other end of the valley. The battle was over. Xiao Xingyu knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Each breath felt like fire scorching his chest and lungs, making him almost unbearable. The demon eye of the gods had surpassed its limits, falling into blindness once more. Xiao Xingyu could see nothing, but he sensed everything on the battlefield. More than 200 Beastmaster warriors had perished. They had families, wives and children. To protect the Rainfall City behind them, they had sacrificed their lives, their bodies even consumed by the insect monsters, leaving only tattered clothes and shoes behind. Xiao Xingyu tried to call out Wanya's name. But his vocal cords felt like they had snapped and he couldn't utter a word. In the sea of flames, a wolf shadow passed by. Xiao Xingyu heard a chaotic noise and the sounds of wolf paws, both shallow and deep. The Snowfall Silver Wolf King, limping and dragging its battered body, pulled Wanya from the fire and brought her to Xiao Xingyu. Wanya's face was half-burned, covered in blood, her right arm gone. Her abdomen was invaded by demonic energy, with countless worms crawling through her damaged organs. Xiao Xingyu felt Wanya's presence and his vocal cords regained strength.
Xiaoyin!
The celestial vine emerged from Xiao Xingyu's embrace, continuously emitting silver fireflies into Wanya's body. Wanya coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining Xiao Xingyu's handsome but weakened face. Lacking strength, Wanya collapsed into Xiao Xingyu's arms. This was the woman who, in the final moment of their imminent defeat, chose to deal the last bit of damage with her mortal body, delivering the fatal blow to Razor. This act would be recorded in the history of Beastmaster civilization with great significance. "Ah, Lord Xiao, we won," Wanya said with a smile. Xiao Xingyu held Wanya tightly and nodded heavily. He could feel Wanya's body temperature gradually fading. This was not an ordinary victory. It was a milestone for humanity, a hymn and epic for the mortal body. City Lord Wanya and Four-Star support Xiao Xingyu created an unprecedented miracle. How powerful and terrifying was a Beast Emperor tier monster? Without an 8-star Beastmaster in command, Razor should have easily flattened Rainfall City. But its greatest misfortune was encountering 2 formidable humans. A cough cough cough. Wanya's coughing of blood increased in frequency, her face losing its color, pale as paper. A City Lord one, don't talk anymore. Just focus on getting treatment. We still need to return to the city for a victory celebration. But no, I have to say this. If I don't, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Wanya raised her trembling left hand and gently tugged at Xiao Xingyu's collar. Do you know? At the last moment of fighting Razor, my mindset changed. Since I became a Beastmaster, I fought for Rainfall City, to avenge the Loyal One family and my father. But in the final moment, I cast all that aside. I had only one thought, to fight so that you would not be disappointed. Wanya's body had reached its limit. She struggled to speak faster, her voice becoming unclear, blood choking in her throat, as she poured out everything to the young man before her. This woman was destined to write tragic and heroic verses throughout her life. She was trapped by Rainfall City, by revenge, and by the pitying gazes of the city's inhabitants. This entrapment lasted a lifetime, like a dream. Until the moment she reached the end of her life, she suddenly felt a weight lifted from her entire body, shedding all her burdens. Xiao Xingyu knew she was tired and it was time for her to rest. Wenya's body temperature was dropping, approaching that of ice. Wenya, I'm sorry. I broke my promise. I didn't bring you to see the waves of grain in Rainfall City. Xiao Xingyu valued promises deeply. He had promised Wenya that he would show her the beautiful sight of the wind blowing through the grain fields of Rainfall City. Now, Wenya had only the last thread of life left. Xiao Xingyu felt powerless to change this. His face showed deep helplessness, feeling for the first time that his promises were as insignificant as straw. Darkness was dispelled by a ray of sunlight. The end of the war ushered in a pure dawn. Wenya lifted her eyes, momentarily lost in awe. The gentle dawn light illuminated Xiao Xingyu, as if draping him in a golden veil. Xiao Xingyu's dark hair was also dyed golden by the morning sun. A breeze blew through. The golden hair swayed, appearing like golden wheat stalks in Wenya's blurred vision. Wenya forced out a faint smile, summoning all her strength to lift her left hand and place her palm on Xiao Xingyu's head. A faint energy from Wenya's heart flowed to her fingertips. Her long fingers trembled and contracted as she gently rubbed Xiao Xingyu's hair. No, Xiao Xingyu, you didn't break your promise. The wind blowing through the grain, I saw it. Xiao Xingyu's heart trembled as Wenya's fingertips suddenly lost their strength. Her left arm fell naturally, her head tilted. She rested against Xiao Xingyu's chest, completing her final journey in life. A smile of happiness lingered at the corner of her lips. In her final moment, she seemed to return to the time before she was 4. In the rice fields of Rainfall City, filled with the fragrance of rice and the croaking of frogs. Her father's hands lifted her small body above his head as they ran through the rice fields. The sensation of her small hand brushing against the golden wheat was like the sensation of gently rubbing Xiao Xingyu's hair. Wenya, the city lord of Rainfall and 7-Star Beastmaster, had passed away. Xiao Xingyu held Wenya's lifeless body, immersed in a sea of sorrow, unable to extricate himself. His eyes were not only temporarily blinded but had even lost the ability to shed tears. With the death of the master, bound by the blood pact, the Snowfall Silver Wolf King also left this world peacefully. The Hellfire Specter wolf crouched beside the Snowfall Silver Wolf King's body, its ears drooped, lost in thought.
Avinya!
Xiao Xingyu called out. Wenya's body, invaded by demonic energy and Azure flames, could not be preserved and turned to ashes in the fierce wind. The Snowfall Silver Wolf King met the same fate, leaving only a blue ice-blue beast core on the ground. Xiao Xingyu had no vision, his hands grasped only empty space, catching only some damp grass. Wenya, like the over 200 Beastmaster soldiers, left no remains behind. The disaster-bone blood-bet beast descended from the sky. Murong Xinshin approached Xiao Xingyu. She knelt down, picked up a mechanical eye, and placed it in Xiao Xingyu's palm. A6 Jin, this is... Seeing Xiao Xingyu, who was blind and covered in blood, Murong Xinshin choked back her tears. This is Lord Wen's left eye, or rather, a mechanical eye. Xiao Xingyu suddenly understood why Wenya's left eye always seemed devoid of spirit during their encounters. This mechanical eye was from Shenyuan technology under Lin Beixian. It was preserved because it had not been tainted by demonic energy or Azure flames. Xiao Xingyu clutched the mechanical eye tightly. It was Wenya's only keepsake in her eye. Wenya, I will make sure you see the wind blowing through the grain fields of Rainfall City. Drip tilde.
A6 Jin, you.
Xiao Xingyu was momentarily dazed. Murong Xinshin wiped away her tears, stubbornly saying, "Don't worry, I'm not crying." Who could hold back tears seeing their beloved in such a state? At this moment, Xiao Xingyu knelt on the ground, too weak to stand. His entire body was covered in blood, but that wasn't the most striking part. His eyes, due to overuse of their power, had become a dull gray, devoid of light. Around his eye sockets, especially the corners and eyelids, the flesh had rotted, revealing the bones underneath. A6 Jin, let's take Lord Wen back to the city. Bam! Murong Xinshin hesitated for a moment, not immediately supporting Xiao Xingyu. Instead, she tore her sleeve with a rip and used the fabric to cover Xiao Xingyu's eyes, tying it slightly around the back of his head. This was Murong Xinshin, who always cared deeply for Xiao Xingyu. In the early morning rain of Rainfall Valley, the wind was strong and could easily irritate the eyes. The flames of war had extinguished. The indomitable spirit of human beastmasters had never wavered. The scarred Rainfall Valley had witnessed a war that created a historical legend. The wind blew, burying all traces beneath the soil, including the souls of all the sacrificed heroes. This battle had exacted a heavy toll on Xiao Xingyu. People looked up to see two figures. A boy with his eyes covered in white cloth, supported by a white-haired girl, slowly walked through the twisted and misshapen city gate. Yi Shiming's eyes were red with emotion as she shouted, "Brother!" Murong Yangshua collapsed on the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead, a relieved smile on his lips as he murmured to himself. "You damn guy. You really are lucky, it's good that you're still alive." As Xiao Xingyu approached, the citizens' emotions surged, and they cheered excitedly. Xiao Yan, still heavily injured, was receiving in a makeshift medical tent. Upon hearing that Xiao Xingyu was returning, she disregarded her condition, pulled out the needle, and staggered out of the tent. She kept her distance, watching Xiao Xingyu from afar, her pale and cracked lips spreading into a joyful smile. "Brother Xiao, you're still alive, that's truly wonderful." At some point, in Xiao Yan's eyes, Xiao Xingyu had become more important to her than even her own flesh-and-blood brother, Xiao Yan. "At this battle, we won." Xiao Xingyu was weak, his voice not very loud, but everyone heard him clearly. After a moment of silence, there was a grand cheer. People cried tears of joy, embracing each other. Suddenly, someone in the crowd asked, "We won this battle. But the cost was that everyone except me sacrificed." Xiao Xingyu's voice was heavy and hoarse. The citizens, who had been immersed in the joy of victory, lowered their heads once more, and a deathly silence enveloped the surroundings. The air seemed to freeze, and the wind became thick, making it hard to breathe. The over 200 Beastmaster soldiers who had fought with Xiao Xingyu last night had all died on the battlefield, leaving no corpses behind. Hellfire Specter Wolf appeared before the people, carrying a large sack in its mouth. The sack was opened to reveal tattered clothes and shoes, stained with blood and marked by the bites and scratches of magical beasts. These were the belongings of the over 200 Beastmaster soldiers, scattered across the battlefield. Before returning to the city, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin had searched through the entire Rainfall Valley, picking up every piece of clothing left by the Beastmasters. Even though the sacrificed Beastmasters had no remains, a funeral had to be held. Xiao Xingyu brought back their clothes and shoes to arrange for clothing and crown tombs, providing the best consolation for the families of the deceased. Xiao Xingyu opened his right hand. In his palm lay a mechanical eye. Under the warm sunlight, the metal eye reflected a dazzling light. Xiao Xingyu suddenly raised his voice to a shout, almost tearing his throat. Awanya, the lord of Rainfall City, killed the Zerg Emperor Risel and sacrificed heroically due to severe injuries. At this point, Xiao Xingyu's lips twitched violently. He had to catch his breath, adjust his mindset, and continue shouting. "Farewell, Lord." All the surviving citizens of Rainfall City kneeled in unison, bowing their heads, and chanted in unison. "Farewell, Lord." Perfection is the most hypocritical term in the world. Regret is the norm of fate. Wenya's departure left a mark of regret in Xiao Xingyu's heart. The undead ring trembled slightly, and a hollow, desolate female voice echoed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Facing death is your first lesson in becoming an undead beastmaster. Xiao Xingyu, I'm still waiting for you. Don't forget to come find me." The voice of Shangguan Tongyin echoed in Xiao Xingyu's mind and then faded away. A crow landed on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. The voice of the Emperor's soul leader, Raven, came through. "Xiao Xingyu, the Empress has summoned you." "All right, I also want to see her." Xiao Xingyu responded. "In the Imperial City." Raven bowed and said, "Empress, Xiao Xingyu has been brought. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave." As the Emperor's soul leader, Raven was well aware of Shangguan Lan's thoughts. At this moment, Shangguan Lan only wanted to be alone with Xiao Xingyu. After Raven left, the vast Night Lawn Hall became even more desolate. Shangguan Lan's gaze fell on Xiao Xingyu's face. The battle for Rainfall City had just ended. Xiao Xingyu, severely injured and in a pitiable state, looked as if a light breeze might topple him. His eyes were still blind, and his face was ashen, his hair disheveled. His eyes were covered with white fabric, streaked with blood that had formed two blooming roses on the cloth. The sight was already shocking even before the fabric was removed. Raven had advised Xiao Xingyu on the way to the palace to first seek treatment for his eyes at the royal hospital. However, Xiao Xingyu was more eager to see Shangguan Lan and had refused Raven's kind offer. "Xiao Xingyu, it was I who summoned you, but it seems that you were more eager to see me than I was to see you." Shangguan Lan's gaze shifted from Xiao Xingyu's face to his hands. Xiao Xingyu held a purple sandalwood urn in his hands. On the urn, written in flowing cursive script, were the words, Lord Wenyu of Rainfall City. Shangguanlan was right. Even if she hadn't summoned Xiao Xingyu, he would have come to find her. Your Majesty, I wish to request something.
I speak.
I want Lord Wenyu to be buried on Heroic Spirit Mountain. Heroic Spirit Mountain, located within the Dragon Kingdom, was the most suitable site for burial. Its position was behind the Imperial city. The mountain itself was not grand but resembled a reclining maiden, giving it a feeling of subtle grace. Those who had the privilege of having their gravestones placed on this mountain had all made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom either through valor in battle or by leaving a lasting legacy. Shangguanlan did not immediately respond. Xiao Xingyu lowered his posture even more, becoming even more humble. Your Majesty, please grant permission for Lord Wenyu to be buried on Heroic Spirit Mountain. Xiao Xingyu, do you know what kind of individuals are qualified to be buried on Heroic Spirit Mountain? Please grant permission for Lord Wenyu to be buried on Heroic Spirit Mountain. Xiao Xingyu's voice suddenly rose an octave. Shangguanlan's brows slightly furrowed and her voice softened. Are you blaming me?
I am not.
Are you blaming me for listing Rainfall City as a city to be abandoned, for not sending troops to support Wenyu? Xiao Xingyu fell into silence. Rationally, Xiao Xingyu understood Shangguanlan. After all, she was the ruler of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom was vast, and there were countless matters that required her attention, making it impossible for her to waste energy on a city of no value like Rainfall City. However, Wenyu's death had made Xiao Xingyu emotional. This young man, dressed in fresh clothes and riding a fiery steed, was not always able to maintain absolute rationality. He too would act impulsively due to his emotions. At this moment, standing in the Night Lawn Hall before Shangguanlan, he did not seem like a subject but rather like a sulking child. His eyes were blind, but the frustration leaking from his lips clearly indicated his resentment toward Shangguanlan. You only spent 2 days with Wenyu. Do you really know her well enough? Xiao Xingyu could only remain silent. Wenyu, a native of Rainfall City. When she was 4 years old, Rainfall City was ravaged by beast gods and demonic beasts. The land was infected with demonic virus, turning thousands of acres of fertile land into a barren wasteland overnight, resulting in complete crop failure. When she was 7, she lost her left eye due to an ambush by a black magic worker ant. At 18, she became a beastmaster and defended the city alongside her father. At 26, which was 3 years ago, her father died at the hands of Lysel's subordinates. Since then, the Wen family bloodline was left with only her. Shangguanlan recounted Wenyu's history in a flat tone. Xiao Xingyu asked, Your Majesty, what exactly are you trying to convey? After her father's death, which was 3 years ago, I personally wrote to summon her to the Imperial city. I called for her a total of 7 times. As she is the last of the Wen lineage and the Wen family was known for their loyalty and bravery. She deserved a better life. Each time I summoned her, I made my intentions very clear. If she agreed, I could have transferred her from Rainfall City and promoted her to the position of City Lord in Lingyan City, Yunhe City, or Qianji City. Xiao Xingyu knew that these 3 cities mentioned by Shangguanlan, like Longyin City, were all classified as cities to be held. If Wenyu had agreed to be promoted and leave Rainfall City for any of these 3 cities, she would have enjoyed a wonderful remainder of her life. She would not have to worry about food, about the suffering of the common people, about food resources, or about the threat of demonic beasts. But as long as she stayed in Rainfall City, all these worries would plague her for life. Shangguanlan continued. 7 times, I summoned her a total of 7 times over the past 3 years. Each time, I tried to persuade her as earnestly as I could. The last of the Wen lineage should not be doomed to an end in the dark mire of a city without a future like Rainfall City. Xiao Xingyu could hear from Shangguanlan's tone that she admired and valued the last of the Wen bloodline. And as you can see, Wenyu did not heed my advice. She insisted on staying in Rainfall City and refused the promotion. Xiao Xingyu licked his dry lips. That must be her personality. 2 days was not a long time, but it was enough to understand a person's character. Wenyu's personality did not allow her to abandon Rainfall City. Xiao Xingyu, tell me, do you know how many cities like Rainfall City there are in the entire Dragon Kingdom? I will tell you. There are a total of 185 such cities. Do you expect me to mobilize valuable troops and resources to support each and every one of these cities when they are in danger? Wenyu is not an exception. According to statistics, within 5 years, of the 185 such cities, 2/3 of them have had their city lords replaced because the previous lords died in battle. Shangguan Lan presented cold statistics that mirrored the harsh reality of this era and world. Your Majesty, I understand everything you've said. I will change this situation.
Change it with what?
One day, I will become the world's #1 Beastmaster and eliminate all the demonic beasts on this planet.
Xiao Xingyu made a vow.
The world's #1 Beastmaster? Quite a boast. And from what you're implying, you also intend to surpass me, don't you? There can only be one world's #1. If Xiao Xingyu wanted to be #1, he would naturally have to surpass Shangguan Lan to claim that crown. Your Majesty, Xiao Xingyu was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that his earlier emotional outburst had led to some excessive language. At present, aligning with Shangguan Lan was the best choice for him. However, Shangguan Lan did not reproach him or continue the topic. Come closer, move a bit nearer to me. Xiao Xingyu, blind and awkward in his movements, gradually approached Shangguan Lan using his sense of direction. Shangguan Lan lifted her jade-like hands and removed the white cloth from Xiao Xingyu's eyes. The sight before her made Shangguan Lan's heart tighten. Xiao Xingyu's eyeballs and sclera had turned gray, devoid of any vitality or sheen. The area around his eye sockets was covered with scars that looked like wriggling maggots and dried bloodstains.
Does it hurt?
A bit. A breeze blew through, causing the doors of the Night Lawn Hall to close automatically and the curtains to fall shut. Shangguan Lan removed her clothing, revealing her snowy white body. She used her nails to cut the skin near her collarbone.
Your Majesty, what are you doing?
Xiao Xingyu could not see, but he suddenly felt a cool sensation on his eyes, and the pain buried deep within his nerves began to dissipate like spring snow melting away. At this moment, 2 black dragon scales were pressed against Xiao Xingyu's eye sockets. Xiao Xingyu's eye damage was severe, and Shangguan Lan had to make some sacrifices to treat him. She didn't care about Rainfall City. But she cared about Xiao Xingyu. My eyes feel like they're covered by something.
This feeling, it's so soothing.
Since becoming blind on the battlefield, Xiao Xingyu appeared unaffected but had been suffering greatly, though the pain had numbed him. Under the 2 black dragon scales, his demonic eyes, exhausted of their power, were like a dry well being replenished with fresh spring water. Gradually, the scars and bloodstains around Xiao Xingyu's eyes disappeared. The new skin was as delicate and smooth as that of a newborn, without any impurities in its pores. Cool air continuously washed over the damaged pupils and irises. After 5 minutes, the 2 black dragon scales seemed to have fulfilled their purpose and transformed into black smoke, dispersing with the wind. Their presence was erased by some power, as if they had never existed. Have the demonic eyes recovered? Xiao Xingyu was incredulous. At this moment, Shangguan Lan stopped him, saying, "Do not open your eyes." Xiao Xingyu, puzzled, asked with his eyes still closed, why? Your eyes are fine now, but they need time to rest to avoid leaving any after effects. For the next 7 days, you must keep your eyes closed and rest well.
Xiao Xingyu exclaimed, 7 days? That long?
Shangguan Lan retorted, "Do you think it's too long? If you go blind again, I won't help you next time." Not long, I will listen to your Majesty." Xiao Xingyu, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked quietly, "Your Majesty, what kind of medicine did you use to treat my eyes?" It felt like 2 cool, soft leaves, perfectly balanced in texture, colorless, and tasteless. Shangguan Lan redressed, covering her perfect body with a crimson phoenix robe. Some things are not meant to be asked. Xiao Xingyu, understanding, stopped his questions. He could not guess that Shangguan Lan had sacrificed 2 of her own dragon scales to treat his eyes. Purebred Dragon King scales have thousands of magical effects, with the healing properties being just a fraction of their capabilities. It is worth mentioning that Dragon Kings, during battles, do not feel pain when scales fall off due to intense combat with enemies. Only when removing their own scales do they feel pain, and it is a soul-touching pain. Xiao Xingyu followed Shangguan Lan's instructions and kept his eyes closed. So he couldn't see, but at this moment, Shangguan Lan's face was pale, her eyes dim, a layer of cold sweat covering her forehead, and her delicate body slightly trembling. Had Xiao Xingyu's eye damage not been so severe, Shangguan Lan would have hesitated to use 2 Dragon King scales for his treatment.
It's getting late.
Go back and rest well. Once you're recovered, there are still many things related to the Imperial soul that need your assistance. Your Majesty, about when ya? Consider it approved. Xiao Xingyu's face lit up with joy as he raised his hands in a gesture of thanks. In the dead of night, behind the Imperial City at the Spirit Mountain, bathed in moonlight, the mountain was covered with cold tombstones. Each tombstone bore an epitaph commemorating the life of a notable figure. Xiao Xingyu knelt in front of a tombstone, offering incense and burning paper. With Shangguan Lan's approval, Xiao Xingyu had fulfilled his wish and provided Wenya with a new resting place in a humble corner of Spirit Mountain. Wenya, I will fulfill the promise I made to you. Wait for me. Xiao Xingyu stood up. Though his eyes were closed, he expertly dialed the number of Director Meng Chongguang of the Imperial Academy with a single button press. Hi, Elder Meng. Xingyu, speak your mind. I want to start a new research project on repairing soil contaminated by demonic energy viruses. No problem. I'll initiate the project now. When you have time, come by the Imperial Academy and we'll complete it together. Xiao Xingyu was a person with strong convictions and a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He had promised Wenya to restore the scorched earth of Rainfall City to its former glory with fields of waving grain. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyu clenched his right hand. In his palm was a mechanical eye. The ashes buried beneath the tomb contained only a piece of clothing Wenya used to wear and a golden wheat ear. Wenya's mechanical eye remained with Xiao Xingyu. He planned to keep it until the day Rainfall City's fields were covered with golden wheat and then stand on a hillside to fulfill his promise. After the memorial ceremony, Xiao Xingyu turned around. Even with his eyes closed, he knew that two people were standing in front of him. One was the leader of the Imperial Soul, Raven, and the other was the second-in-command, Nie Hongzhuang. Xiao Xingyu, you have grown a lot from the battle in Rainfall City. Sir, growth comes with a price. Raven smiled lightly and then changed the subject. Do you remember the Roxas Sect trader with the codename Snake Skin whom you captured at the Sleeping Buddha Temple on King's Mountain? Xiao Xingyu nodded. Nie Hongzhuang took over the conversation and said seriously, after severe interrogation, he revealed everything he knew. Xiao Xingyu listened attentively. He confirmed that Roxas Sect indeed experienced a major upheaval. The deputy leader of Roxas Sect, Yuji, had a falling out with the leader and sought to replace him. There was a confrontation between them and the Roxas Sect leader was injured by Yuji. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but question, the leader was injured by the deputy leader? There's more to this than meets the eye. Nie Hongzhuang nodded. Yes, according to Snake Skin's confession, it seems Yuji acquired some extremely powerful force about a month ago. Xiao Xingyu frowned. What kind of power? This is all Snake Skin knew. After all, he was just a 6-star Beastmaster with limited authority within Roxas Sect, so it's understandable that his information is limited. 1. Xie Zhong pretended to be ill and recuperating, but he was actually not at the Xie family residence. 2. There was internal strife within Roxas Sect, and the leader was injured by the deputy leader. 3. The deputy leader, Yuji, acquired some extremely powerful force, though the specifics are unknown. This was the secret intelligence currently possessed by the Imperial Soul Organization. Raven asked with a meaningful tone, Xiao Xingyu, what do you think about this matter? Sir, regardless of what power Yuji acquired, the internal strife within Roxas Sect is advantageous to us. It's a good opportunity to set a trap and destroy Roxas Sect, as well as to uncover the true identity of the Roxas Sect leader. Xiao Xingyu did not open his eyes, but the direction he faced was towards the Xie family's strategist residence. Raven smiled and nodded, his eyes full of admiration and satisfaction. Xiao Xingyu, the aura of the Imperial Soul on you is growing stronger. Sir, that doesn't sound like a compliment. Raven instructed Hongzhuang send him home. For these 7 days, let him rest properly.
Yes.
Nie Hongzhuang summoned the Ice Jinghuan, carrying Xiao Xingyu as they flew out of the Imperial City, weaving through the clouds towards Longyin City. Xiao Xingyu knew he had a 7-day vacation. After this break, he would once again be drawn into the unpredictable game of politics. However, this time, Xiao Xingyu would transition from a strategist personally involved in the game to a military advisor setting up the game himself. At the Golden Sea Mansion, Xiao Xingyu lay on the bed in his bedroom, unknowingly drifting into a deep sleep. This was the first time he had slept soundly since the battle in Rainfall City. His exhausted body was fully immersed in deep sleep, with his physical and mental strength gradually recovering in the dream. In the darkness, a hand gently pushed open the bedroom door. A graceful figure entered the room, moving quietly to the bedside. This person was Xiao Xingyu's sister, Xiao Ruoxue. Wearing a thin nightgown, Xiao Ruoxue stood by the bed, gazing at her sleeping brother with deep concern in her eyes. Poor little brother, it must have hurt so much back then. Xiao Ruoxue extended her hand, the back of her hand as delicate as porcelain, radiating a warm glow. Her slender fingers, as elegant as the bamboo in an ink painting, gently brushed across Xiao Xingyu's cheek. Moments later, Xiao Ruoxue loosened her clothing. As the power of the dragon stirred, her snow-white and full chest began to sprout patches of platinum dragon scales. Just as Xiao Ruoxue was about to remove 2 dragon scales, she suddenly noticed Xiao Xingyu's eyelids twitching. This aura is... Xiao Ruoxue's expression turned surprised as she narrowed her eyes and activated her dragon eyes. Her dragon eyes were different from any other dragon's eyes. Deep within the dragon eyes were engraved with special runes. As she blinked, her pupils fluttered like pages of a forbidden ancient book being blown by the wind. 5 minutes later, Xiao Ruoxue tucked the covers around her sleeping brother and left the bedroom quietly. She then went to the rooftop terrace, standing at the edge of the railing. The night's cold wind brushed against her silver hair. As the power of the dragon receded, the platinum dragon scales on Xiao Ruoxue's chest gradually faded, and the dragon horns on her forehead dissipated in the wind. With another blink, her dragon eyes vanished, and Xiao Ruoxue returned to her usual appearance, looking like an ordinary, gentle neighbor's sister. Xiao Ruoxue dialed the phone. Hello, has Xiao Yu's eye condition been treated? On the other end of the line was the voice of Yanming's leader, Xiao Lian, deep and magnetic, tinged with the maturity and weariness of time. Xiao Ruoxue's expression was serious as she pondered. While Xiao Yu was asleep, I intended to use my own dragon scales to help him with his eye condition. But... Xiao Lian seemed to anticipate something and asked, is it her? Yes. Before Xiao Yu came home, she summoned him to Nightwave Palace. His eyes were likely treated by her. Xiao Lian grunted, his bitter smile full of reflections on the arrangements of fate, and then said, I didn't expect she would actually spare 2 Dragon King scales to treat Xiao Yu's eyes. Both Xiao Lian and Xiao Ruoxue preferred not to discuss Shangguanlan further. The two fell into silence for a moment. Eventually, it was Xiao Ruoxue who broke the silence. Xiao Yu is still too young. He needs time to grow. Until he becomes a 9-star Beastmaster, the fragility of his mortal body is his greatest weakness. The 9-star Beastmaster is the beginning of transcending the mortal body. Only by reaching the 9-star level can one unlock the power-sharing ability. This ability refers to the Beastmaster's capacity to share power with their summoned beast. A 9-star Beastmaster enjoys greatly extended lifespan and significantly increased physical strength. They can freely share their summoned beast's power and engage in hand-to-hand combat on the battlefield, fighting enemies with a body that surpasses that of a mere mortal alongside their summoned beast. If Xiao Xingyu were to become a 9-star Beastmaster and unlock power sharing, his physical strength would surpass that of an ordinary human, making it harder for the demonic eye to reach its limit, thus preventing the temporary blindness he experienced today. Ultimately, Xiao Xingyu's recurring blindness due to overusing the demonic eye is a result of his inadequate physical strength. This is a common issue with mortal bodies and is the weakest point of humans compared to other races. Given Xiao Xingyu's current rate of growth, reaching the 9-star level will still be a long road ahead. Since immediate results are not feasible, alternative methods must be considered. I understand your concerns. I have arranged for Nightshade to give Xiao Yu the opportunity to acquire the Dragon's Breath technique. That's good. Dragon's Breath, created by Xiao Lian, is unique. For all Beastmasters, only reaching the 9-star level can allow them to surpass their mortal bodies. However, Dragon Tamers are different. Xiao Lian, once the most gifted Dragon Tamer, created the special breathing technique, Dragon's Breath, which allows Dragon Tamers to unlock the ability to surpass their mortal bodies early, sharing power with their contracted pure-blooded dragons. When a Dragon Tamer masters every chapter of Dragon's Breath, they can develop dragon eyes, dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon wings, and even alter their internal structure, approaching the physique of a dragon and achieving a semi-dragon transformation. A parent's love for their child leads to deep planning. Though Xiao Lian has never formally met Xiao Xingyu, he has always been planning everything for him. Meanwhile, in the Imperial City, Nightwave Palace, Shangguanlan, dressed in plain clothes, sat lazily on the soft couch. The table now held not tea but a pot of strong liquor. She had removed her phoenix robe, taken off her jewelry, and let her long hair fall freely. The aura of the Empress had dimmed, leaving her as just an ordinary woman with a nostalgic look in her eyes. The table had 2 wine glasses, but the hall was empty except for Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan lifted a wine glass and spoke to the air in front of her. It's truly strange. My feelings towards that child are becoming increasingly different. In fact, with Wenya's status, she was not worthy of being buried in Spirit Mountain. Shangguan Lan's agreement to allow Wenya to be buried there was purely to placate Xiao Xingyu, much like how one might comfort a child. Shangguan Lan's wine glass gently clinked with the other one. He is able to easily control the Demon King's scroll you wrote, even completing the incomplete array. The Deathly Bone Rain Array, the Soul Summoning Array, the Demon King's Protection Array. He can even activate the 3 Blood Sacrifice Divine Prison Demon Array. Is Shangguantong really his mother? Who is the father of this child? Shangguan Lan fell into a vortex of misconceptions, believing that her unusual feelings towards Xiao Xingyu were due to Shangguantong. After all, Shangguan Lan and Shangguantong were twin sisters bound by blood. If Xiao Xingyu was Shangguantong's son, then Xiao Xingyu and Shangguan Lan would naturally be connected by blood as well. The answers to all these questions seem to return to that dragon-slaying war. Was the Dragon King's ritual successfully initiated? Did the evil Dragon King actually come into being? What exactly happened between Shangguan Lan, Shangguantong, Sifeng, and Xiao Lian? What the eyes can see might not be the truth. Is history always true? What if history has been altered by some power? Perhaps even Shangguan Lan, as a party involved, has never seen the truth and is merely a pitiful person trapped in false history. The wind was strong at night and the clouds changed shape. Under the black moon, dark tide surged. Above the stormy sea, a shadow of a bone dragon flashed by. The next morning, Xiao Xingyu woke up from bed but did not open his eyes. Although the demonic eye had recovered, as per Shangguan Lan's instructions, he needed to keep his eyes closed for the next 7 days to prevent any aftereffects and give his eyes a rest. Feeling bored, Xiao Xingyu activated his spiritual power and opened the Beastmaster's emblem. As the summoning array was activated, 2 beast-type beauties appeared in the bedroom. Kitsun Delu and the Calamity Ghost Python Medusa, Xiao Xingyu's current strongest trump cards, were only used when he assumed the identity of the Black-Robe Man. Master, how are your eyes? Are they better? Thanks for your concern, Sasha. Much better. Lulu, how's the dragon egg? I knew you only care about the egg. During this time, the dragon egg had been entrusted to Delu for safekeeping. With the incubation platform and Delu's dragon power nurturing it, the dragon egg's hatching progress continued to improve. Delu placed the dragon egg in Xiao Xingyu's hand. Although he couldn't open his eyes, the moment he touched the egg, refreshed data appeared in his mind. Dragon egg incubation progress, 25%. Xiao Xingyu was very satisfied. At this rate, the dragon hatching from the egg would be imminent. Lulu, you've worked hard during this time. Delu had exhausted every last bit of dragon power each day to ensure the dragon egg's hatching progressed smoothly. She was committed to bringing Xiao Xingyu a second dragon-type beast as soon as possible, providing him with more trump cards for survival. Xiao Xingyu planned to give Delu a surprise gift during the winter break. Since surprises should remain undisclosed, Delu had no idea what Xiao Xingyu was preparing for her. Sasha, how is Freya's secret training going? Master, Freya has perfectly integrated the Light and Shadow Legend Crystal and unlocked the SSS-grade beast power, Holy Light Teleportation. Freya was the angelic beast Xiao Xingyu had contracted. This beast had not fought for Xiao Xingyu for a long time and had not appeared in public either. People were almost forgetting that Xiao Xingyu had an angelic beast contracted. In fact, Freya had been in the mirror world created by Medusa 4's secret training during this period. After the Four Kingdoms martial arts tournament, Xiao Xingyu had obtained the system reward Light and Shadow Legend Crystal, which Freya had perfectly integrated. Sasha, the time is almost right. You can release Freya from the mirror world now. I will need her for the upcoming battles. Yes, Master. At 8 in the morning after Xiao Xingyu finished breakfast, the doorbell rang. Xiao Ruoxue opened the door and was pleasantly surprised. Xiaoyu, guess who's here? Xiao Xingyu's nostrils flared and his mouth curved into a grin. Jin. Murong Xinshin's fragrance was unmistakable to Xiao Xingyu's nose, more sensitive than even the Hellfire Specter wolf. Hello, Sister Ruoxue. I've come to visit Xingyu. Murong Xinshin added, if it's alright, I'd like to stay here for the next few days to help take care of Xingyu. Xiao Ruoxue hesitated for a moment but then smiled warmly. Of course. I'm glad you're here with Xiaoyu. I'll prepare a guest room for you shortly. Don't bother with the guest room, sister. My bed is big. Just let 6 Jin share it with me at night. Xiao Ruoxue gave Xiao Xingyu a disapproving look and scolded, "You little rascal, how can you let her sleep in the same bed when you haven't even married her yet? Until you're married, you're not allowed to take advantage of Xinxin." Xiao Xingyu grinned sheepishly and nodded. Yes, I'll listen to you, sis." The Murong family was one of the 4 major families in the Dragon Kingdom, a prestigious and respected clan. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin were still in school, and if they crossed boundaries too early, Admiral Murong Jin would certainly not approve. Xiao Xingyu understood this well and respected Murong Xinxin, never doing anything too inappropriate, only slightly overstepping boundaries. In the afternoon, after basking in the sun, Murong Xinxin helped Xiao Xingyu back to his bedroom on the 2nd floor. "Xingyu, a nap is good for your health. You should rest for a while." Murong Xinxin covered Xiao Xingyu with a blanket and planned to sit by the bed and watch over him. "A 6 Jin, I drank too much black tea earlier. I need to use the bathroom." "A bathroom? I'll help you." Xiao Xingyu es bedroom dans ensuite bathroom. Murong Xinxin supported Xiao Xingyu's arm as they approached the bathroom door. "Xingyu, I've opened the toilet lid. Let me know when you're done. I'll wait for you at the door." Xiao Xingyu remained still for a long time. Murong Xinxin couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "A 6 Jin, I can't see, and I'm afraid I might not aim well." It was amusing facing the powerful attacks of a beast emperor. Xiao Xingyu was scared of this? Clearly he was teasing his girlfriend. "Yeah?" Well, Murong Xinxin raised an eyebrow, her face flushed red. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. "Then, let me help you." "A 6 Jin, you're the best." True love means always supporting each other. With Murong Xinxin's help, Xiao Xingyu managed to navigate the challenge and relieve his bladder. The 7-day break passed quickly. During this time, many people came to visit Xiao Xingyu. The house was filled with various precious supplements and health materials from Qin Yanran, Princess Shangguanqian, and the Yi sisters. It must be said that Xiao Xingyu's charm with women was indeed overwhelming, which was probably inherited. As the 7-day break ended, Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes and regained his sight. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu felt a bit disappointed. Because he no longer had an excuse to have Murong Xinxin help him to the bathroom. "Xingyu, come to my house for dinner tonight. My dad is cooking." "Sure, it's about time I meet my future father-in-law." Xiao Xingyu calculated the time and smiled wickedly, his eyes hiding a hint of mischief. Based on the schedule, the joint hunting plan between the 2 nations was about to start. Xiao Xingyu and Murong Jin had agreed that Murong Jin would take him on the plan to Blue Snow Lake to hunt a beast about to advance to the beast god body. Murong Mangxion. The mansion was brightly lit, and the main hall was filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses. Xiao Xingyu bit into a roasted lamb leg, savoring the delicious taste and instant satisfaction. Uncle Murong, your cooking is exceptional. Just one bite makes me want more 100 times over." Murong Yangshua raised his glass with an excited smile. Today is a great day to celebrate Xiao Xingyu regaining his sight and recovering from his illness. And it's also a family reunion dinner. Cheers! Everyone raised their glasses and celebrated together. In Murong Jin's eyes, Xiao Xingyu was already considered his son-in-law. Murong Jin chuckled and patted Xiao Xingyu on the head. "You little rascal, with those shifty eyes of yours, what are you plotting now?" Xiao Xingyu refilled Murong Jin's glass with liquor and grinned. Uncle Murong, I asked Lieutenant Chun from the Navy's 3rd Squadron, and he said the approval for the joint hunting plan has already been granted. At Blue Snow Lake, the border between the Li Kingdom and Dragon Kingdom, there was a high likelihood of a beast about to advance to the beast god body hiding in the lake. And this beast's bloodline quality was at least mythical. With the investigation teams from both countries examining the area around Blue Snow Lake and analyzing clues like feces and magical energy, Xiao Xingyu's guess was confirmed. A month had passed, and the official approval for the joint hunting plan had been issued. This also indicated that Empress Shangguanlan of the Dragon Kingdom and the ruler of the Li Kingdom, known as the Ice and Snow Queen, Jin Xingya, had reached a consensus on this matter. Uncle Murong, stop hiding it from me. When does the plan start? Murong Jin looked helpless. He knew that lying to Xiao Xingyu was pointless and could only speak honestly. Tomorrow evening at 6, I will lead the 6th Navy Division from East Sea Port to Blue Snow Lake. At that time, the admiral of the Li Kingdom's navy, Yin Wenjian, will also arrive at Blue Snow Lake with his troops for the joint hunt. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyu looked at Murong Jin with a resentful gaze. Uncle Murong, if I hadn't asked you today, would you have left directly tomorrow without taking me along?
Oh well.
Murong Jin's hesitation was in itself an indirect answer to Xiao Xingyu's question.
You're an admiral. If you promised me something, shouldn't you keep your word?
Xingyu, I did promise you that once the approval came through, I would take you to Blue Snow Lake. But... Murong Jin sighed repeatedly, speaking with a tone of earnestness.
Look at the person next to you.
Xiao Xingyu turned his gaze to the side where Murong Xinshin was sitting.
Xingyu, since you started dating 6 Jin, how many times have you been in danger?
How many times have you been on the brink of death? How many times have you been seriously injured?
Have you ever considered how my daughter feels?
Xiao Xingyu had no words and lowered his head. He knew that every time he faced mortal danger, it was Murong Xinshin who was anxiously worried. Last time, during the battle in Jiaxing City, you lost your sight once. And this time, in the battle in Wangu City, you lost your sight again.
Your eyes are just getting better.
Instead of focusing on studying at Azure Dragon Academy, you want to go on another adventure with me.
If you lose your sight again this time, how will I explain it to Xiner?
Murong Jin's voice grew firmer, and he broke a pair of chopsticks with his single hand. His concern for Xiao Xingyu was as strong as his love, not wanting him to get hurt again and cause his daughter more worry.
Dad, calm down. Xingyu knows what he's doing.
Murong Yangshua poured more wine for his father and helped defuse the situation. Murong Jin's chest heaved heavily, his attitude resolute.
Xingyu, I won't take you out to sea tomorrow. I just hope you can stay healthy, graduate safely from Azure Dragon Academy with my daughter, and then settle down.
At that moment, Murong Jin was no longer an admiral but a father. He had experienced the tragic death of his wife and raised his children alone. Murong Xinshin had a solitary condition, always alone and aloof since childhood, without friends and rarely speaking. Xiao Xingyu's presence had redeemed this girl who was once immersed in a gray world. Murong Jin was deeply grateful and relieved. He was thankful that his daughter had found a good partner. Thus, he cared greatly about Xiao Xingyu's safety and treated him as if he were his own son. Uncle Murong, I understand your concern. I've put 6 Jin through a lot of worry because of my repeated brushes with death. Xiao Xingyu took a self-punishment drink, his face flushed with guilt. Seeing her beloved like this, Murong Xinshin took his hand. Dad, please don't blame Xingyu. Hearing his daughter speak, Murong Jin's emotions stabilized and his voice softened. I'm not blaming him. I'm just worried about him. After all, he's my son-in-law, not an outsider. Murong Xinshin stood up and walked over to Murong Jin. Dad, let me offer you this drink.
Xiner, what's this about?
Tomorrow, take Xingyu with you on the sea, Murong Jin said. Murong Jin shook his head and spoke earnestly, Xiner, Blue Snow Lake is too dangerous.
What if?
There's no what-ifs with my father around. Murong Xinshin looked at her father with a burning gaze. At that moment, Murong Jin seemed to see his daughter in a new light. Once, Murong Jin had felt guilty for not protecting his wife in front of his daughter. Murong Xinshin's solitary condition stemmed from witnessing her mother being killed by a beast, with her father unable to rescue her in time. This psychological trauma had been a heavy shadow over Murong Jin's heart. Now, Murong Xinshin seemed to be giving him another chance, an opportunity to protect those close to him. If he couldn't protect his wife back then, he would protect his son-in-law now.
Xiner, I've thought it over.
Tomorrow, I will take Xingyu with me on the sea. After a long silence, Murong Jin picked up his glass and made his decision. Murong Yangshua smiled in relief. Murong Xinshin nodded as well, looking at Xiao Xingyu with affectionate eyes. A father has agreed to take you on the sea.
Yes, I know, but right now, I only want to do one thing. What is it?
I give you a kiss. Ignoring the spectators around, Xiao Xingyu embraced Murong Xinshin's waist and leaned down to kiss her rosy lips. Murong Jin and his son watched nearby, feeling like they were being fed dog food. Young people nowadays, really, the morals have gone down, the morals have gone down. Dad, when you and Mom were in your youth, wasn't it the same? Everyone was young once, right? The next day, under the dusk sky, the colors were intoxicating. As the last rays of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, a magnificent naval battleship set sail from East Sea Port, cutting through the waves. At the Tiger Roar battleship, the latest new type of battleship developed by the naval headquarters.
Xingyu, what do you think of it?
On the top deck of the battleship, Murong Jin, wearing a white admiral's coat and with a cigar in his mouth, looked very proud. Xiao Xingyu, holding the blueprint of the Tiger Roar battleship, began to speak fluently without needing to activate the demon eye. The design philosophy of the Tiger Roar battleship seems to be to handle harsh sea weather. The Bermuda Strait area in the northern part of the East Sea is known as the Death Wind Belt. Any sudden storm in that area can wipe out a well-trained and sizable pirate crew. Compared to other models of battleships, the Tiger Roar has been epically reinforced in terms of hull stability and ventilation during cruising. Of course, this comes at the cost of sacrificing the battleship's offensive capabilities, reducing the number of cannons and ammunition load. Uncle Murong, if I'm not mistaken, the Tiger Roar will likely be deployed in the Bermuda Strait area in the future? Murong Jin's facial muscles twitched slightly, and he looked at Xiao Xingyu with a ghostly expression. Which freak of nature are you? I'm really curious who your parents are. Xiao Xingyu shrugged helplessly and smiled bitterly. I want to know that even more than you do. He had no clues about his parents and didn't know where to start looking. As the Tiger Roar sailed deeper into the ocean, night replaced dusk. Murong Jin personally led the 6th Navy Division, along with his son-in-law Xiao Xingyu, heading towards Blue Snow Lake. As night fell, Xiao Xingyu leaned against the railing at the edge of the deck, sucking on a lollipop. The Eye of the Tide opened, revealing an endless void of darkness. This voyage is a prime opportunity to enhance Dark Feng's bloodline quality.
And no matter what, I must obtain that beast god core.
Based on previous analysis of the great migration of sea beasts, Xiao Xingyu was certain that the beast hiding in Blue Snow Lake had a bloodline quality no less than mythical. In Xiao Xingyu's system warehouse, there was also a bloodline modification scroll. This precious item had been gathering dust in the system warehouse, waiting for this very moment. With the mythical beast core and the bloodline modification scroll, the current epic quality Hellfire Specter Wolf could undergo unprecedented enhancement and advancement. However, obtaining this beast core would not be easy. This hunting plan involved a joint hunt between the Dragon Kingdom and the Ligua. With the interests of two countries at stake, the biggest issue was how to divide the spoils. The most valuable treasure from the beast was undoubtedly the beast core. But there was only one beast core. If both sides couldn't reach an agreement, who got the beast core would come down to a matter of seizing. Xiao Xingyu's expression appeared nonchalant, with a careless air, but inwardly, he had already planned 100 ways to the beast core. Unknowingly, the sea's wind and waves grew stronger. The waves, like the beast's sharp teeth, relentlessly tore at the Tiger Roar's hull, emitting a dark and oppressive roar. Murong Jin's voice came from behind. Xingyu, we're about to enter the Bermuda Strait area. It's too dangerous on the deck. Hurry and return to the cabin with me. Uncle Murong, have you forgotten that I have the Tide-Eye? With the Tide-Eye, Xiao Xingyu was the ruler of the sea. He slowly rose, standing upright on the deck's edge like a pine tree, facing the raging waves head-on. General, the Tiger Roar has entered the Bermuda Strait area. A radar detection shows the presence of hurricane whirlpools ahead. There are more than a dozen whirlpools, triggering a level 6 red alert. All crew members, please return to the cabin as soon as possible. Do not stay on the deck. In the face of the emergency, Murong Jin approached Xiao Xingyu and grabbed his arm. The Tiger Roar is preparing to enter full-sealed pressure-resistant mode. You fool, come back to the cabin with me. Before the forces of nature, all technology seemed insignificant. The majestic Tiger Roar, faced with countless hurricane whirlpools, seemed like an old man stranded on a desert island, trembling and at risk of being torn apart by the hurricane at any moment. Uncle Murong, I know you don't want to take me out to sea, but you're doing it for Six Jin's sake.
Since I'm here, I should be of some use.
Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath and gently parted his lips, 3-eye activate. The fierce wind blew through Xiao Xingyu's dark hair, his forehead exposed under flickering lightning. With a golden crack appearing, the third eye manifested in the center of Xiao Xingyu's forehead. The Eye of the Tide, a holy artifact of the Sea Spirit clan. Xiao Xingyu's mind surged, freely controlling the power of the Eye of the Tide. His pupils emitted a golden light, transforming into a golden trident that fell into his hands. Xiao Xingyu entered the sea god form, his golden long hair dancing in the wind, his features unchanged, but his aura took on a regal grace. His gaze towards the world was cold and profound, embodying the divine nature. Xiao Xingyu raised the golden trident, and golden sea spirit clan runes appeared on his face. As he swung the long trident, a grand golden light illuminated the sky, enveloping the entire sea. In an instant, the hurricane ceased, the dark currents dissipated, and there were no more whirlpools resembling demonic maws on the sea surface. As the sea returned to calm, many sailors and naval soldiers emerged from the cabins and came onto the deck, all showing expressions of shock. Am I dreaming? Is this really the Deathwind Belt, the Bermuda Strait? A general, Lord Xiao is truly a sea god of the age, even suppressing the devil hurricane and hellish dark currents of the Bermuda Strait. A Lord Xiao is amazing. With a unified response, everyone cheered. Xiao Xingyu smiled slightly, basking in the praise of Lord Xiao is amazing. If the sea god were to materialize, it would certainly be Xiao Xingyu's silhouette. Murong Jin handed over a cigarette. Xingyu, you're really something. Well done. Here's a cigarette, I know you smoke other brands. The father-in-law offering a cigarette was boundless in power. However, Xiao Xingyu did not take the cigarette and responded Dan Dan Di, I've quit. Murong Jin looked puzzled. When did you quit? A6 Jin said she doesn't like the smell of smoke, so I quit. Murong Jin coughed awkwardly and took back the cigarette. All right, pretend I didn't offer you a cigarette. Who knew you'd be such a pure-hearted person? This was the reason why Xiao Xingyu, the pure-hearted warrior, only ate lollipops. The lollipops were strawberry-flavored because Murong Xinchin liked strawberries. For the next hour, the Tiger Roar sailed smoothly through the Bermuda Strait without encountering any winds or waves. A general, will be out of the Bermuda tsunami zone in 10 minutes. Murong Jin nodded, extinguishing the burned-out cigar, and turned his head to look at Xiao Xingyu holding the golden trident. To be honest, although I didn't want to take this kid out to sea, his Eye of the Tide really helped a lot. Based on Murong Jin's experience, every time he crossed the Bermuda Strait, he had to fight through hurricanes and dark currents, and there were often casualties. Moreover, it usually took more than 7 or 8 hours to get out of this Deathwind Belt. With Sea God Xiao Xingyu in command, the Tiger Roar crossed the Bermuda Strait in just 1 hour, without any casualties. Looking at the golden-haired Xiao Xingyu, Murong Jin began to consider his plans. Xiner is a girl, she's not suited for the wind, sun, and fighting on the sea. Ashuar is too playful, he's not fit to manage the Dragon Kingdom Navy. If Xingyu inherits my position in the future and becomes the commander of the Dragon Kingdom Navy. Yes, that would be very good. Murong Jin showed a kind and amiable smile, envisioning the future. However, reality often defies expectations. At this moment, Murong Jin could not imagine that, in the distant future, Xiao Xingyu would not inherit his position but would instead hold the title of Air Force General for a while. Why an Air Force General? Because pure-blooded dragon-type beastmasters are the strongest flying beasts, with no exceptions. With Xiao Xingyu around, the Dragon Kingdom's air superiority would never be lost. Just as the Tiger Roar was about to exit the Bermuda Strait, an unexpected event occurred. A fierce storm surged and the sea roared. Under the pitch-black night, the seabed trembled and dark currents spiraled upward. A massive shadow appeared beneath the Tiger Roar in the water. General, there's danger in the sea. There's a monster beneath our hull. This monster's identity is unknown, and its danger level cannot be measured. Xiao Xingyu activated the demon eye, his eye sockets quivering. It's a Qilin. Qilin beasts are sea overlords capable of swallowing everything. This beast, resembling a whale in size, had a body length no less than 1,000 feet, judging by the size of its head. It resembled an underwater mountain range, majestic and sprawling. Its body was covered with dark blue scales as deep as the night sky, each scale heavy and hard, with mysterious celestial patterns flowing across them. Xiao Xingyu lifted his gaze and locked eyes with the beast. Its eyes were like brilliant blue gems in the deep sea, clear and luminous. Under the detection of the demon eye, Xiao Xingyu's lips trembled as he instinctively named it. A Kingming Divina Kun. This was a divine beast, second tier, with an extremely rare Qilin bloodline, a mythological quality. The most prominent feature of Qilin beasts is their terrifying swallowing ability. They can infinitely consume anything without limit. Their own strength increases continuously as they consume. The sea roared with rising winds, and the air dropped to freezing temperatures. Xiao Xingyu's eyebrows were covered with frost, and his beastmaster's robe was encrusted with heavy ice crystals. Facing a divine beast-level Qilin, Xiao Xingyu showed no fear. Because under the observation of the demon eye, he detected no killing intent from the Qilin. With the roar of the waves, the colossal head of the Qiming divine Qilin fully emerged from the water. It had a pair of enormous, curved horn-like protrusions on its head, resembling coral reefs on the seabed. When it opened its massive maw, it seemed like it could cover the sky. Its body was surrounded by a dazzling, colorful light, making its mouth appear like a glowing vortex. In the next moment, Xiao Xingyu was engulfed in darkness. It was not blindness but rather that the tiger roar had been swallowed by the Qiming divine Qilin. On the vast and boundless sea, the waves gradually calmed and a long, thick tail fin gently swayed, disappearing into the depths. Murong Jin, don't panic. All troops, follow orders, summon fire-type beasts. The flames dispelled the darkness. On the deck, the naval soldiers began summoning fire-type beasts one after another, illuminating everything around them. Compared to other types of beasts, fire-type beasts only seem to serve the purpose of lighting on the ocean. After all, water-type beasts counter fire-type beasts, and fire-type beasts usually struggle in naval combat. Illumination was the greatest advantage of fire-type beasts. Under the illumination of the flames, everyone could see their surroundings clearly. The tiger roar floated on a swampy, dark river-like surface, with towering bones and thick layers of flesh and fat on both sides. In the dark depths, there seemed to be the sound of a heartbeat. General, it's confirmed that we've been swallowed by that Qilin. What should we do next? General, I suggest we all control our beasts to attack and pierce through the Qilin's innards. We don't believe it won't gag, and that should force it to spit us out. At this moment, Murong Jin's expression was somewhat nuanced. Xiao Xingyu noticed this detail and walked up to Murong Jin. Uncle Murong, do you know the Beastmaster of this Qilin? Murong Jin's pupils visibly twitched. Why do you say that? Xiao Xingyu's gaze was deep as he calmly analyzed. The Qilin's abdomen is filled with frosty death energy. Any creature staying in such an environment for long will suffer from diminished lifespan or even die suddenly. A decisive and ruthless naval general like yourself should have immediately ordered the troops to attack. Pierce through the Qilin's innards and force it to expel us as soon as possible. Murong Jin nodded slightly, acknowledging Xiao Xingyu's analysis. You guessed correctly. I do know the Beastmaster of this Qilin. She is the current commander of the Yen Alliance and a trusted aide to the Alliance leader Xiao Lian. She has no name, only a code name, Night Demon. Xiao Xingyu's heart jolted. It was the first time he had heard information about the Yen Alliance from someone else's mouth. He was now the leader of the Yen Alliance, ranked first on the Dragon Kingdom's wanted list, constantly at odds with Shangguan Lan. Uncle Murong, does the Dragon Kingdom Navy usually have conflicts with the Yen Alliance? Murong Jin shook his head, his brows furrowed tightly. That's what I'm puzzled about. The Dragon Kingdom Navy has never had a direct war with the Yen Alliance. Even though I'm now on different sides from Xiao Lian, we were once acquaintances. Even with different camps and stances, there are no deep-seated grudges. From Murong Jin's tone, it was clear he was baffled by Night Demon's actions. As the commander of the Yen Alliance, Night Demon's inexplicable attack on the Navy and the use of the Qiming divine Qilin to swallow the tiger roar seemed illogical. While Murong Jin was deep in thought, there was a sudden violent tremor. A surge of force acted upon the tiger roar. The tiger roar shot out like an arrow, with the water acting as a bow. An arrow not released cannot be held back. The Qiming divine Qilin suddenly gagged and expelled the tiger roar. The tiger roar re-emerged into the open sea, with waves crashing against the hull and the ship's bow violently swaying, causing dizziness. We're out? Wonderful. The danger isn't over yet, everyone remain alert. The naval soldiers were tense, activating their Beastmaster's emblems, channeling their spiritual energy, and entering a state of readiness. With Murong Jin's command, they would launch an attack. However, the Qiming divine Qilin showed no intent to fight. It turned and submerged into the depths, disappearing from view. What's the meaning of this Qilin? It swallowed our tiger roar and then spat us out. And it didn't even fight us, just turned and ran away? At this moment, a crew member responsible for radar positioning approached Murong Jin. A report. A general, according to the radar positioning, we are now in the Thunder Dragon Trench. Murong Jin's brows furrowed deeply as he raised his voice. What? The Thunder Dragon Trench? This is terrible, our tiger roar has been dragged so far by that Qilin. Xiao Xingyu flipped through the sea area map. The map indicated that the Thunder Dragon Trench was already near the Cherry Kingdom's territorial waters. The Qiming divine Qilin had dragged the tiger roar to such a remote place. A general, the tiger roar's power system malfunctioned due to the extremely low temperature inside the Qilin's abdomen. We need to dock for repairs.
How long? About 2 hours. Murongjin slammed his fist on the railing, his frustration palpable. This delays our journey to Blue Snow Lake. What on earth is the Yen Alliance up to? Xiao Lian, what are you plotting? Xiao Xingyu remained silent. Beneath his seemingly calm exterior was a heart brimming with excitement. The presence of dragons. The power of dragons. Yes, the dragon power is coming from the depths of the sea. Xiao Xingyu's mind was sharp as he looked toward the direction where the Qiming divine Qilin had disappeared. Currently, I am the only dragon master in the Dragon Kingdom. The Qiming divine Qilin dragging the tiger roar here seems to be an attempt to guide me, to let me uncover the secret in the depths of this sea. It is now known that the Yen Alliance's commander, Night Demon, is the Beastmaster of the Qiming divine Qilin. A Night Demon is also a key aide to Xiao Lian. So, all of this must have been orchestrated by Xiao Lian. Xiao Xingyu pondered deeply, rubbing his chin. Could it be that the Yen Alliance leader is hinting to me? Hinting that he wants to befriend me? What use do I have for him? Or is it that he has something to do with my parents, or even knows them? It must be said that Xiao Xingyu, with his limited information, had already guessed the general direction correctly. Of course, this was exactly what Xiao Lian intended, guiding Xiao Xingyu and setting the stage for their first meeting. No matter what, I need to go to the sea bottom and find out. Xiao Xingyu resolved firmly, his gaze fixed on the shimmering sea surface. Xiao Xingyu left the captain's room, not heading to the rest area, but quietly made his way to the deck. A storm was approaching and the sea was undergoing sudden changes, with a murderous atmosphere in the damp air. Only the Dragon Master Xiao Xingyu's keen sense of smell could detect the faint, yet pure, dragon power emanating from the depths of the sea in the midst of the intense decay. This dragon power was weak but extremely pure, fueling Xiao Xingyu's curiosity. Xiao Lian, what exactly are you trying to hint at? Perhaps only by diving into the sea myself can I understand your intentions. Xiao Xingyu was perceptive enough to realize everything was part of Xiao Lian's plan. The Qiming divine Qilin dragging the tiger roar here was precisely to lead Xiao Xingyu to explore the source of the dragon power. Splash tilde. A figure fell into the sea and the ripples quickly dissipated. As the waves surged, the trace of the figure was completely erased, as if nothing had ever happened. In the deep sea, darkness enveloped everything. Xiao Xingyu activated the tidal eye again, transforming into the sea god form. With the power of the Sea Spirit Clan's artifact, Xiao Xingyu moved through the water as if he were on solid ground. At the same time, 2 gill-like slits appeared on either side of his jaw, allowing him to breathe freely underwater. The pressure is increasing, my lungs feel like they're going to burst. As the depth increased, the water pressure grew stronger, and Xiao Xingyu felt as if his body were being squeezed by an invisible force, making it hard to breathe. The tidal eye had reached its limit, but Xiao Xingyu had not yet touched the sediment on the sea floor. After all, the Thunder Dragon Trench was known as the world's deepest ocean trench, the largest rift in the underwater world. Not only would a mere human body struggle, but even some powerful water-type magical beasts might not withstand the pressure and reach the deepest part of this trench. The tidal eye shook violently, and the golden light grew faint, indicating that its power had reached its limit. Xiao Xingyu acted decisively, calling out mentally, "Lulu." In the next moment, purple-golden flames appeared around Xiao Xingyu. These were the dragon flames from the nine-tailed dragon fox, Dalu. The dragon flames wrapped around Xiao Xingyu like 9 fox tails, providing protection. With the dragon flames shielding him, the immense water pressure was kept at bay, and Xiao Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling refreshed. "Thank you, Lulu." In his mind, Dalu's voice replied. "Listen carefully. With the shallow and numerous energy pool you have, the dragon flame shield I created for you will last at most 5 minutes. I understand. Wait. Calling my energy pool shallow and numerous is a bit much, isn't it? Do I have no pride?" Actually, Xiao Xingyu's energy pool was much deeper than that of other beastmasters of the same rank. However, Dalu, being a beast god-level beastmaster, required much more energy than Xiao Xingyu had at present to unleash even a single bloodthirsty eye crossbow. Theoretically, Xiao Xingyu would need to reach at least the 8-star or even 9-star rank to truly command Dalu and harness the full power of the nine-tailed dragon fox. In the endless darkness, time seemed to pass more quickly. Damn it, the dragon flame shield is about to go out. The 5-minute duration was almost up. The dragon flame shield enveloping Xiao Xingyu gradually dimmed. In the darkness, Xiao Xingyu had to endure the loneliness, the freezing water temperature, and the terrifying water pressure. Xiao Xingyu had considered activating the kaleidoscope mode of the demon god's eye, which would allow him to pinpoint the faint source of the dragon power precisely. But the moment the thought crossed his mind, Xiao Xingyu squashed it. He had promised Murong Xinshin that he would take care of himself during this voyage and avoid any injury. Now that the demon god's eye had just recovered, forcing it into kaleidoscope mode could risk causing blindness again. Xiao Xingyu was unwilling to take that risk and did not want his loved ones to worry about him.
A light.
Just as Xiao Xingyu was about to give up, he saw a faint green light not far away. Xiao Xingyu swam quickly towards the green light and reached out to grab it. In his palm, he found an ancient coin. Xiao Xingyu took a closer look, a bronze coin. This was not just any bronze coin, it still retained a dragon's aura. A bronze and dragon? What kind of combination is this? I've never heard of it. The more Xiao Xingyu pondered, the more curious he became. Before the dragon flame shield completely vanished, Xiao Xingyu followed the guidance of the green light and entered a mysterious underwater cavern. The moment Xiao Xingyu entered the underwater cavern, his body was uncontrollably pushed by the current, making him dizzy and disoriented, with his vision blurred and only the bubbling sound of flowing water in his ears. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Xingyu felt himself plummeting rapidly. Splash tilde. He landed in a pool of water, letting out a pained grunt. The fall left him dazed and disoriented. As he climbed out of the pool and looked ahead, he was struck dumb, his entire body frozen in place like a petrified statue. This is a tomb. There's a tomb underwater? And it's a dragon's tomb. Before Xiao Xingyu stood a grand and heavy tomb door. The lock mechanism of the door was shaped like a dragon's head. The aura of dragon power seeped continuously through the gap in the door from behind it, lingering around Xiao Xingyu's nose. The bronze-colored tomb door resembled a giant dragon's fang, tightly clenched in anger, sealed perfectly with no leaks. Xiao Xingyu's soul began to tremble. Even though the door was tightly closed, he could still clearly sense a mysterious, oppressive force emanating from behind it. This is the first dragon's tomb I've ever seen. Is this what Xiao Lion intended to guide me here for? With little time for contemplation, Xiao Xingyu approached the tomb door. This underwater tomb was no ordinary place. A mere human body would easily succumb to the yin and cold energy if exposed for too long. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyu exited the pool and examined the central mechanism of the tomb door up close. With the demon god's eye activated, the internal structure of the lock mechanism was clearly visible to Xiao Xingyu. Taking on the role of a lock master, Xiao Xingyu twisted several dragon eye beads on the mechanism, adjusting them slightly until all the beads aligned in a straight line. Click! The mechanism suddenly popped open, and the massive bronze door slowly creaked open. In Xiao Xingyu's view, it was like the opening scene of a tomb-raiding film in a pitch-black theater. Each frame of the scene accelerated his heartbeat with urgency. When the door was fully opened, Xiao Xingyu stepped inside. Passing through a relatively short, damp corridor, the view suddenly opened up. "Oh whoa!" Xiao Xingyu exclaimed in awe, deeply captivated by the surroundings, his body trembling and goosebumps rising. He confirmed that he had entered the main chamber of the dragon's tomb. This chamber resembled a palace. Xiao Xingyu accidentally touched a bronze bell nearby, and its chime, carrying the weight of history, struck Xiao Xingyu's soul. As the bell's sound echoed, the scattered bronze coins in the corners of the chamber began to float, swirling around Xiao Xingyu. As a dragon master, Xiao Xingyu was most in tune with dragon power. He walked to the center of the chamber, raised his hand, and gently brushed the dust-covered bronze coffin. With his eyes closed, his perception of dragon power intensified. "Qingding Shenglong!" Xiao Xingyu murmured, calling out the name of the tomb's occupant. As Xiao Xingyu slowly pushed open the coffin lid, a Beastmaster's crystal core, glowing with a green-black light, came into view. This Beastmaster's crystal core was left behind after the fall of Qingding Shenglong. The moment Xiao Xingyu reached out and touched the crystal core, countless fragments of stories surged into his mind. At the same time, the entire dragon tomb began to transform. Bronze belts, bronze coins, bronze swords, bronze cauldrons. Everything in the chamber related to bronze seemed to come alive, surrounding Xiao Xingyu as if each item was eager to tell its own story. The floor of the chamber turned into a sacred altar, and a faint cyan dragon silhouette appeared above Xiao Xingyu's head. Though Xiao Xingyu's eyes were tightly closed, his mind was flooded with vivid scenes like a slideshow. In the annals of Dragon Kingdom history, there once existed a flourishing era known as the Bronze Age. In ancient times, the people of Dragon Kingdom held daily rituals, placing great importance on the ceremonial vessels used in these rites.
During that era, only bronze-crafted vessels were deemed worthy to be used in ceremonies dedicated to the gods. Thus, bronze artifacts were symbols of royal authority, vehicles of worship, and magical tools connecting the people of Dragon Kingdom with their ancestors and the divine. In Xiao Xingyu's mind, countless bronze artifacts merged into one, transforming with a dragon's roar into a massive dragon with a bronze cauldron on its head. This dragon was the Qingding Shenglong. Now, Qingding Shenglong had long since perished, leaving only this Beastmaster's crystal core in the coffin. Xiao Xingyu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze shifting as he touched the smooth Beastmaster's crystal core with deep feeling. I've heard your story. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye allowed him to see the experiences of the dragon clan in life. It turned out that Qingding Shenglong was Xiao Lian's first contract purebred dragon beast. This dragon perished in a dragon-slaying war, and Xiao Lian buried it in this underwater cavern of the Thunder Snake Trench, crafting a grand dragon tomb to mourn it. Such a cursed place would be impossible for Xiao Xingyu to find without Xiao Lian's direct guidance, let alone for anyone else. And no wonder in the old photo of the Yi family's ancestral home, young Xiao Lian is wearing an ancient, incomplete bronze coin around his neck. Xiao Xingyu, who had an impeccable memory, recalled seeing Xiao Lian wearing a bronze coin in the group photo of the four great figures in Yi Shimo's room. Now, all the details were connecting. Xiao Xingyu took the Beastmaster's crystal core from the coffin and observed it carefully with the demon god's eye, his eyes suddenly brightening. From the color and patterns of the Beastmaster's crystal core, the dragon bone quality of Qingding Shenglong reaches the level of Dragon General. Purebred dragons are of the creation-grade bloodline, currently the highest known quality bloodline among humans. However, within the dragon clan, there are more refined grades based on the quality of the dragon bones, ranked from low to high as Dragon Envoy, Dragon Seer, Dragon General, Dragon Marquis, Dragon King. The Shadow Demon Dragon Xiao Xingyu has contracted is at the lowest level of Dragon Envoy. In contrast, Qingding Shenglong's Dragon Bone quality reaches Dragon General, 2 levels higher than the Shadow Demon Dragon. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Xingyu's mind. A friendly reminder. Only one Dragon Soul Orb and the Qingding Shenglong's Beastmaster's Crystal Core are needed to resurrect Qingding Shenglong. Upon resurrection, Qingding Shenglong will retain its pre-death level. Xiao Xingyu's eyes began to spin as he mentally calculated. How to obtain a Dragon Soul Orb? The system prompt continued. Method 1, purchase from the system store. 1 Dragon Soul Orb costs 1 million points. Upon hearing Method 1, Xiao Xingyu's face turned ashen. O system, open your eyes and see if I look like someone who has 1 million points. 1 million points. Without any special opportunity system task rewards, Xiao Xingyu would have to save up for so long that by the time he had enough, his grandchild would probably be making soy sauce. Method 2, obtain it from Shangguan Lan. Method 3, obtain it from Jin Xingya. Xiao Xingyu was taken aback. Methods 2 and 3 provided 2 hidden pieces of information. This meant that both Shangguan Lan and Jin Xingya had Dragon Soul Orbs, though the exact number was uncertain. I'm familiar with Shangguan Lan, I even remember the mole on her chest clearly. As for Jin Xingya, I don't know her personally, but the name sounds familiar. After a moment, Xiao Xingyu suddenly realized. I remember now. Jin Xingya is the ruler of Ligua, isn't she? Top figures at the peak of the pyramid always appear in major news, newspapers, and magazines. Jin Xingya, known as the Ice Queen, is the ruler of Ligua and, like Shangguan Lan, is a Beastmaster Emperor. Currently, only the rulers of the 4 major human kingdoms in the Northern Hemisphere have achieved this rank. Shangguan Lan and Jin Xingya are among them. Getting a Dragon Soul Orb from these 2 big shots would be like pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Xiao Xingyu thought for a moment and then chuckled to himself, but it seemed simpler than saving up 1 million points. He was determined to obtain the Dragon Soul Orb. He wouldn't miss the chance to resurrect Qingding Shenglong. Xiao Xingyu put the Beastmaster's crystal core of Qingding Shenglong into his space ring. Then he looked around and muttered to himself. Xiao Lian, you set up this trap to lure me here. Your intention should be more than just this Beastmaster's crystal core. Xiao Xingyu's mind was sharp. He began to carefully examine the walls of the tomb chamber. With his demon god's eye penetrating everything, Xiao Xingyu discovered a hidden compartment. He walked along the wall and gently touched the compartment. Click. Indeed, there was more to the wall than met the eye. After manipulating the mechanism, the hidden compartment flipped open and a bronze box fell out. Xiao Xingyu picked up the box and carefully opened it, revealing an old book inside.
The book was made from some special magical beast's hide, immune to the ravages of time, with excellent oxidation resistance. Xiao Xingyu's gaze fell on the book's cover. The cover featured a water-ink sketch of a giant dragon. Although the drawing looked a bit rough, one could be drawn to the dragon's deep, penetrating eyes if observed closely. Next to the dragon were 4 stylish characters. Dragon's Breath. A Dragon's Breath, a masterpiece by Xiao Lian? Xiao Xingyu attempted to flip through the pages, and his demon god's eye activated once more. Soon, he was captivated by the profound information within the book. Dragon's Breath focused entirely on one core topic: how Beastmasters could learn the Dragon Clan's breathing techniques. As long as a Beastmaster's breathing rhythm closely resembled that of a dragon, they could gradually generate dragon power, enhance their physical strength, and even initiate partial dragon transformation. This was information Xiao Xingyu had not known before. Each chapter of Dragon's Breath opened a new world to him. Dragon's Breath opened dragon eyes. Dragon's Breath dragon scales. Dragon's Breath dragon flame star sword. Dragon's Breath dragon radiance fist. Xiao Xingyu sat on the bronze coffin, meticulously reading each page of Dragon's Breath, occasionally gasping in amazement. And no wonder Xiao Lian was once the most gifted Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster. Someone who could create such a masterpiece certainly lived up to this extreme talent. In Xiao Xingyu's view, the greatest value of Dragon's Breath was that it provided Beastmasters with an opportunity and method to enhance their mortal bodies before advancing to the 9-star rank. Even Beastmasters below the 9-star rank couldn't share power with their contracted dragon-type beasts. But by learning Dragon's Breath, they could gain some dragon-like power in advance. For example, dragon eyes, dragon scales, dragon wings, and even partial dragon transformation. These powers would grant Beastmasters a formidable body beyond mortal limits and deepen their bond and understanding with dragon-type beasts. However, theoretical knowledge remained just that knowledge. Xiao Xingyu could easily understand every method in Dragon's Breath with his demon god's eye. But applying it in practice was a whole different story. Aha. Upft. No, that rhythm is wrong. Try again, huh? Damn it, out of breath. Xiao Xingyu coughed several times, his face turning red, feeling quite frustrated. The principles of Dragon's Breath seem simple, but trying them out is like climbing a mountain. The human body's structure was completely different from that of a dragon. Especially the respiratory system, which could be considered 2 conflicting systems. This also made it extremely challenging for a Beastmaster to learn Dragon's Breath. Minor issues could lead to breathlessness and chest discomfort, while major ones could result in going astray. Without a seasoned master to guide him step by step, Xiao Xingyu would likely have to traverse a long road of trial and error. Having acquired both the Beastmaster's crystal core of Qing Ding Sheng Long and a Dragon's Breath, Xiao Xingyu decided it was time to head back. Just as he was about to leave the Dragon Tomb, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Xiao Xingyu intensified his vision, and his demon god's eye's perception became even more powerful. The symbols, totems, and runes engraved on the ceiling. Upon entering the tomb chamber, Xiao Xingyu had never focused on the massive ceiling. The ceiling was dimly lit and not easily noticeable. Looking up and observing carefully, Xiao Xingyu discovered the ceiling was imbued with mysteries. If the entire ceiling was seen as an unfolded scroll, then the symbols and runes engraved on it were an ancient, long-lost secret art. Xiao Xingyu stared at the ceiling for a while, suddenly widening his eyes, his hair standing on end, and uttered 3 words. Alchemy. This term was a forbidden curse. Alchemists were a profession that predated Beastmasters. Xiao Xingyu had reviewed some materials and found that alchemy was a type of cursed science that transcended ordinary human thinking. Alchemy could transform inferior metals into higher-grade metals through repeated smelting and the application of curses. When alchemy reached a certain level, it could transcend metals and transform any inferior substance into a superior one. For example, an epic bloodline beast king's crystal core could be transformed into a legendary bloodline beast emperor's crystal core under the refining of an exceptional alchemist. This was the terrifying aspect of alchemy. If this profession had survived to the present, it would certainly be the second most popular profession besides Beastmasters. Unfortunately, the alchemist profession became extinct less than 50 years after the Beastmaster civilization began. Xiao Xingyu shook his head in lament. He had researched why alchemists became extinct so early, and it was because of the curse. Every use of advanced alchemy consumed the alchemist's life, and it was irreversible. Records showed that the average lifespan of an alchemist was less than 17 years, requiring extremely high talent. When the average lifespan of a profession's participants doesn't even reach the age of procreation, the profession naturally heads towards extinction. Ah wait! Looking at these alchemical symbols and runes, they seem to be from Xiao Lian, just like Dragon's Breath. Does this mean that besides being a 10-star Beastmaster, he was also an alchemist? The alchemist profession was supposedly extinct. How is he still alive? Xiao Xingyu fell into deep thought and suddenly had a flash of insight. A copper was the earliest metal that the ancient Dragon Kingdom people could harness. Qingding Shenglong is the great symbol of the entire Bronze Age. Perhaps Xiao Lian's ability to become an alchemist and avoid the curse was due to the power of Qingding Shenglong. If I can resurrect Qingding Shenglong, then I too might. Xiao Xingyu dared not continue that line of thought, it was too thrilling. Time was pressing and Xiao Xingyu needed to return to the Tiger Roar as soon as possible to avoid arousing Murongjin's suspicion. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the ceiling again and used his photographic memory to imprint all the alchemical symbols and techniques into his demon god's eye for future reference. During this ocean dive, Xiao Xingyu had obtained 3 great treasures. The third treasure was an opportunity to open a new profession as an alchemist. The more professions one had, the more trump cards one possessed. Currently, Xiao Xingyu was proficient in 5 professions: Beastmaster, Dragon Master, Apothecary, Array Master, and Beastmaster Doctor. The Undead Beastmaster and Alchemist were the professions yet to be developed. With more skills comes greater advantage, Xiao Xingyu welcomed them all. On the second level of the battleship in the rest area, Murongjin pushed open the door and saw Xiao Xingyu lying on the bed. Xiao Xingyu's sleeping posture was somewhat unseemly, breathing evenly, occasionally mumbling incoherently. Seeing this, Murongjin showed a fatherly smile. Although the Tiger Roar was gradually leaving the Thunder Serpent Trench area, Xiao Xingyu's mind was still occupied with the images of the underwater dragon tomb. Qingding Shenglong's Beastmaster's crystal core, Dragon's Breath, and the long-lost alchemy. Xiao Xingyu understood that this wasn't merely his opportunity, but a gift from the Flame Alliance's leader, Xiao Lian. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Xiao Lian gave me so many things at once, he must have some ulterior motives. Xiao Xingyu's gaze was deep. He was not intoxicated by the joy of obtaining treasures but was contemplating the underlying reasons. After thinking it over, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. He wants to use me, so he cultivates and secretly helps me. It wasn't surprising that Xiao Xingyu thought this way, as it was exactly what had happened with Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan valued Xiao Xingyu so highly primarily because of the word utilize. She wanted to cultivate him into the best pawn or sharp blade in her hands. Secondly, he has connections with my parents, they are friends or family. This was Xiao Xingyu's second guess. No one helps others without a reason. Helping someone usually comes down to 2 reasons, interest or emotion. Xiao Xingyu pondered his second guess and couldn't determine whether Xiao Lian was a friend or relative of his parents, or if there was another close relationship. The information available is still too scant. Guessing is ultimately just guessing and insufficient to reveal the truth. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Xingyu shook his head and sighed, making a resolution. It seems necessary to find an opportunity to meet with Xiao Lian in person. He wanted to clarify his doubts face to face. At the same time, on a small island deep in the ocean, Xiao Lian, dressed in a disheveled manner, was sitting on a rock at the edge of the island, patiently fishing with a rod. As the water flowed and a tidal wave surged, the Qiming divine Qilin leaped out of the sea. A beautiful woman dressed in black leather approached Xiao Lian. Yemai, how did it go? A report to the leader, the young master has taken the Beastmaster's crystal core of the Qingding Shenglong and Dragon's Breath. Yemai paused for a moment and added, moreover, he also discovered the alchemical symbols you engraved on the ceiling of the dragon tomb. Xiao Lian's mouth, covered with blue stubble, curved into a gratified smile. Oh, indeed, just as expected of him. Even the secrets of alchemy he managed to uncover. Perhaps, in the near future, Xiao Xingyu will revive the brief but brilliant glory of alchemists and continue it. Yemai hesitated and couldn't help but ask, leader, with the young master's intellect, he must have sensed something. Should we find an opportunity to meet him and explain? There's no need to find an opportunity deliberately. Xiao Lian stood up, stretched lazily, letting the fish he had hooked escape. I think, at this moment, he must be very eager to meet me and ask all his doubts. As for the opportunity to meet, it will come soon. The day of the Ruins Gate's destruction will be the time I reunite with him. Xiao Lian lifted his profound gaze, looking out over the vast sea. This man was also playing chess. His chess skills were on par with Shangguan Lan's. Caught between these two figures, Xiao Xingyu's path to becoming king was destined to be tumultuous and winding. Perhaps without that Dragon King festival, the relationship between these three. Dawn came. Xiao Xingyu initially pretended to be asleep but eventually fell asleep for real. Upon waking, the first thing Xiao Xingyu did was leave the rest area and head to the top deck of the battleship. At this moment, the Tiger Roar was navigating the icy glacier sea. The surrounding waters were filled with massive ice floes, and towering, magnificent icebergs stood in the distance. The lower the temperature, the closer they were to the blue snow lake. Uncle Murong, are we almost there? Xiao Xingyu approached Murong Jin. Xingyu, you're awake. Next, the Tiger Roar will enter submarine mode and pass through an underwater current. After that, we will reach Blue Snow Lake. Blue Snow Lake is an inland lake situated at the border between Dragon Kingdom and the Li Kingdom. The lake seems completely unrelated to the sea, but there is a hidden current connecting the lake's bottom with the ocean. The naval fleet can reach the Blue Snow Lake area by traversing this hidden current. This is also why both countries' joint hunting plans involve sending naval fleets for the hunt. General, we've reached the entrance to the hidden current. Allricht, aktivate submarine mode. Everyone returned to the cabin, and the Tiger Roar entered submarine mode, slowly sinking into the depths of the sea. Half an hour later, the Tiger Roar surfaced again. The drainage system automatically activated, and the deck was clean and dry, without a trace of water. General, the Tiger Roar has officially entered the Blue Snow Lake area and is now heading towards the rendezvous point. Xiao Xingyu followed Murong Jin to the open deck. The cold wind cut across Xiao Xingyu's face, but he barely noticed the pain, mesmerized by the view before him. Under the sunlight, the lake looked like an ancient mirror, quietly lying between the valleys, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Looking up, one could see the snow falling from the sky, each flake presenting a dazzling, deep blue hue. The strong wind brushed across the lake, creating ripples and blue light, as if whispering the secrets of nature. This is the first time I've seen blue snow. It's truly magical. Xingyu, the reason why Blue Snow Lake is shrouded in blue snow day after day is that a phoenix once fell here. Murong Jin, with a cigar in his mouth, fell into reminiscence. The Beast God Tier Stage 3 Beast, the Reverse Cold Phoenix, fell here. Xiao Xingyu curiously asked, the Reverse Cold Phoenix, who was its Beastmaster? Sifeng, have you heard that name? Xiao Xingyu was immediately stunned. Murong Jin shook his head with a smile. How could you know her? She has already passed away. Uncle Murong, Sifeng was the wife of Yi Tianqing, the Lord of Starfall City, wasn't she? You know? M. Murong Jin pondered for a moment and suddenly became enraged, grabbing Xiao Xingyu by the collar. I almost forgot, you took the second daughter of the Yi family as your sister and have a good relationship with the eldest daughter of the Yi family too. Lord Xiao, you seem quite popular with women. Next, are you going to recognize Yi Tianqing as your father-in-law? Xiao Xingyu, desperate to avoid trouble, hurriedly waved his hand. Uncle Murong, calm down. In my eyes, there's only one father-in-law, and that's the Admiral of our Dragon Kingdom's navy. Murong Jin nodded in satisfaction and released Xiao Xingyu's collar. I love to hear that. Come on, say it a few more times, and I'll record it for you. Xiao Xingyu smiled on the surface while inwardly thinking, I didn't expect this old man to have such a humorous side. Xiao Xingyu felt a deep admiration for the three great beast bloodlines, which were once the miraculous existences supporting the Dragon Kingdom. Uncle Murong, may I ask how Senior Sifeng died? Xiao Xingyu was eager to know the true cause of Sifeng's death as it was related to a special mission issued by the system. Finding out the cause of Sifeng's death would grant Xiao Xingyu Emperor Yan's bloodline crystal plus SSS level beast energy divine furnace. Why are you asking about this? Just casually asking, wanting to learn about this important figure. Murong Jin seemed impatient and replied coldly, that's all in the past, unrelated to your younger generation. Xiao Xingyu understood and fell silent, sensing that Murong Jin did not want to discuss past events. I remember, Senior Yi once said that Senior Sifeng died in a great battle while shielding Xiao Lian from harm. Since this isn't the truth but just a surface appearance, might Xiao Lian, as one of the participants in that battle, know the truth? He must know the real cause of Senior Sifeng's death. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was more determined than ever to meet with Xiao Lian as soon as possible. Xiao Liyan had an inseparable connection with Shangguan Lan and Shangguan Tong, and Xiao Xingyu was eager to extract more information from him. Not only about Xifeng's death but also the dragon-slaying war and the world-changing Dragon King festival. A report. General, we've reached the garrison island. Xiao Xingyu looked up to see a small island on the eastern side of the lake. The island was not large, barely enough to accommodate a dock and port at its edge. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu saw that the naval fleet bearing the Li Kingdom's flag had already docked near the island port. Xingyu, this is the garrison island, Murongjin explained patiently. According to the agreement between the two countries, the garrison island is the boundary between our Dragon Kingdom and the Li Kingdom. Xiao Xingyu nodded, holding a map in his hand. The map clearly marked the island divided by a red line, with the Dragon Kingdom occupying the southern side and the Li Kingdom the northern side. Seeing this, Murongjin patted Xiao Xingyu on the shoulder and smiled. Although the map is clear, the two countries have had many conflicts over interests in the Blue Snow Lake area. Every time we jointly hunt beasts in Blue Snow Lake, there's always a lot of wrangling over the ownership of the spoils, such as beast cores, skins, and skulls. At the worst time, we even came to blows. I led our Dragon Kingdom's naval warriors and directly sank the Li Kingdom's warships, claiming all the spoils. The look on Wenjian's face as he was both furious and powerless to fight back was so funny, ha ha ha. Xiao Xingyu looked up at Murongjin's wild laughter and couldn't help but reflect, the truth indeed lies within the range of artillery fire. It seems to be true after all. Overall national strength equates to justice. The Li Kingdom, in terms of land area, talent reserves, and resources, was far inferior to the Dragon Kingdom. But due to their lack of resources, the people of the Li Kingdom had developed traits of petty theft, self-doubt and jealousy, and unable to play fair. General. Li Kingdom's Navy Governor Wenjin requests to speak with you. Murongjin took the satellite phone from his deputy, his tone lazy and his demeanor arrogant, as if talking to a younger brother. A little I just arrived. Have you arranged a welcome banquet for me? On the other end of the line came a gruff voice, Murongjin, how many times have I told you, don't call me Little call me Governor Murongjin replied indifferently, last time during the joint hunt of the mutated beast Ice Devourer, we made a bet. You lost, so according to our agreement, calling you Little is fine, right? Wenjian's face, which was originally filled with anger, now showed deep resentment. Li Kingdom's typical behavior of not being able to handle loss or play fair was evident. To avoid embarrassment, Wenjin changed the subject. Murongjin, we agreed to meet last night and you're 12 hours late. Are you even serious? Hurry up and disembark, we need to have a meeting to discuss the details of the hunting plan. I got it, Little please, don't call me Little Allricht, Little After hanging up the phone, Wenjian punched the meeting room table, splitting it in frustration. Murongjin, every joint hunt is always you who takes the spotlight, and you get the lion's share of the spoils. Our Li Kingdom's navy only gets the leftovers. Even so, you still can't resist humiliating me. Wenjian had a small heart. If he were to die one day, it would likely be from his own anger rather than from a beast. A Governor just now, the Dragon Kingdom naval fleet has disembarked. The joint hunting meeting will commence in 15 minutes. Understood. Wenjian placed his hands on his hips and turned to look at a young man standing nearby. The young man, around 20 years old, was considered handsome and respectable in the Li Kingdom. Despite his youth, he displayed a maturity and wisdom beyond his years. The most striking feature was his eyes. His eyes were deep purple with triangular pupils. This was Jin Taiyu, a rear admiral of the Li Kingdom Navy at the age of 20 and a 5-star Beastmaster. He hailed from one of the three major royal families of the Li Kingdom, the Jin, Jiang, and Shui families. The Empress of the Li Kingdom, Jin Xingyu, was his blood-related aunt. This series of identities was enough to prove the young man's status in the Li Kingdom. Although Jin Taiyu served under Wenjian was extremely obsequious due to Jin Taiyu's royal lineage. Taiyu, you know how unpleasant Murongjin's manner is during every joint hunt. Every time it comes to the spoils collection, our Li Kingdom's navy gets the scraps while the Dragon Kingdom navy takes the lion's share. We never get enough. This time, I need you to use the power of the purple extreme demon eyes to help me curb Murongjin's arrogance. Xiao Xingyu followed Murongjin onto the island. As the door opened, Murongjin, with a cigar in his mouth, strode in with great vigor.
He was led into the meeting room by several Dragon Kingdom naval soldiers and took his seat in front of a middle-aged man. From these images and videos, we can conclude that in the past month, over 1 million aquatic beasts have been streaming from the outer sea through the dark current passages into the blue snow lake area. Under the detection of the magical energy sensor, all the aquatic beasts are, without exception, pregnant females. This also confirms our previous conjecture that there must be an aquatic beast at the lake's bottom that is about to advance to the beast god body, and its bloodline quality is no less than the mythical quality. Murong Jin interrupted, "Be careful with your wording. This conjecture is one proposed by the young Dragon Kingdom Beastmaster Xiao Xingyu and has nothing to do with you." Jin retorted, "Do we have to be so picky? Some things can be vague. But this matter must be clarified. Without Xiao Xingyu, there would be no joint hunting plan between the two countries today." Suddenly a clear, cold male voice spoke. Xiao Xingyu's conjecture is not precise enough. In the meeting room, everyone's attention turned to a young man. The man was dressed in a Li Kingdom naval uniform coat, but wore a high-end black suit underneath. This unconventional attire resembled a domineering CEO from a novel-donning military garb, easily captivating the hearts of unsuspecting young women. Xiao Xingyu looked over and met his gaze. "Hello, I am Jin Taiyu, Rear Admiral of the Li Kingdom Navy." Xiao Xingyu responded with a calm tone, "Hello, I'm Xiao Xingyu, from the Dragon Kingdom's Royal Institute, serving as the Black Judge." Was it a matter of whose rank was higher? The tension in the air was palpable. The meeting of these two young talents was bound to create an extraordinary story. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew delicate. Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu, despite being young and lacking high ranks or extensive experience, were the focal points of the meeting room due to their genius auras. Murong Jin's gaze fell on Jin Taiyu, and he deliberately looked at the insignia on his chest. "Rear Admiral? Xiaoyin, when did your Li Kingdom Navy start making exceptions to recruit such young Rear Admirals? Is there no one else available in the country?" Typically, Rear Admirals in the Li Kingdom Navy were between 25 and 30 years old. Jin Taiyu looked only 20, about the same age as Xiao Xingyu. At this age, a Beastmaster should be studying at the Beastmaster Academy and would have no chance of joining the military, let alone advancing to Rear Admiral in such a hierarchical navy system. Since Jin Taiyu was mentioned, Wenjian, who had been overshadowed by Murong Jin, regained his arrogant confidence. "Murong Jin, I almost forgot. I should introduce you to our Li Kingdom Navy's newly promoted genius Rear Admiral. His name is Jin Taiyu, and he comes from one of the 3 major royal families. Our Empress Jin Xingya is his." Jin Taiyu interrupted, "Governor Yin, there's no need to mention my family background publicly." Though the words seemed polite and tactful at first, they carried a hint of displeasure and even disdain. Xiao Xingyu carefully observed Jin Taiyu, noting the reaction. It's clear that Jin Taiyu seems somewhat dissatisfied with his family background. He even appears to resent his surname, Jin. Every unconventional person has a story of their own, often unknown to others. Jin Taiyu, though only a year older than Xiao Xingyu, had eyes that reflected a depth of experience even more profound than some adults. Behind this gaze lay experiences beyond the ordinary. Wenjian continued, "In any case, Jin Taiyu is our Li Kingdom Navy's newly promoted Rear Admiral and the strongest 5-star genius in our kingdom." When Wenjian said this, he looked extremely proud, as if he had personally trained Jin Taiyu. Murong Jin was skeptical, the strongest 5-star genius? How strong can he be? Wenjian smirked confidently, "Murong Jin, I know your Dragon Kingdom is full of talented individuals, but at the 5-star level, I guarantee that our Jin Taiyu is stronger than all the 5-star Beastmasters in your Dragon Kingdom." Murong Jin raised an eyebrow and smiled, "You're quite confident. Care to wager on it?" When it came to wagers, Wenjian instinctively grew anxious. In every past wager, he had never won, he always lost to Murong Jin. We'll talk about the wager later. Let's get down to business." Wenjian turned to Xiao Xingyu and leaned closer to Jin Taiyu. "Taiyu, was what you just said true?" "Of course it's true. I'm certain that Xiao Xingyu's conjecture isn't accurate. The beast hidden at the lake's bottom, which is about to advance to the beast god body, has a bloodline quality not just at the mythical level but at the higher illusion god level." This statement caused a stir in the meeting room and the atmosphere became lively. However, Jin Taiyu remained expressionless, his face showing no signs of emotion. Murong Jin pursed his lips and questioned, "Rear Admiral Jin, you can eat whatever you want, but you shouldn't speak carelessly." General Murong, I am certain that the beast at the lake's bottom has an illusion god bloodline quality. Jin Taiyu's firm tone and calm eyes left Murong Jin feeling uncertain. At a crucial moment, Xiao Xingyu stepped forward. A Rear Admiral Jin is right. The beast at the lake's bottom does indeed have an illusion god bloodline quality. My previous conjecture was that it was above mythical quality. The inaccuracy was because I had not yet set foot in the blue snow lake. In Wenjian intentionally made things difficult, aren't you a bit of a rearview mirror with these comments? Murong Jin flicked the ash from his cigar. Xiaoyin, watch your manners. Xiao Xingyu is a Black Executor from the Imperial Academy of our Dragon Kingdom. What right do you have to call him by his full name? This was a clear display of the cultural differences between the two nations. Dragon Kingdom, known for its etiquette, even if Murong Jin disliked Yin Wenjian, he still addressed Jin Taiyu respectfully as Rear Admiral Jin. In contrast, Yin Wenjian's direct reference to Xiao Xingyu by his full name showcased the sharp, overbearing side of Li Kingdom's people. Forced to adjust, Yin Wenjian begrudgingly corrected himself, but his tone remained laced with sarcasm. Lord Xiao, you wouldn't be just echoing Taiyu's claim that the beast's bloodline at the lake's bottom is of illusion god quality, would you? Xiao Xingyu maintained a graceful smile, choosing not to respond to Yin Wenjian but instead turning to Jin Taiyu. A Rear Admiral Jin, it's clear that your purple eyes have some skill. Jin Taiyu's normally impassive face suddenly showed a trace of shock. Without the purple extreme demon eyes activated, his eyes appeared normal, and it should be impossible to distinguish him from an ordinary person. It was only when the purple extreme demon eyes were in use that his pupils turned purple. Xiao Xingyu's direct mention of his purple eyes caused Jin Taiyu a significant internal shock. This guy's eyes are quite peculiar. Looking at him gives the impression that all my hidden cards have been seen through. Jin Taiyu fell into deep thought, feeling as if facing a formidable enemy. Despite his caution, he still underestimated Xiao Xingyu's terrifying capabilities. The sensation of seeing through hidden cards was not an illusion but a fact. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's thoughts were focused. The purple extreme demon eyes can significantly amplify perceptual abilities. I didn't expect this young Rear Admiral to have not only the Beastmaster title but also a status as a perceptual technique master. When thinking of perceptual technique masters, Xiao Xingyu's mind first turned to Era from the Shama Empire. Despite Era's defeat in the finals of the martial arts tournament, Xiao Xingyu respected him and acknowledged his strength. Jin Taiyu's purple extreme demon eyes, while not on par with Era's blood curse eyes, are quite suited for a god-level support role in a team. As a veteran gold-level support, Xiao Xingyu understood the significance of support roles. Healing? Recovery? Damage resistance? Control? These are tasks for ordinary support. The greatest role of a god-level support can be summarized in 8 words. Know oneself and one's enemy, and one will never be defeated. Jin Taiyu's purple extreme demon eyes could enhance his perception, allowing him to gather extensive information about enemies, making a huge difference in team battles. But in terms of perception enhancement, the purple extreme demon eyes were nowhere near matching the demon god's eyes. Xiao Xingyu continued, Rear Admiral Jin, your ability to estimate that the beast's bloodline quality at the lake's bottom is illusion god level proves the remarkable nature of your eyes. But I'd like to ask, can you identify the specific bloodline and attributes of the beast? Jin Taiyu, being straightforward, immediately shook his head. I cannot guess. I can, Xiao Xingyu said, still with a pleasant smile, seeming harmless, but in reality, he was the most scheming. Jin Taiyu was taken aback and promptly retorted, Lord Xiao, I believe you are exaggerating. Just a moment ago, Jin Taiyu activated his purple extreme demon eyes again, maximizing his perceptual abilities to probe the beast at the bottom of the lake. His limit was to sense that the beast's bloodline was of illusion god quality, but he couldn't detect the specific bloodline or attributes of the beast. Jin Taiyu was blindly confident, believing that if he couldn't sense it, neither could Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's gaze shifted back to Yin Wenjian. Hey, are you up for a bet? Lord Xiao, what are you proposing? Xiao Xingyu flashed a roguish grin. If I can correctly guess the specific bloodline and attributes of the beast at the bottom of the lake, I win. If I'm wrong, you win. Yin Wenjian quickly responded, all right, what's the wager? If I lose the bet, you can set any condition. If I win then? I'll call you Xiaoyin. As soon as Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, Yin Wenjian's face flushed red with anger. Lord Xiao, as your senior, are you trying to insult me? In a bet, age and experience don't matter, it's all about equality, isn't it? Yin Wenjin was left without a retort, with everyone around watching, making it impossible for him to back down. If he refused to bet, he would be mocked for losing face in front of his juniors. To maintain his dignity, Yin Wenjin slammed the table and declared, "All right, let's bet." Xiao Xingyu showed a satisfied smile. Murong Jin, standing beside Xiao Xingyu, looked at his future son-in-law with a look of appreciation and silently sighed. This kid hasn't changed, he still holds grudges. At Yin Wenjin calling him by his full name without showing proper respect, he remembered that grievance and is now getting his revenge. Settling the bet, Yin Wenjin, with a look of disdain, asked loudly, "Lord Xiao, let's hear it. What's your guess for the specific bloodline and attributes of the beast at the bottom of the lake?" Xiao Xingyu replied without hesitation. A specific bloodline, death god bloodline, illusion god quality. Attributes, undead plus toad. Xiao Xingyu's words left the meeting room in stunned silence. The senior officers of the Li Kingdom Navy looked at each other, unsure of how to react. Yin Wenjin, returning to his usual sneering self, questioned with sarcasm, "Lord Xiao, you really have a knack for making up stories, don't you? You just made up the bloodline and attributes of the beast at the bottom of the lake. Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself?" Xiao Xingyu smiled and remained silent, unwilling to waste words on someone like Yin Wenjin. Murong Jin leaned closer to Xiao Xingyu and spoke in a low voice, tinged with concern. "Xingyu, you know that an illusion god quality bloodline combined with undead attributes is extremely rare, right? From my experience, even if such a beast existed, it would not be found in water." Murong Jin's analysis was not without merit. Generally, the probability of finding undead attribute beasts in oceans, lakes, or rivers is already low. Combining undead attributes with illusion god quality bloodline makes such a beast even more extraordinarily rare, and it would be nearly impossible to find it in a water habitat. Such a beast is best suited for the sky. Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed. Uncle Murong, rest assured, my guess will be accurate. Not to mention how incredible the demon god's eyes are, but Xiao Xingyu also wears the undead ring. This ring, once belonging to the world's top undead beast master, Shangguan Tong, allows him to sense the presence of any undead beast or monster. The beast hiding at the bottom of the lake cannot escape the judgment of the demon god's eyes, nor can it avoid detection by the undead ring. At this moment, while Xiao Xingyu appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Contracting an undead beast and becoming an undead beast master had always been Xiao Xingyu's obsession. He had visited many high-end beast shops and seen numerous undead beast cubs for sale, but none had caught his eye. The search dragged on until today, when Xiao Xingyu finally found this perfect opportunity. The beast at the bottom of the lake was not only an undead beast but also possessed the death god bloodline with illusion god quality. Obtaining its beast crystal core, combined with the bloodline modification scroll stored in the system's warehouse, would help enhance the bloodline of the Hellfire Specter wolf, turning it into an undead beast. Previously acquiring the King of the Underworld scroll and the undead ring and receiving the voice from Shangguan Tong in his mind, all seemed to be preparations for this grand moment. Becoming an undead beast master and inheriting Shangguan Tong's legacy was Xiao Xingyu's inevitable fate. As noon arrived, the sunlight outside the conference room suddenly dimmed. A fierce wind rose over Blue Snow Lake, and the turbulent magic energy bubbled on the lake's surface. Deep within the lake, the beast's malevolent and cold eyes slowly opened. A Dragon Kingdom Marine entered the conference room, approaching Murong Jin with a powerful voice. "A report, General. According to radar monitoring, another batch of pregnant female water-type beasts has passed through the undercurrent and entered the Blue Snow Lake area." Murong Jin walked to the window and looked out. The Garrison Island was located on the eastern side of Blue Snow Lake. From this vantage point, he could see the entire central area of the lake. Murong Jin clearly saw that the blue snowflakes falling onto the lake's surface were instantly crushed and melted by the magic energy. Beneath the agitated lake surface, shadows flitted by. These shadows were water-type beasts sacrificing themselves as food for the monster at the bottom of the lake. Each beast emperor-level beast required consuming a significant amount of its kin's flesh and bones to replenish nutrients and complete its evolutionary breakthrough. The originally clear afternoon suddenly turned stormy. Dark clouds gathered over Blue Snow Lake and blue snowflakes intertwined with corrosive green raindrops, enveloping the entire lake. This eerie and sinister scene truly heralded the arrival of the apocalypse. Murong Jin turned back to the conference table with a serious expression. Everyone, the environmental impact and the resulting changes in the heavens and earth are signs that the Beast Emperor is about to break through to the Beast God level. And next, as usual, we should formulate a tactical plan and discuss the distribution of spoils. Murong Jin's statement emphasized the importance of the second half of his speech, which was of greatest concern to the naval forces of both countries. The distribution of spoils, involving the interests of both nations, was often challenging to reach a consensus on. As Xiaoyin, the usual rules: beast skins go to the Li Kingdom Navy. Beast eyes go to the Dragon Kingdom Navy. This time we will give you the beast skulls. That's how generous the Dragon Kingdom Navy is. Ahaha, Murong Jin, should I thank you instead? At first, the negotiations between the two sides went smoothly. However, as the final stage approached, the air began to fill with a tangible tension. Xiaoyin, stop wasting time. Let's get straight to the point. We need to discuss the ownership of the Beast Crystal Core. At the mention of the Beast Crystal Core, Admiral Yin Wenjian of the Li Kingdom Navy suddenly displayed a shifty demeanor. His eyes darted around, and he was clearly scheming. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Wenjian proposed, the Beast Crystal Core should belong to our Li Kingdom Navy. Murong Jin slammed the table, raising his voice, do you still have any shame? During the last joint hunt, we already gave you the Beast Crystal Core. And now you want it again? How greedy can you be? Yin Wenjian brushed off the dust from his nose, looking somewhat embarrassed. According to basic etiquette and convention, the Beast Crystal Core was supposed to alternate between the two sides. Since the Li Kingdom took the last one, it was Dragon Kingdom's turn this time. After all, the Beast Crystal Core was unique, splitting it would turn it into worthless stones. Yin Wenjian knew that this crystal core should rightfully belong to the Dragon Kingdom Navy, but he was reluctant to give up this prize. At this moment, Yin Wenjian's gaze shifted to Jin Taiyu standing aside. Upon thinking about Jin Taiyu's special power of the purple extreme demon eyes, an idea formed in his mind. Murong Jin, how about this? Let's compete fairly for the Beast Crystal Core. Murong Jin laughed in anger. Fairly? Do you even know what fairness means? All you ever do is be greedy and scheming, showing no sense of decency. Yin Wenjian's face darkened, but he couldn't lash out. Ignoring Murong Jin's insult, he continued, during the hunt, whoever from either side delivers the final blow to the beast will claim the Beast Crystal Core. How about that? This proposal seemed fair at first glance. It was akin to two hunters going into the forest, whoever makes the final kill gets the prey. However, a closer look reveals the trickery. Under this competition model, if the Dragon Kingdom Navy deals 99% of the damage to the beast and the Li Kingdom Navy steps in to deliver the final 1% to kill the beast, then the Beast Crystal Core would go to the Li Kingdom Navy. Murong Jin, being an experienced veteran, saw through Yin Wenjian's scheme immediately. As Xiaoyin, after all these years, you Li Kingdom people haven't changed at all. Besides being greedy, you only know how to play tricks and take shortcuts. Yin Wenjian pretended to be calm. I don't understand what you're talking about. All I know is that my suggestion is very fair. The conference room fell into a deathly silence once more. Murong Jin didn't want to waste any more time and turned to Xiao Xingyu. Xingyu, what do you think? When faced with uncertainty, ask the son-in-law. This was Murong Jin's most reliable strategy, a tactic that never failed him. I think it's acceptable, Xiao Xingyu replied. Murong Jin whispered, Yin Wenjian is scheming. I'm aware of his little trick. He wants to secure the Beast Crystal Core by using the precise finishing blow method. But I can guarantee that when it comes to precise finishing blows, no one is better than me. The precise finishing blow refers to accurately calculating the enemy's remaining health and delivering the final strike at the moment their health is critically low, ensuring a kill. This test challenges the Beastmaster's experience, courage, and decisiveness, and it also requires a bit of luck. But for Xiao Xingyu, luck is not necessary. After all, the Eye of the Demon God is the ancient Greek deity of precise finishing blows. Since the son-in-law has spoken, Murong Jin had no reservations and chose to fully trust the young man before him. Alright, I agree. With that, Murong Jin made his decision. Yin Wenjian, upon hearing this, was ecstatic and displayed a smug, triumphant expression. The meeting between the two armies concluded at this point, and the next step was to prepare for battle. To maximize the benefit, it was not the best time to kill the beast at the bottom of the lake. After all, it had not yet advanced from a beast king body to a beast god body. Killing it now would be easier, but it would also reduce the value of the spoils.
A Beast King core and a Beast God core were worlds apart in terms of value. Time flew by amidst the blizzard and heavy rain. In the central area of Blue Snow Lake, blood bubbles kept surfacing and the magical aura spread like fermentation, creating a thick black fog above the lake. The fleets of both countries were stationed near the center of the lake, with everyone in battle-ready mode. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Whether Dragon Kingdom's soldiers or Li Kingdom's soldiers, their faces were all etched with seriousness. In this frigid winter, everyone's faces and necks were drenched with nervous sweat. A Beast God-level beast possessed world-destroying power. If a Beast King beast could easily destroy a city, then a Beast God beast could annihilate rivers and flatten endless mountain ranges in an instant. On the Tiger Roar battleship, Xiao Xingyu kept his eyes fixed on the center of the lake, the eye of the demon god continually releasing its powerful gaze. It's almost time, just another 20 minutes at most. Xiao Xingyu could predict the exact timing for the beast at the bottom of the lake to advance to the beast god level, and his eyes were filled with excitement and fervor. Murong Jin clapped Xiao Xingyu's shoulder from behind, his rough voice carrying a hint of kindly warmth. I know that when you were in Rain City, you teamed up with Wenya to kill a Beast King beast. But a Beast God beast is a completely different concept from a Beast King beast. After the beast advances to Beast God level, it can activate the domain power. With the support of its formidable magical aura and divine power, it can destroy all lower-tier beast masters merely with its domain power. Xiao Xingyu nodded. I understand that, which is why the naval forces you've brought out this time are all 6-star and higher beast masters. You, as a 4-star beast master, will definitely be overwhelmed by a Beast God level beast. So your task is to stay behind me and provide support. Make sure to time things right, and don't let those schemingly kingdom people steal the kill. Xiao Xingyu smiled confidently. Uncle Murong, don't worry. Precise finishing blows are my specialty. On the White Shark battleship. After the Tiger Roar sank, Yin Wenjian had no choice but to opt for the smaller and less advanced White Shark battleship. Compared to Dragon Kingdom's Tiger Roar, this battleship looked like a charming little trinket. On the deck, a group of Li Kingdom soldiers whispered among themselves to ease their tension. A look over there, that's the Dragon Kingdom Navy's latest Tiger Roar battleship. It's so magnificent and imposing. No wonder it sank our Tiger Yin battleship with just a light scrape. In terms of technology, our Li Kingdom is really lagging behind. And no, it's not that we're falling behind, it's because Dragon Kingdom has that tech maniac Lin Beixian. Looking globally, which country's technology can compare with Xuanji technology? Yin Wenjian's face turned red with anger upon hearing his subordinates' discussions. With the war imminent, how can you be gossiping? After this battle, all of you who were whispering just now will be demoted to lead a battalion of 50. Yin Wenjian shouted, causing everyone to fall silent. Turning around, Yin Wenjian put on a flattering smile. Taiyu, I'm counting on you this time. Your purple extreme magic eyes have strong perception and should be able to predict the beast's health consumption. We cannot afford any mistakes this time. We must obtain the beast core. Whether or not we can achieve precise finishing blows relies on you. Yin Wenjian's trump card was Jin Taiyu. At this moment, the Tiger Roar and White Shark were separated by a central area of the lake. Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu stood on the decks of their respective ships and happened to make eye contact. The oppressive feeling from the eye of the demon god made Jin Taiyu uncomfortable. Not only did his breathing become labored, but even his soul trembled. That guy's gaze is more mysterious and dangerous than any I've ever seen. Could it be that he, like me, is also a pupil technique practitioner? A sense of relief flashed through Jin Taiyu's heart, as if he had found a kindred spirit after feeling like an outcast in his environment. Pupil practitioners were a very special profession. The essence of pupil techniques was the combination of the human genes and beast genes. If a human were to have an abnormal romantic relationship or even marriage with a beast or magical beast, their offspring might have a chance of awakening pupil techniques. Pupil techniques involve controlling beast eyes. Why are there the most pupil practitioners in the Shama Empire? Because it's not uncommon there for humans and beasts to intermingle. This mysterious land, filled with elements of wildness, freedom, and primitiveness, has the world's largest and most powerful group of pupil practitioners. Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Country have a relatively balanced number of pupil practitioners, not too many, not too few. People neither reject nor particularly promote the profession. Only in Li Kingdom are there very few pupil practitioners, and the country has a strong aversion to them.
Perhaps this is why Jin Taiyu, despite his youth, was forced into the Li Kingdom Navy and lived a perilous life. After all, he carries the bloodline of the Jin family, one of the three major royal families of Li Kingdom. Li Kingdom's Empress Jin Xingya is his aunt. However, because of his purple extreme magic eyes, he cannot live with his siblings and is always subjected to humiliation and suppression by his elders. He is always alone, without friends, and bears the stigma of being a bastard and evil. The sea represents freedom. Thus, he chose to become a naval officer, making the sea his home and letting the sea breeze blow away his sorrows. Booming sounds. As dusk fell and night fully descended, the lake's surface began to boil violently. In the deepest part of Blue Snow Lake, the enormous creature's eyes glowed crimson and its body underwent incredible deformation and distortion. On the deck of the Tiger Roar, Xiao Xingyu's handsome face, even under the onslaught of rain and snow, could not hide his extreme excitement. It's about to advance. A beast god-level magical beast is about to be born here. But it hasn't realized that its beast god experience card is only valid for half an hour. The lake surface erupts with enormous waves, releasing a strong stench. Standing on the deck of the Tiger Roar, Xiao Xingyu can clearly see that each wave is filled with the remains of numerous water-type magical beasts. The internal organs and eyes of these water-type magical beasts have already been devoured by the giant creature at the lake's bottom, converted into nutrients for its breakthrough. A report. According to the radar data, the concentration of magical energy at the lake bottom has increased tenfold from earlier. No, it's increased 20-fold now. The concentration of magical energy is a key indicator for assessing the level of a magical beast. A sudden and massive increase in magical energy concentration means that the beast has completed its evolution and reached the next level. The fierce winds sweeping over the lake cause violent waves, shaking even the Tiger Roar, which struggles to maintain stability. Murong Jin picks up the intercom and says solemnly, "Xiao Yin, the beast god-level magical beast is about to break through the lake surface. Are you ready?" "Ready." In Wenjian's voice trembles slightly amid the noise as the white shark battles the turbulent waters, its hull swaying dangerously close to sinking. In an instant, thunder rumbles like a tide and lightning cracks like whips. Nature is unleashing its energy, establishing a subtle connection with the magical energy at the lake's bottom. Every appearance of a beast god-level magical beast brings about terrifying natural disasters. Lightning streaks across the night sky, piercing the center of Blue Snow Lake like spears. The lake bottom quakes violently, and a massive black shadow lifts the water, as if it's about to raise the entire lake. So huge! Murong Jin, experienced as he is, has rarely seen a magical beast of such colossal size. As the beast's form breaks through the tension of the water, it appears in the view of everyone like a beast emerging from its shell. The Tiger Roar shakes with the wind, and Murong Jin's cloak flutters wildly. Everyone, prepare to attack. On the Tiger Roar, the elite forces of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, known as the 6 divisions of the Navy, are stationed. All the Beastmasters among them are above 6 stars. Following Murong Jin's order, all Dragon Kingdom Navy soldiers activate their Beastmaster emblems, release their spiritual power, and summon their beasts. In an instant, various attribute-based battle techniques, like colorful glowing projectiles, streak across the sky from the Tiger Roar, forming beautiful parabolas before crashing into the massive black shadow. On the other side, Wenjian commands the Li Kingdom Navy to launch their attack. Under the joint bombardment of the two armies, the black shadow emits a strange cry reminiscent of croaking frogs in a field. After the first round of attacks, mushroom clouds rise one after another above Blue Snow Lake, and the air is filled with the smell of burning spiritual energy. As the smoke clears, people finally see the true form of the monster. It is an enormous toad, as massive as a mountain. Its skin is colorful, with a smooth surface covered in thick, toxic mucus. On its hideously ugly head, 2 eyes as large as meteorites seem ready to bulge out, their pupils flashing with a crimson ghostly light from necromantic runes. Just by opening its mouth, the necromantic force wrapped in a deathly aura spreads like a tsunami, instantly covering everyone's heads. Boom! Above the night sky, storm clouds churn like a giant black vortex, a portal connecting the mortal realm and the underworld. From the depths of the vortex, lightning bolts shoot out like torrential rain. The lightning streaks across the sky, shifting from silver to gray. Murong Jin squints his eyes in astonishment and exclaims, "Gray lightning? What kind of beast power is this?" Xiao Xingyu's voice comes through, the thunder of the Reaper's judgment, SSS-level beast power. The Eye of the Demon God has already analyzed the data of this monster.
As countless gray lightning bolts descend and continuously infuse into the toad beast's body, further mutations occur. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers from both sides, the toad beast roars in anger and its body ignites spontaneously. At the center of Blue Snow Lake, it appears as if a massive gray fireball is floating. The gray flames, also SSS-level beast power, are known as the flames of the Reaper's retribution. As the gray flames gradually extinguish, the toad beast reappears to the public view. At this moment it has been completely transformed into a being of the undead. Its skin, flesh, and internal organs have all been burned away in the Great Fire. Only a skeletal frame remains. On its skull, 2 clusters of gray flames represent the eyes of the Reaper, capable of bridging life and death. The originally azure lake water is now tainted gray by the Reaper's corruption. Bubbles rising from the water resemble countless creepy crawlies, creating a spine-chilling sight. On the Tiger Roar, most of the Beastmasters experience slight dizziness. Only those above the 7-star rank can barely maintain a normal mental state. This is the aura emitted by a beast god-level magical beast. It not only brings natural disasters, alters the environment, but also inflicts substantial mental damage on human beastmasters. Murong Jin activates his Beastmaster emblem, and his immense spiritual energy pool rapidly heats up and boils. Splash tilde. A terrifying force erupts from the lake bottom, churning the surface into a whirlpool. A gigantic beast resembling a whale king leaps out of the water, with its tail fin shaped like octopus tentacles. Its flesh and bones are transparent, allowing people to observe its pulsating heart and other organs directly. This is Murong Jin's personal divine beast, the sea god Leviathan. Xingyu, the beast god-level magical beast, will cause mental damage to all surrounding creatures. Stay behind me. As Murong Jin speaks, he suddenly freezes, his expression showing shock as if seeing a devil. He turns and realizes that Xiao Xingyu is perfectly fine and even casually sucking on a lollipop. Xiao Xingyu, with only a 4-star rank, should have been severely dizzy, coughing blood, or even unconscious. Did your body somehow become invincible? Xiao Xingyu grins and replies, if the scroll of the Underworld King counts as a cheat, then yes, I have one. In reality, it's not just the scroll of the Underworld King, but also the ring of the undead. Both are personal treasures of Shangguan Tong. Naturally, these top treasures of the world's leading undead beastmaster provide Xiao Xingyu with powerful soul immunity. On the White Shark. The deck has been soaked and rotted by the gray lake water. A lightning bolt illuminates Yin Wenjian's face. Governor Yin, I just checked the compendium of undead magical beasts. This is a beast god-level magical beast, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King. It matches exactly with what Lord Xiao guessed. In the pitch-black snowy night, the toad monster emits a violent undead force, its skeletal body shaking wildly, with a deathly shadow of a Reaper holding a scythe appearing above it. Reaper's bloodline illusionary god quality. Undead plus toad attributes. Everything has indeed been accurately predicted by Xiao Xingyu. Yin Wenjian cannot believe the reality before him. Standing before Yin Wenjian, looking at Xiao Xingyu, blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, his face pale. He only has a 5-star rank and lacks the external aids that Xiao Xingyu possesses, making it difficult for him to withstand the aura emitted by the beast god-level magical beast. Jin Taiyu wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, his purple extreme demon eyes filled with shock and confusion. Why can his eyes perceive more detailed information than mine? Just how powerful is his perceptiveness? The eye of the demon god's overwhelming pressure on the extreme demon eyes leaves Jin Taiyu feeling defeated, and deep within his heart, a strange emotion stirs. This strange emotion is the joy of finding a kindred spirit. As a practitioner of eye techniques, Jin Taiyu is considered an outcast and despised in the Li Nation. Xiao Xingyu's display of eye techniques makes Jin Taiyu feel as if he has found a kindred soul, a sense of belonging. The undead force, like a pack of fierce tigers, with the Reaper's Ghost Toad King at the center, attacks and ravages the entire Blue Snow Lake. The Dragon Kingdom and Li Nation's naval fleets are trapped in this infernal beast arena. Xiao Xingyu looks up, seeing the Reaper's Ghost Toad King holding its enormous head high, its body frozen in place as it adapts to this beast god-level form. Even though it hasn't yet attacked the surrounding human beastmasters, the aura it emits is enough to shake their souls. The regular form of the eye of the demon god is insufficient to see all the data. Xiao Xingyu grits his teeth, and his pupils split into countless overlapping petals, glowing with an eerie red light. The kaleidoscope mode of the eye of the demon god is activated again. The first time the kaleidoscope mode was activated was during the confrontation with the Dark Abyss President Qi Tian in Starfall City. Xiao Xingyu, due to inexperience, suffered eye pain and eventually went blind. The second time was during the battle with the Beast Emperor-level magical beast Raycell in Rainwatch City. Xiao Xingyu, due to excessive consumption of eye power and the activation of the 7 deadly sins power, also went blind. After 2 practical tests, Xiao Xingyu has become more skilled at controlling the kaleidoscope mode and has gained some insights. Now, Xiao Xingyu only needs to expend a small amount of spiritual energy to activate the kaleidoscope mode. As long as he controls the time and avoids excessive consumption, there will be no side effects. Suddenly, the world in Xiao Xingyu's eyes begins to slow down. The movement of all matter becomes sluggish. The vision of the Eye of the Demon God cuts through countless blue snowflakes, locking onto the Reaper's Ghost Toad King suspended at the center of the lake. The detailed data panel appears in Xiao Xingyu's vision like vibrant koi fish leaping into view. Name, Reaper's Ghost Toad King. Level, Beast God level, first stage, variant. Bloodline, Reaper's Bloodline, illusionary god quality. Talent, Reaper's Power passive. When enemy's health falls below 30%, triggers a one-hit kill effect. Reaper's Harvest, limit, effective only against enemies of equal or lower level. SSS level Beast Power, Reaper's Retribution Flames, burns the enemy's fighting will. If burned for more than 10 seconds, reduces the enemy's attack power by 50%. SSS level Beast Power, Reaper's Judgment Thunder, after striking the enemy, triggers a judgment effect. High probability of no damage, low probability of 10 times the damage. SSS level Beast Power, Reaper's Corruption Aura, enemies covered by this mist experience intense negative emotions, such as crying in sadness, self-harm in anger, or internal strife. Domain Power, Reaper's Domain, can resurrect nearby undead units for its own use. Attributes, Undead, Toad, Water. Skills. Reaper's Gaze, locks onto a single enemy unit with both eyes, marking them with the Reaper's brand and draining their life force to convert it into the user's own life force, with a maximum conversion limit of 50% of the enemy's health. Reaper's Scythe Tongue, extends a long, flexible tongue that swings like a scythe, causing area of effect destructive damage. Death Vortex, ultimate skill, summons a massive gray vortex in the water, drawing in and devouring all surrounding enemy units, erasing their existence. Definition of erase, erases all traces of the enemy's existence from the world, making everyone forget them. This is the detailed data panel of the Reaper's Ghost Toad King, visually impacting Xiao Xingyu's increasingly excited mind. I've struck gold. The waves of excitement in Xiao Xingyu's heart are no less intense than the raging blue snow lake. The Reaper's bloodline, truly worthy of its illusionary god quality, the bloodline strength is off the charts. 3 SSS level beast powers. Each beast power has its merits, and when combined with my skills, it's practically an apocalyptic weapon. And the Reaper's Bloodline's passive talent, Reaper's Power, is simply extraordinary. When the enemy's health drops below 30%, it triggers a one-hit kill effect, Reaper's Harvest. Isn't that like reducing the enemy's health to 70% even before the fight starts? It's absurd. Xiao Xingyu's keen insight is well known. A Reaper's bloodline that makes him exclaim absurd is naturally an extremely powerful bloodline. Of course, since it's called the Reaper's bloodline, it has to live up to the name Reaper. Xiao Xingyu, not lost in excitement, keeps a calm mind and begins to think deeply. How did a toad magical beast come across the chance to mutate into the Reaper's bloodline? To uncover this, Xiao Xingyu needs to continue using his eye power. The kaleidoscope mode of the Eye of the Demon God once again examines the Reaper's Ghost Toad King. I see. Wisdom shines in Xiao Xingyu's eyes. Using the Eye of the Demon God, he has uncovered deeper hidden information. Before the Reaper's Ghost Toad King ascended to the Beast God level, it accidentally swallowed a gray gemstone. This gray gemstone, like the Doomsday Scroll and Undead Ring, belonged to Shangguantong and is called the Heart of the Reaper. No one knows the location of Shangguantong's grave, and her body has never been seen. Instead, some of the items and ornaments she used and wore have scattered across the world, waiting for someone destined to find them. The Heart of the Reaper, sunk deep in the ocean, didn't find a destined person but was instead found by a destined beast, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King, before its ascension to the Beast God level. It swallowed and digested the Heart of the Reaper, using 1,000,000 pregnant female water-type magical beasts as nourishment, completing a heaven-defying mutation and evolving into the powerful form it has now. Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but smile. To him, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King is not a terrifying and dangerous magical beast but a fortune-bringing benefactor. Shangguantong, I'll take this Reaper's bloodline as your last gift to me before we meet. Xiao Xingyu's lips curve wildly, his gaze fervent. He has a strong premonition. After accepting this Reaper's bloodline, the time to meet Shangguan Tong is drawing near. On the White Shark warship. On the deck, the Li Nation's marines are in a panic. A Governor Yin, the aura of this Reaper's Ghost Toad King is too strong. We must attack quickly and not give it a chance to counterattack. Yin Wenjin sternly commands, no one is allowed to initiate an attack without my order. Jin Taiyu knew very well that his superior's little scheme was just to conserve spiritual energy and wait for the Dragon Kingdom Navy to make the first move. The plan was for Murong Jin to reduce the Reaper's Ghost Toad King to critical health before Yin Wenjian would step in to collect the magical beast crystal core. However, Yin Wenjian's cunning was not going to escape Murong Jin's sharp eyes. On the Tiger Roar. Murong Jin's voice was deep and powerful as he shouted an order, listen up, if the Li Nation Navy doesn't make a move, neither will we. An interesting scene unfolded in the center of Blue Snow Lake. Both fleets refrained from attacking and the atmosphere became awkwardly silent. At this moment, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's gaze instantly locked onto the White Shark warship. In front of the Reaper's Ghost Toad King, the White Shark warship seemed as flimsy as a paper toy. Jin Taiyu activated his purple extreme demon eyes and panicked, this is bad. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King has fully adapted to its beast god body. It's about to enter slaughter mode. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King opened its abyss-like mouth and let out a deafening roar. A series of water tornadoes infused with undead power surged across the lake like the claws of the Reaper, tearing the White Shark warship apart in an instant. The dismembered White Shark warship slowly sank into the lake. The Li Nation Navy, already facing a crisis of tight military funds, had lost 2 costly warships in a single day, filling Yin Wenjian's eyes with tears of frustration. Attack with the entire army. And no matter what, we must kill the Reaper's Ghost Toad King and obtain its magical beast crystal core. Yin Wenjian had only one goal, to obtain the magical beast crystal core, to make up for the loss of the 2 warships. General, the Li Nation Navy has begun their attack. Good. Let's move out too. At this moment, the joint hunt of the 2 nations officially began. However, both sides had their own agendas, each considering how to deliver the precise final blow. In terms of precision, it was less about Murong Jin and Yin Wenjian and more about the duel between Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu. Eye of the Demon God versus Purple Extreme Demon Eyes. Which of these young geniuses would prove to be the true master of the precise final blow? Blue Snow Lake surged with waves as a deep, resonant bellow echoed through the night sky. A colossal beast leaped from the water, its bizarre appearance striking at the visual nerves of everyone present. This was a Frankenstein-like, magical beast with a massive bull's head and sharp bullhorns reaching the heavens. This bull-headed, snake-bodied beast was the magical beast of Li Nation's naval governor Yin Wenjian, the divine thunder blue bull python. Both Yin Wenjian and Murong Jin were 9-star beastmasters. Seeing the Reaper's Ghost Toad King opening its large mouth to attack the Li Nation Navy fleet, Yin Wenjian's eyes widened with rage and his spiritual energy exploded. Divine Thunder Blue Lightning Death Whip. The Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python emitted a roar that shattered the lake's surface, swinging its 100-meter-long thick tail. The tail, wrapped in blue lightning, lashed out at the side of the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's face. With a thunderous splash, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's massive body tilted to one side and crashed into the lake. Yin Wenjian's expression turned cautious. A chill surged from the lake's bottom. Idar. Yin Wenjian issued the command. The Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python responded swiftly, wriggling backward. A stream of gray flame-burning venom shot out from the lake like a sharp arrow. If the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python's evasive movement had been any slower, this arrow infused with the power of the Reaper would have pierced its abdomen. Yin Wenjian was drenched in a cold sweat, his mind shaken by the sight of the Reaper's Ghost Toad King resurfacing from the water. So this is what a magical beast with the illusionary god bloodline is capable of. It's just barely advanced to the beast god body, tier 1, yet it can endure the Divine Thunder Blue Lightning and launch a ferocious counterattack. As the levels of magical beasts and their beast masters rose, especially to the level of beast god body, the difference in bloodline quality became extremely apparent. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King's Reaper bloodline was of illusionary god quality. Just this alone allowed it to endure the attacks of enemies at a higher level. Perhaps because it had just suffered a thunder lash, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King was now completely enraged. It expelled thick dark magic energy, enveloping the surroundings in a black mist. The air temperature plummeted suddenly, and the lake's surface began to freeze. The ice crystals were a deathly gray.
At this moment, Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu, from different camps, both made their predictions. Xiao Xingyu, "O Uncle Murong, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King is about to activate its domain power. We need to alert our warriors." Jin Taiyu, "O Governor Yin, it's about to activate its domain power. We can't afford to be careless." The domain power was the most significant mark of the beast god body. The night sky turned crimson and countless blood-red beads, the size of infant fists, floated in the air. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King raised its massive head and spewed a scarlet beam of light. The beam shot straight into the heavens like a divine spear connecting the sky and the lake. Suddenly, the howling wind seemed to freeze, and the air became thick and solidified. People struggled to breathe, unable to take in enough oxygen, and gradually experienced intense dizziness. Even their spiritual energy pools turned into stagnant pools. "This is bad, I can't channel my spiritual energy."
Me neither. What's going on?
In the next moment, the completely frozen blue snow lake seemed to be covered in gray tidal waves, forming a vast circular domain. Within the domain, ghostly figures with distorted faces floated about, swirling around the Beastmasters and emitting eerie, sinister laughter. Crack, crack, crack. The ice shattered, and skeletal, withered hands reached out, dragging the unlucky spectators into the dark abyss. As the ice shattered more extensively, undead water-type magical beasts appeared on the lake's surface. They were nothing but bones but retained the features of water-type magical beasts. Murong Jin's brows furrowed as he looked on with cold intensity. So this is its domain power, the Reaper's domain? It can summon the dead units from the surroundings. Remember, this lake had once been filled with 1,000,000 water-type magical beasts. They had sacrificed their lives to provide the Reaper's Ghost Toad King with nourishment for its advancement. Death is the end of life. But at the moment the Reaper's domain unfolded, those souls became the most formidable warriors. The souls of all the water-type magical beasts were resurrected within the Reaper's domain, reborn in the gray flames of Reaper's punishment. They became stronger, their skeletal forms like armored warriors, and the flames burning in their hollow eye sockets filled with bloodthirsty desire. Murong Jin shouted, "O little Yin, this guy is after all of illusionary god-quality bloodline. We shouldn't hold back.
Let's take it down quickly." Understood.
While seizing the magical beast core was important, both Murong Jin and Yin Wenjian, as the leaders of their respective naval fleets, knew that minimizing casualties in each battle was their primary responsibility. To reduce losses, this battle couldn't be dragged out, it had to be resolved quickly. At this moment, the two 9-star Beastmasters unleashed their true abilities, showcasing the prowess of the 9-star rank. Murong Jin channeled his spiritual energy, and dense runes appeared on his face. These runes matched exactly with the totem on the forehead of the sea god Leviathan. The hallmark of entering the 9-star rank for a Beastmaster was the power sharing. At this moment, Murong Jin shared his power with the sea god Leviathan, and a thick, oppressive demonic blood mist rose around him. In the Bible, the sea god Leviathan symbolizes the sin of envy, one of the 7 deadly sins, and is also one of the 7 infernal kings. Murong Jin's body began to swell, reaching a height of 3 meters, his physique as massive as a thick ancient tree, with demon horns growing from his head. Xiao Xingyu, standing beside Murong Jin, looked on with admiration and longing. So this is the pleasure of being a 9-star Beastmaster? Xiao Xingyu felt an intense thirst in his heart. He imagined the day he would become a 9-star Beastmaster, sharing power with the 9-tailed dragon fox, Dilu, and wondered if he would grow 9 tails ablaze with dragon fire. On the other side, Yin Wenjian's spiritual energy pool surged and roiled, sharing power with his beast, the divine thunder blue bull python. His appearance underwent a significant transformation, with his facial features gradually aligning with that of a bull's. Especially when his large nostrils exhaled hot breaths, it made Xiao Xingyu chuckle. Yin Wenjian's entire body was covered in gray-blue scales, and a long snake tail sprouted from behind him. At this point, both 9-star Beastmasters unleashed their spiritual energy. The blue snow lake, previously covered by the Reaper's domain, seemed to have 2 different colored layers forcibly inserted into it. One layer was blood-red and the other was blue-green. The blood-red layer was the Demon King's domain created by the sea god Leviathan. Within the Demon King's domain, countless demonic phantoms flew through the air. They had sharp teeth and twisted faces, with bat-like demon wings flapping behind them. The sea god Leviathan emitted blinding red light, its massive mouth open, revealing an extremely hideous demon face deep within its throat. Suspended in the air was a blood-red ancient book, the Bible.
A cold wind blew, and the pages of the book fluttered, recording the backgrounds and achievements of the 7 infernal kings. When the pages stopped at the chapter about the sea god Leviathan, which symbolized the sin of envy, the entire Bible suddenly ignited, transforming into a flame that wrapped around Murongjin's left arm. Xiao Xingyu widened his eyes, carefully observing the changes in Murongjin's arm. Under the illumination of lightning, Murongjin's left arm began to swell, with muscles and bones rapidly expanding, causing the skin to burst under the strain. In the end, this arm was enlarged 5 times compared to an average person's. Due to the skin cleft, the vibrant and layered muscle fibers were exposed to the cold air. In the center of the palm, a fissure opened, revealing a glowing blue eye. Xiao Xingyu activated the demon god's eye and marveled, the demon king's hand. This was the grandeur of a 9-star Beastmaster. When Murongjin shared power with the sea god Leviathan, he could use its strength to enhance his own mortal body. His left arm had transformed into the demon king's hand with demonic power. Even though his right sleeve was empty, could this single demon king's hand not compensate for the so-called physical disability and flaws? The blue-green layer was the Thunder Punishment domain created by the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python. The appearance of this domain resembled the celestial extermination platform, with a towering stone pillar at the center, wrapped in chains shaped like electrical currents. At the edges of the domain, 8 massive war drums emerged, resembling enormous hills. Gray-blue divine lightning descended from the heavens, striking one of the war drums. The lightning then bounced between the 8 drums, as if playing a game of passing the drum. Both Beastmasters of the 9-star rank simultaneously activated their domain powers. Even though the Reaper's Ghost Toad King had a powerful bloodline, it was still a novice at the Beast God level. Under the collision of the Demon King's domain and the Thunder Punishment domain, the Reaper's domain gradually faded. Human eyes couldn't discern details in such extreme conditions. For most of the Beastmasters present, there were only 3 different layers in their field of vision. The 3 layers collided and entangled, leaving only 2 layers in the end. The Reaper's domain shattered like a broken mirror, turning into countless gray shards and dissipating in the torrential rain and wind. Under the dual assault of the Demon King's power and the Azure Spirit Thunder, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King showed signs of fatigue, and the arrogant flames in its eyes weakened. It seemed to realize that it was no match for these 2 human powerhouses. Wenjian thought of escaping and preventing its success. Murongjin leaped into the air, his physical strength having surpassed the limits of a mortal body due to the shared power. As he leapt, Murongjin was like a missile launched into the sky. Spinning in midair, Murongjin's gaze was sharp, his profile covered with demonic tattoos. The Demon King's hand clenched into a fist and struck fiercely at the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's skull. This punch was Murongjin's unique combat technique, the Demon King's hammer. Boom tilde. Crack, crack, crack. After a loud explosion, the sound of the skull cracking echoed repeatedly. Xiao Xingyu stood on the deck of the Tiger Roar, gazing up at Murongjin's majestic and powerful figure, his eyes filled with stars. Previously, others were his admirers, now he himself was an admirer. Murongjin was not only his father-in-law but also his idol. The grandeur of a 9-star Beastmaster was vividly displayed on this admiral of the Dragon Kingdom. With the skull shattering, intense pain surged throughout the body, reaching the trembling soul. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King's body tilted, showing a painful expression. In the shadows, Wenjian launched a surprise attack, his arms waving as bolts of Azure Spirit Thunder whipped through the air, viciously striking the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's head. Splash tilde. The lake overflowed as the sea god Leviathan opened its large mouth, tearing at the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's back. The Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python lashed out with its electrically charged tail, wrapping around the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's neck and tightening its grip. In less than 3 minutes, under the combined fierce assault of the 2 9-star Beastmasters, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King was on the brink of death, its fiery eyes about to extinguish. However, at this moment, the 2 leaders who had been working in perfect harmony showed subtle changes in their expressions. This was due to the voices coming through their combat headsets from Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu. Xiao Xingyu, the Reaper's Ghost Toad King is in a critically low health state, it can be finished with 1 blow. Jin Taiyu, its health is almost depleted, the time is right. The 2 young geniuses made the same judgment. Jin Taiyu, with his powerful perception from the purple extreme demon eyes, clearly sensed that the Reaper's Ghost Toad King was in a dying struggle. Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye focused more on details, showing the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's health bar above its head. The health bar was nearly empty, with only a sliver of health remaining. With the ranks of Murongjin and Wenjian, it would only take 1 blow to claim its life.
The brainpower of the Beastmasters always led to rapid changes in the battlefield. Murong Jin acted swiftly, while In Wenjian leaped into the air, his Demon King's hand clenched into a fist burning with black flames, aimed directly at the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's head.
Murong Jin, you'll never get away with this.
In Wenjian vanished on the spot, transforming into a flash of lightning, appearing ahead of the Reaper's Ghost Toad King. He raised both hands high, gathering the thunderous power in his palms. The snake scales on his body fell off in large patches, and cracks appeared in the bull horns on his head. Murong Jin, with his keen senses, detected a hint of danger and urgently shouted, "Gold In, be careful!" At this moment, he addressed him as Gold In rather than the insulting "a little In." A chill came from behind In Wenjian.
This is bad, I was too careless.
Whoosh! A spiked, gray flame-burning venomous dart pierced through the night sky like a cunningly hidden weapon, heading straight for In Wenjian. Though the dart struck In Wenjian, he managed to avoid the critical areas. Splash tilde. Injured, In Wenjian sank below the surface of the lake. This was supposed to be Murong Jin's chance to finish off the Reaper's Ghost Toad King in one blow, but he couldn't afford to waste time. Mounted on the sea god Leviathan, he dove into the water and used the Demon King's hand to rescue In Wenjian. A cough cough cough. Lying on the back of the sea god Leviathan, In Wenjian spat out lake water and impurities. His left shoulder was pierced by the venomous dart, creating a horrifying blood hole. The flesh around the wound, infected with the power of the Reaper, was rapidly decaying. Fortunately, as a 9-star Beastmaster with shared strength from the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python, his physique surpassed that of a mortal. The injury would only cause him pain for a month but wouldn't be fatal. I said, "Can you stop trying to be brave? Do you know your own level and age?" Though Murong Jin's tone was harsh, his eyes showed concern. Despite their constant bickering, they had faced danger together, fighting side by side on the open sea. All right, I know I'm getting older and my reflexes are slowing down. If I were 20 years younger, I wouldn't have been ambushed by a beast just promoted to the beast god level. In Wenjian regulated his breathing and smiled, "Thank you, Murong. Don't mention it. Look at your current miserable state. Don't mention that you know me when you're out." At the moment when Murong Jin relaxed his guard, In Wenjian took action. "Murong, brother, you saved me, and I'm grateful. But the Reaper's Ghost Toad King's beast core, I won't be polite about." In Wenjian released his spiritual power, controlling it remotely. Murong Jin noticed this and his expression changed drastically. He shouted anxiously, "In Wenjian, you bastard!" A Dragon Kingdom expletive was enough to demonstrate Murong Jin's current fury. As In Wenjian waited for the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python to surface and appear behind the Reaper's Ghost Toad King, the Thunder Python needed only one move to easily finish off the critically wounded Reaper's Ghost Toad King. It was a classic case of military deceit, with In Wenjian using an unseemly trick to secure the beast core, almost a done deal. However, he overlooked one thing, the cheating young man in the shadows. As such petty tricks, daring to show off in front of me. Xiao Xingyu unfurled the Underworld King scroll, a mischievous smile spreading across his red lips. At this moment, the critically wounded Reaper's Ghost Toad King was extremely weak, its Reaper power gradually fading and deep fear appeared in its eyes. The Reaper's Ghost Toad King knew its body was on the brink of decay and could not withstand the attack from the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python. It chose to extinguish the last flicker of its life force and let despair take over, erasing its final hope of survival. The Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python swung its long tail, which transformed into a sharp, lightning-infused crescent blade, sweeping towards the Reaper's Ghost Toad King. This was one of the Divine Thunder Blue Bull Python's battle skills, the Thunder Moon Crescent Slash. Although not its ultimate move, this skill dealt the precise amount of damage needed to finish off the critically wounded Reaper's Ghost Toad King. In Wenjian's face was alight with a manic grin. He eagerly anticipated the scene to come, as if he could already see the beast core beckoning to him. "Murong, brother, I'm sorry. Our Kingdom Navy is really poor." Boom! The Thunder Moon Crescent Slash struck the Reaper's Ghost Toad King accurately, and countless bolts of lightning, like drug-crazed serpents, danced wildly and dissipated in a deafening explosion. Above Blue Snow Lake, a thick smoke rose, with electric sparks crackling through it, creating a hissing noise. At this moment, everyone stared at the thick fog, afraid to blink, waiting to witness the fall of the beast god-level monster. As the smoke gradually cleared, In Wenjian's smile was like a blooming chrysanthemum. However, when the smoke completely dissipated, that blooming flower tightened abruptly.
How is this possible?
Jin Taiyu, who was at the edge of the battlefield, also showed a shocked expression, his lips trembling slightly.
My perception cannot be wrong.
A one strike should have definitely killed the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King, but why? In the center of the battlefield, the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King had not fallen. Despite being hit by the Thunder Moon Crescent slash, it miraculously retained the last breath of life. At this moment, the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King was even weaker than before, yet it was still alive. Even in its own eyes, confusion and shock were evident. Through the demon god's eye, the blood bar above the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King still had a sliver of health left. Yin Wenjian's mind was overwhelmed by countless questioning waves.
What's going on?
I know the power of the Thunder Moon Crescent slash. According to the precise calculations by Taiyu and me, one Thunder Moon Crescent slash should be just enough to kill this critically wounded toad.
What went wrong? Wait. Something seems off.
Yin Wenjian noticed something unusual. The surface of the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King's body, though seemingly smooth, still bore some thick white bone fragments. Upon closer inspection, Yin Wenjian realized that these bone fragments were likely remnants of a sturdy armor. Simultaneously, a ghostly image of the Underworld King's statue floated above the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King's head. However, the image was faint and barely discernible, obscured by the blue blizzard. At this moment, Yin Wenjian suddenly realized. He quickly turned his head, scanning the area, and finally locked his gaze on Xiao Xingyu.
So that's it. This kid is too cunning.
The smile on Yin Wenjian's face shifted to one of admiration directed at Xiao Xingyu. In fact, before the Thunder Moon Crescent slash struck the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King, Xiao Xingyu had already activated the Underworld King scroll and cast the Underworld King's protection array. This undead formation had been used by Xiao Xingyu in Wangu City. When the formation was activated, it enveloped the Snowfall Silver Wolf King with the power of the Underworld King's bone armor. This allowed Wenya to fight on par with Reeser. Back to the present, Xiao Xingyu repeated the process and activated the Underworld King's protection array once more. But this time, the detail was different. The Underworld King's protection was not for an ally, but for the enemy. The Underworld King's armor enveloped the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King, providing it with a substantial shield. Additionally, the Reaper's bloodline enhanced the armor's resistance. Therefore, when the Thunder Moon Crescent slash hit the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King, it only knocked off the Underworld King's armor. The residual damage from the Thunder Moon Crescent slash was insufficient to eliminate the last sliver of health on the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King. All these details occurred within the past 5 seconds. In a tense and thrilling group battle, who else but Xiao Xingyu could have pulled off such a move, giving a critically injured enemy a shield to prevent teammates from claiming the kill? In summary, Xiao Xingyu's exceptional maneuver taught Yin Wenjian a harsh lesson.
Ahem? Where did he go?
Yin Wenjian suddenly noticed that Murong Jin was missing from his side. When he looked up, he saw a scene that sent a jolt through every nerve in his body.
Damn it!
At that moment, Yin Wenjian realized Murong Jin had appeared above the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King. With shared power maxed out, Murong Jin transformed into his true demonic form. His demonic hand expanded again and smashed down onto the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King's head. In its final moments, the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King cast a resentful look at Xiao Xingyu. If it could speak, it would have said something like this. Seriously, buddy, you gave me a shield just to let me live for 3 more seconds? Xiao Xingyu shook his head with a smile. The Reaper's Ghost-Toad King couldn't speak human language, but he understood beast language. The specifics of the Reaper's last words were not pleasant. A series of explosions crescendoed in everyone's ears. The power of the Demon King surged wildly, causing the blue snow lake to churn and remain unsettled for a long time.
Crack!
The skull of the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King shattered completely, and the gray beast core was launched into the air by the explosion's aftermath. By sheer coincidence, the beast core traced a meteoric trajectory through the air and landed perfectly in the mouth of the Hellfire Specter wolf. Gulp. Swallowed. The Hellfire Specter wolf returned to Xiao Xingyu's side, its tactical squinting eyes pretending nothing had happened. Its expression, like Xiao Xingyu's, appeared innocent and harmless. As the battlefield calmed, only the sound of snowflakes drifting over Blue Snow Lake remained. Everyone looked at Xiao Xingyu. This young man seemed even more devilish than the devil himself. The Li Kingdom's naval soldiers, with eyes wide as saucers, were stunned by this Dragon Kingdom youth's refreshingly new approach to group battles. To give a shield to the enemy during a group battle, such a maneuver was truly nerve-wracking. After the eerie silence, Yin Wenjian exploded in anger. Lord Xiao, how could you let your beast simply swallow the spoils of our joint hunt? In response to Yin Wenjian's question, Xiao Xingyu didn't need to waste words, as a robust figure had already stepped in front of him. Murong Jin pushed Yin Wenjian back. A little Yin, get your facts straight. Before the battle started, you proposed that whoever delivered the final blow to the beast would claim the beast core.
And now, I'm asking you, who killed the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King?
Yin Wenjian, with no choice but to concede, replied, it was Lord Xiao.
That's more like it.
Since I'm the one who killed the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King, the beast core should rightfully belong to our Dragon Kingdom Navy, Murong Jin said. As the general of the Dragon Kingdom Navy, I have the authority to dispose of this beast core. I'm willing to hand it over to Xiao Xingyu.
Is that all right?
Xiao Xingyu, while suppressing his excitement and joy, quietly thanked him.
Uncle Murong, thank you so much.
No need to be polite. I know you well. You've been eyeing this beast core since before we came here, haven't you? Murong Jin said. The reason Murong Jin was willing to give such a valuable prize to Xiao Xingyu was that he knew Xiao Xingyu was the only one who could fully realize the core's value. If the core were given to another beast master from the Dragon Kingdom, it would be a waste. Thus, for both personal and public reasons, Murong Jin believed Xiao Xingyu was the best candidate to be the core's rightful owner. At this moment, the beast core was lodged in the Hellfire Specter wolf's stomach, unable to be digested. Xiao Xingyu planned to find a secluded spot when they returned to the Dragon Kingdom, allowing the Hellfire Specter wolf to fuse with the Reaper's bloodline and evolve into an undead-type beast. Next, according to the previous agreement between Murong Jin and Yin Wenjian, the two parties divided the remains of the Reaper's Ghost-Toad King. As night fell, both armies returned to their garrison island and stayed there overnight. In the military mess hall, regardless of nationality, everyone gathered for a meal together. Murong Jin stirred the dishes in the plate with his chopsticks, his face full of worry. Yin Wenjian glanced at Xiao Xingyu and couldn't help but speak sarcastically. I must say, Lord Xiao, you're really talented. To get the beast core, you went to such lengths, even giving the enemy a shield. There's no one like you. Xiao Xingyu set down his chopsticks and gave a devilish smile. A little Yin, you're quite talented too, using a self-inflicted injury strategy. But remember, this self-inflicted injury strategy comes from our Dragon Kingdom's single-blade meeting. Don't forget to pay the copyright fee. Yin Wenjian wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. The reality was, to obtain the beast core, Yin Wenjian had used every means, employing Murong Jin's goodwill with a self-inflicted injury tactic. If Xiao Xingyu hadn't performed his extraordinary move at a crucial moment, Yin Wenjian might have indeed gotten the beast core.
Ugh, I'm choking. Little Yin, help me get a bowl of soup.
Sure, Yin Wenjian said, noticing something was off, glaring at Xiao Xingyu.
Oh, wait a minute. What did you just call me? A little Yin. You're showing disrespect.
Yin Wenjian's face turned awkward, and he whispered, Governor, you're really forgetful.
What have I forgotten?
You previously made a bet with Lord Xiao. According to the terms of the bet, you lost. Yin Wenjian realized it. He and Xiao Xingyu's bet had witnesses. If Xiao Xingyu guessed correctly the bloodline and attributes of the beast at the bottom of the lake, Xiao Xingyu won. According to the bet, Xiao Xingyu could call Yin Wenjian Little Yin. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's slightly teasing smile, Yin Wenjian felt like crying with no tears, like a mute eating bitter melon, unable to express his frustration. Murong Jin laughed heartily, gaining 2 extra abdominal muscles from the laughter. A little Yin, you really don't understand Xingyu. Let's put it this way, in our Dragon Kingdom, anyone who dares to bet with Xingyu usually ends up like you. After dinner, as a gesture of friendship between the two countries, both armies held a social gathering together. At that moment, a figure approached Xiao Xingyu.
Lord Xiao. A Major General Jin?
Jin Taiyu stood next to Xiao Xingyu, his eyes full of stories. Do you know why our governor Yin, someone like him, is never disliked by General Murong and they always drink together? Xiao Xingyu shook his head. Jin Taiyu smiled and explained, I heard this from some veterans in the military. During a past joint hunt between our two countries, General Murong was ambushed by a pseudo-human beast, resulting in severe injuries and unconsciousness. That battle was devastating for both sides, nearly annihilating our forces. Governor Yin, exhausted from his own efforts, used a rope to carry the unconscious General Murong on his back. Using only his hands and legs, he swam across the turbulent strait and dragged General Murong back from the depths of the sea to your Dragon Kingdom's Chi Fish Harbor. This wasn't just a simple act of saving a life, it was a bond forged in military camaraderie across nations. Despite their different nationalities and royal duties, they were both navies, both warriors of the sea. Although Murongjin and Yin Wenjian often quarreled, in a life-or-death crisis, they would back each other up. Over time, Murongjin tolerated Yin Wenjian's small schemes, knowing that Li country was very poor and the Li navy even poorer. Yin Wenjian, on the other hand, tolerated Murongjin's ridicule and sarcasm. Before this, only Murongjin had called him a little Yin, a special term he accepted despite his outward anger. Xiao Xingyu calling him a little Yin seemed somewhat out of place. At the social gathering, Murongjin and Yin Wenjian sat together, each with a bottle of strong liquor. Yin Wenjian, not wanting to miss out on the beast core, had a sudden idea. Murongjin, I'm curious. How strong is Lord Zhao's talent that he's called a genius? Xingyu's talent is enough to crush all the younger generation in Li country, including Sakura country and Shama. Murongjin's slightly tipsy face was filled with pride as Xiao Xingyu was his son-in-law. A son-in-law could be worth half a son. It would be even better if his surname could be changed to Xingyu. But changing the surname was something a certain big shot would definitely object to. How about this to liven up the gathering? Let's have a challenge match, shall we? Yin Wenjian's proposal made Murongjin burst into hearty laughter. Ah ha ha ha, after all these years, you've always been my underling. Do you still dare to compete with me? I can't beat you, so it won't be a match between us. Murongjin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Let our Major General Jin Taiyu compete with your Xiao Xingyu. Two genius youths, it's a rare opportunity for them to be together. So I think it's necessary to let these two have a duel. I've thought of a compromise to ensure fairness in the competition. Murongjin frowned in contemplation. Go on. 10 rounds. Let them fight 10 rounds, and they can only use one beast each. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu were already sitting together, chatting. Jin Taiyu was observing Xiao Xingyu, unable to suppress his curiosity. Lord Xiao, are you also a pupil master? If you say so, then I am too. Xiao Xingyu's response was ambiguous. Strictly speaking, Xiao Xingyu's definition of a pupil master was quite different from the general understanding. A pupil master often refers to individuals whose parents or grandparents are actually beastman-type magical beasts. When magical beasts and humans interbreed, there's a chance their offspring will naturally have unique eyes. Talented individuals like the genius girl Ayla from the Shama Empire and Jin Taiyu fit this definition. Xiao Xingyu, however, was different. His demon god eye wasn't inherited, it was an external system cheat. If one had to give him a definition, it would be cheat user. Just as Jin Taiyu was feeling puzzled, Xiao Xingyu's words shook him deeply. Your purple extreme demon eye has powerful perception. It must be inherited from a blood clan beastman. The blood clan was Jin Taiyu's maternal clan. His mother was a beastman from the blood clan, the blood ritual lady Lucia. The essence of the blood clan was vampires, magical beasts that depend heavily on human blood and fear sunlight, only able to operate in the dark of night. The greatest strength of this race was their extremely strong perception, especially when an enemy was critically injured, they could sense a special scent. How do you know this? I guessed. Xiao Xingyu said with a smile. Jin Taiyu lowered his head, falling into silence. He knew that such private information could not be guessed, it must have been seen by Xiao Xingyu's mysterious eyes. His pupil technique is far beyond mine. Jin Taiyu still believed that Xiao Xingyu and he were of the same kind, traditional pupil masters. Lord Xiao, may I ask about your parents? I know what you want to ask, but I'm not obligated to answer. Xiao Xingyu refused to answer Jin Taiyu's question because he didn't know who his parents were. At that moment, Murongjin and Yin Wenjian approached. Yin Wenjian reiterated the rules and then looked at Xiao Xingyu, his tone laced with provocation. Lord Xiao, do you dare to accept this challenge? The use of the word dare was apartment. Murongjin placed his hand on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. Xiao Xingyu's purpose for going out to sea was to obtain the magical beast core. The goal had been achieved, and he didn't want to do anything unnecessary. But when Xiao Xingyu glanced at Jin Taiyu, he immediately changed his mind. I agree to the match. Xiao Xingyu saw the fervent battle intent in Jin Taiyu's eyes. Jin Taiyu was eager to fight this arena match. Among geniuses, there is often a mutual respect. Friendly sparring is much more meaningful than pretentious praise. That was why Xiao Xingyu agreed to the match. Of course, Xiao Xingyu also had his own motives.
Having found an excellent opponent, it was a perfect opportunity to summon the upgraded angelic beast Freya and test if its strength was sufficient. 15 minutes later, everyone left the military mess hall and moved to the central arena of the garrison island. The so-called arena was a venue that combined military drills and beastmaster duels. The space was quite simple, but it carried the iron-blooded atmosphere of the military camp. Both armies surged into the arena, surrounding the platform and eagerly awaiting the upcoming duel. Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu prepared themselves and walked up to the platform, standing 10 meters apart. Before we start, I feel like something's missing. Wenjin seemed to suddenly come up with an idea, as if it were not part of an earlier scheme, and quickly said, Murong, isn't it a bit dull if it's just a simple match? What exactly are you suggesting? Why don't we set up a wager to make the match more interesting? Murong Jin shrugged and sneered, his tone harsh. You really haven't changed, have you? Have you ever won a bet? Speak up, what do you want to wager? If Lord Xiao wins, our Li Country Navy will provide free support to your Dragon Kingdom Navy 3 times. Military support between nations always comes with a cost. The wager Wenjin proposed was indeed significant. If our Major General Jin wins, then let the Hellfire Specter Wolf spit out the demon core of the Death God Ghost Toad King, and it will belong to our Li Country Navy. Murong Jin clenched his fists and glared at Wenjin with gritted teeth. You old fool, you're still eyeing the demon core. Xiao Xingyu's voice came through. Uncle Murong, let's take the bet. Xingyu, Allricht. Murong Jin hesitated but could only nod. This was both out of respect for Xiao Xingyu's decision and an unconditional trust in his abilities. He knew that his son-in-law, the prodigy, never fought without confidence. On the platform, Jin Taiyu summoned his beast, his gaze fixed on Xiao Xingyu. Lord Xiao, I admire you greatly, but I'm afraid you'll be offended in the upcoming match. Jin Taiyu knew he couldn't compete with Xiao Xingyu in terms of pupil techniques, but he had absolute confidence in his ability to control beasts in battle. Unfortunately for him, he was about to face a tough opponent. The match was about to start. Xiao Xingyu mobilized his spiritual energy and thought to himself, 10 rounds, just to see. I want to check if Freya's combat ability after the upgrade meets my expectations. Xiao Xingyu had high standards, especially for Freya. He valued the growth path of this angelic beast and had higher expectations for Freya compared to other beasts. Jin Taiyu released his spiritual energy and activated his Beastmaster emblem. A swirling black wind rose on the platform and the oxygen level in the air plummeted. In the center of the black whirlwind, a tall and robust figure gradually emerged. It had a human-like body, standing over 3 meters tall, covered in heavy, scaled armor. Broad shoulders bore a tattered cloak, adorned with a skull pattern that seemed to reveal an eerie, sinister smile. This was one of Jin Taiyu's most skilled beasts, the Soul Warrior Knight, Morgar. Morgar was an extraordinary tier, 3rd rank, beast with legendary quality bloodline and SSS-level beast energy soul will. At this moment, Morgar stood upright in the center of the arena, with boiling black magma beneath its war boots. The hard helmet covered most of its face, leaving only a pair of cold, eerie blue eyes exposed. In its right hand, it wielded a sharp knight's sword. The sharp blade of the sword gleamed with purple light, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura that made it hard to look away. Xiao Xingyu could immediately tell that this was an SSS-grade magical artifact, the War Blood Blade. The blade was forged from the ribs of a beast emperor, making it indestructible. Li Country's navy has always been financially strained, barely affording meat, and yet they can equip a major general with an SSS-grade magical artifact? Xiao Xingyu subconsciously glanced at Wenjin standing beside the platform. The SSS-grade magical artifact, the War Blood Blade, was funded out of Wenjin's own pocket, even using his retirement savings, to equip Jin Taiyu's beast, the Soul Warrior Knight, Morgar. Wenjin had no children, his wife had long passed away, and he was left alone, surrounded by endless loneliness. To him, Jin Taiyu, the bastard rejected by the Li Country royal family, was like a half-son who deserved care and protection. He spared no expense and made every effort to nurture Jin Taiyu, regardless of his mother's bloodline or any potential discrimination. Lord Xiao, summon your shadow dragon. Not only Jin Taiyu but all the soldiers of the Li Country Navy believed that Xiao Xingyu would summon the shadow dragon. After all, the shadow dragon was a pure-blooded dragon with a primordial quality bloodline, capable of making up for any other deficiencies. However, Xiao Xingyu had no intention of following the expected script. With his spiritual energy surging, Xiao Xingyu's lazy gaze suddenly sharpened as he activated his Beastmaster emblem. A unique, mysterious magic circle appeared above the arena. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the magic circle revealed two swirling gateways resembling palace doors. One gateway was woven from brilliant holy light and the other was condensed from dark shadowy mist. Under Xiao Xingyu's control, the two gateways gradually overlapped and merged. The platform shook violently as blue snowflakes floating in the air spontaneously ignited, and it seemed like a rain of fire was falling from the sky. This strange phenomenon caused Murong Jin, who was watching from below the platform, to show a look of surprise.
What beast is he summoning?
This spectacle, this combination of light and shadow.
I've never seen anything like it.
Murong Jin racked his brain, unable to recall any beast of Xiao Xingyu's that could produce such a magical and mysterious phenomenon. On the other side of the platform, Jin Taiyu's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. This aura doesn't seem like it's from a fully evolved beast.
Could it be?
As the night sky was streaked by a fleeting meteor, the two swirling gateways fully merged. Countless threads of holy light and shadows intertwined, forming an unstable sphere, like a bomb ready to explode. Boom tilde. The sphere exploded and the air surged wildly. When people's vision cleared, they saw an angelic beast appear above the platform.
Heavens, such a beautiful angelic beast. I would call this the descent of the goddess of beauty. Oh wait, something seems off.
A six wings?
This isn't a fully evolved beast. A extraordinary tier, first rank.
Under the data detector's monitoring, the angelic beast above the platform was confirmed to be of extraordinary tier, first rank.
At this moment, the angel had descended.
It possessed a flawless female form, with curves that seemed to have been measured and designed by a divine ruler using a golden ratio. Even though this body was covered in golden armor, it couldn't hide the allure it radiated. With an elegant, swan-like neck and a face so beautiful it defied description, paired with flowing golden hair that danced in the wind, her cold gaze was filled with a deep, divine aura. What was even more remarkable was the 6 wings that unfurled behind her. In the angelic beast category, having 6 wings indicated that her rank had reached extraordinary tier.
Isn't Lord Xiao a 4-star rank?
Yes, that's correct, but he actually cultivated a beast of extraordinary tier. This guy truly lives up to being the most extraordinary genius of Dragon Kingdom's younger generation, unmatched in history. The soldiers of Li Country's navy were deeply impressed by Xiao Xingyu's talent. Typically, a 4-star rank beastmaster's limit is to cultivate and control a fully evolved, 3rd rank beast. But Xiao Xingyu was never bound by a common sense.
Freya, we haven't fought together for a long time.
Xiao Xingyu smiled with satisfaction.
Freya descended slowly, standing by Xiao Xingyu's side.
She radiated holy starlight, but her demeanor was not purely virtuous, there was a hint of ambition and malevolence in her expression. Freya had undergone a transformation. Over the past period, she had not only integrated the light and shadow legend crystal provided by Xiao Xingyu but had also undergone relentless demonic training in the mirror world under Medusa's guidance. Now, she was an extraordinary tier, 1st rank beast, the Holy Radiant Angel. The most terrifying part was her 3+1 forms. 1. Light form. 2. Dark form. 3. Composite form. 4. Blood Soul or Fallen form. The last form was a forbidden form, only unlockable at the cost of Xiao Xingyu's own blood. These secrets were still unknown to the world.
Xiao Xingyu smiled. Freya, show your strength to the fullest in this battle.
Freya nodded slightly, holding her sword in one hand. She would redefine all perceptions of angelic beasts. The undead and holy light systems were naturally antagonistic, bound in an eternal conflict. Moreover, both sides were masters of swordsmanship. The rules allowed only 10 rounds, but Jin Taiyu was confident he could defeat Xiao Xingyu within 5 rounds. After all, a 5-star versus a 4-star was a clear tier gap that even a fool could recognize. If he couldn't defeat Xiao Xingyu in 5 rounds, it would be a disgrace to his dignity. Whoosh! With a boost of spiritual energy, Morgar leaped from the ground, turning into a black shadow and charging at Freya. Holding his sword in one hand, he swung his powerful arm lightly. The purple light-blazing blade swiftly approached Freya's throat. Aimed to seal the throat with a single strike, this was Morgar's signature battle technique. This battle technique focuses on the 4 words, steady, precise, ruthless, and fast, leaving the enemy no time to react.
Clang!
The sound of metal clashing resounded across the vast arena. At this moment, the Xianyao sword and the war blood blade met. The point of contact between the blades sparked bright, eye-catching flashes. This was the first clash between them.
Jin Taiyu frowned slightly. His angelic beast can block Morgar's sealing throat without using any defensive techniques? Jin Taiyu had expected this move to force Freya to use her strongest defensive technique, but to his surprise, Freya had merely used the most basic block to neutralize the threat of sealing throat. Seeing this, Murong Jin couldn't help but laugh heartily.
Ahahaha, Xiaoyin, did you see that? This is Xingyu's talent. What if he's 5 stars?
Cross-tire combat is a norm for Xingyu, as simple as eating and drinking. Boom tilde. With an explosion, the powers of Undead and Starfall spilled out like 2 uncontrolled dragon shadows rampaging wildly on the arena. Morgar and Freya both stepped back 3 paces and steadied themselves. Each time they created distance and reset their breathing, it marked the end of a round. That was the first round of their duel. Morgar and Freya had clashed blade to blade for a full 10 seconds before retreating due to the force they couldn't withstand. At this moment, Jin Taiyu recognized the strength of his opponent, his expression turning serious as he increased the intensity of his spiritual energy release. On the arena, Morgar suddenly raised his giant sword, letting out a soul-shaking roar, and used the sharp blade to cut his left arm. Drip tilde drip tilde drip tilde. Hot, vivid blood dripped onto the war blood blade, like magma surging from the earth's core. Suddenly, the murderous and malevolent aura emanating from Morgar surged exponentially. Even the armor on him changed from black to red, as if forged and tempered by flames, exuding waves of intense, scorching steam. In the spectator area, In Wenjian's face was filled with excitement. This is Morgar's bloodthirsty sword frenzy mode. In this mode, Morgar's attack speed is increased by 5 times. Moreover, his attack power is increased by 200% and it has an additional 300% physical penetration effect. Murong Jin sneered, "Is small tricks, what's there to be proud of?" Although he said this, Murong Jin was secretly sweating for Xiao Xingyu. The tier difference was already fatal. With Morgar entering bloodthirsty sword frenzy mode, it indicated that Jin Taiyu was serious. At least at this moment, Jin Taiyu no longer saw Xiao Xingyu as a 4-star Beastmaster but as a relentless adversary. Therefore, Jin Taiyu was giving his all in tactical choices and spiritual energy release, leaving no room for leniency. Under the bloodthirsty sword frenzy mode, Morgar was like a cannonball engulfed in flames. Crack! His feet shattered the ground, leaving a trail of crimson afterimages, like a speeding lightning bolt, as he rushed toward Freya's face again. At such close range, Freya couldn't possibly dodge in time and had to brace herself. Swish! 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 Morgar's attack speed had quintupled, and his sword strikes were so fast they were beyond human perception. Freya swung her sword to block, but her attack speed couldn't keep up with Morgar's rhythm, causing her to be pushed back steadily. In the blink of an eye, Freya was forced to the edge of the arena. Just one more step back and Jin Taiyu would claim victory. In this critical moment, Xiao Xingyu's expression remained calm and unperturbed, his eyes as still as water. He secretly circulated his spiritual energy, resonating with Freya. Freya stomped 1 foot on the ground, and a dark shadowy pillar erupted from the earth.
What the hell is this? What an evil aura.
Angel-type beasts are supposed to be pure holy light, why is it suddenly emanating corrupt, dark light? At this moment, Freya bathed in a black light pillar connecting the earth and the sky. When the pillar disappeared, Freya reappeared in everyone's view.
What's happening?
Black wings, black armor. This angel-type beast actually has a second form. In the spectator area, all naval soldiers, regardless of nationality, were shocked by Freya's new form. Her graceful, seductive body was covered in a layer of black heavy armor exuding an evil aura, revealing her long, beautiful legs and slender waist. Perfect, flawless jade-like feet stepped on a dark moon-shaped star array. Behind her, 6 pitch-black wings spread out, gently fluttering, creating ripples of sticky shadowy mist around her. This was Freya's second form, dark form. Major General Jin, since you want to compete in attack speed, I'm more than willing to oblige. A trace of mischievous malice appeared on Xiao Xingyu's handsome face. The wicked smile at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced with the release of his spiritual energy. Whoosh! Freya vanished from her spot and instantly appeared in front of Morgar. The Xianyao sword, enveloped in dark mist, had its tip just inches away from Morgar's throat.
A step back 3 paces.
Jin Taiyu, a 5-star Beastmaster, was forced to command a retreat on this arena by a 4-star Beastmaster. Morgar stepped back 3 paces, creating some distance. At that instant, both Xiao Xingyu and Jin Taiyu unleashed their vast spiritual energy. Under the intense gaze of everyone, Morgar and Freya simultaneously swung their swords with maximum speed.
This speed is godlike. I can't see, it's impossible to see.
Is there a slow-motion replay? In everyone's view, Morgar and Freya's figures vanished, leaving only the flickering shadows of their swords on the violently shaking arena. Swordlight filled the sky, sword shadows flew everywhere. These two sword-wielding beasts delivered an astonishing display of attack speed. True attack speed is about simplicity in its utmost form. Both Morgar and Freya wielded their swords without any techniques, just pure, brutal force. Horizontal slashes, vertical cuts, thrusts, blocks, side slashes. These basic sword movements perfectly showcase the ultimate attack speed.
Incredible!
His beast's attack speed actually. A bead of sweat emerged on Jin Taiyu's forehead, his teeth instinctively clenching his lips. Gradually, Jin Taiyu realized a terrifying fact. Under the bloodthirsty sword frenzy mode, Morgar's attack speed was actually inferior to Freya's. This was the special effect of the dark form. When Freya activated the dark form and was in a night environment, she could use the power of moonlight to continually increase her attack speed. The limit of her attack speed just barely surpassed that of her opponents. Because of this, Freya in dark form could counter all enemies relying on attack speed. Moreover, dark form had an even more monstrous effect, and Jin Taiyu's troubles were far from over. In the center of the arena, the sword shadows of two different colors flew and intertwined, creating a chaotic symphony. The originally smooth ground was now covered with crisscrossed sword marks, dust flying and thick smoke filling the air.
Clang, clang, clang.
The frequent clashes of the swords, mixed with the faint roar of wind and thunder, were stimulating the eardrums of every naval soldier in the spectator area.
This angel-type beast's attack speed is quite absurd.
I never expected Morgar to be at a disadvantage in attack speed during the bloodthirsty sword frenzy. A Xiao Xingyu of the Dragon Kingdom truly lives up to his genius reputation. The bizarre evolution path of his beast is something we've never heard of. In his panic, Jin Taiyu continuously urged his spiritual energy, trying to further increase Morgar's attack speed. Even in the extreme state of bloodthirsty sword frenzy mode, Morgar's sword swings were always a beat slower than Freya's. In just a minute, Morgar's armor was covered with numerous sword marks and cracks. Due to the level difference, Freya's attacks did not cause any substantial damage to Morgar. But they inflicted mental damage. Morgar, at the third level of Transcendence, was defeated in his best field of attack speed by Freya, who had just reached the first level of Transcendence. For Morgar, who held the Sword Knight spirit as a belief, this was a great humiliation. But he had done his best. No matter what, Freya's attack speed was always one step ahead. This was the holy angel in dark form. She had lost her holy brilliance, covered in pitch-black dark mist, emitting an evil and chilling aura. Under the night sky, each of Freya's sword swings produced black crescent-shaped sword lights, like a torrential storm bombarding Morgar's armor. At this moment, she seemed less like an angel guiding people to light and more like an emotionless sword-wielding machine, dragging people's souls into the abyss of the sword mound. After his daze, Jin Taiyu suddenly realized a serious problem. In his previous heated state, he was fixated on competing with Xiao Xingyu in terms of attack speed and overlooked the key issue. During the minute of sword clashing between Morgar and Freya, they had reset their breathing 7 times. This meant that 7 more rounds had passed. Including the first round, the match had gone on for a total of 8 rounds. According to the rules, only 2 rounds remained in this match. As long as Xiao Xingyu could hold out for 2 more rounds, victory would be his. Jin Taiyu forced himself to stay calm. He did not want to lose this battle.
A step back, create some distance.
Jin Taiyu gave the order. The next moment, as Freya's Xianyao sword pressed directly toward Morgar's forehead. Following the master's command, Morgar chose not to continue the clash but instead opted to retreat, quickly creating about 10 meters of distance. At the moment Morgar's toes touched the ground, without any pause, his eyes flared with a scarlet glow, and both hands grasped the hilt of the bloodthirsty sword. Jin Taiyu executed the 5-Star Beastmaster's skills with fluidity, his combo moves seamless and without delay, flowing like a river.
A warhorse tread slash.
Perhaps only by shouting out the name of the skill could Jin Taiyu express the frustration and restraint he felt at this moment. Morgar, covered in blood, was engulfed in the flames of the undead. He raised the bloodthirsty sword high and swung it with all his might. A tangible sword chi pierced through the arena, resembling a fiery warhorse charging across the battlefield, leaping high, and bringing its powerful iron hooves down on Freya. Warhorse Tread Slash was among the top 3 killing moves in Morgar's skill set. Initially, Jin Taiyu had no intention of using such a high-level skill against Xiao Xingyu, who was only at the 4-star rank, as it seemed unfair. But at this moment, he could not afford to care about that. With only 2 rounds left, using the fastest and most effective means to secure victory was the only way forward. Facing the fiery warhorse's iron hooves, Freya stood firm, showing no intention of dodging. Seeing this, Jin Taiyu's tense nerves relaxed slightly. But finally over. Jin Taiyu was confident in the power of Warhorse Tread Slash and was certain that Freya could not withstand its damage. In an instant, Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy was precisely transmitted into Freya's body. Between master and servant, their minds were in sync, everything was understood without words. This was also why Xiao Xingyu did not need to shout out the name of the skill during combat. Boom tilde. The fire-burning iron hooves fell heavily, and a thunderous explosion swept across the entire training arena. All the naval soldiers stood up, intently watching the thick smoke from the explosion.
Is it over?
It looks like Major General Jin won. Let's not get too proud, Lord Xiao is already very strong. Yes, indeed. Lord Xiao, being only at the 4-star rank, managed to hold out for 9 rounds against Major General Jin. The genius and prodigy title is well-deserved. Even as the aftermath of the explosion lingered, the naval soldiers of the beautiful country were already convinced of Xiao Xingyu's defeat. Yin Wenjian also displayed a beaming smile like a blooming daisy.
Murong, I'm sorry we won.
Ayo?
Is that so?
Murong Jin raised his hand and pointed at the arena, his voice tinged with a hint of mockery. Xiaoyin, you're celebrating too early. Wipe that smile off and open your eyes to see clearly before speaking. Yin Wenjian immediately looked towards the arena. As the smoke cleared and the explosive aftermath dissipated with the wind, Freya was seen hovering in midair in the center of the arena. Her perfect body was shielded by 6 dark wings, completely covered and impenetrable. Under the gaze of the crowd, Freya gradually unfolded her 6 wings. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was untouched by any blemish. The dark armor, inscribed with forbidden runes, bore no scratches. Her exposed white skin was smooth and delicate, without a single trace of blood.
Unscathed. How is this possible?
Despite being at such a huge disadvantage in level, this angel-type beast withstood Morgar's Warhorse Tread Slash without any damage. Is this a tanky angel beast?
It's beyond my understanding.
Off the charts, this monster is way off the charts. When people use the term a monster to describe a stunning angel in a panicked and astonished tone, it shows just how terrifying Freya's displayed strength is. At this point, Xiao Xingyu hadn't used any additional maneuvers. Because Freya didn't need any tactics, her strength alone was enough. In her dark form, Freya not only used the moonlight to enhance her overwhelming attack speed but also harnessed the power of the dark moon to activate Moonlight Prayer. Moonlight Prayer was a shield-based skill. Freya clasped her hands together, closed her eyes in prayer, and her 6 black wings absorbed the dense power of the dark moon, enveloping her form in an extremely thick shield. The limit of this shield could completely negate any attacks from enemies of the same tier. Morgar was indeed at a higher level, belonging to the Transcendent Body, Tier 3. But in terms of tier level, he was still within the realm of Transcendent Bodies, just like Freya. Therefore, the damage from Warhorse Tread Slash was completely negated by Moonlight Prayer. Jin Taiyu recovered from his shock, his face turning pale. Damn it, it's already been 9 rounds. Only 1 round remained in this match. Xiao Xingyu smiled, and his eyes sparkled with a galaxy-like brilliance. A Major General Jin, just now, was your Morgar Knight merely giving our Freya a massage? This remark struck Jin Taiyu deeply, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Murong Jin smiled benevolently and sighed, a prodigy, truly a prodigy. One should have a son like Xiao Xingyu. According to the rules of the match, both sides had only 1 round left to fight. At this moment, Jin Taiyu was caught in a storm of thoughts, his mind racing. But no matter what, I can't reveal my trump card, or it will be too embarrassing. He activated the purple extreme demon eye again and pushed its power to the limit. The purple gaze locked onto Freya in her dark form. Jin Taiyu wanted to find a flaw in Freya, but what he saw next plunged him into a vortex of shock. Even though Freya stood perfectly still in the center of the arena, Jin Taiyu furrowed his brow, sweat covering his face.
How is this possible?
Why isn't there a single flaw on her? The ability of the purple extreme demon eye was to massively amplify Jin Taiyu's perception. With this ability, he was always able to detect the enemy's flaws. In Jin Taiyu's view, within just 5 seconds, he used the purple extreme demon eye for hundreds of simulations. In these hundreds of simulations, Morgar attacked Freya from different angles, with different sword techniques, and at different rhythms, aiming at her center, weak side, lower body, and face. Yet the result was always the same. Freya easily blocked all attacks. Jin Taiyu took a deep breath, a storm of turmoil rising in his heart. He could not understand why this angelic beast had no flaws at all. This completely defied the principles and ethics of beast biology. Theoretically, no matter how strong a beast is, it always has flaws. Even dragons have what could be considered a special flaw, such as their reverse scales. Only one's strength can compensate for these flaws. Yet Freya had no flaws at all. In this regard, she had surpassed all beasts. The demon eye sees all. Xiao Xingyu's voice reached Jin Taiyu's ears. Are you puzzled that your purple extreme demon eye can't see Freya's flaws? Jin Taiyu's heart sunk. This guy, he's even seen through my thoughts. On the arena, Jin Taiyu was drenched in cold sweat, facing the situation with extreme caution. Xiao Xingyu remained calm and collected, his lazy eyes carrying a hint of nonchalance. From their reactions, it was hard to imagine who was the higher-ranked Beastmaster. Why does Freya have no flaws? Because during her devilish training with Medusa, she awakened a brand new SSS beast ability impeccable. This beast ability is extremely special. It is neither an offensive nor a defensive ability. Its function is to ensure that Freya maintains a state of absolute flawlessness during combat. The devilish training took place in a mirrored world created by Medusa's mirror power. To provide Freya with a sparring partner, Medusa used the mirror power again to create a mirrored doppelganger of Freya. The mirrored Freya had exactly the same abilities as Freya, including her combat thought patterns. The one who understands oneself the best is oneself. Fighting against oneself often leads to an unbreakable cycle of never winning. However, during this process, Freya became even more familiar with her own abilities and defects, understanding them more thoroughly. The result of this devilish training was the birth of the SSS beast ability impeccable. As long as Freya is in combat mode, she is a flawless existence. For any opponent, relying on tactics and skills to defeat Freya is meaningless. Only absolute strength can crush her. Even Jin Taiyu, a talented youth, realized this. Since tactics and skills were ineffective against Freya, he had to rely on overwhelming strength. Lord Xiao, it's the last round. Excuse me. Jin Taiyu channeled his spiritual energy, and the powerful will resonated with Morgar's soul. SSS level beast ability War Soul Will was Jin Taiyu's strongest trump card, which he wasn't going to use. But against an opponent like Xiao Xingyu, who could be described as abnormal, Jin Taiyu had to command Morgar to use powers just below War Soul Will. Within the arena, a wild wind began to stir. The naval soldiers in the observation area had to shield their eyes from the stinging wind blades. A thick blood mist rose around Morgar. Its right hand, holding the sword, trembled violently. Putz tilde. After the sound of a sword cry, the SSS-level magic weapon, Blood War Blade, split into two, transforming into two night swords shimmering with a cold light. The dual sword Morgar had always been Jin Taiyu's big weapon. Xiao Xingyu's eyes lit up with a fervent gleam. Dual swords, interesting. Seeing Morgar wielding dual swords, Xiao Xingyu had a burst of inspiration. The Xianyao sword was an SS-level magic weapon, but it no longer met Xiao Xingyu's picky standards. Xiao Xingyu needed to prepare an SSS-level sword-shaped magic weapon for Freya and planned to personally draw the design and participate in its creation. Previously, Xiao Xingyu had no inspiration, but now, inspired by Morgar, he had a brilliant idea. A single sword, dual swords excellent. Xiao Xingyu made up his mind to go to the Royal Institute upon returning to Dragon Kingdom, to personally draw the design and work with the Institute's staff to develop a new SSS-level sword-shaped magic artifact suitable for Freya. On the arena, countless wind blades, like vicious wolves, roared toward Freya, sweeping up dust and stones, as if aiming to engulf the entire garrison island. In the dual sword mode, Morgar's demeanor became even more chilling. He slightly bent forward, his battle boots crushing the ground, creating a large indentation around him, preparing for a charged attack. Jin Taiyu's eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed, dual sword technique, Bloodstorm. Facing such a powerful skill, Freya's stunning face showed no hint of panic. Xiao Xingyu revealed an excited smile. That's more like it. Only a worthy opponent can help Freya gain more experience. Freya, third form activate. At Xiao Xingyu's command, Freya nodded gently, her body surging with two different powers simultaneously. Holy light once again illuminated the night sky. However, Freya did not fully switch back to her light form. Instead, she maintained both the light form and dark form simultaneously. What happened next shocked the naval soldiers in the observation area. Freya's left half was in light form. Her simple yet radiant armor shone with golden light, her snow-white legs were unadorned, and 3 wings burned with golden holy flames. Freya's right half was in dark form. Her armor was heavy, her exposed skin covered in forbidden runes, and her black-purple eyes emitted an evil aura, adding a touch of primal wild beauty, while 3 wings were enveloped in dense shadowy mist. Beasts changing forms isn't unusual. But Freya's ability to present 2 different forms simultaneously was a revelation to everyone.
What am I seeing?
An angel beast with 2 forms appearing at once? Light and dark, aren't they opposing and restraining attributes?
How can they coexist?
This beast tamer's Freya is truly beyond reason. At this moment, Freya had entered the 3rd form, a composite form of light and dark. Holy light flames symbolized divinity and radiance, punishing all evil and heretical forces. Dark moon power represented darkness that could devour righteous dawn, shrouding everything in evil. In the composite form, Freya was both righteous and evil, embodying both heaven and hell. Combined with the SSS-level beast ability impeccable, this angel beast was terrifyingly powerful. The waters of Blue Snow Lake began to boil, as if cheering and shouting for the final duel between the 2 genius youths. The blood-colored sword blade storm approached Freya, causing her long hair to fly wildly. Xiao Xingyu, calmly controlling his spiritual power, said coldly, "Light and dark roaring dragon slash." Freya held the sword high with both hands, her seductive lips parting slightly as she took a deep breath of the surrounding cold air. The 3 golden wings on her left side released scorching holy light flames, infusing them into the Xianyao sword. The 3 dark wings on her right side emitted black mist infused with dark moon power, transforming into soft, serpentine threads that wrapped around the Xianyao sword's blade. In the next second, Freya's eyes glinted fiercely, her angelic pressure erupting from her body as she swung the sword with all her might. The terrifying sword intent swept across the ground, splitting the sword energy into 2, one resembling a light dragon, the other like a shadow dragon. The 2 sword energy dragons clashed intensely, creating a fierce collision of light and shadow. In the end, they merged seamlessly. At that moment, everyone felt it was beyond belief. Who would have thought that one day, the divine and inviolable light would perfectly merge with the darkest and most evil aesthetics of violence in the darkness? Boom tilde. The light and dark roaring dragon slash collided violently with the bloodstorm, showcasing the terrifying talents of the 2 prodigies in their final confrontation. The explosion roared like a dragon's cry, deafening and stunning. After an unknown period, the remnants of the explosion dissipated. On the arena, Jin Taiyu hung his head, his bangs obscuring his facial expression, but the gloom enveloping him revealed his current emotions. The War Soul Sword Knight, Morgar, still stood in place. Crack. A 20-centimeter-long crack appeared on Morgar's chest armor, a noticeable sword mark. The mark extended upwards, reaching the helmet. His eyes, glowing with a blue aura, revealed shock and defeat. On the other side of the arena, Freya maintained her composite form, breathing heavily, her hair in disarray, and her lips somewhat pale. There was a 3-centimeter-long blood mark on her side, not very deep, just a light injury. From their current states, Freya seemed to be in worse shape. But she had won decisively. After all, she had just advanced to Transcendent Body, 1st stage, while Morgar was a genuine Transcendent Body, 3rd stage, beast. The observation area fell silent, as people realized the true meaning of prodigy talent. Jin Taiyu lifted his head, his voice tinged with resignation and acceptance. I lost. With the 10 rounds concluded, and according to the point-to-stop rule, Xiao Xingyu had won the duel. In an instant, the Dragon Kingdom naval officers surged forward, lifting Xiao Xingyu high and throwing him into the air repeatedly. The Lord Xiao is amazing, cheers echoed throughout Garrison Island and across Blue Snow Lake. Yin Wenjian stared at Xiao Xingyu's back. Murong Jin laughed heartily and patted Yin Wenjian on the shoulder. And now you understand the value of Xingyu's prodigious talent, don't you? Yin Wenjian admitted, what an incredible youth. If our Ligua had such a prodigious talent, it would be wonderful. Xiao Xingyu approached Jin Taiyu and they shook hands. The recent sparring did not affect their relationship. Lord Xiao, it was an honor to spar with you today. A Major General Jin, I feel regret that you didn't use the SSS-level beast ability, War Soul Will. Jin Taiyu smiled, a bitter expression lingering on his lips. Lord Xiao, I also know that you didn't use your trump card, right? This shouldn't be Freya's limit. Xiao Xingyu merely maintained his smile, not confirming nor denying, which was an implicit acknowledgement. In reality, Freya's strongest form was the fourth form, Blood Soul Fallen form. This form was a forbidden form, requiring Xiao Xingyu to use blood as a sacrifice to activate. Moreover, it had many side effects, so Xiao Xingyu wouldn't use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Jin Taiyu felt a pang of bitterness and thought, fortunately, the 10-round rule preserved my dignity. If there had been no round limit and we continued fighting, I might have been forced to use War Soul Will, and even then. A true strong person does not underestimate their opponent but recognizes their excellence, acknowledges their strength, and constantly reflects on oneself. Jin Taiyu was such a person. In the future, he would surely become a formidable force. A Major General Jin. There's something I want to say. Xiao Xingyu leaned in close to Jin Taiyu, his voice low enough that only they could hear. To me, a pupil practitioner is a profession, not a cursed stigma. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jin Taiyu's pupils trembled. Xiao Xingyu's words struck a chord deep within him. In Ligua, pupil practitioners were regarded as evil curses and were often called mongrels by others. Jin Taiyu had beast blood flowing in his veins, which led to a dark childhood. His siblings and even the elders in his family looked at him with strange eyes. The kind of look he would remember for a lifetime was not one of human eyes, but one of eyes that saw a beast. Xiao Xingyu's words were clear. He did not discriminate against the mixed blood lineage of pupil practitioners. Jin Taiyu could feel Xiao Xingyu's sincerity. Watching Xiao Xingyu leave the arena, Jin Taiyu smiled faintly and murmured to himself. He's really a special guy. At least in his eyes, I'm a complete person. Thus, the seeds of friendship across nationalities took root and began to sprout. The next morning, with the death of the Death God's Ghost Toad King, the joint hunting mission of the two countries was successfully completed, signaling the time to return home. The Tiger Roar set sail, with Murong Jin leading the Dragon Kingdom Navy's 6 divisions, departing Blue Snow Lake first. Yin Wenjian looked up at the direction in which the Tiger Roar was leaving, lost in thought. Taiyu, it's fine that you lost this time. You have already been excellent. Jin Taiyu nodded in agreement. Yes, Lord Xiao is the most outstanding prodigy I've seen among peers, without exception. Then Jin Taiyu changed the subject. Governor Yin, I came to report something important. Before General Murong left, he quietly left us 10 large containers of supplies. Among them were canned meat, instant dumplings and soup buns, as well as some warm clothing and bedding. After Jin Taiyu finished speaking, he watched as Yin Wenjian fell into silence. Governor Yin, you. Stop talking nonsense, I'm not crying. I didn't say you were crying. I'm not crying. I just got some sand in my eyes. Ligua, due to its geographical location and environmental factors, lacked food and warm resources. Over the years, Jin Taiyu had always helped the cash-strapped Ligua Navy or helped Yin Wenjian in this way. After all, at sea, he and Yin Wenjian had driven off sea monsters together, guarding the peace of the ocean. Hot tears dried in the blizzard, leaving only 2 crooked tear tracks on his face. The Tiger Roar braved the wind and waves, sailing into the territorial waters of Dragon Kingdom, getting closer and closer to the port of Wangu City. On the deck, Murong Jin, with a cigar in his mouth, spoke to himself. The supplies I left on Garrison Island should have been received. He's so sensitive and pretentious, I can only help him secretly. The relationship between Dragon Kingdom and Ligua was somewhat delicate. Aside from Murong Jin and Yin Wenjian, only the Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan and the Ligua Empress Jin Xingya had a good relationship. However, within Ligua's power structure, especially among the 3 major royal families, there were several ambitious figures who always coveted Dragon Kingdom's rich territory and resources. Currently, due to the power disparity, these shadowy figures dared not make any moves. They lay in wait, enduring, just waiting for the right opportunity. Once Dragon Kingdom faces severe turmoil, they will bare their fangs and claws, ruthlessly tearing a chunk out of Dragon Kingdom's territory. The Tiger Roar docked at the port of Wangu City, and it was already late at night. Xiao Xingyu planned to go home first to accompany his sister and report to Murong Jin in the royal city the next day. At the Bihai Golden Mansion. Living room on the first floor. At the dining table, Xiao Xingyu held a bowl of rice, eating voraciously and getting grains all over his mouth. Xiao, you eat slowly. No one's trying to snatch your food away. Xiao Ruoxue was worried sick, serving Xiao Xingyu more rice and soup, and handing him napkins to wipe his mouth. As his older sister, she played the role of a mother, ensuring that Xiao Xingyu, who had lacked maternal love since childhood, had no childhood traumas.
Sis, one of the happiest things is eating the meals you cook.
After eating, Xiao Xingyu didn't forget to flatter her.
One of the happiest?
Then I guess, going on a date with Xin must be the happiest thing. Xiao Xingyu moved behind Xiao Ruoxue, wrapping his arms around her neck and resting his chin in her silver hair. This was the way he expressed affection as a younger brother.
Sis, I'm going to the Royal City tomorrow.
You like the osmanthus cakes specially supplied by the Royal City, right?
I'll bring a few boxes back tomorrow.
Going to the Royal City again?
Of course.
This time, as part of the joint hunting mission of the two countries, I'm also one of the participants. I need to accompany Uncle Murong to report the detailed battle situation in the Royal City.
Xiao Ruoxue murmured softly, then Xiao Yu will have to meet that woman again.
Sis, what are you talking about?
Nothing.
Xiao Ruoxue stood up with a smile.
Xiao Yu, take a rest.
I'll go wash some fruits for after the meal. Xiao Xingyu lay on the sofa, calling Murong Xin, telling slightly risque jokes from time to time to amuse his cute girlfriend. It seemed that boys in the throes of infatuation had this habit of making their girlfriends blush and stammer. In the kitchen, Xiao Ruoxue wasn't washing fruits but was making a phone call.
Hello, how's it going on your side?
Xiao Lian's voice came through.
I was just about to call you.
Didn't expect you beat me to it. We've found the location of the headquarters of the Roxas Sect. It's at the southern tip of the Monster Sea Strait, Blood Lotus Island. And now, with the powerful influence of the Ghost Queen and her numerous followers, she has almost replaced the head of the Roxas Sect from the deputy leader position. A multi-force melee is about to begin.
We at the Yin Alliance will join in the fun.
Xiao Ruoxue pondered, does the Yin Alliance need me to return?
Xiao Lian's tone was certain.
Of course, you're a Dragon Mark envoy. Major events concerning the Dragon clan require you to document them, don't they? All right, I'll find a chance to leave Wangu City and join you. Xiao Ruoxue hung up the phone and began washing fruits for her brother. At 2 a.m. Wangu City was shrouded in a cold, rainy night. The whole city seemed peaceful and calm, but in unseen places, conspiracies and schemes were being plotted. At the Bihai Golden Mansion. Second floor bedroom. Raindrops gently tapped on the window, creating a pleasant patter. The light from the desk lamp illuminated a small patch of rain outside, forming a colorful halo.
Sis should be asleep by now.
Xiao Xingyu lay on his bed, mumbling to himself. It was indeed a coincidence that Xiao Ruoxue, who usually went to bed at this time, was awake tonight. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was only focused on his own plans, completely unaware of his sister's secret. Xiao Xingyu channeled a trace of spiritual energy to activate the Beastmaster emblem. The summoning array lit up with a black glow in the bedroom. When the light faded, a bewitching figure of a scorpion-tailed beauty appeared by the bed. She exuded a queenly aura, her cold, frosty face contrasting with the gentle autumn-like warmth in her eyes when she looked at Xiao Xingyu.
Master, why have you summoned me so late? Is there something you need me to do?
The disaster demon Medusa, queen of the demon Python clan, now submitted to Xiao Xingyu with no complaints, only gratitude buried deep within her heart. Xiao Xingyu stared at Medusa for a while before managing to say, Medusa, I've prepared this for you. Medusa looked puzzled as Xiao Xingyu draped a fur-lined robe over her. Master, thank you. But you know I'm a cold-blooded creature, I don't feel the cold. I know you're cold-blooded, but with your figure, it tends to make me, a bit uncomfortable.
So ahem. Xiao Xingyu had made his point clear.
Medusa, known for her scorpion-tailed beauty, was typically dressed in thin, revealing long gowns that exposed her sensual shoulders and neck and even her cleavage. Now, in the dead of night with rain falling outside, it was inevitable that a vigorous young man like Xiao Xingyu would have certain reactions. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's flushed face, Medusa paused, her red lips parting in a seductive yet unpretentious smile. Master, you're a grown man. If you have needs, I am willing to assist you. As Medusa spoke, she began to remove the robe.
No. That's not necessary.
Medusa stopped undressing, her beautiful eyes dimming slightly, and her voice took on a mournful tone. Master, do you think I'm less beautiful than that fox?
You and Lulu are both beautiful.
Then why can you accept physical intimacy with that fox but not with me? Xiao Xingyu scratched his head, looking awkward as he tried to explain. Medusa, my situation with Lulu was special.
When she integrated with the dragon bloodline, she gained dragon traits. Dragons are inherently lustful, as you know, which is why. Xiao Xingyu fell into recollection. It had been a beautiful night when the naked Dailu, after breaking through and advancing, shared an intimate moment with him and then fell asleep in his arms. This was also why Xiao Xingyu had special feelings for Dailu. He had never seen her as just a fox but as an important family member. A master, I understand. But I want to say that no matter what happens in the future, I will stay by your side just like that fox. And my body will always belong to you. For the first time, Medusa opened her heart to Xiao Xingyu, hoping he would understand that everything Dailu could do for him she could also do. Human hearts are soft, and Xiao Xingyu was moved. He lifted his hand and gently caressed Medusa's smooth fair cheek. Medusa, having you and Dailu by my side is truly wonderful. Dailu and Medusa were destined to be Xiao Xingyu's right and left arms on his path to dominance. Their relationship transcended master and servant, beyond the constraints of blood contracts, with deep emotional bonds. Alright, it's time to get serious. Xiao Xingyu returned to the main topic. Medusa, I need you to open the mirror world.
Alright.
Medusa raised her right hand, her slender, pink fingertips lightly touching the air in front of her. Under the interplay of light and shadow, a mirror portal appeared beside the desk in the bedroom.
Medusa, let's go.
Master, what exactly are you planning to do? Medusa's hand was taken by Xiao Xingyu as they both entered the mirror world. In the mirror world, on the outskirts of Wangu City, in a forest. Medusa, next, I need to help Dark Feng modify his bloodline quality. You'll need to stand guard for me.
What? Did I hear that right?
Medusa was shocked. After confirming that Xiao Xingyu wasn't joking, she gasped, I've never heard of modifying the bloodline of a beastmaster before. Whether it's a beastmaster or a demon beast, the bloodline quality is innate and cannot be changed throughout life. It's precisely because of this unchangeable nature that bloodline quality is the primary indicator of a beastmaster's potential. Hellfire Specter Wolf, under Xiao Xingyu's training, was well-rounded and without flaws. However, its biggest issue was its bloodline quality. Epic quality bloodlines might be sufficient in smaller cities, but Xiao Xingyu often found himself on high-end stages, where an epic bloodline was holding Hellfire Specter Wolf back from reaching the next level. Under Medusa's skeptical gaze, Xiao Xingyu used his willpower to retrieve the bloodline modification scroll from the system's warehouse. This item resembled an ancient talisman covered in obscure and complex spells. How? Xiao Xingyu released spiritual energy to summon Hellfire Specter Wolf. Dark Feng, I know you've been waiting for this day. A long, melodious wolf howl proved how excited Hellfire Specter Wolf was. To be honest, I've been waiting for a long time too. Xiao Xingyu patted the wolf's fur, his eyes filled with affection. It was his first contracted beast, holding great significance. Once, it was just a wind dog on the same track as a husky, humorously called a poop machine, because of its large appetite and frequent bathroom breaks. Step by step, it had accompanied Xiao Xingyu the longest and, together with him, created stunning miracles on the arena stages. Now everything was in place. The demon beast core containing the Grim Reaper's bloodline was inside Hellfire Specter Wolf's body. Xiao Xingyu picked up the bloodline modification scroll and pressed it to the wolf's forehead. Then he stepped back to stand beside Medusa. In an instant, a fierce storm erupted in the forest and the night sky seemed like a quivering screen. Lightning flashed from the depths of the dark clouds. The earth cracked open and lava erupted. Modifying a beastmaster's bloodline was akin to defying fate, inevitably causing natural disasters. This was also why Xiao Xingyu chose to perform this task in the mirror world, as changes in the environment there would not affect the real world in any way.
It's about to begin.
Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists, his brows furrowed deeply. Dark Feng, hang in there. The pain is only temporary. Lightning bolts descended from the sky, striking Hellfire Specter Wolf. Its fur fell out, its flesh was torn, and blood flowed freely. Xiao Xingyu felt heartache, but even with his eyes closed, he could still hear the mournful, piercing howls of the wolf.
Hold on. Almost there.
Veins bulged around Xiao Xingyu's eyes as he activated the demon god's eye. He could see the progress bar for the bloodline modification. A 93%. Auf 94%. Auf 95%. When the progress bar reached 100%, Xiao Xingyu felt a sense of relief. The forest erupted in a violent explosion, with flowers, grass, and trees reduced to a sea of flames. Medusa controlled the mirror world's power, ensuring that Xiao Xingyu would not be harmed by any of the changes occurring in the mirror world. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu's eyes widened in excitement. The color of the flames has turned gray. This is the SSS-level beast energy, Grim Reaper's Judgment Flame. The bloodline modification was successful. And Dark Feng has seized the opportunity to break through and advance to Transcendent Body Stage 1. As the shadow emerged from the sea of fire, it came into Xiao Xingyu's view. The intense visual impact made Xiao Xingyu's lips curve into a broad smile. Dark Feng, you look kind of handsome today. In front of Xiao Xingyu stood a wolf-type beast master with a form as solid as a boulder. Its fur was a gray flame, the SSS-level beast energy Grim Reaper's Judgment Flame. Its neck, shoulders, back, and limbs were covered with an exoskeleton armor. Xiao Xingyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. If from those clear, naive eyes, it's evident that Dark Feng is still the same Dark Feng. With the Demon God's Eye activated, a luxurious data panel appeared before Xiao Xingyu. Name, Nether Hades Wolf. Level, Transcendent Body Stage 1. Bloodline, Grim Reaper's Bloodline, Mythical Quality. Talent 1, Grim Reaper's Power, Passive. When enemy units' health falls below 30%, a one-hit kill ability Grim Reaper's Harvest can be triggered. Restriction, effective only against enemy units of a lower level than the user. Talent 2A, Hellfire. Talent 3A, Undying Flame. Talent 4A, Demon's Power. SSS level Beast Energy, 6 Paths Hell Path's Power. SSS level Beast Energy, Grim Reaper's Judgment Flame can burn the enemy's combat will. If burning lasts over 10 seconds, it can reduce the enemy unit's attack power by 50%. SSS level Beast Energy, not activated. Grim Reaper's Decay activation condition, advanced to Beast King Body. SSS level Beast Energy, not activated. Grim Reaper's Judgment Thunder activation condition, advanced to Beast Emperor Body. Attributes, Wolf, Fire, Undead, Divine. Loyalty, 100. New skills. Grim Reaper's Fire Lotus creates a gray fire lotus with Grim Reaper's Judgment Flame, causing explosive damage to enemies. Yama King's Claw opens the gates of the underworld to release a giant wolf claw infused with Yama's power, delivering a large-scale attack to enemy troops. Grim Reaper's Vengeance counterattack technique reflects 50% of the damage received back to the attacker, lasting for 10 seconds. Infernal Prison releases 18 underworld chains to bind and imprison enemy units, causing intense mental attacks and mental disorders like confusion. Grim Reaper's Awareness passive, when own health drops to 1%, triggers a 12-fold critical strike. This is the newly upgraded Nether Hades Wolf after the Bloodline modification. The major weakness of Dark Feng has been addressed, and the quality of the Bloodline is no longer a stumbling block to its growth. The Grim Reaper's Bloodline, being of mythical quality, greatly elevates its growth potential. Xiao Xingyu looked at the Nether Hades Wolf before him, filled with satisfaction and joy. Medusa approached and marveled, "It's truly unprecedented, Master. I've never seen a Bloodline modification of a Beastmaster before." Xiao Xingyu's operation was unprecedented. "A Master, now that both Freya and Dark Feng have advanced to the Transcendent Body rank, shouldn't you consider taking the 5-star assessment?" Xiao Xingyu gave a meaningful smile. "Not yet, we'll talk about it after the new year." "After the new year?" "From what I know about you, Master, you're not one to delay things."
Could it be that?
Medusa, with her delicate and perceptive nature, seemed to guess something. "Could it be that you plan to directly participate in the 6-star assessment?" Medusa's words trailed off as Xiao Xingyu's smile answered her question. "You truly are a master." Medusa smiled as well. Standing together with Xiao Xingyu, they gazed at the night sky of the mirror world. "Medusa, when I become a 9-star beast master in the truest sense, our chances to fight side by side will only increase." Yes, I'm looking forward to that day." Currently, Xiao Xingyu can only fight alongside Dailu and Medusa by using dragon spirit pills and enduring the side effects. But if he becomes a 9-star beast master, like Murong Jin and Yin Wenjian, with a deep and boundless power pool and the ability to share power with his beasts, he will have no concerns. Dailu and Medusa fighting with him will become a common occurrence. My eyes. Xiao Xingyu's mind trembled as a new power emerged within the demon god's eye. This power came from his undead bloodline contract with Nether Hades Wolf. Immediately, the undead ring began to glow with a brilliant light. Xiao Xingyu covered his left eye with one hand and let out a slightly feverish, mad laugh, thinking to himself, "We're getting closer to you, Shangguan Tong." Xiao Xingyu had a strong premonition that he would soon meet the former world's #1 undead beastmaster. The next day, when Xiao Xingyu woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. Last night, because Dark Feng had advanced to Nether Hades Wolf, Xiao Xingyu was so excited that he stayed awake all night and only fell asleep in the morning.
It's already noon.
There's no time for lunch. I need to meet Uncle Murong and head to the Imperial City to report. Xiao Xingyu got dressed and went downstairs to the living room.
Sis, I won't be having lunch. I'm going to... Where's Sis?
The dining table in the living room was empty, with no lavish lunch prepared. There were no signs of cooking in the kitchen. Even Xiao Ruoxue was nowhere to be found. Xiao Xingyu approached the dining table and picked up a note that was placed under a tissue box.
Xiaoyu, I've gone back to Qingfeng City for a while.
I've made plans with my friend Xinxin and will be staying at her place for a few days before coming back.
Don't worry. Xiao Xingyu felt puzzled. Xinxin?
Yang Xinxin was someone who had spent 3 years with Xiao Xingyu and Xiao Ruoxue in the Qingfeng orphanage during their childhood. After becoming adults, they kept in touch through messages but rarely met in person.
Strange, why did Sis suddenly go to see Xinxin?
Maybe Sis was bored being alone at home and needed some time with her friend. If there's a chance, I'll invite Xinxin over to keep Sis company. Xiao Xingyu thought he had come up with a good idea but did not suspect that Sis might be hiding any secrets.
Oh wait, something feels off.
Come to think of it, this is the first time Sis has left me. Xiao Ruoxue had never disappeared in Xiao Xingyu's view before, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, he didn't dwell on it and headed out towards General Murong's residence. Following behind Murong Jin, Xiao Xingyu arrived at the entrance of the Night Lawn Palace. Standing in front of the palace was a cold-looking maid, Qian Shuang, who was a personal attendant to Shangguan Lan. Her strength and rank were unknown. Every time Xiao Xingyu came to the Night Lawn Palace, he would pay special attention to Qian Shuang. With the demon god's eye, Xiao Xingyu could tell that Qian Shuang was not a beast master but a witch mage. This profession, like alchemists, had long faded from human sight and was not considered a mainstream profession, making it a niche field. Moreover, to become a witch mage, one must possess witch clan bloodline. Xiao Xingyu had read a book titled A Chronicles of the Witch Clan in the Azure Dragon Library. The witch clan bloodline had long been severed, which was why the number of witch mages only decreased and never increased. General Murong, Lord Xiao. Qian Shuang gave a slight bow, speaking in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. Her salute to Murong Jin and Xiao Xingyu was purely a matter of etiquette, and with her special status, she would not lower herself in front of anyone. Murong Jin said directly, "We are here to report on the details of the joint hunting plan between the two countries." Qian Shuang's voice showed no emotional fluctuation. "General Murong, Lady Empress is currently meeting an important guest. Please wait outside the palace with Lord Xiao for the time being." Xiao Xingyu shoved his hands in his pockets, shivering and muttering, awaiting outside in this cold weather with heavy snow. At that moment, Shangguan Lan's ethereal and solitary voice came from within the palace.
Let them in."
It was clear that Shangguan Lan was fond of Xiao Xingyu. Hearing his complaint about the cold, she immediately summoned him into the palace. Qian Shuan responded, "Yes, Lady Empress." She then stepped aside, clearing a path and gesturing for them to enter. Xiao Xingyu followed behind Murong Jin into the palace, feeling curious.
In this freezing weather, what kind of guest is Shangguan Lan meeting?
Once inside the palace, Xiao Xingyu's almost frostbitten body began to warm up. When he looked up, he saw that the person playing chess with Shangguan Lan was an unfamiliar woman. "Lady Empress, I didn't expect that today's guest would be the Empress of the Li Kingdom." Murong Jin's words startled Xiao Xingyu. "She's the Empress of the Li Kingdom?" "Jin Xingya." Xiao Xingyu often kept up with the news on his phone and was quite current with world events. Jin Xingya's name frequently appeared in international news headlines. As the ruler of the Li Kingdom, Jin Xingya held the same rank as Shangguan Lan, being a beast emperor, and was also revered as the Ice Queen by the public. Her subordinate was a god-slaying ice-type beast at Tier 3, capable of controlling Absolute Zero, making it the most powerful known ice-type beast in the world. No wonder her aura is so unique. Xiao Xingyu murmured to himself. Jin Xingya's backstory was no secret. She was not originally the ruler of the Li Kingdom. Her fiancé, who was the ruler, died in a night raid by high-level magical beasts on their wedding day. The death of the nation's leader caused nationwide panic.
To stabilize the situation, Jin Xingya was thrust into the role of ruler, taking the throne while mourning her fiancé. Why did her eyes look so sorrowful? Why did her face lack color? Why did her hairpin have a white flower symbolizing mourning? Everything made sense now. These were signs of a widow. Though the ruler of the Li Kingdom appeared to be in a high position every lonely and cold night, she was merely a pitiful widow trapped in the ghost marriage of her past. Xiao Xingyu looked at Jin Xingya again, silently admiring such beauty and grace. It's like she's a heavenly widow saint body. However, Xiao Xingyu's gaze remained clear, without any impurity or lust. He simply appreciated Jin Xingya's unique qualities but had no inclination towards the perversion of coveting another's wife. Wait a minute. A flash of insight struck Xiao Xingyu. The system mentioned there are two ways to obtain the Dragon Soul Pearl. From Shangguan Lan or from Jin Xingya. Compared to Shangguan Lan, Jin Xingya might be easier. The Dragon Soul Pearl could be used to resurrect the Qingding sacred dragon. In this world, only Shangguan Lan and Jin Xingya possessed such a treasure. Shangguan Lan was too deep and suspicious. Xiao Xingyu did not want to risk offending her and losing the trust he had painstakingly built. Therefore, he turned his attention to Jin Xingya, though he still needed to plan the specifics. Saintya, you're already familiar with General Murong. And next, let me introduce you to the young talents of our Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Xingyu, the Black Executioner of the Imperial Academy. Jin Xingya's gaze fell upon Xiao Xingyu. This was their first meeting and their first direct eye contact. Jin Xingya gave a weary smile, her voice soft, lacking any of the aloofness one might expect from the Empress of the Li Kingdom. Lord Xiao, your remarkable story has been widely circulated in our Li Kingdom as well. It is indeed an honor to meet you for the first time, Your Majesty. At this moment, neither of them could foresee that the story unfolding between them in the near future would directly impact the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the Li Kingdom, potentially even sparking a war to the death. A few minutes later, Murong Jin finished his report. Shangguan Lan and Jin Xingya exchanged glances and nodded in satisfaction with the results of their collaboration. The beast crystal core of the Death God's Shadow Toad King was naturally handled by Murong Jin. He gifted it to Xiao Xingyu, which Shangguan Lan tacitly approved. After all, Xiao Xingyu was currently Shangguan Lan's most valued person, and all resources would be prioritized for him. General Murong, now that the report is complete, you may return to the Navy headquarters. And you, Xiao Xingyu, step outside the palace, turn right and go straight. There is an important matter awaiting you. With Shangguan Lan's directive, Xiao Xingyu and Murong Jin could only comply. Murong Jin left the palace to bid farewell to Xiao Xingyu, needing to return to the Navy headquarters to oversee Icefire Island and guard the coastlines of the Dragon Kingdom. Following Shangguan Lan's instructions, Xiao Xingyu exited the palace, turned right and walked straight. As he walked, Xiao Xingyu's mind was preoccupied with Jin Xingya and the Dragon Soul Pearl. How can I obtain the Dragon Soul Pearl from Jin Xingya? This is just our first meeting. We aren't even acquaintances, let alone friends. It seems necessary to plan carefully. By the way, what was the meeting between Shangguan Lan and Jin Xingya about? Could it be some sort of secret collaboration? Xiao Xingyu suddenly stopped, his thoughts pulled back to the present by the sight before him. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the entrance of the Imperial Soul Division. I almost forgot. From the Night Lawn Palace, turning right and going straight leads directly to the Imperial Soul Division. Shangguan Lan said there's an important matter awaiting me. Xiao Xingyu looked up and saw that the door to the Imperial Soul Division was tightly closed. There were no guards at the entrance, and it was eerily silent behind the door. At that moment, a familiar and pleasant female voice came from behind Xiao Xingyu. Don't stare at the closed door. The entire Imperial Soul Division was dispatched on a mission last night, so now it's empty. Xiao Xingyu turned around, revealing an expression of surprise and delight. Princess, it's been a long time. Yes, it has been a while, Lord Xiao. Xiao Xingyu's smile faded as he reconsidered. Raising an eyebrow, he said, the Empress mentioned there was an important matter waiting for me. Could it be? Exactly. I'm here with an important matter for you. Or rather, an important mission. Shangguan Qian stepped closer to Xiao Xingyu. At this distance, her fragrance, carried by the cold wind, drifted into Xiao Xingyu's nose. Due to the height difference, Shangguan Qian had to stand on tiptoe, her red lips close to Xiao Xingyu's ear, ensuring that their conversation remained private. Today, my identity is not that of a Dragon Kingdom princess, but rather, like you, a member of the Imperial Soul Division. Xiao Xingyu looked down and saw the Imperial Soul token tied to Shang Guanqian's waist. Shang Guanqian then spoke in a serious tone, explaining in detail. According to the investigation by the Imperial Soul Division, after the internal strife within the Roxas Sect, the deputy leader, Yuji, intends to replace the sect leader. Therefore, she has issued a massacre order to eliminate all the 12 ghost generals. As a member of the Imperial Soul Division, Xiao Xingyu was aware of the information regarding the 12 ghost generals. These were the 12 trusted subordinates of the Roxas Sect leader. The 12 ghost generals were named after the 12 zodiac animals, including Ghost Rat, Ghost Ox, Ghost Tiger, Ghost Rabbit, Ghost Dragon, Ghost Snake, Ghost Horse, Ghost Sheep, Ghost Monkey, Ghost Rooster, Ghost Dog, Ghost Pig. Each of these ghost generals had reached an 8-star rank. After a pause, Shang Guanqian continued. According to the known intelligence, among the 12 ghost generals, 9 have already been executed by Yuji. Only Ghost Rat, Ghost Tiger, and Ghost Dog remain. These 3 surviving ghost generals have escaped Yuji's clutches. Under the Imperial Soul Division's pursuit, their traces finally disappeared in the Ice Flame Canyon region. Xiao Xingyu's mind flashed with the world map and he murmured, Ice Flame Canyon, like Blue Snow Lake, is located on the border between the Dragon Kingdom and the Li Kingdom. Shang Guanqian said seriously, Xiao Xingyu, all members of the Imperial Soul Division, including the Master, have other tasks to perform, so. I understand. The task of tracking down Ghost Rat, Ghost Tiger, and Ghost Dog will fall to us. Shang Guanqian smiled and nodded, exactly. That's why I came to find you. Xiao Xingyu also smiled but then quickly turned cold, hey, I'm not taking this mission. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Xingyu turned and walked away.
Xiao Xingyu, what do you mean?
Shang Guanqian chased after him. Her shorter legs made it necessary for her to jog to keep up with Xiao Xingyu's brisk pace, which appeared somewhat cute and playful. Xiao Xingyu grumbled as he walked. Princess, are you out of your mind? To put it bluntly, we're just interns of the Imperial Soul Division. The senior members of the Imperial Soul Division, including the Master, are all on other tasks. And you want us to track down Ghost Rat, Ghost Tiger, and Ghost Dog, all of whom are at 8-star rank? I'd like to live a bit longer. My sister's calling me home for dinner. Xiao Xingyu knew his limits and didn't want to get involved in such a dangerous situation. Shang Guanqian, with a pleading tone, said, only by tracking down those 3 surviving ghost generals can we obtain more information about the Roxas Sect. Just the 2 of us? Aren't you afraid of dying? The Master said we can temporarily use the power of the Imperial Detectives Temple. Lord D, the junior lord of the Imperial Detectives Temple, will assist us throughout. Even with Shang Guanqian's reassurance, Xiao Xingyu still shook his head. The Imperial Detectives Temple was just a case investigation agency and Lord D was only a 7-star rank. Ghost Rat, Ghost Tiger, and Ghost Dog were all at 8-star rank. If it came to a fight, Xiao Xingyu believed their chances of winning were very slim. Shang Guanqian added, the Master also mentioned that the blood-clad High Priest is on her way back to the Dragon Kingdom. During our mission, she will lead a group of Imperial Soul Division members to join us as soon as possible. Does that give you more confidence now? A blood-clad High Priest? That does give me more confidence. The blood-clad High Priest of the Imperial Soul Division was the second-in-command, Nia Hongzhuang. 10 minutes later. At the Imperial Detectives Temple. A man between youth and middle age displayed an electronic map on the large screen. Dressed in black with an extraordinary demeanor, his brows conveyed a solemn aura. He was Lord D, the junior lord of the Imperial Detectives Temple. Lord D had previously interacted with the suspect, Xiao Xingyu, during the Yun family murder case. Lord Xiao, Your Highness the Princess, this is the latest version of the world map. Shang Guanqian looked at Xiao Xingyu, you analyze it. Xiao Xingyu stepped forward, focused on the electronic map, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Since the last known location of the Ghost Rat, Ghost Tiger, and Ghost Dog was Ice Flame Canyon. According to the map, they would not escape into the Dragon Kingdom, as it would be like walking into a trap. They also wouldn't flee to the remote and frigid regions of the Li Kingdom.
So, their only option is here.
Xiao Xingyu's finger pointed to a specific spot on the map. This location was in the barren land on the western slopes of Ice Flame Canyon. But beneath this barren land lay hidden secrets. Shang Guanqian's eyes lit up. Xiao Xingyu, are you suggesting that they fled to the Western Region Ghost Market?
Xiao Xingyu nodded.
Lord D agreed. Lord Zhao's analysis is quite reasonable. After all, a place like the Ghost Market doesn't belong to any country, so there are no legal constraints. It's ideal for strays like them to hide away.
Xiao Xingyu proposed, Lord D, we should set off for the Western Region Ghost Market without delay.
This wasteland, known as the Barren Land, was also one of the most infamous human forbidden zones. But beneath this wasteland was another world. That was the Western Region Ghost Market. The Western Region Ghost Market didn't belong to any country's territory, so it had no laws, no power structure, and no rulers. It was a haven where black households gathered for various activities such as entertainment, trading, and gambling, celebrating extreme freedom. The term black households referred to criminals, death row inmates, or people who were illegal immigrants or wanderers. These individuals shared a common trait: they couldn't live under the sunlight because they bore crimes that could destroy 9 clans in their original places. Such a place was ideal for the 3 ghost generals to hide after narrowly escaping Yuji's grasp. On the western slope of Ice Flame Canyon, Xiao Xingyu gazed at the pitch-black wasteland, lost in thought. Lord D approached.
Lord Xiao, it's too late today.
If we enter the barren land at night, we might not find the entrance to the Western Region Ghost Market. If we get lost, the consequences are unthinkable.
Lord D, let's set up camp here for the night and enter the barren land tomorrow morning.
All right.
To cooperate with Xiao Xingyu and Shang Guanqian, or rather, to cooperate with the Imperial Soul Division, Lord D had spared no effort. All the combat experts from the Imperial Detectives Temple had come to assist. Though they were called experts, most of them, like Shang Guanqian, were at the 6-star rank. This was unavoidable, as the Imperial Detectives Temple was originally just a case-handling organization and combat was not its specialty. Xiao Xingyu surveyed the surroundings. The highest-ranked person present was Lord D, a peak 7-star Beastmaster.
Princess, can you contact Lady Hongzhuang and have her come as soon as possible to join us?
Without an 8-star Beastmaster present, Xiao Xingyu felt uneasy.
Shang Guanqian whistled, and a black crow flew across the sky.
This was the blood-clad crow, a companion beast of the 3-legged golden crow. The leader of the Imperial Soul Division, Raven, often kept a blood-clad crow with Shang Guanqian for communication purposes with members of the organization. In the Ice Flame Canyon region, there was no network signal, so communication with the outside world had to be done through such flying crow messages. Next, everyone set up camp on the snow-covered hillside. Xiao Xingyu and Lord D shared a tent. Just as Xiao Xingyu was about to return to the tent, he suddenly heard painful groans coming from the neighboring tent.
This is
Shang Guanqian's voice? Is she injured?
Curiosity piqued, Xiao Xingyu walked over to the adjacent tent. Through the fabric, he could clearly hear Shang Guanqian's heavy and rapid breathing. He was very familiar with this breathing rhythm. It was the same as his own after being injured.
Shang Guanqian is hurt? How did I not notice during the day?
As Xiao Xingyu was lost in thought, a gust of wind suddenly swept through. A mortal body, without summoning a beast, was as fragile as paper against the forces of nature. The strong wind pushed Xiao Xingyu from behind, and he lost control of his body, tumbling forward. His head crashed through the tent's zipper seam, plunging him inside. An awkward scene ensued. When Xiao Xingyu scrambled to his feet, he found himself already inside the tent. Inside, the light was dim. Shang Guanqian was only wearing pants, with no top, just a few bandages wrapped around to cover her chest. But those bandages only covered the essentials, leaving her collarbone, shoulders, back, and abdomen all exposed to Xiao Xingyu's gaze. At this moment, both were in shock. In the next second, Shang Guanqian's eyes flared with anger.
Xiao Xingyu, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Was it intentional or accidental?
Princess, I'm sorry.
Do you believe me if I say I was pushed in by the wind?
Shang Guanqian clenched her fists, exclaiming, I think you did it on purpose. Due to their commotion and argument, a nearby Imperial Detectives Temple sentry rushed over.
Your Highness, are you all right?
Xiao Xingyu quickly zipped up the tent and then covered Shang Guanqian's mouth.
This guy actually dared. Damn, he's so close, I'm not even wearing a top.
Shang Guanqian's sexy, pale body was pressed against Xiao Xingyu's. For the first time, she felt the masculine aura Xiao Xingyu emitted up close. In the desolate snowy night, with just the two of them, the atmosphere turned intimate. Shang Guanqian's face flushed red, her body trembling slightly. Xiao Xingyu's breath kept landing on her most sensitive neck. Princess, I didn't mean to offend you, but you need to listen to me now. Xiao Xingyu continued to cover Shangguanqian's mouth and spoke in a low voice. This situation must not be discovered by the sentries. Otherwise, they might misunderstand and harm your reputation. Shangguanqian turned her gaze to Xiao Xingyu's handsome face. So he's not intentionally offending me, he's concerned about my reputation. Xiao Xingyu hinted, I will release my hand now. You should know what to say. Shangguanqian blinked, indicating she understood Xiao Xingyu's meaning. Xiao Xingyu slowly loosened his grip. Shangguanqian took a deep breath, her blush gradually fading. Outside the tent, the sentry sounded anxious, filled with worry. Your Highness, are you all right? Please respond.
I'm fine. I just had a nightmare.
Please leave, I need to rest.
Yes.
The sentry's footsteps faded away, indicating that he had returned to his post. Xiao Xingyu and Shangguanqian exchanged glances and sighed in relief. Princess, I truly didn't mean to. Xiao Xingyu, I know you didn't do it on purpose, but you'd better control your eyes. Shangguanqian covered her chest with her hands. The blush on her face hadn't completely faded and seemed to rise again. Any normal man would find it hard to resist taking a one more look. Xiao Xingyu was a devoted man, but driven by instinct, he couldn't help but take one more look.
Sorry.
The shape is nice, the size is just right, it's perfect. Xiao Xingyu quickly removed his coat and draped it over Shangguanqian. In the dim light, Xiao Xingyu noticed that Shangguanqian was covered in bruises. Especially on her back, there were numerous contusions. The bandages that had just been wrapped were seeping with crimson blood. Xiao Xingyu frowned, and he could roughly guess. Recently, Shangguanqian had been undergoing devil training. She wasn't training in the Royal Academy's training grounds but in the deep mountains where magical beasts roamed. The injuries on her body were the best proof. Shangguanqian, you're a princess of the Dragon Kingdom, is it really necessary to push yourself this hard? I'm just following my mother's expectations. I don't want to disappoint her. Doesn't Shangguanlan understand how to care for her daughter? Shangguanqian was touched by Xiao Xingyu's words, her lips parted as if she wanted to speak but ultimately swallowed her words.
Xiao Xingyu, stay out of my business.
Shangguanqian, we're friends. Isn't it my responsibility to care for you?
Aha, yes, we're just friends.
As a friend, isn't it natural for me to worry about you? They argued for a few more exchanges before falling silent. Shangguanqian felt a pang of sadness. She knew that Xiao Xingyu was committed to Murong Xinxin for life, yet she found it hard to control her own feelings. The phrase just friends was a hurdle in Shangguanqian's heart. As she brooded in melancholy, she suddenly heard the sound of rustling.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing?
Don't speak, I'm preparing medicine for you. Shangguanqian looked at the young man in front of her, feeling a warm current flowing through her heart. She watched as he opened his spatial ring and took out various bottles and jars. His earnestness in preparing the medicine made it impossible for Shangguanqian to look away. Soon, he prepared the ointment and began applying it to her back. To ensure the medicine was fully absorbed, he dipped his fingertips into the ointment and gently applied it to her wounds. This meant Xiao Xingyu's hands were directly touching Shangguanqian's back. The more beautiful a woman is, the more sensitive areas she has. The central line of the back was one of Shangguanqian's sensitive spots. Unfortunately, this was where her injury was the most severe, and Xiao Xingyu's fingertips, coated with ointment, kept rubbing over this area. Gradually, Shangguanqian's breathing became rapid, and her neck and face started to flush.
This can't continue. Otherwise, I'll end up making a sound.
Just as Shangguanqian was nervously bracing herself, Xiao Xingyu suddenly stopped. Shangguanqian was visibly startled.
What's wrong?
Did my scarred back make you uncomfortable? At that moment, Xiao Xingyu's pupils trembled as he stared intently at Shangguanqian's back. For a split second, Xiao Xingyu had unintentionally activated his demon god's eye. And then he saw Shangguanqian's hidden secret. In his enhanced vision, a strange symbol appeared at the center of Shangguanqian's back. It emanated an eerie aura, resembling a fusion of the sun and the moon with a slit in the middle. This slit looked like a living watchful eye. Inside the pupil, tiny inscriptions were etched, possibly numerical symbols from some ancient language system.
This is
the mark of the witch clan's bloodline, an ancient witch curse. Xiao Xingyu's heart was thrown into turmoil. The demon god's eye never deceived him, and what it revealed was unmistakable. Shangguanqian bore a witch's curse mark. This curse was invisible to the naked eye, a symbol of the witch clan.
A Shangguanqian is a witch? No, that can't be possible.
She's Shangguanlan's daughter.
How could she have witch clan blood?
Could it be her father?
No.
The witch clan's bloodline is matrilineal, with no male members. The women can bear children without male counterparts to continue their lineage. Xiao Xingyu pondered for a moment, his thoughts in disarray, until two words surfaced in his mind. Adopted daughter. No wonder Shangguanlan never showed any maternal affection toward Shangguanqian. Their interactions have always felt oddly distant. Whenever I see the two of them together, I don't sense any warmth between them, more like the dynamic between a superior and a subordinate. All these signs pointed to one conclusion: Shangguanqian might not be Shangguanlan's biological daughter.
Xiao Xingyu. Hey, stop daydreaming.
Shangguanqian gave him a tap on the head, snapping him back to reality. Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. Sharing a room with me, but your mind's probably on Murong Xinshin, huh? Xiao Xingyu merely chuckled awkwardly and continued applying the ointment to Shangguanqian's wounds. Shangguanqian exhaled, her emotions complex yet simple, like most young girls' hearts. The medicine is all applied. A princess, get some good rest tonight. This is strong stuff. By tomorrow, you'll be fully healed, and it won't leave any scars. It's getting late, I won't bother you anymore. Xiao Xingyu packed up his bottles and jars, then left Shangguanqian's tent. Inside the tent, Shangguanqian was left alone. She recalled how Xiao Xingyu's broad hand had covered her lips, how their bodies had pressed together, how much of her upper body he had seen, and the tingling sensation of his fingers tracing her back. Blushing, Shangguanqian's gaze softened, her expression filled with sorrow as she lowered her head and whispered to herself. Could it be that in love, the order of arrival really matters more than anything else? Shangguanqian had once imagined what would have happened if she had met Xiao Xingyu before Murong Xinshin did. What kind of story would have unfolded between them? Don't forget your own identity. You're not entitled to things like emotions or desires. Suddenly, Shangguanqian felt like she had been plunged into an icy abyss. These words had echoed throughout her childhood and continued to haunt her to this day. Every month or so, sometimes every half a year, Shangguanlan would pull out these words as a constant reminder, a warning bell to ring in Shangguanqian's ears. These words were Shangguanqian's nightmare. Yes, I'm merely a tool for my mother. I'm not worthy of indulging in emotions or desires. Even if I had appeared in his life before Murong Xinshin, what difference would it make? Shangguanqian rubbed her long, purple hair, curling her legs as she buried her tear-streaked face into the crook of her knees. Everyone has their own story. Some stories are worth sharing because they are beautiful. But some stories are not beautiful, they are terrible, rotting secrets buried in dark corners, desperately hidden from the ones you love. Xiao Xingyu returned to his tent, where Di Jiangchen's loud snores echoed continuously. In the darkness, Xiao Xingyu lay wide awake, his mind unable to shake the image of the witch's curse on Shangguanqian's back. A princess of the Dragon Kingdom and a witch of the Witch Clan, two completely opposite identities.
Shangguanqian, what kind of story are you hiding?
The last thing Xiao Xingyu should have done was let his curiosity about Shangguanqian's story grow. Yet it was precisely this curiosity that entangled him in the fate of the already declining Witch Clan. Dawn broke. After a night of rest, Xiao Xingyu and his companions were full of energy, ready to venture into the desolate wasteland in search of the entrance to the Western Ghost Market. Shangguanqian held a paper map in her hand, biting on a piece of compressed biscuit. According to the map, there are two entrances to the Western Ghost Market, one Life Gate and one Death Gate. We're very close to the Death Gate. The terms a Life Gate and a Death Gate were merely labels to distinguish between the two entrances. They didn't carry their literal meanings.
Di Jiangchen spoke up, then let's pick up the pace.
Wait, we don't exactly look the part, nor are our identities suitable for entering the Western Ghost Market. As Xiao Xingyu spoke, he opened his spatial ring and took out an array of strange clothing, including hats and scarves. Shangguanqian's eyes filled with resentment. Xiao Xingyu, is this the kind of outfit you expect me to wear?
It's so revealing.
This is just how the women of the Western Ghost Market dress, with half-exposed chests and skirts that don't even cover their thighs. Unable to accept such an exposed outfit, Shangguanqian opted for a male disguise instead. With her naturally striking looks, her disguise as a man didn't feel too out of place.
But the number of outfits was limited, so with Shangguanqian choosing a male set, that meant someone from the Emperor's spy division would be forced to wear the female clothes. The unlucky victim was none other than the Night Sentinel from the previous evening. Once everyone had changed, they set off toward the Death Gate, officially entering the territory of the Western Ghost Market. In the Western Ghost Market, Xiao Xingyu learned crucial information from a street vendor and prepared to head toward the 12-story arcade, a place notorious for life-or-death struggles. It was rumored that the 3 surviving ghost generals from the fallen Roxas Sect had fled here, unwilling to settle for a simple life. Even in their downfall, their ambition still burned. They aimed to become the rulers of the Western Ghost Market. So Xiao Xingyu decided to start his search where a king's might could be most easily displayed. Shangguanqian trailed at the back of the group, her gaze wandering. As a witch, she was particularly sensitive to the environment of the ghost market. Her enhanced senses allowed her to detect subtleties invisible to others. She could hear the distant chimes of an old church, smell the musty odor wafting from the darkness, and even see ghostly figures clawing at the windows of various shops. Shangguanqian furrowed her brows, her delicate face clouded with suspicion. This aura feels so familiar. There's a witch sorcerer in this ghost market. The witch's curse on Shangguanqian's back began to glow faintly. She had sensed the presence of her kin. And the other side could also sense her. After all, Shangguanqian was no ordinary witch, she was a descendant of the witch clan's goddess, carrying the bloodline of the great witch goddess herself. As Shangguanqian drifted into thought, a broad hand suddenly grabbed her wrist. "A princess, it's dangerous here. Don't fall behind." Shangguanqian let Xiao Xingyu pull her by the wrist as their group weaved through the bustling streets, making their way toward the 12-story arcade. In the shadows where the street lights couldn't reach, it felt as if countless ghosts were drifting about. The air was thick with a murky stench, brewing with the scent of conspiracy. As soon as Xiao Xingyu stepped into the 12-story arcade, a chaotic atmosphere hit him. The air was filled with the smell of low-quality cigarettes and the pungent odor of illegal tobacco burning. Shangguanqian walked up to Xiao Xingyu's side, glancing around and muttering, "The lobby on this floor looks like a legitimate casino, nothing out of the ordinary." Xiao Xingyu chuckled softly, "Our target is the top floor." Just then, a strong wave of perfume assaulted Xiao Xingyu's senses. Before he could react, a soft, delicate body leaned against him. It was a beautiful woman dressed in a qipao, or more precisely, a beastkin beauty. Her figure was voluptuous, her face not bad, but the air of debauchery around her was overwhelming. Her seductive gaze might attract lustful men, but it had no effect on Xiao Xingyu. "Ah sir, you look unfamiliar. Are you a VIP guest at our 12-story arcade?" Yes, it's my first time here." Sir, I'm dealer number 7 here, you can call me Qing'er." Qing'er introduced herself in a sweet, coquettish voice, placing her delicate hand on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder, gently stroking it. Shangguanqian stood nearby, rolling her eyes so hard they nearly turned to the heavens. Faced with this sudden flirtation, Xiao Xingyu remained calm, smiling as he said, "It's my first time here, so I don't know which activities are the most fun. Why don't you be my personal guide? Here's a little tip for you." Xiao Xingyu pulled out a large stack of ghost currency and stuffed it into the cleavage of Qing'er's chest. Seeing the money, Qing'er's eyes lit up, and her heavily made-up face bloomed into a grin. Captain Xiao, we've reached the 4th floor. This is the entertainment area, every man's paradise. We have many lovely girls here, including beastkin beauties, twins, even mother-daughter pairs. If you see someone you like, for as little as 9,998 ghost currency, you can take your favorite maid home." 5 minutes later. Captain Xiao, I've shown you 7 floors and none of them satisfy you?" Xiao Xingyu got straight to the point, "Qing'er, these activities aren't stimulating enough for me. Show me the most thrilling experience you have." "Oh, so Captain Xiao enjoys the ultimate thrill. Let's head straight to the top floor." Moments later, led by Qing'er, Xiao Xingyu, Shangguanqian, and Di Jiangchen arrived at the top, the 12th floor. The moment they stepped through the door, Xiao Xingyu's view instantly expanded. The space on the 12th floor was vast, far larger than any of the other floors. The air was no longer filled with the scent of tobacco and alcohol, but instead reeked of blood. From time to time, the floor would echo with loud crashes, accompanied by the roars and wails of beasts. Xiao Xingyu looked up and saw a massive cage hanging 10 meters above the ground at the center of the floor. On either side of the cage were 2 connected passageways. At the moment, the gates to the passageways were closed, sealing the cage completely. Inside the cage, a pig demon and a leopard were locked in a brutal fight, biting and clawing at each other.
The pig demon was an extraordinary class, Tier 1, magical beast, while the red-shadowed leopard was an extraordinary class, Tier 2, magical beast. The two beasts were savagely tearing into each other, both covered in serious wounds. The abdomen of the pig demon was a bloody mess, with a portion of its intestines spilling out. The red-shadowed leopard's face was half torn and festering, with the wound on its hind leg exposing the white of its bones. Below the cage, a crowd of people had their heads raised, screaming fanatically.
A go, red team. Hang in there, blue team.
I've bet my entire fortune on you.
We're about to win.
I'm going to reach the pinnacle of life, ha ha ha. There was no doubt that this floor's attraction was purely gambling. But what they were betting on wasn't the roll of dice or the value of a poker card, it was the life of a magical beast. Xiao Xingyu activated his devil's eye, a deep smile curling at the corners of his lips. This is interesting. Qing'er wore a proud expression. Captain Xiao, let me tell you, our 12-story arcade ranks #1 in the ghost market industry thanks to this very event. Do you want to place a bet or play a few rounds? That's exactly what I had in mind. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu appeared to be a reckless gambler. But what he was truly betting on was uncovering the remnants of the Roxas Sect hiding here. The cage trembled violently, and the surrounding chains groaned with the strain. Roi. The red-shadowed leopard's eyes flashed sharply as it seized an opening in the pig demon's defense. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the leopard leapt high into the air, baring its razor-sharp fangs, and clamped its jaws around the pig demon's neck. Squelch. The artery ruptured, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Bright red pig blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by the beast's wretched and pitiful squeals. In the death arena, a rain of blood began to fall. The bodies of the spectators were drenched in the stinking, foul pig blood, but their faces showed only excitement as they screamed in delirious ecstasy.
I won, I won.
Call me the king of gamblers, ha 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 ha. I made a fortune today. I'm going to the 7th floor later to pick out a few prime beastkin maids to take home. Inside the cage, the pig demon had died miserably under the red-shadowed leopard's sharp fangs. Its plump corpse was quickly devoured by the leopard, leaving behind only a pool of blood. The passage gate opened, and the red-shadowed leopard, in a victor's stance, walked through the corridor, returning to its holding cell. Several staff members entered the cage, tasked with cleaning the bloodstains and preparing the arena for the next match.
How much did you win just now?
Not much. I regret not betting more earlier, Sai.
Me too.
Should we bet on another round? Maybe we should quit while we're ahead. I'm a little afraid.
A real man doesn't fear anything. Let's do another round.
All right. Gamblers are gamblers because they can't resist the allure of the casino. Humanity's inherent flaws are laid bare in the midst of a gamble. Greed, like an insidious injection of adrenaline, corrupts the heart. Every time a gambler feels the urge to quit, it hits their heart like a brutal shock. Tout tilde. The sound of drums and gongs echoed through the arena. A hunchbacked middle-aged man stood on a high platform, announcing, "The next match is about to begin. In the red corner, Storm Warwolf. In the blue corner, Twin-tailed Ice Lion. Place your bets now, don't miss out on your chance to strike it rich." With the announcement of the new match, the crowd erupted in excitement.
I'm betting on the blue team. Me too.
Ahaha, I'm going to go against the grain. I'll choose the red team. Xiao Xingyu watched everything unfold, his devil's eye flashing with a shrewd glint of insight. Qing'er twitched her rabbit ears, smiling sweetly. Captain Xiao, which side are you betting on? The blue team.
How much?
All of it. Qing'er stumbled, nearly losing her balance. She looked at Xiao Xingyu in disbelief and asked again, "Captain Xiao, gambling is a game of chance. You're really going to risk your entire fortune?
What if?
In my dictionary, there's no what if. Captain Xiao is truly a man of character, brave and decisive.
I'm impressed."
Qing'er's face was full of admiration, but in her heart, she was secretly laughing with malice. Foolish man. Every day we entertain at least 100 naive fools like you who think they're invincible here at the 12-story arcade. In the end, you'll lose everything. Her inner darkness didn't stop her from playing the part, acting like a loyal follower as she handled the betting details for Xiao Xingyu. As the leader of the Blood Shadow mercenary group, Xiao Xingyu's entire fortune amounted to 30 million nether coins, a moderate amount compared to other mercenaries. Meanwhile, there were about 5 or 6 gamblers in the crowd with similar wealth.
Place your final bets.
A3 tilde. A2 tilde.
1.
The match is now locked. With the hunchbacked man's final call, the death arena fell into silence. Some people sighed in regret, having hesitated too long and missed their chance to place a bet. Meanwhile, the gamblers who had already wagered were filled with fervor, their eyes glued to the iron cage suspended midair, eagerly awaiting the imminent clash of beasts.
Click, click, click.
The sound of gears turning echoed through the arena. The gates lifted, and the cage passageways opened once more. A wolf-type magical beast and a lion-type magical beast entered the blood-stained cage from opposite sides of the arena. As soon as the gates closed, signaling that there was no escape, the battle to the death began.
Awoo!
The storm werewolf lunged forward, its massive claws slashing the air and unleashing wind blades sharp enough to shred through bone. The twin-tailed ice lion raised its head, letting out a deafening roar. The ground beneath it erupted with sharp, elongated ice spikes aimed directly at the charging storm werewolf. This match was even more thrilling and dangerous than the previous one. The wolf and the lion, trapped in the confined space of the cage, unleashed their savage and bloodthirsty instincts. Their brutal exchange left both of them covered in wounds. Fur flew, blood sprayed, bones shattered. These violent, gory scenes would make anyone nauseous. Yet, the gamblers were ecstatic, dancing and cheering with joy. This was the underworld of the Western ghost market, a twisted hell where humanity was even more brutal than beastly instincts. Snap! That sharp sound marked the moment when the twin-tailed ice lion bit through the spine of the storm werewolf. The werewolf lay on the ground, gasping its last breaths, its eyes filled with the terror of impending death. The ice lion's eyes glimmered with disdain as it opened its blood-soaked maw. Over the next hour and a half, Xiao Xingyu bet on 8 consecutive matches. Combined with his initial victory, he won all 9 rounds. 9 consecutive wins, an incredible feat in any casino. But in this death arena, it was merely par for the course. Di Jiangchen leaned close to Xiao Xingyu's ear, whispering, "Sir Xiao, I did a rough count. Including you, there are 29 gamblers who've also won 9 consecutive matches. As for those with 8 or 7 wins, their numbers are in the hundreds." Xiao Xingyu nodded with a smile, as expected. The winning gamblers had lost all sense of reason, their minds completely consumed by greed.
This game is too easy. I'm a total beginner, and I've already won 6 times in a row.
As long as you analyze the data and compare the strengths of both sides, you can pick the winner.
Exactly.
I could win 7 rounds with my eyes closed.
Let's bet again.
On the high platform, the hunchbacked man wore a sly grin as he announced the next match. Qing'er blinked her white eyes and asked, "Captain Xiao, which side will you bet on this time?" "The red team." Most of the surrounding gamblers also placed their bets on the red team. From the magical beast's levels, bloodline qualities, and innate attributes, it was obvious that the red team's beast was stronger than the blue team's. The gamblers' previous winning streaks had all been based on similar analyses. After so many consecutive wins, the gamblers had gained absolute confidence. They, like Xiao Xingyu, bet everything they had on this round. But the result of this match plunged the death arena into a chilling silence. The match is over.
Blue team wins.
In the cage, the blue team's magical beast tore out the heart of the red team's beast and devoured it in one bite, letting out a triumphant roar.
It's over. I've lost everything.
This
can't be.
The red team's beast was clearly stronger.
How could it lose to the blue team? Damn it, I can't accept this.
Those who had wagered their entire fortunes were now completely bankrupt. But their bloodshot eyes were filled with unwillingness. They believed this loss was just a fluke. After all, this was no ordinary gambling match. In a regular game, the house could easily manipulate the outcome. But the death arena was different, it was transparent and out in the open. The two beasts fought right in front of everyone, with nothing hidden. Even if the house wanted to fix the results, there was no way to do it. The hunchbacked man raised his voice, "A single loss is nothing to dwell on. Here at the 12-tier Strange Tower, we offer loan services for betting. If any of you wish to continue gambling, you can use our loans to place your next wager." The crowd erupted once again, proving that there's never a shortage of foolish people in the world. Qing'er sighed with feigned sympathy, "Captain Xiao, what a pity. You lost everything in just 1 round. I truly feel sorry for you." Xiao Xingyu remained calm, his face expressionless, and said casually, "Next round, I'll bet on the red side." Qing'er was momentarily stunned. Then she explained, "You've already lost everything.
If you want to keep betting, I can help you arrange a loan.
How much would you like to borrow?
I'm not borrowing.
Then what will you use as collateral?
I'll bet my life. Xiao Xingyu's word shocked the entire arena. All eyes turned toward him and every face reflected disbelief and astonishment. It was the first time anyone had ever wagered their life in the 12-tier Strange Towers death arena. Qilin stood frozen for a long time before finally regaining her composure, her expression somewhat unnatural.
Captain Xiao, today isn't April Fool's Day. It's not the time for jokes. I'm not joking. My life is my stake. Xiao Xingyu reaffirmed his intention to gamble with his life. The quiet surroundings buzzed again and various murmurs reached Xiao Xingyu's ears.
Who is this guy? Is he some kind of fool?
I heard he's the captain of the Blood Shadow Mercenary Corps, Xiaofeng. A Blood Shadow? Never heard of them. This guy's gotta be missing a screw in his head, doing something as crazy as betting his life.
Let's just enjoy the show. I'm grabbing some snacks.
The gamblers on-site had no connection to Xiao Xingyu, so if he wanted to gamble his life, they were more than happy to play the role of spectators, eager to see the drama unfold. Shang Guanqian scanned the crowd, noticing that everyone had the same expression, one that reveled in the spectacle.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you doing?
Are you really going to bet your life? She whispered, jabbing Xiao Xingyu in the back with her finger, her voice carrying a mix of anger and concern. Xiao Xingyu glanced back at her, giving her a look that said, "Trust me." Then he turned toward the hunchbacked man standing on the platform. "Main supervisor, for the next match, I'll wager my life."
Is that acceptable?
The hunchbacked man, responsible for managing the arena, held the title of a main supervisor, equivalent to a casino's floor manager, though he was not the true owner of the 12-tier Strange Tower. The hunchbacked man was silent for a moment before a sinister smile crept across his face. Captain Xiao, you're the first person to ever bet their life in the death arena. There's never been a precedent before. But since you're willing to stake your life, I'll gladly accommodate your wish. The meaning was clear, the hunchbacked man accepted Xiao Xingyu's wager of his life. With formal precision, he spoke clearly and announced the terms. For this round, Captain Xiao has wagered his own life. If Captain Xiao wins, all the chips he has previously lost will be returned to him by the 12-tier Strange Tower. If Captain Xiao loses, then, unfortunately, your life will remain in the death arena. The thrill of gambling with one's life exceeded even the intensity of the arena battles themselves. At that moment, two beasts appeared in the cages suspended in midair. The red side was a ghost howling tiger, while the blue side was a fury demon rhino. I choose red, Xiao Xingyu declared, picking the red side, which drew a peculiar look from Qilin standing nearby. The hunchbacked man on the platform squinted slightly, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. The crowd erupted into loud discussions. A red side is clearly at a disadvantage.
This guy Xiaofeng is courting death.
Compared to him, we're nothing.
This guy is a true daredevil gambler.
Xiao Xingyu's choice sparked immense controversy. Everyone was staring at him like he was a fool who had completely lost his mind.
Forget about him, let's place our bets. You choose blue. Me too, blue all the way. Count me in.
The red beast was inferior to the blue one, both in terms of level and bloodline quality. Xiao Xingyu had done it on purpose, he deliberately went against the crowd. At the same time, this was also a move to antagonize the owner of the 12-tier Strange Tower. Everyone was betting on blue, except for Xiao Xingyu, who chose red, making him the only apparent loser in this gamble. The joy gamblers felt from their winnings paled in comparison to their twisted anticipation of watching the spectacle unfold. This was a crowd of disturbed individuals, eagerly awaiting Xiao Xingyu's defeat and the surrender of his life. At some point, Qilin, who had once shown respect toward Xiao Xingyu, had quietly disappeared. The hunchbacked man stood on the platform, looking down at Xiao Xingyu with disdain. Captain Xiao, I'm truly sorry for you, he sneered. You've lost this round. According to the agreement, your life now belongs to the 12-tier Strange Tower.
Clink!
A sharp dagger dropped near Xiao Xingyu's feet. With a gentle smile, the hunchbacked man spoke again, Captain Xiao, will you do it yourself, or shall I have someone help you? As soon as he finished speaking, a group of burly staff members surged forward, surrounding Xiao Xingyu. How amusing, Xiao Xingyu clapped his hands, letting out a series of mocking, cold laughs. You're willing to take a loss just to get rid of me, the troublemaker? Xiao Xingyu was indeed the only loser in this round. He had lost, and all it would cost was his life.
But in the ghost market of the western regions, how much was a life truly worth? Meanwhile, all the gamblers who had bet on blue had won large sums of money, collectively amounting to a fortune. This meant the 12-tier Strange Tower had taken a huge financial hit. Yet, despite losing money, they were determined to eliminate Xiao Xingyu, this rule-breaker. After all, Xiao Xingyu's life wager was a direct challenge to the hidden powers behind the 12-tier Strange Tower. The hunchbacked man's expression darkened, his voice cold. Captain Xiao, mind your words.
Don't try to insinuate anything.
We run an honest gambling business. Everything is transparent and fair. We can't control the strength or outcome of the beasts, everything is left to fate, so there's no secret manipulation. You're not manipulating the game, you say?
Xiao Xingyu chuckled.
Tell me, is there any casino in the world where the house doesn't secretly rig the game? The hunchbacked man argued with conviction. Fine. Let me ask you this, every piece of data about the beasts in the cages is publicly disclosed. There's nothing hidden.
If you were the house, how would you rig the game? First of all, those things you've put in the cages aren't real beasts at all.
Xiao Xingyu's words struck deep, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. For the first time, the hunchbacked man's face showed panic. Even though he quickly composed himself, Xiao Xingyu's demonic eyes had already locked onto and captured his fleeting emotions.
What do you mean by that?
The man stammered. Everyone here can clearly see that the creatures in the cages are beasts. Since when do beasts have strings on their heads, like puppets being controlled? As soon as Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, the scroll of the Nether King appeared above his head. He began chanting incantations, forming hand seals.
A mirror flowers, water moon, all is but illusion.
In my name, I shatter the demon's deception. Nether River Illusion Breaking Formation activate. Xiao Xingyu, never one for excessive words, activated the formation without hesitation. The Nether River Illusion Breaking Formation was one of the few necromantic arrays from the scroll of the Nether King that could dispel illusionary visual obstructions. To initiate this formation, he needed 8 extraordinary undead beast cores as the foundation, each corresponding to one of the 8 trigrams. Earlier, as Xiao Xingyu ascended to the top floor of the 12-tier Strange Tower, he secretly instructed Di Jiangchen to place the 8 beast cores at the positions of Qian, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, Can, Zhen, and Qilin under the guise of going to the restroom. In other words, from the moment Xiao Xingyu entered the arena, he had already discerned the illusion set by the mastermind behind the scenes. Now, with the Nether River Illusion Breaking Formation fully activated, the ground beneath began to tear apart, revealing a bizarre array of necromantic totems. Wisps of necromantic energy seeped through the spiderweb-like cracks. The ceiling, too, began to crack, revealing countless flickering ghostly flames that resembled stars in the night sky. These flames gradually connected, forming the pattern of the 8 trigrams. In an instant, fierce winds swept through the arena like waves crashing over the sea, knocking the bewildered gamblers to the ground. When they finally managed to get back on their feet, their eyes widened in shock. Everything around them had changed drastically.
The giant cage, where were the beasts?
Instead, there were only puppets, their movements manipulated by thin strings. On the platform, the so-called main organizer, the hunchbacked man, had also transformed into a blood-soaked puppet. His rigid, wooden body was being lifted by strings, forced into unnatural and grotesque movements. Shang Guanqian's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment as she gazed around. In the death arena, every staff member, including the charming dealers, had now revealed their true forms. Each of them was nothing but a lifeless wooden puppet, their limbs jerking mechanically under the pull of their strings, emitting eerie creaks and sinister laughter. At that moment, a dark, raspy voice echoed from an unknown source. You managed to see through my puppet illusion. Who exactly are you? Xiao Xingyu stood with his hands behind his back, a faint smile on his lips. A master of puppets and illusions.
Mr. Ghost Rat, isn't it time you showed yourself?
At these words, a pair of blood-red eyes trembled in the darkness. Footsteps echoed, growing louder as a well-dressed middle-aged man in a suit stepped into the center of the death arena. The lights of the entire arena converged on him. This man had a delicate, almost feminine appearance, marred only by a burned scar on the side of his face, shaped like a skull. In the Roxas Sect, there was a punishment reserved for traitors, branding them with this mark of shame. The identity of the man standing before Xiao Xingyu was now clear. He was none other than Ghost Rat, once the leader of the 12 ghost generals of the Roxas Sect. Not only was he an 8-star Beastmaster, but he was also an ocular arts specialist, with half of his bloodline belonging to a magical beast. In the dim light, Ghost Rat's left eye glowed with a chilling crimson hue, surrounded by tiny runes that radiated an aura of mystery and menace. This left eye, known as the Demon Illusion Eye, could cast powerful illusions on all creatures within its range. Beside Ghost Rat stood a tall, hunched figure, a beastman-type war beast. It had the head of a rat and the body of a man, dressed in a special uniform meant for puppet masters, with a heavy wooden box strapped to its back. Its ears twitched with the wind, and two large front teeth protruded from its mouth, glinting with a bloodthirsty sheen sharper than any blade. Xiao Xingyu's gaze fell on the beastman's hands, which were connected to countless threads. These threads controlled all the puppets. Everyone in the 12-story tower, including the staff and the beautiful dealers, had been created by this beast-man as puppets. Who exactly are you? Ghost Rat's voice was dark and filled with suspicion. If we have no past grievances or recent conflicts, why are you interfering with my business? At this point, there was no need for further disguises. Xiao Xingyu transformed, ripping off the false beard near his chin, reverting from a middle-aged man back to his true, youthful form. The experience card for captain of the Blood Shadow Mercenary Corps had expired, and Xiao Feng was no more. Ghost Rat squinted his eyes, and the moment Xiao Xingyu took out the Imperial Soul token, Ghost Rat's body trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. So, you're from the Imperial Soul? Ghost Rat stammered. The mission of the Imperial Soul was clear, to eliminate all Dark Beastmasters and annihilate every Dark Guild. Xiao Xingyu tried to persuade him, Mr. Ghost Rat, you're already surrounded. If you surrender now, you can avoid unnecessary suffering before you die. Ghost Rat let out an angry, bitter laugh, a trace of sorrow hidden within his voice. He despised the boy in front of him, and his rage turned into waves of spiritual energy. A violent gust of wind erupted in the dark death arena, sending tables and chairs flying through the air. He had it all planned out, kill Xiao Xingyu and escape immediately. There were other ghost markets beyond the western domain where he could rebuild his plans and ambitions. However, Ghost Rat made his greatest mistake by not fleeing immediately. His obsession with killing Xiao Xingyu before leaving led him toward a fatal abyss. Stern Kriak, Kriak, Stern. Suddenly, a giant puppet fist emerged from the darkness. With a thunderous crash, the fist smashed into the floor, creating a massive pit over 20 meters in diameter. The bottom of the pit led straight down to the first-floor hall. The entire building trembled and seemed on the verge of collapse as dust filled the air. Di Jiangchen and Shangguan Qian were unlucky enough to fall into the pit, tumbling back down to the first floor. Your Highness, are you all right? Di Jiangchen asked, his voice tense with concern. I'm fine, Shangguan Qian replied. But Di Jiang, Xiao Xingyu is now facing Ghost Rat alone. We need to support him as soon as possible. I understand. Di Jiangchen quickly fired a signal flare, and the members of the Imperial Investigation Bureau, who had been lying in wait nearby, rushed into the first-floor hall to join up with him. Everyone, follow my orders. Head to the 12th floor immediately and support Lord Xiao. On the stairs, a large number of crawling puppets suddenly emerged. These puppets were enveloped in thick black mist, emitting eerie, shrill laughter. Shangguan Qian activated her Beastmaster emblem and summoned the Beast King Ice Phantom Qilin. This Dragon Kingdom princess, though young, had already reached a 6-star level. Shangguan Qian channeled a large amount of spiritual energy, her purple hair flowing with the wind, her sensuous lips moving rhythmically. The temperature of the air dropped to freezing, and a heavy frost covered the floor and the staircase. Ice Phantom Claw! The Ice Phantom Qilin roared and, with its icy power, its massive claws instantly shredded hundreds of puppets. In the blink of an eye, the fragmented puppets were stitched back together by the threads and rushed towards Shangguan Qian. Damn it! Shangguan Qian's teeth nearly bit through her lip. She knew that the longer she and Di Jiangchen delayed on the first floor, the more danger Xiao Xingyu faced on the top floor. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the death arena. In the center of the floor was a hole punched through by the puppet's giant fist. Xiao Xingyu and Ghost Rat stood on opposite sides of the hole, staring at each other across the void. The evil Emperor Puppet Master's hands moved with dexterity as if playing a piano, manipulating countless threads. These threads nearly covered the entire Western Ghost Market. The threads controlled everyone in the Ghost Market, their necks pulled and their eyes vacant. Under the control of the evil Emperor Puppet Master, they had become mere puppets. At the same time, all the puppets gathered towards the 12-story tower, emitting bloodthirsty wails. Next, Ghost Rat only needed to think, and these puppets would go berserk, attacking Shangguan Qian and Di Jiangchen on the first floor, preventing them from assisting Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was isolated and unsupported. Ghost Rat stared at the boy before him with the eyes of someone watching a doomed person. Lord Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, the Imperial Soul sent you to investigate me. This means that High Priest Crows and Bloodclad High Priest, among other senior members, must be on other tasks and don't have time to capture me, right? As the leader of the 12 Ghost Generals, Ghost Rat was highly intelligent and perceptive. Xiao Xingyu was merely a lower-tier member of the Imperial Soul, a 4-Star Beastmaster. If Crows or any high-ranking Imperial Soul members had any free time, they wouldn't risk sending Xiao Xingyu to pursue him. Thus, Ghost Rat could deduce some details. Xiao Xingyu maintained a calm smile, showing no trace of fear or panic even when facing an 8-star enemy alone. After all, Xiao Xingyu was seasoned and unflappable in front of Ghost Rat. Mr. Ghost Rat, based on the intelligence we previously gathered from the Imperial Soul, out of the 12 Ghost Generals, 9 were killed by the Phantom Queen. Along with you, Ghost Tiger and Ghost Dog escaped the Roxas Sect. But since I haven't seen them for a while, I guess a Ghost Tiger and Ghost Dog have already died at your hands. Upon hearing this, Ghost Rat first displayed a look of surprise, then revealed a smirk with a hint of malevolence. You're correct, Lord Xiao. Those two have indeed been turned into puppets by me. As Ghost Rat finished speaking, the evil Emperor Puppet Master beside him lightly twitched his fingertips. Suddenly, 2 humanoid puppets fell from the ceiling. The puppets were connected by fine threads at their necks, shoulders, arms, and thighs. These 2 puppets were Ghost Tiger and Ghost Dog. Ghost Rat sighed, a faint sadness in his eyes. During our time at the Roxas Sect, these 2 subordinates were talents I quite admired. But when I proposed using the Western Ghost Market to create a brand new Dark Guild, these 2 finally revealed their true natures, showing their ugly faces. Compared to greedy human hearts, I still prefer obedient puppets. Ghost Rat did not elaborate further, but Xiao Xingyu could guess. It was simply that the 3 of them had jointly established a company. Ghost Rat was the primary founder who contributed the most, but Ghost Tiger and Ghost Dog could not suppress their greedy desires and wanted a larger share of the stocks. Rather than satisfying their greed, Ghost Rat chose to eliminate them and enjoy all the shares of the company himself. Thus, on the 12-story tower, Ghost Rat was the only behind-the-scenes boss, while the disobedient Ghost Tiger and Ghost Dog had now become the most obedient puppets. Lord Xiao, you should not have come here. At this moment, intense killing intent appeared in Ghost Rat's eyes. But since you are here, the only way to quell my anger at the collapse of my grand ambitions is to kill you. In the next second, the evil Emperor Puppet Master emitted the aura of a Beast King Beastmaster. Countless giant puppet hands tore through the ceiling. These giant puppet hands simultaneously clenched into fists, instantly shattering the Nether River illusion array. In an instant, the magic array was rendered ineffective. Xiao Xingyu felt dizzy, his consciousness and soul were all pulled into the illusionary world. At the same time, in a different location, Nie Hongzhuang, leading a group of silver priests, was on the way but seemed to be running out of time. Xiao Xingyu was trapped in a life-threatening crisis. Alone, he was no match for the 8-star Ghost Rat. Xiao Xingyu opened his eyes again, finding himself in a gloomy graveyard. The blood-red moonlight burned through the pale clouds, casting eerie shadows behind Xiao Xingyu. The pitch-black soil began to loosen. Gravestones rose from the ground, forming a circular cage that imprisoned Xiao Xingyu. Immediately, skeletal hands emerged from the soil, clinging to Xiao Xingyu, with sharp fingers embedding into flesh and bone, relentlessly digging toward his internal organs. Excruciating pain coursed through every nerve in Xiao Xingyu's body. Anyone facing such a scene and situation would be engulfed in endless fear. But Xiao Xingyu didn't even furrow his brow. Under the eye of the demon god, he was terrifyingly strong. As the number of ghostly hands continued to increase, Xiao Xingyu's figure was about to be buried under the mountain of bones. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu took an action that defied human survival instincts. He activated the Beastmaster emblem and summoned the Black Lotus Archer. At this moment, the Black Lotus Archer's revolver was held in Xiao Xingyu's hand. Xiao Xingyu raised the gun, pointing it at his own forehead, and pulled the trigger. Bang tilde. It was a clean and decisive act of suicide. After Xiao Xingyu shot himself, he opened his eyes again. He had not gone to hell or heaven but was still standing in the death arena on the top floor of the 12-story tower. There was no bullet hole on his forehead. The suicide earlier was not a tragedy occurring in reality but a dramatic scene playing out in the illusionary world. At this moment, Ghost Rat stood not far from Xiao Xingyu, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. You actually managed to break my illusion by committing suicide. Ghostrat encountered a prodigy like Xiao Xingyu for the first time. Just now, Ghostrat used the demon illusion eye to pull Xiao Xingyu's soul into the illusionary world. In the illusionary world created by Ghostrat, Xiao Xingyu would experience sensations nearly indistinguishable from reality. These sensations could be infinitely magnified, and even if one's subconscious knew it was an illusion, it couldn't resist the physiological pain, thus unable to escape the illusion and enduring Ghostrat's torment. The suicide method Xiao Xingyu employed allowed his soul to forcibly escape the illusionary world. This was the only way to break the demon illusion eye's effect. However, in the illusionary world, committing a suicide was not easy. Lord Xiao, it seems your willpower is quite strong. Then let me play with you a little longer. Ghostrat, not yet aware of the severity of the problem, mistakenly thought Xiao Xingyu merely had stronger willpower than others, and was thus inclined to continue playing. With a slight movement of his crimson eyes, Ghostrat used the demon illusion eye's power again. Xiao Xingyu felt a moment of dizziness, the world spinning around him. When he opened his eyes again, he was pulled back into the illusionary world. In the real world, Xiao Xingyu was kneeling on one knee, his eyes tightly closed. Ghostrat showed an evil smile, muttering to himself, "This time, I've created a nightmare world with 12 layers for you. Lord Xiao, have a pleasant dream." Mr. Ghostrat, is 12 layers of nightmares the limit of your eye? Xiao Xingyu's voice reached Ghostrat's ears like the death knell from the depths of hell, vibrating through Ghostrat's eardrums and soul.
How are you awake?
This is impossible. 12 layers of nightmares, unless you... Ghostrat's face changed drastically. He looked at Xiao Xingyu with the gaze of someone looking at a demon. At this moment, Ghostrat instinctively took a step back, as a distinguished 8-star Dark Beastmaster was completely overwhelmed by the aura of a 4-star Beastmaster. The illusion Ghostrat had cast on Xiao Xingyu consisted of a total of 12 layers of nightmarish illusions. In each layer of nightmare, Xiao Xingyu would experience tortures worse than death, with pain that felt incredibly real. To escape the nightmare, the only method was a suicide. Each time he committed suicide, he would escape one layer of the nightmare while falling into the next. Falling into the next layer would double the mental pain Xiao Xingyu endured, making it even harder to complete the suicide and escape the nightmare. Especially in the 12th layer, which was akin to a hellish illusion, even a 9-star Beastmaster would find it difficult to endure the mental torture and complete the suicide. Despite this, Xiao Xingyu managed to effortlessly complete 12 consecutive suicides in the progressively difficult 12 layers of nightmares. After these 12 suicides, Xiao Xingyu completely escaped the nightmare and returned to the real world. The entire process only took 10 seconds in the real world. In those 10 seconds, Ghostrat's mad laughter vanished. Xiao Xingyu tilted his head slightly, his tone filled with inadvertent mockery. Mr. Ghostrat, why aren't you laughing anymore? Is it because you were born without a sense of humor? At this moment, Ghostrat's face was dark, his inner turmoil raging. This guy, only a 4-star, just 20 years old. And yet he can complete 12 suicides in the 12 layers of nightmare illusions I created, thus breaking my illusion. Oh, indeed, he is a genius among prodigies. No wonder they say he is the future of the Dragon Kingdom, recruited into the Imperial Soul Organization at such a young age. Ghostrat had only heard about Xiao Xingyu through online news before. Today, seeing him in person and fighting against him, he deeply realized how terrifying this young man was. With the demon god eye activated again, Xiao Xingyu's tone became cold, and his sharp gaze radiated cold light. Mr. Ghostrat, your demon illusion I might be able to restrain most Beastmasters. But it's useless against me, because all illusions in the world, in my eyes, are nothing but crude flaws. The pupils of the demon god eye underwent subtle deformations, resembling blooming petals. With the kaleidoscope mode activated, the demon god eye's perception became even sharper. No matter how realistic Ghostrat's illusions were, to Xiao Xingyu, they were no better than the clumsy magic tricks on a spring festival gala stage. Meanwhile, in the eastern foothills of Ice Flame Canyon, Nie Hongzhuang, the second-in-command of the Imperial Soul, was flying swiftly on the Ice Qinghuan. Behind her was a group of silver priests riding flying beastmasters. Everyone, don't hold back your spiritual power. Move faster. Princess and Xiao Xingyu are in danger. On Nie Hongzhuang's shoulder perched a blood crow, a signal indicating that Xiao Xingyu was facing a deadly threat. Nie Hongzhuang, anxious and racing, was determined to rescue Xiao Xingyu, as he was the future of the Imperial Soul and couldn't afford to be lost. Suddenly, a storm filled with countless ice crystals swept in. Giant butterflies appeared above the snow-capped mountains.
Fate played its tricks as Nie Hongzhuang was surrounded by the butterfly swarm, delaying her support for Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu's situation remained unchanged. Even if Ghost Rat didn't use the Demon Illusion Eye, his 8-star Beastmaster strength alone was enough to crush Xiao Xingyu. The pressure exerted by a peak 8-star Dark Beastmaster could surpass that of a Beast Emperor-level monster. Moreover, Ghost Rat was from the world's top Dark Guild, Roxas Sect. Xiao Xingyu's small figure was shrouded in swirling black mist. When the mist dissipated, all the puppets, nourished by blood, had evolved. They now stood over 3 meters tall, clad in hard battle armor, and wielding rusted battle axes. Each step they took caused the entire building to shake and tremble. Xiao Xingyu's demon god eye scanned the area, and his expression grew increasingly grave. These monsters were upgraded versions of the puppets, known as Raging Corpse Kings. Each Corpse King's combat power was comparable to a third-tier transcendent beast. Surrounded by hundreds of Corpse Kings with no escape route, Xiao Xingyu was trapped. As Ghost Rat had said, as an 8-star Beastmaster, he had hundreds of ways to kill Xiao Xingyu, not necessarily relying on illusions. Lord Xiao, since you are not afraid of illusions, then let me make you suffer real and ultimate pain in the real world. Ghost Rat spoke with a vicious tone, releasing a surge of spiritual power. All the Corpse Kings raised their battle axes and instantly submerged Xiao Xingyu in a sea of corpses. On the 3rd floor, Shangguanqian, riding the Ice Soul Qilin, felt powerless against the countless puppets. Di Jiangchen and members of the Imperial Investigation Temple were also trapped in the 3rd floor corridor, unable to climb the stairs inundated with puppets. In the past half hour, everyone had fought their way from the 1st floor to the 3rd, covered in blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyu was alone on the 12th floor, with no support in sight. Shangguanqian, in a state of panic, couldn't help but imagine the worst outcome when she thought of Xiao Xingyu facing Ghost Rat, the leader of the 12 Ghost Generals, alone.
This isn't going to work.
If we continue like this, by the time we reach the 12th floor, we'll only be collecting Xiao Xingyu's corpse.
Must find another way and get to Xiao Xingyu immediately.
Shangguanqian's heart erupted with a strong obsession, and the bloodline of the witch clan within her stirred restlessly. Suddenly, Shangguanqian froze, recalling Shangguanlan's admonition. Qianer, remember, you are now the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, not a descendant of the Great Witch of the Witch Clan. No matter what happens in the future, you must never use any of the Witch Clan's powers. Otherwise, I will give you a painful lesson. Shangguanlan's warnings were something Shangguanqian had heard since she was a child. She was an obedient daughter who had never defied Shangguanlan's will.
Mother, I'm sorry, but I have to go against your wishes this time.
Faced with a difficult choice, Shangguanqian did not hesitate much. As long as she could save Xiao Xingyu, she was willing to endure Shangguanlan's anger and punishment. A special power awakened within Shangguanqian. The Witch Clan bloodline was activated. From her head, a pair of curved black demonic horns grew. Her snow-white skin was covered in dark, forbidden runes. Her starry eyes sparkled with black arcs of electricity. Complex polygonal symbols, representing the Witch Clan bloodline, appeared on her forehead. With the activation of the Witch Clan bloodline, Shangguanqian's appearance changed not just physically but also in temperament. She stood still, her slender figure slightly trembling, radiating a mysterious and alluring aura. Her brows revealed wildness and desire, resembling an evil sorceress. Shangguanqian bit her finger, her hands clasped together, and her lips, painted with black, moved slightly as she silently recited the Witch Clan's incantations. A blood-colored magic array formed beneath her feet. Countless blood droplets floated from the array like fireflies, traveling between the floors. Under Shangguanqian's mental control, all the blood droplets precisely targeted each puppet and entered their mouths. Whoosh! A puppet ignited spontaneously, burning in the fire and struggling in agony. Master D, all the puppets are self-igniting. Di Jiangchen stopped, looking around and discovering that all the puppets had inexplicably caught fire. The puppets, unable to endure the flames, flailed their rigid bodies wildly, ultimately turning into charcoal and disintegrating under the gusts of wind. Will all the puppets burn to death? Oh, what kind of flame is this, so powerful? Your Highness, are you all right? Di Jiangchen rushed to Shangguanqian's side, showing a worried expression. At this moment, Shangguanqian had reverted to her normal state and appeared extremely weak. During the chaotic battle, no one had specifically observed Shangguanqian, so no one knew that the terrifying and bizarre fire had originated from her. The fire was a Witch Clan spell called Blood-Burn Explosion. The caster uses their own blood as a catalyst, initiating the spell and injecting countless blood droplets into the enemy's units.
After 3 seconds, the blood droplets transform into Witch God Flame, with a power comparable to SSS-level Fire Beast energy, conducting both physical and spiritual burning on the enemy units until they are completely incinerated. It is worth noting that Blood Burn Explosion is one of the top 10 forbidden spells of the Witch Clan, and only the Witch God's bloodline can practice it. Shangguanqian harbored the bloodline of the Witch God within her. I'm fine, just a minor injury from a puppet's sneak attack. Master D, you and your team go to the 12th floor to support Xiao Xingyu. I'll rest here for a bit and join you shortly. Although Di Jiangchen was concerned about Shangguanqian, with all the puppets on the 11th floor already consumed by flames, there was no immediate danger for her staying behind. The real danger lay with Xiao Xingyu, who was fighting alone on the top floor. Your Highness, we'll go assist Master Xiao now. Please rest well. Di Jiangchen led the members of the Royal Investigation Temple to the 12th floor. Shangguanqian sat alone in the corridor on the 3rd floor, her breath weak, her back leaning against the cold wall.
Xiao Xingyu, please be safe.
Despite her own dire state, she continued to worry about the man on the top floor. Even aside from her identity as a princess of the Dragon Kingdom, once a witch god descends into emotion, it's rarely a good sign. This race was also cursed by the word of love. On the way to the 12th floor, Di Jiangchen, the deputy chief of the Royal Investigation Temple, felt an instinctive sense of curiosity.
It's strange, where did that bizarre fire come from?
It shouldn't be from a Beastmaster's ability, it resembles a spell only the Witch Clan could use. Given more time, the case-obsessed Di Jiangchen would have thoroughly investigated every detail. But with time pressing, he had to rush to support Xiao Xingyu. Top floor, the death arena. With a thud, Xiao Xingyu fell to the ground. Before he could react, dozens of threads struck him. Xiao Xingyu's body was immobilized, with threads tugging at his neck, wrists, spine, legs, and all joints. Hundreds of corpse kings surrounded Xiao Xingyu, brandishing their axes, waiting for a command. Footsteps approached. Xiao Xingyu lifted his blurred gaze to see Guishu standing in front of him. Guishu extended a hand, more delicate than a woman's, and gently stroked Xiao Xingyu's handsome profile. Master Xiao, setting aside your talents and intellect, just in terms of appearance, you're the epitome of a man. Guishu's eyes revealed a peculiar emotion. Normally, a man being touched by another man would be unsettling, but Xiao Xingyu felt no discomfort, as the demon gods I had already seen through Guishu's true nature. Master Xiao, you've ruined my plans. I should have killed you out of spite. But now I've changed my mind. I'm going to turn you into a puppet that belongs solely to me, so you'll always be by my side. Xiao Xingyu's body was controlled by the numerous threads and couldn't move. He had no chance to resist whatever Guishu did to him. At this moment, the evil Emperor Puppet Master beside Guishu began manipulating his fingers, and droplets of blood crawled along the threads, about to enter Xiao Xingyu's body. Once a living being is infected by the evil Emperor Puppet Master's blood, it becomes a soulless puppet. At the critical moment, an ear-piercing screech echoed through the death arena. Guishu instinctively stepped back. A storm of violent wind blades swept in, severing all the threads. Xiao Xingyu broke free from the control but was still weakened, kneeling on one knee and gasping irregularly. A snow-white great pung soared through the ceiling, its wings flapping, sending a torrent of paper fragments into the air. The paper fragments fluttered through the wind, falling onto the Corpse King puppets. In an instant, all the paper fragments ignited, causing a series of explosions. The intense explosions caused seismic-like tremors, causing the entire 12-story strange tower to tilt to one side, resembling a hellish version of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Once the explosive aftershocks subsided, all the hundreds of corpse kings were reduced to ashes. Di Jiangchen appeared by Xiao Xingyu's side. Master Xiao, I'm sorry I'm late. Master Di, you arrived just in time. Di Jiangchen, looking apologetic, supported Xiao Xingyu. He then turned his gaze to Guishu, his eyes cold and stern. Guishu, you have no right to stain the Black Enforcer of the Dragon Kingdom Royal Investigation Temple with your filthy hands. At this moment, members of the Royal Investigation Temple surrounded Guishu. Guishu scanned the surroundings with a chilling gaze, a sneer of disdain on his lips. To catch me, even the Royal Investigation Temple is mobilized. Has the Empire's soul really run out of useful people? Guishu suddenly felt a surge of anger. He believed that, given his status and rank, the Empire should have sent at least a blood-clad high priest to capture him. In his eyes, the Royal Investigation Temple members were nothing more than a rabble. Master D, where is the princess? The princess is lightly injured and resting on the 3rd floor. Xiao Xingyu's eyes shifted thoughtfully, as if he was piecing together something. If the Royal Investigation Temple wants to interfere as well, then let's all die together. Guishu grew impatient and revealed the true power of an 8-star Dark Beastmaster. His spiritual power surged and boiled. The evil Emperor Puppet Master emitted a dense aura of demonic energy. He continued to shake his hands, manipulating countless threads. From the dark corners, a multitude of puppets suddenly emerged. These puppets were clad in bone armor, their eyes burning with the fire of the undead. They were higher-level undead corpse kings, possessing extremely high shields and terrifying combat power with a 100% chance of critical strikes. Under Guishu's control, all the undead corpse kings launched a rapid assault. Their movement trajectories were exceptionally tricky, jumping between walls and crawling madly from the ceiling.
Master D, I'll assist you.
All right.
D. Jiangchen was a 7-star peak beastmaster, with a significant strength gap compared to Guishu. However, with the divine assistance of Xiao Xingyu, the gap between him and Guishu would narrow considerably. Xiao Xingyu activated the Underworld King's scroll again, forming hand seals and chanting undead spells. Underworld King's protection array activate. The array opened, and the power of the Underworld King surged like a tidal wave, continuously impacting everything around, causing the already tilted 12-story strange tower to slouch even more. In midair, a great ping with a wingspan of over 10 meters circled. This was D. Jiangchen's contracted beast, a Beast King level, Tier 3, Grave Moth King. It possessed a special SSS-level beast ability called Funeral Nether Paper, which caught Xiao Xingyu's attention. This ability, as the name implies, allowed the Grave Moth King to release paper fragments infinitely by flapping its wings. Each seemingly thin and useless paper fragment, upon contacting an enemy, could cause an explosive effect. D. Jiangchen's expression was solemn and full of battle intent as he continuously channeled spiritual energy into the Grave Moth King. The flames soared into the sky, accompanied by the harsh yet imposing cries of the eagle. As the smoke settled and the chaotic sea of fire receded, the undead corpse kings had lost their ability to move. They were blasted into pieces, their corpses scattered. Clack clack clack. The sharp sounds were the threads snapping abruptly under the intense heat of the flames. Master Xiao, I finally understand why you're called the Divine Support. D. Jiangchen felt the joy of having a divine support by his side for the first time in battle. Guishu was seething with rage, his pride and dignity as an 8-star beast master deeply wounded.
A bunch of rabble, and you think you can challenge me?
I won't give you the chance to write your will in tears.
Let the entire Western Ghost Market accompany you to the grave.
Guishu released a massive amount of spiritual energy, his facial muscles straining, his cracked lips stretching almost to the back of his head. In an instant, everyone in the ghost market had sacrificial marks appear on their heads, and under the control of the threads, they were lifted into the air. Xiao Xingyu, through the completely shattered ceiling, saw a massive black mist vortex forming high above. Those humanoid puppets controlled by the threads were all injected into the black mist vortex.
Over time, the vortex turned blood red.
The blood-red vortex expanded to its limit and then exploded. A giant puppet over 100 meters tall appeared in the center of the ghost market. The size and weight of this puppet even surpassed that of the Bug King Resser. It was draped in a black robe adorned with dragon patterns, wielding a long sword, and wearing a crown that glowed with dazzling demonic light.
Xiao Xingyu's face darkened with worry. This is the most powerful puppet summoned by the evil Emperor Puppet Master, the blood-sworn Nether Emperor.
Xiao Xingyu analyzed carefully and concluded that even if he maximized his support effects, he wouldn't be able to help D. Jiangchen deal with the blood-sworn Nether Emperor. The harsh reality was that without reinforcements from the Empire's soul, it was impossible to suppress Guishu. At this moment, Nie Hongzhuang and the others were still trapped in the Ice Flame Canyon and couldn't provide support in time. Xiao Xingyu looked up at the sky, staring at the blood-sworn Nether Emperor emitting a dark, overwhelming aura.
It's a good thing I had a backup plan. When away from home, it's always better to be cautious.
At this time, the weakened Shangguan Qin arrived at the top floor and joined Xiao Xingyu. When she looked up, she was shaken by the aura radiating from the blood-sworn Nether Emperor. Under Guishu's control, the blood-sworn Nether Emperor raised its rusted longsword high. The sword blade, imbued with the power of a great demon, was aimed at the 12-story strange tower. Its face, pale and covered in corpse spots, looked like melting wax, wrinkling and rippling in the strong wind. This was the most powerful puppet summoned by the evil Emperor Puppet Master, and it was at the cost of sacrificing the entire Western Ghost Market. D. Jiangchen's usually stern face grew heavier. He knew that the power of this sword strike from the blood-sworn Nether Emperor was enough to crush the entire 12-story Strange Tower. The disparity in rank left Di Jiangchen feeling powerless. "A Master Xiao, Princess, please stand behind me. I'm inadequate and not a match for Guishu." What he could do was protect Xiao Xingyu and Shangguan Qian, using his own life to keep these two safe as much as possible. At this moment, Guishu stood atop the blood-sworn Nether Emperor, looking down on the entire Western Ghost Market with the highest vantage point. Under the impact of the demonic aura, the entire underground city was on the brink of collapse and destruction. Guishu harbored both hatred and unwillingness. He could have used everything here to create his own dark guild and achieve a new pinnacle in life. Now Guishu's gaze was locked on Xiao Xingyu, his eyes filled with mixed emotions. If it weren't for this young man's appearance, how could his carefully planned domination have turned into nothing but dust and illusions along with the Western Ghost Market? "A Master Xiao, I won't let you die so easily. You must become my puppet." Guishu let out a mad laugh, his voice no longer hoarse but more like a woman's. The spiritual energy pool was boiling wildly. Guishu's lips curled into a cruel, bloodthirsty grin as he issued his command with his mind. The blood-sworn Nether Emperor raised its long sword high and brought it down with a fierce swing. The giant sword descended like a chasm from the heavens, heading straight for the precariously swaying 12-story Strange Tower. Shangguan Qian, reacting instinctively, grasped Xiao Xingyu's hand. In the face of imminent danger, the young man remained fearless and shouted angrily, "Afreya!" Xiao Xingyu channeled his spiritual energy and the holy light surged. From the star array, a divine and elegant figure emerged. The Holy Maiden, Radiant Angel, appeared beside Xiao Xingyu. Seeing this, Guishu showed a scornful smile. Due to the massive level gap, the Radiant Angel, at the extraordinary body, first rank, was no match for the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's demonic-bound sovereign sword. At the same time, Guishu issued another command. The evil Emperor Puppet Master twirled his fingertips, and countless threads flew from all directions, targeting Xiao Xingyu's figure. Guishu had already planned that Xiao Xingyu shouldn't die easily. He intended to refine Xiao Xingyu into a puppet with preserved consciousness for his own amusement. The timing is perfect. When Xiao Xingyu revealed a wicked smile, the outcome was already decided. Opening his spatial ring, Xiao Xingyu extracted a gemstone glowing with 7-colored holy light. This was an extremely rare celestial star meteorite, the treasure of the Dragon Kingdom's Mineral Bureau. The bureau chief, Luo Tianan, had spent his entire life collecting just 8 celestial star meteorites. However, when Xiao Xingyu requested them, Luo Tianan didn't hesitate and gave all 8 to him. It was no wonder that Luo Tianan's future was smooth and prosperous. He knew how to choose the right side. A holy light teleportation. As soon as Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, Freya cradled the celestial star meteorite in her hands, closed her eyes, and chanted an angelic spell. In an instant, a radiant holy light portal opened before Xiao Xingyu. A loud crash followed, and a raging wind swept through. The Western Ghost Market trembled violently, with snakes of molten lava and hot currents erupting from the torn ground. Guishu's eyes widened in shock. His blood seemed to freeze instantly, and his face turned as pale as a corpse lying in a coffin. A blood priest. Guishu panicked. At this moment, a gigantic phoenix claw wrapped in azure ice crystals held the demonic-bound sovereign sword's blade firmly. The terrifying frost aura spread along the sword blade, attacking the arms of the blood-sworn Nether Emperor. In an instant, the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's arms were frozen into blocks of ice. A giant divine bird made entirely of azure ice appeared in everyone's view. The Ice Qingwan Emperor, an extraordinary beast, 3rd rank, with Qingwan and Phoenix bloodlines, both belonging to the 5 great divine bird bloodlines. Atop the Ice Qingwan Emperor's back stood a woman clad in a blood-red robe. The woman was striking and regal, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, and her eyes, beneath sharp brows, glinted with piercing cold. This was the second-in-command of the Empire's sole organization, Blood Priestess Nie Hongzhuang. Surrounding Nie Hongzhuang were several flying beasts. Each flying beast had a silver priest standing on its back. Di Jiangchen was stunned, feeling an incredible disbelief. "A Master Xiao, how did you manage this?" Xiao Xingyu gazed lovingly at the Holy Maiden, Radiant Angel, beside him. "This is thanks to Freya's newly awakened SSS-level beast ability, Holy Light Teleportation." After advancing to the extraordinary body, Freya not only unlocked the light form, dark form, composite form, and blood soul fallen form, but her greatest enhancement was awakening the brand new, Holy Light Teleportation ability.
SSS level beast ability, Holy Light Teleportation **. Freya, using gemstones infused with rich star power, can open a holy light portal, instantly teleporting allies from thousands of miles away to Xiao Xingyu's side. Currently, the teleportation limit is 50 units, and this cap will increase as Freya levels up. Upon completing the teleportation, Xiao Xingyu also receives a 5-second holy light shield. The threads shooting toward him were all shattered and dispersed by the holy light shield. To be fair, this ability is practically game-breaking in team battles. Once the holy light teleportation is activated, Xiao Xingyu, who was originally outnumbered, can instantly be surrounded by a group of powerhouses. On the back of the Ice Qingyuan Emperor, Nie Hongzhuang turned her head, her gaze soft as she looked at Xiao Xingyu. "You did well, kid. Without this holy light teleportation, we'd still be trapped in the butterfly storm of the Ice Flame River, unable to make it in time to support you. As Sister Shuang, I leave the rest to you." Xiao Xingyu let out a relieved smile, finally able to relax. There's a gap even between two 8-star powerhouses. Nie Hongzhuang's strength surpassed Gue Shu's. Moreover, Nie Hongzhuang had a group of silver priests with her. Gue Shu's face darkened, as if a heavy layer of lead clouds had formed above his head. If I had fled earlier, I wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Gue Shu regretted it. He regretted wasting time on Xiao Xingyu. Now, he was surrounded by the Empire's soul forces, and Blood Priestess Nie Hongzhuang stood right before him. It was already too late to escape. "Gue Shu, if you surrender now, I'll let you die painlessly," Nie Hongzhuang said, ready to summon her spiritual energy at any moment, her gaze sharp as a sword. "If you insist on resisting, you know what our Empire's soul methods are for interrogating prisoners." "No. I can't give up now. As long as I escape, there's still a chance to rise again." Facing the crisis of death, Gue Shu displayed the resolve expected of the leader of the 12 Ghost Generals. His mind regained clarity as he tried to find a way out. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Gue Shu noticed someone beside Xiao Xingyu. It was none other than Dragon Kingdom's princess, Shang Guanqian. Gue Shu's previously grim expression was replaced by his usual arrogance. He had thought of a brilliant escape plan. "Before I left the Roxas Sect, I was still the leader of the 12 Ghost Generals. If you want us to surrender, you'll have to step over my dead body." Gue Shu suddenly roared in fury, frantically pushing the remaining half of his spiritual energy to its limit. The blood-sworn Nether Emperor let out an ear-splitting howl, its body engulfed in violet demonic flames, which melted the ice crystals encasing its arms. It raised the demonic-bound sovereign sword once again, swinging it wildly in all directions. Its swordsmanship had become erratic, clearly entering a frenzied, mindless state. Every swing of the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's sword unleashed a vortex of demonic flames, causing even more chaos in the already crumbling ghost market. At the same time, dense black shadows spewed from the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's ears, eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. These shadows were all corpse puppets. Armed with weapons covered in rust, they leapt from the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's shoulders and descended onto the top floor of the 12-story mysterious tower, launching a fierce assault on Xiao Xingyu and the others. Nie Hongzhuang ordered, "It looks like Gue Shu is going for a desperate fight to the death. Everyone, go all out and capture him alive as quickly as possible. Remember, we need him alive." A figure like Gue Shu held numerous secrets about the Roxas Sect. If he were to die, his body would be worthless. Capturing him alive was the key. Xiao Xingyu looked up to the sky. At that moment, Gue Shu had already engaged in a fierce battle with Nie Hongzhuang. The Ice Qingyuan Emperor flapped its wings, causing countless ice crystals to form into arrows, which shot towards Gue Shu. The blood-sworn Nether Emperor, loyal to its master, swung the demonic-bound sovereign sword with all its might to block the attack. In an instant, the vast and endless frost power froze all the demonic flames on its body. Xiao Xingyu activated his demon god's eye, carefully observing every detail of the battle between Nie Hongzhuang and Gue Shu. On the surface, Gue Shu appeared to be fighting desperately, as if he wished to drag Nie Hongzhuang to mutual destruction. However, Xiao Xingyu smiled, seeing through the deception. "Is this really a fight to the death?" Gue Shu, how could I not see through your little tricks?" At that moment, a subtle change occurred in his demon god's eye. A force of death surged within the depths of his pupils, eager to be unleashed. The battle lasted less than 3 minutes before Gue Shu found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Despite both being 8-star Beastmasters, there was a significant gap between Gue Shu and Nie Hongzhuang. With a phoenix cry that pierced the heavens, the Ice Qingyuan Emperor's talons clamped down fiercely on the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's head.
A terrifying chill instantly coursed through the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's every muscle and bone. In the blink of an eye, the Emperor was reduced to a massive ice sculpture, rendered completely immobile. With a swift twist of its claws, the Ice Qingwan Emperor snapped the blood-sworn Nether Emperor's head with a crisp crack. The blood-sworn Nether Emperor became a headless puppet, its life force fading away. Unable to resist the overwhelming force, Guishu plummeted from midair. Just as Nie Hongzhuang was preparing to end the battle, she suddenly noticed a wicked smile on Guishu's face as he fell. Damn it! His real target is the princess. Guishu, in his heart, was filled with delight. Just as I calculated, the angle and trajectory of my fall will allow me to grab her. The spot where Guishu was falling was precisely where Shangguanqian stood. From the beginning, his life and death struggle with Nie Hongzhuang had been an act, a deliberate ploy. In truth, his real goal had been to find the perfect opportunity to kidnap Shangguanqian. This was also his only chance at escaping. Threads of silk sliced through the darkness. Before Shangguanqian could react, the threads wrapped tightly around her neck, arms, and waist, binding her completely.
Your Highness!
Even Nie Hongzhuang, usually calm and composed, now showed a panicked expression.
Stay back, all of you.
If any of you approach, the Dragon Kingdom's princess will turn into a corpse. On the top floor of the 12-story mysterious tower, the atmosphere instantly froze. Neither the Silver Priests nor Blood Priestess Nie Hongzhuang dared to breathe too loudly. Guishu, looking ragged and disheveled, wore a sinister and triumphant grin. The fingertips of the puppet master of the evil emperor were connected to the threads that bound Shangguanqian tightly. His fingertips trembled slightly, tightening the threads. Bloodstains appeared on Shangguanqian's neck as her beautiful face flushed red, her expression filled with pain.
Everyone fall back.
Nie Hongzhuang, helpless, ordered all the Silver Priests to retreat by 10 meters. Ahahaha, Lord Xiao, you planned everything, but you didn't expect me to pull this trick, did you? Guishu, looking smug and triumphant, flaunted his success in front of Xiao Xingyu. Taking Shangguanqian hostage was a vile move, but its effectiveness was unparalleled. Whether it was the Royal Detective Agency or the Imperial Soul Division, both would prioritize Shangguanqian's life. Even if it meant letting Guishu escape, they could not allow her to be harmed. Xiao Xingyu smiled bitterly. Mr. Guishu, this move of yours is indeed brilliant. I don't want to waste words.
Let me go, or I'll really kill her.
Guishu, eager to flee, was desperate to escape the Western Ghost Market. Once free, the sky would be his limit and his future would be full of new opportunities. Nie Hongzhuang, frustrated, was about to negotiate, but Xiao Xingyu stepped forward. You won't escape. I won't escape?
Fine.
Then I'll start bleeding your Dragon Kingdom princess.
Let's see how long you can keep up your bravado.
No need for bleeding. Just go ahead and kill her. Xiao Xingyu's word shocked everyone into silence. The entire scene froze in disbelief. Di Jiangchen hurriedly tried to stop him. Lord Xiao, don't do anything reckless. Nie Hongzhuang sternly asked, Xiao Xingyu, what nonsense are you up to now? Guishu was stunned for a moment, then let out a cold laugh. Lord Xiao, if the Dragon Kingdom's princess dies because of you, can you bear the wrath of the Dragon Kingdom's Empress? Xiao Xingyu lifted his gaze, and deep within his pupils, the shadow of death itself could be seen. Mr. Guishu, it seems your eyesight has failed you. Why don't you take a closer look? Are you sure the thing you're holding is really the Dragon Kingdom's princess? In an instant, a chill surged up from the soles of Guishu's feet, running all the way to his skull. He stiffly twisted his neck and looked down. What he was holding wasn't the Dragon Kingdom's princess at all, it was a discarded corpse puppet. In that moment of realization, fear filled Guishu's heart.
Damn it! A misstep!
His illusion magic is superior to mine. Everyone present was left in shock, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Somehow, the Shangguanqian that Guishu had been holding had turned into a broken corpse puppet. And the real Shangguanqian was still standing beside Xiao Xingyu. Di Jiangchen, deeply puzzled, asked, Lord Xiao, how did you do that? Nie Hongzhuang, with an unusual look in her eyes, examined Xiao Xingyu, who seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious dark aura. You can cast illusions? I know a thing or two. Xiao Xingyu was being modest. In reality, his illusion skills had far surpassed mere proficiency. The fact that his illusion had deceived Guishu, who possessed the demonic illusion mark, proved that Xiao Xingyu's illusion magic was superior. Ever since the Hellfire Specter wolf had evolved into the Nether Hades wolf, Xiao Xingyu's demon god's eye had inexplicably gained a power of death. With this newfound strength, Xiao Xingyu developed a mysterious eye technique called Death's Deception. The creator of this technique was none other than Shangguantong. When Xiao Xingyu cast Death's Deception, the demon god's eye unleashed terrifying ocular power, affecting the surrounding environment. It distorted everyone's vision, especially confusing the enemy, making it impossible for them to distinguish reality from illusion. The moment Guishu conceived the idea of abducting Shangguanqian, Xiao Xingyu had already seen through him. That was when Death's Deception quietly began. Everyone, without realizing it, had fallen victim to this godlike illusion. The core of the illusion was replacing the broken corpse puppet with the image of Shangguanqian in everyone's eyes. Only when Xiao Xingyu dispelled the illusion did their vision return to normal. This grand illusion, which could deceive the heavens, required the cooperation of the demon god's eye and the power of death. Xiao Xingyu, truly a monstrous genius, needed no long period of exploration. In a single night, he comprehended the masterpiece created by Shangguantong. This also proved that Xiao Xingyu was the most suitable successor to Shangguantong's legacy. A glimmer of despair appeared in Guishu's eyes. His plan to escape was now completely shattered. As he stood in a daze, a wave of coldness suddenly enveloped his entire body. When he finally reacted, his hands and legs had already been bound by chains of ice. Stern tut tilde Stern. Guishu fell to his knees, his head hung low, his eyes devoid of life. He knew better than anyone what fate awaited him next. Nie Hongzhuang approached Guishu, her aura as fierce as a howling winter storm, her voice tinged with a frosty chill. Guishu, you will pay the price for your resistance. Oh, really? You from the Imperial Soul Division think you can get any useful information out of me? A silver priest suddenly shouted, not good. High Priestess, he's trying to kill himself. Nie Hongzhuang was momentarily panicked but had no time to react. Members of the Roxas Sect were accustomed to hiding poisonous microcapsules in their molars. To commit suicide, all they had to do was bite down on their molars, and the poison would enter their body, killing them in 3 seconds without leaving a trace. However, Guishu's entire body was trembling at this moment, his mouth wide open, his eyes filled only with terror and panic. His jaw had been dislocated. By Xiao Xingyu's side, the Shadow Demon Dragon hovered. The shadow manipulation technique was a commonly used battle skill of the Shadow Demon Dragon. At some point, the dragon's claws had seized Guishu's shadow. The dragon's power transmitted through the shadow to his body, dislocating Guishu's jaw. This rendered Guishu unable to bite down, preventing him from committing suicide. Sister Zhuang, you were careless. Nie Hongzhuang brushed her hair aside, coldly huffing, yes, me, the grand blood-clad high priestess, has been taught a lesson by you, kid. Everyone makes mistakes. Recently, Nie Hongzhuang had taken on too many tasks, leaving her mentally exhausted, and it was inevitable that she'd overlook some things. Fortunately, Xiao Xingyu controlled every detail, successfully capturing Guishu alive. A silver priest approached Guishu, carefully removing the microcapsule hidden in his molars. Xiao Xingyu nodded, and the Shadow Demon Dragon immediately understood, releasing its shadow manipulation technique. Nie Hongzhuang raised her hand, giving Guishu's dislocated jaw a gentle push, restoring it to its normal position. This is your last chance. Confess everything you know, and I'll let you die with some dignity. Guishu stubbornly lifted his head, his twisted expression revealing his madness. I won't say a word. Ha ha ha. Guishu was in a state of sheer insanity, and no amount of persuasion would work on him. Nie Hongzhuang, cold and merciless, commanded, strip him, douse him in honey. This was one of the 10 cruelest tortures in the Imperial Soul's death prison. The prisoner would be doused in honey, attracting ants and other poisonous insects lurking in the dark corners. Once the insects swarmed over the prisoner's body, their bites would inflict an unbearable itch, combined with bone-piercing pain, an excruciating form of torment. Guishu suddenly panicked, not because he feared the ants crawling all over him, but because he feared being stripped. No. Don't. Nie Hongzhuang was ruthless. No matter what Guishu said now, even if he cried and begged for mercy, she would still enforce the punishment. That was the Imperial Soul's rule. Stern RIP tilde Stern. Guishu's coat was torn apart by a silver priest. Hot tears streamed from his eyes as his face turned crimson. At that moment, a figure stepped between Guishu and the others. Master Xiao, what are you doing? Asked the silver priest in confusion. Whoosh. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Xiao Xingyu took off his own coat and draped it over Guishu's half-exposed body. At that moment, Guishu stared at Xiao Xingyu's back, no longer filled with hatred and anger, but with endless gratitude.
Xiao Xingyu, what are you up to now?
Nie Hongzhuang asked impatiently, as Xiao Xingyu often acted in ways that defied expectations.
Zhuangjie, hold off on the punishment for now. I have a way to make him talk.
Nie Hongzhuang took a deep breath, her voice tinged with displeasure. You better not be tricking me, kid.
Xiao Xingyu then turned around, facing Guishu alone. The two locked eyes. Thank you, Guishu's words left everyone in disbelief.
Mr. Guishu, I hope you'll truthfully confess everything.
Then, Xiao Xingyu lowered his voice intentionally, you should understand that your death is inevitable.
But I can ensure that you die with the dignity of Mr. Guishu.
Xiao Xingyu's words struck Guishu's heart like a heavy iron hammer.
Guishu raised his head and met Xiao Xingyu's gaze.
There was a long silence.
Master Xiao, whatever the Imperial soul wants to know, I will tell you everything.
Nie Hongzhuang and the surrounding silver priests exchanged incredulous glances.
Xiao Xingyu had simply whispered something to Guishu, and the man had suddenly abandoned his last psychological defense and agreed to cooperate with the Imperial soul's investigation. Nie Hongzhuang stepped forward, her voice icy as she questioned, what kind of power did the Vice Master of the Roxas Sect, Yuji, acquire that enabled her to stir up an internal rebellion, threatening the sect's power structure? Guishu licked his dry lips and replied truthfully.
She accidentally got hold of the Book of the Undead.
At this revelation, the entire room fell silent.
Xiao Xingyu's eyes blazed with fiery intensity.
The Book of the Undead, Shangguantong's greatest masterpiece before his death. The Hades scroll in Xiao Xingyu's possession was only a small section of the Book of the Undead. This mystical tome contained boundless necromantic power. The secrets it held were enough to overturn the balance of the world.
Guishu added, she also made a contract with the Bone-Cursed Dragon.
The Bone-Cursed Dragon, a god-slaying level beast, was the only one in the world to have both undead and pure dragon bloodlines merged. It was once one of Shangguantong's contracted beasts, immortal due to its undead nature. Nie Hongzhuang raised an eyebrow and mused, no wonder Yuji's power surged suddenly, even disregarding the authority of the Roxas Sect's master.
She gained such immense power.
Xiao Xingyu was in a state of extreme excitement, his every drop of blood boiling with fervor. Blood trickled from his nostrils, a testament to his overwhelming exhilaration.
A Shangguantong.
My connection to him is growing stronger and stronger.
We're so close to meeting. The Book of the Undead, Xiao Xingyu was determined to claim it.
Nie Hongzhuang spoke again, there are a few more questions.
Guishu responded, go ahead.
The location of the Roxas Sect's headquarters.
The Beast Sea Strait, Bloodlua Island.
Where is the sect master now? After their battle with Yuji, the master was injured and has since disappeared. Have you ever seen the master's true face?
Never.
Every time they appear, they wear a black mask, and their voice is altered through some special method. It's impossible to determine their age or even their gender. The interrogation continued, with Nie Hongzhuang asking dozens of questions about the Roxas Sect. For most of these, Guishu provided precise answers. This further confirmed that, as the head of the 12 ghost generals, Guishu held a high rank within the Roxas Sect, granting him access to figures like Yuji and the sect master, as well as many secrets. Among all Guishu's answers, the most obscure aspect was the true identity of the Roxas Sect's master. According to Guishu's description, no one, not even Yuji, had ever seen the face beneath the master's mask. When the interrogation concluded, Nie Hongzhuang and Xiao Xingyu exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding between them. The true identity of the Roxas Sect master was something the members of the Imperial soul had already suspected. Zhuangjie, based on Guishu's confession, we've obtained a lot of valuable information this time. We should return to the Dragon Kingdom and contact the master immediately.
Indeed.
This information might give us a chance to launch an offensive and perhaps even destroy the Roxas Sect for good. Guishu was escorted away by several silver priests, and the group set off on their journey back to the Dragon Kingdom. Throughout the journey, Shangguanqian was distracted, her mind preoccupied with something unknown. She frequently glanced behind them, her expression different from usual, her chest weighed down by troubled thoughts. Someone is following me. Shangguanqian was certain. Someone had been trailing her, ever since they left the ghost market in the Western Territories, and had followed them all the way here. No one else sensed anything unusual, as the person stalking her exuded the aura of the Wu clan. Wu clan bloodlines were interconnected, and only Shangguanqian could perceive this presence, throwing her emotions into turmoil. After all, Shangguanlan had made it clear, She was not to have any contact with anyone from the Wu clan. Don't forget who gave you your life. As the princess of the Dragon Kingdom, play your role well. All memories of the Wu clan must be buried with the wind. These were Shangguan Lan's words, as she used her harsh methods to control every aspect of Shangguan Qian's life. Their relationship was never one of mother and daughter, it was that of a superior and subordinate, a master and her tool. The silence of the night was only interrupted by the silver glow of moonlight, as if the entire world had slipped into the embrace of a dream.
Dragon Kingdom.
The Imperial City.
Stern Imperial Sol Division.
The Death Prison. Gue Shu, a notorious death row inmate, was held in the deepest, 18th level of the death prison. His cell was simple, lacking any torture devices. Since Gue Shu had already confessed everything, the Imperial soul showed a rare display of humanity, refraining from inflicting any physical or mental torment on him.
Raven, the leader of the Imperial soul, had returned from his work outside. He now stood at the entrance of the cell alongside Nie Hongzhuang and Xiao Xingyu. In the dim light, Gue Shu squatted on the ground with his head buried in his knees, silent and motionless, waiting quietly for death to claim him. Raven cast an appreciative glance at Xiao Xingyu, smirking as he teased, "Xiao Xingyu, your growth has far exceeded my expectations. You are more suited for the Imperial soul than anyone I've ever met." Xiao Xingyu possessed all the traits necessary to become a member of the Imperial soul. Talent in the realm of beast control was not the only criterion. His decisiveness, boldness, strategy, and skill in reading people during interrogation were qualities that even many seasoned veterans of the Imperial soul lacked. To make Gue Shu confess without the use of any torture, that was something no one else in the Imperial soul could have achieved, except Xiao Xingyu. Raven signaled with a raised hand, and a silver priest stepped forward. The priest took a red pill from Raven and approached the cell.
"Oh wait.
Sir, let me handle it." Raven didn't refuse. He nodded slightly and left with Nie Hongzhuang. Now, only Xiao Xingyu remained in the corridor outside the cell. Holding the red pill, Xiao Xingyu stepped inside. Hearing footsteps, Gue Shu raised his head and smiled, a serene expression on his face. "Master Xiao, I didn't expect that you would personally come to send me off on my final journey. I'm here to thank you. The information you provided is invaluable to me." At this moment, Xiao Xingyu wasn't speaking as an Imperial soul member, he was just Xiao Xingyu without any title. The Book of the Undead and the Undead Bone Dragon, these were the crucial pieces of intelligence Gue Shu had provided, information that had thrilled Xiao Xingyu beyond measure. Mr. Gue Shu, this is the poison the Imperial soul uses to administer death, the Crane Sakura pill. Once ingested, you will lose all vitality within 10 seconds, and it will be painless. Gue Shu nodded, accepting this cruel yet inevitable fate. As a former lieutenant of the Roxas Sect, his hands were stained with the blood of countless innocent Dragon Kingdom citizens. Master Xiao, after I die my body. I understand. I guarantee that your body will be spared the autopsy and directly cremated. When Xiao Xingyu finished speaking, he noticed Gue Shu's face was already covered in tears. "Thank you. Thank you, Master Xiao." In the dim light, Gue Shu's disheveled hair and slender, fragile figure appeared weak and frail. Who could have imagined that the head of the 12 ghost generals of the Roxas Sect was, in fact, a woman? From the moment they met, Xiao Xingyu had seen through Gue Shu's true gender. He could tell that Gue Shu was a woman with a story to tell. In another time and place, he might have been willing to hear her story. But now Xiao Xingyu didn't have the time. He still had to attend a secret meeting in the Night Orchid Hall later that evening. Gue Shu swallowed the Crane Sakura pill in one gulp, and her life entered its final 10-second countdown. She collapsed into Xiao Xingyu's arms, her lips trembling as she mustered the last of her strength to whisper into his ear. "Listen carefully, I'm only telling you this. The Lord of the Roxas Sect is not the highest leader of the sect. Master Xiao, you must investigate this to the fullest." Xiao Xingyu felt a ringing in his ears. The information Gue Shu had revealed in her final moments was far more explosive than anything she had said before.
A what?
The Lord of the Roxas Sect isn't the highest leader?
What does that mean?
If the Lord is only the second in command, then who is the real number one? Xiao Xingyu found himself trapped in a whirlwind of doubts. By the time he snapped out of it, Gue Shu had already closed her eyes, her last breath slipping away like smoke. Women really are the most incomprehensible creatures. With only 10 seconds left, you tell me something like this. It would have been better if you hadn't said anything. Xiao Xingyu bit his lip, deciding to keep this earth-shattering intelligence to himself for now. Not even Nie Hongzhuang or Raven would hear about it just yet. Midnight. The Imperial City. Night Orchid Hall ***. Raven stood in the center of the Grand Hall, reporting everything they had extracted from Gu Shu. Xiao Xingyu stood beside him, young but allowed to participate in such a high-level secret meeting due to being a key member of the Imperial Soul and the one who had obtained the critical information. In addition to Raven and Xiao Xingyu, 3 imposing and authoritative figures stood in the hall, each wearing a differently colored military uniform. Admiral Murong Jin of the Navy, dressed in wave white. General Baiyu of the Army, dressed in pine green. Air Marshal Lu Mingxiao of the Air Force, dressed in sky blue. These 3 figures were the supreme commanders of the Dragon Kingdom's Navy, Army, and Air Force, each ranked as 9-star generals. They were only ever summoned together to the Night Orchid Hall when a major battle was imminent. Your Majesty, this is all the information we managed to extract from Gu Shu. Raven finished his report and took a step back. Sitting on the throne, Shangguan Lan crossed her legs, a small portion of her snow-white calves visible beneath her red gown. Her high heels gently tapped the air, and a distant look of recollection played across her stunningly beautiful face. Whether it's the Book of the Undead or the Undead Bone Dragon, they both belong to Shangguan Tong. I must retrieve these things on behalf of Shangguan Tong. The Roxas Sect must be eradicated, and Yuji must be slain without delay. Shangguan Lan was usually seen as a ruthless empress, seemingly devoid of emotion. But whenever something concerned Shangguan Tong, her face would soften, revealing a rare glimpse of warmth. Now, with the Book of the Undead and the Undead Bone Dragon in the hands of Yuji, the deputy lord of the Roxas Sect, it was clear that Shangguan Lan intended to launch a full-scale war against the Roxas Sect. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Xiao Xingyu stepped forward. I say. Before the war begins, Your Majesty, please summon General Xie Zhong. When Xiao Xingyu said this, Raven was stunned for a moment, then looked at the young man with a shocked expression, his mind stirred by waves of surprise. This kid is really full of tricks, plotting something big. Shangguan Lan's eyes lit up, intrigued. Go on. This battle is of great importance and must not have any mistakes. Since Dragon Kingdom is deploying its Navy, Army, and Air Force, we naturally need the strategist's assistance. So I believe that summoning Xie Zhong to serve as the commander for this expedition against the Roxas Sect will ensure we have a better chance of success. The 3 generals exchanged glances, all understanding the implication of Xiao Xingyu's words. Xie Zhong's good days might be coming to an end. Very well, it's decided. The attack on the Roxas Sect will be set for the day after tomorrow at noon. I will summon Xie Zhong tomorrow. Shangguan Lan accepted Xiao Xingyu's suggestion, making it the core of the secret meeting. The group then discussed various details and strategic plans for the assault on the Roxas Sect. Xiao Xingyu participated, contributing several good ideas. By 2 a.m., the secret meeting concluded. The 3 military generals departed to begin their pre-war preparations, and Raven turned to leave as well. Xiao Xingyu followed behind Raven, his bright eyes darting with cunning, his pupils revealing a scheming glint as if he was plotting something. I must participate in the Blood Lotus Island battle. But not as Xiao Xingyu, but as the black-robed man. I must obtain the Book of the Undead. I can't wait to meet Shangguan Tong. I must see you. Xiao Xingyu's premonitions grew stronger. He was certain that if he obtained the Book of the Undead, he would find a way to meet Shangguan Tong. Xiao Xingyu, stay. Shangguan Lan's voice made Xiao Xingyu stop in his tracks. Raven hesitated for a moment before leaving alone. In the Night Orchid Hall, only Xiao Xingyu and Shangguan Lan remained. Your Majesty, what else do you need from me? Xiao Xingyu, you've worked hard these days. After the assault on the Roxas Sect, I will find a chance to reward you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Come here. I said come closer, closer still. Xiao Xingyu, confused, followed Shangguan Lan's instructions, moving step by step towards her. When Xiao Xingyu was within 50 centimeters of Shangguan Lan, she finally showed a satisfied expression. In the next instant, Xiao Xingyu's heart stopped. Shangguan Lan suddenly struck, her slender, fair fingers gripping Xiao Xingyu's chin. The sudden turn of events caught Xiao Xingyu off guard. Within a single second, he imagined countless possibilities, even the worst outcomes. Has my identity as the black-robed man been exposed? Shangguan Lan held Xiao Xingyu's chin and pondered for a moment before saying something strange. Why did you deliberately change your breathing pattern and rhythm? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xingyu let out a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, I hope you won't laugh, but one night I suddenly had an inspiration to mimic dragon breathing. It's clear that you are indeed trying to imitate dragon breathing.
Be honest, who taught you to do this?
Shangguan Lan's aura turned cold, her fingers gripping Xiao Xingyu's chin with such force that he felt as if his jaw might dislocate. Yet Xiao Xingyu remained calm, confident that he could handle any situation as long as his identity as the black-robed man wasn't exposed.
No one taught me.
I just had a sudden impulse to try it out.
Have you heard of Xiao Lian?
Xiao Lian? The leader of the Yen Alliance, right? I've only seen him on the wanted posters. Xiao Xingyu answered each of Shangguan Lan's questions with composure. After a while, Shangguan Lan released her grip, her eyes fixed on the young man before her. Her gaze seemed to become distant, as if reminiscing about a mix of emotions and memories. Xiao Xingyu, the fact that you had the inspiration to mimic dragon breathing proves that you have a remarkable talent as a dragon tamer. But you haven't even learned the basics yet. In reality, Xiao Xingyu had been secretly studying the dragon's breath written by Xiao Lian. His demon god eye allowed him to understand all the theoretical techniques, but without a qualified mentor to guide him, practical application was out of reach. The dragon's breath is a breathing method for advancing dragon tamers. I can teach you personally. Xiao Xingyu displayed his award-winning acting skills.
Your Majesty, what is the dragon's breath?
A trace of nostalgia flickered in Shangguan Lan's eyes. It's a technique created by Xiao Lian exclusively for dragon tamers.
Oh wow, that sounds impressive.
Shangguan Lan stood up. The rain has stopped outside. Follow me, and I'll teach you some basic breathing techniques to help you get started. This woman was truly fond of Xiao Xingyu. Xiao Xingyu felt a surge of happiness in his heart.
Great.
I can master the theory on my own, but without a mentor for practical application, I've really struggled to find the key to starting. In the back garden of the Night Orchid Hall, the water droplets on the flowers and plants sparkled, reflecting the beauty of the rain's aftermath. It was Xiao Xingyu's first visit to the back garden of the Night Orchid Hall, and he was surprised by the lush and blooming flowers and plants. Given Shangguan Lan's personality, I wouldn't have expected her to enjoy gardening. Shangguan Lan seemed to see through Xiao Xingyu's thoughts and gently explained, Tong liked flowers and plants when she was alive. This garden was cultivated by her. For all these years, I've just been taking care of it for her.
I see.
Xiao Xingyu nodded, noting the information about Shangguan Tong. Shangguan Lan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her expression stern as she assumed the role of a mentor. I will now teach you the basic method of the dragon's breath. 5 minutes later, Shangguan Lan's eyes showed a hint of astonishment, and she was deeply impressed. This little guy has completely understood all the theoretical aspects of the dragon's breath in such a short time. What Shangguan Lan didn't know was that Xiao Xingyu had memorized the theoretical knowledge of the dragon's breath overnight. After all, the book was in Xiao Xingyu's spatial ring, readily available for review. Good. Since you've mastered the theoretical knowledge, it's time for practical application. The most basic breathing method of the dragon's breath is called dragon's breath, rising dragon scales. While imitating dragon breathing, you must forget that your body structure is different from that of a dragon, and thus re-establish the flow path of the internal energy. Following Shangguan Lan's instructions, Xiao Xingyu activated the Beast Tamer's emblem and summoned the Shadow Dragon. Xiao Xingyu opened his mouth, closing and opening it, diligently mimicking the breathing rhythm of the Shadow Dragon. Gradually, a faint dragon's power began to form within him. This made Shangguan Lan's face show a look of satisfaction, her lips curling up slightly. Not bad, this child is teachable.
Your Majesty, my chest hurts so much.
Xiao Xingyu's face reddened, his breathing labored. Is there a strong burning sensation in your lungs?
Yes.
It feels like my organs are about to be charred. Shangguan Lan smiled lightly, that's right. Our human body structure is different from that of a dragon. This causes the internal organs to burn due to the reversed airflow while re-establishing the flow path. This is also the way a dragon tamer generates dragon power. Xiao Xingyu was in intense pain, feeling as though his internal organs were on fire, but simultaneously, the dragon's power within him was swelling. And next is the most crucial step. Guide your dragon power with your mind and transfer it to your right fist. Xiao Xingyu understood the theoretical knowledge perfectly. However, in practice, he struggled. Since this was his first time practicing dragon breathing, it was a tremendous burden for a human body. If not done correctly, it could lead to internal injuries or even damage to his fundamental essence.
Your Majesty, I seem to be unable to do it.
For someone as determined as Xiao Xingyu to admit, I can't do it, was proof of the terrifying difficulty of the dragon's breath. Xiao Xingyu was in a dangerous state, his skin flushed red, with hot steam containing blood mist pouring out from every pore. His chest felt like a burning furnace, with the dragon power rampaging inside, making it uncontrollable. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyu felt a cooling sensation, as if a gentle stream had extinguished the flames in his chest. Shangguan stood behind Xiao Xingyu, her slender and fair right hand wrapping around his neck, pressing against his chest. The burning sensation from his breathing subsided, and Xiao Xingyu regained his composure.
Don't rush. Take it slow.
Guide the dragon power towards your right hand. At this moment, Shangguan was an excellent mentor, encouraging the young man in her arms with patience and gentle words. With Shangguan so close, Xiao Xingyu felt his mind suddenly calm and serene. Xiao Xingyu gradually closed his eyes, successfully establishing a new flow path for the internal energy. The dragon power that had been chaotic in his chest became orderly, following Xiao Xingyu's will, and gathered entirely in his right hand. In the deep night after the rain, the moonlight was faint, illuminating the dim back garden. On Xiao Xingyu's right hand, purple-black dragon scales began to form. These scales resembled the dragon scales of the shadow dragon, shaped like tender plant buds, containing boundless vitality, and gently moving with Xiao Xingyu's breathing rhythm. Shangguan's voice reached Xiao Xingyu's ears. A young man, stay steady. Raise your right fist. With an indomitable heart, break the mundane shackles.
Dragon's breath, dragon flame fist.
Finally, Xiao Xingyu and Shangguan spoke in unison. They opened their eyes and clenched their right fists tightly. Xiao Xingyu swung his right fist forward, the firm punch enveloped in a thin yet fierce dragon power. Leaves fluttered and dewdrops splashed. Xiao Xingyu stood frozen, even forgetting to retract his punch, staring blankly at the locust tree in front of him. It was a century-old locust tree with a trunk so thick that a fist imprint deeper than 10 centimeters was visible on it. The bark around the imprint had fallen off, revealing numerous cracks. Xiao Xingyu had been 10 meters away from the tree when he threw the punch. To achieve such an effect with a single punch from a mortal body was beyond conventional understanding. Oh, congratulations, you've entered the threshold. Dragon's breath, dragon flame fist was the entry-level technique for practicing dragon breathing. Xiao Xingyu remained dazed until the dragon scales on his right hand dispersed with the wind, and he regained his senses. Your Majesty, I succeeded. Xiao Xingyu, overwhelmed with excitement, turned around and directly hugged Shangguan's delicate body. Shangguan stood there, stunned, her expression blank. Xiao Xingyu's actions were completely unexpected. Your Majesty, dragon scales appeared on my hand just now. I was able to understand the essence of dragon breathing. The sensation I felt was incredibly refreshing. Xiao Xingyu was naturally suited for practicing dragon's breath, as the creator of this breathing technique was Xiao Lian. After a while, Xiao Xingyu calmed down from his excitement. His body trembled, and he suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. What did I just do out of excitement? Who did I just embrace?
Oh no.
Xiao Xingyu was covered in goosebumps, and cold sweat poured from his forehead like a waterfall. He was now in a difficult situation, unable to let go or hold on. At that moment, Shangguan was overwhelmed with emotions, her beautiful eyes lost in a whirlpool of memories. On the hillside under the setting sun, a young man stood behind a young woman, patiently teaching her. Alon, stay calm. Be obedient and don't cry this time. Raise your right fist. With an indomitable heart, break the mundane shackles.
Dragon's breath, dragon flame fist.
The young woman let out a charming cry and swung her right fist, covered in golden dragon scales. With a thunderous roar, the rocks in front of her shattered into pieces, and the dragon power floated in the wind. The young woman was overjoyed, crying tears of happiness, and rushed to embrace the young man.
Again, I succeeded.
Alon, you are the best dragon tamer. I knew you would succeed. Shangguan remained stunned for a long time. When she came to her senses, she gently pushed Xiao Xingyu away. Oh sorry, Your Majesty. I was too excited just now and offended you. Xiao Xingyu, like a child who had made a mistake, lowered his head, his fingers twirling together, showing an unexpectedly shy and bashful side of a man. Xiao Xingyu, if you wish to further practice Dragon's Breath, feel free to find me anytime. After finishing her words, Shangguanlan turned and left. Xiao Xingyu remained alone in the back garden, hands on his hips, his mind filled with confusion and questions. How strange, I offended her, yet she wasn't angry or punished me. Women are indeed the most incomprehensible beings. The demon gods I could see through everything, but it could not understand women. That night, Shangguanlan didn't sleep. She stayed alone in the Nightwave Palace, drinking a lot of alcohol. Whether you miss someone or love and hate someone, when you are lost in memories, even the reflection in your cup shows their shadow. The next morning, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered the Nightwave Palace. This man was Xie Zhong, the renowned strategist known as the first strategist of the Dragon Kingdom, a 10-star Beastmaster. Your Majesty, you summoned me in such a hurry. Is there something you need? Xie Zhong stood in the center of the hall, his posture humble and his heart anxious. Compared to his usual self, he looked quite unwell today, with a pallid complexion like powdered makeup and cracked, dry lips. On the throne, Shangguanlan sat with an imposing presence, her gaze hazy, her dimples filled with the scent of last night's alcohol. Her sleepless eyes were bloodshot with stories. Lord Xie, I heard that you have been unwell recently. How is your recovery? Xie Zhong braced himself and replied, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. These old bones of mine are just the result of illnesses from my youth. It's nothing serious. If it's nothing serious, then I won't hold back. Xie Zhong's heart leaped to his throat, and he had an ominous premonition. Tomorrow noon, I will personally lead the Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies to besiege Blood Lotus Island and exterminate the Roxas Sect. As soon as Shangguanlan's words were spoken, Xie Zhong's heart sank. He struggled to control his facial expression, but his lips twitched involuntarily. Seeing this, Shangguanlan's stunning face broke into a spring breeze of triumph. This battle is crucial, and Lord Xie is our Dragon Kingdom's most outstanding strategist. So, I appoint you as the commander-in-chief of this expedition, responsible for assisting the 3 generals of land, sea, and air to completely destroy the Roxas Sect. Xie Zhong fell silent. Shangguanlan smiled and asked, Lord Xie, have you been silent for so long because you are dissatisfied with my arrangement? No, I dare not. I dare not disobey. Xie Zhong had no room for negotiation and could only respond, I accept the order. Leaving the Nightwave Palace, Xie Zhong was overwhelmed with anxiety, clutching his aching chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the nearby Pixiu statue. Who came up with this idea for Shangguanlan? How sinister! Xie Zhong was one of the most senior dignitaries in the Imperial City. He had accompanied Shangguanlan through many life-and-death situations and knew her nature well. So he could guess that this sinister scheme against him was not personally set up by Shangguanlan but by someone else. As for who specifically, Xie Zhong's mind was filled with many faces, unable to pinpoint anyone. This cannot continue. If things go on like this, the Roxas Sect will be destroyed by tomorrow. I need to relocate the Roxas Sect's resources and troops before noon tomorrow. As for the traitor Yuji, let her die in Shangguanlan's hands. At this moment, a figure blocked Xie Zhong's path. The sound of crows cawing was like an old woman wailing at the village entrance. A Lord Crow? A Lord Xie, long time no see. As Raven greeted him, he comforted the blood-stained Raven on his shoulder. A Lord Raven, I have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first. Don't leave. I'm here to invite you for tea. Raven put his arm around Xie Zhong's shoulder and led him toward the Department of Imperial Spirits. Xie Zhong's mind raced, his face darkening. He knew very well that Raven wasn't just inviting him for tea, Raven was there to keep an eye on him. Before noon the next day, Xie Zhong could not escape Raven's surveillance. Everything was set up by Xiao Xingyu. Xie Zhong had only 2 choices. Either expose his identity and openly challenge the entire Dragon Kingdom as the leader of the Roxas Sect, or endure and, as the commander-in-chief of the Dragon Kingdom, personally destroy the Roxas Sect he had worked so hard to build. If the Roxas Sect had not fallen into internal strife and Yuji had not rebelled and obtained the Book of the Undead, Xie Zhong might have had the courage and confidence to choose the first option. Now, with the Roxas Sect in disarray and Yuji's rebellion, Xie Zhong's internal injuries were a direct result of Yuji's machinations. In this situation, Xie Zhong had no choice but to choose the second option, which was to endure. Even if this endurance meant he had to personally destroy the Roxas Sect, he had no choice but to persevere. This was the brilliance of Xiao Xingyu's scheme. Xie Zhong was like the most vulnerable white pawn on a chessboard, surrounded by countless black pieces, unable to escape. Time passed swiftly, and Xie Zhong spent the entire day at the Department of Imperial Spirits, drinking tea with Raven. When the next day arrived, it was time for the Dragon Kingdom's expedition. Shangguan Lan, clad in battle armor, personally led the 3 armies of land, sea, and air to assemble at the Dragon Kingdom's southernmost dragon-slaying Bay Dock. A strategist Xie, our army relies on your command this time. Don't let me down. I won't disgrace my mission. As the commander-in-chief of this battle, Xie Zhong's smile was more sorrowful than tears. If he didn't want to die, he had to fully play the role of the commander-in-chief and help the Dragon Kingdom's army destroy Blood Lotus Island and wipe out the Roxas Sect. Meanwhile, in Wangu City, Azure Dragon Academy. Xiao Xingyu sat in the last row of the classroom, distracted. Yishimo, his desk mate, noticed and asked with concern, "Brother, do you have something on your mind?"
"You can tell me, maybe sharing it will make you feel better."
Looking at his little sister beside him, Xiao Xingyu smiled affectionately. "I don't have any worries." Xiao Xingyu's only thought was to go to Blood Lotus Island. Such a grand battle was the stage he had dreamed of. Moreover, there was a chance to see Shangguan Tong on this stage. "Oh, time is running out.
I can't delay any longer."
Xiao Xingyu gritted his teeth and again demonstrated acting skills of the highest level.
Thud. Not good. Instructor, Xiao Xingyu has fainted.
What happened?
Why did he suddenly faint?
Pinching his philtrum isn't working.
Maybe we should send him to the hospital.
Xiao Xingyu, feeling unwell, lay alone on his dorm bed. Once he confirmed that the classmates who had escorted him back to the dormitory had left, Xiao Xingyu sprang up suddenly.
There's still time to head to Blood Lotus Island.
Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed down the corridor.
Xiao Xingyu quickly lay back down, feigning weakness.
The dormitory door swung open, and a red-haired, authoritative woman walked in. It was Su Ruoyan, the dean of Azure Dragon Academy. Dressed in a gray OL professional suit with long legs accentuated by sexy black stockings, Su Ruoyan walked over to the bedside and sat down.
Xiao Xingyu, I heard you're feeling unwell, so I came to check on you.
Thank you, Dean. I'll be fine after a bit of rest. Then go ahead and rest. Su Ruoyan stood up and locked the door from the inside.
Dean, what does locking the door mean?
Su Ruoyan smiled seductively and adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses.
Just rest, I'm here to take care of you.
At that moment, Xiao Xingyu realized that Su Ruoyan had been wary of him all along.
This is bad. It seems she has figured out that I'm faking my illness.
Xiao Xingyu had a history of skipping classes for various reasons, so Su Ruoyan naturally had to be cautious. Su Ruoyan sat by the bed, occasionally pouring water for Xiao Xingyu and tucking him in, providing meticulous care. I can't stay in the dormitory lying down.
I have to get to Blood Lotus Island.
Xiao Xingyu was burning with anxiety and started to have malicious thoughts.
Dean, I'm sorry, but I have to.
Xiao Xingyu's malicious intent was to drug her. Ahotilde. Su Ruoyan asked with concern, are you catching a cold?
It seems so, Xiao Xingyu said with a deliberately nasal tone and a weak voice.
Dean, I have cold medicine in my backpack. Could you please get it for me?
Thank you.
While Su Ruoyan opened the backpack and searched for the medicine, Xiao Xingyu dropped a yellow pill into the water cup. He gently shook the cup, allowing the pill to dissolve quickly and invisibly. You don't have any cold medicine in your backpack. Maybe I remembered wrong. It's okay if I don't take medicine. I'll just drink hot water. Xiao Xingyu picked up the water cup, pretending to bring it to his mouth. Gosh, it's so hot.
Hot?
I just poured the water for you, and I checked the temperature. It's really hot. My tongue is almost blistering.
If you don't believe me, try it yourself.
Su Ruoyan, not believing him, took the cup from Xiao Xingyu and took a sip. This isn't hot. The water temperature is perfect for the human body, and... Before Su Ruoyan could finish her sentence, a wave of dizziness hit her. Dean, are you okay?
I am fine, just feeling a bit.
Su Ruoyan's eyes closed, and she fainted on Xiao Xingyu's bed. He gently removed Su Ruoyan's high heels and tucked her small feet, wrapped in black stockings, and her entire body into the warm blankets.
Dean, I'm sorry.
This medicine will only make you unconscious for 2 hours. As for the punishment for skipping class, I will go to the dean's office to face it when I return to school. After Xiao Xingyu spoke to himself, he leaped out of the dormitory window and mounted the shadow demon dragon, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the depths of the clouds above Wangu City. Not long after, Su Ruoyan, who had been unconscious, opened her eyes. She hadn't swallowed the hot water laced with the drug. She kept it in her mouth and, after Xiao Xingyu left, spat it out and used the breath-freshening candy she carried to cleanse her mouth of the remaining drug powder.
You're a little rascal, trying to challenge me.
Su Ruoyan's tone was filled with the indulgent affection of an elder towards a younger.
She then made a phone call.
A nightshade informed the leader that the young master has left Azure Dragon Academy. He should reach Blood Lotus Island before sunset.
Understood, I'll notify the leader.
At the southernmost tip of the Monster Sea Strait stood a massive island, shaped like a turtle's shell. This island was Blood Lotus Island. Renowned for its blood-red vines, the island was also the stronghold of the Roxas Sect. In the center of Blood Lotus Island was a shrine imbued with the historical aura of the Sakura Kingdom. Cherry blossoms were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the scent of demonic energy and fresh blood. This was the headquarters of the Roxas Sect, the Roxas Shrine. In the Grand Hall, the throne, which once belonged to the leader of the Roxas Sect, was now occupied by a seductive woman. The woman's beauty could be described as captivating, but her aura was exceedingly sinister, especially her eyes, sharp and venomous like a serpent's fangs. From her facial features, it was clear she was of Dragon Kingdom descent, yet her attire leaned towards that of the Sakura Kingdom. She wore a purple kimono, wooden clogs on her feet, and her flowing hair was elegantly pinned up with a bone hairpin. This woman was the vice leader of the Roxas Sect Yuhaim. Strictly speaking, she was once the vice leader, but her current status in the Roxas Sect had surpassed that of the leader. After all, she held the Book of the Dead, and even the bone-cursed dragon obeyed her commands. Yuhaim gazed at the kneeling Roxas Sect high-ranking officials who wore shackles. These officials, like the 12 ghost generals of old, were once the leader's confidants. Yuhaim sipped from a goblet filled with the blood of young girls, savoring it with an expression of pleasure.
Yuhaim, you're a traitor. Despite how well the leader treated you, you've betrayed him.
Maintaining her smile, Yuhaim's voice was soft and enchanting, her every expression full of charm. You, who are the leader's confidants, should be treated like the 12 ghost generals and not spared.
But today, I'm in a good mood.
If you're willing to submit to me, support me as the leader of the Roxas Sect, I might consider sparing you. As soon as Yuhaim finished speaking, she was met with a chorus of vulgar insults.
I get lost.
You dirty bitch, a traitor doesn't deserve to be the leader. The leader isn't dead yet.
When he returns, it'll be your end. Even if we die here, we won't submit to you.
The moment her smile vanished, a murderous intent surfaced in Yuhaim's eyes. She lightly stirred her spiritual power, and the ceiling of the Roxas shrine shattered instantly. With a dragon's roar, a massive white-boned dragon head emerged into the hall. The screams didn't last long, and the grand hall fell silent once more. Blood dripped from the dragon's mouth, mixed with remnants of human organs.
Is there anyone else who still defies?
A single act of brutality served as a warning to all the remnants who had once been loyal to the former leader, compelling them to abandon their resistance. With this, the Roxas Sect officially underwent a regime change. Yuhaim ascended to become the new leader. Rumble. A sudden earthquake caught everyone in the Roxas Sect off guard.
A report. Our Lady Yuhima. No, I mean Leader Yuhaim.
An emergency situation. The Empress of Dragon Kingdom has personally led the army by land, sea, and air to surround Blood Lotus Island. Panic erupted in the Roxas Shrine. The Empress of Dragon Kingdom is here?
It's over, it's over.
This isn't right. Our Roxas Sect headquarters has always been well hidden.
How did they find Blood Lotus Island?
Yuhaim sneered and coldly remarked, it must be that pack of mad dogs from the Spirit Soul Division who captured the remaining ghost generals and extracted information from them. Leader, the ghost generals were all the former leader's confidants and knew all the core information about our Roxas Sect.
Should we? What's there to be afraid of?
With my current strength, even facing Shangguanlan, I might not lose. Yuhaim's confidence came from the Book of the Dead. However, she underestimated the terror of Shangguanlan and did not anticipate the emergence of an additional disruptor in the battle. Ascend the order, all members of the Roxas Sect mobilize. We will fight the Empress of Dragon Kingdom and their 3 armies to the death.
Yes.
Yuhaim rose, her body exuding boundless necromantic power. She clenched her fists, her face twisted into a mad grin. This battle should have been fought long ago. If it weren't for that old fool's cowardice, always saying the time wasn't right, we wouldn't have waited until today. Of course, this is also why I am more suited than you to be the leader of the Roxas Sect. Yuheim's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. She had long been displeased with the former leader's way of handling things. Meanwhile, above Blood Lotus Island, thousands of large armed fighter jets circled. In the clouds, countless flying beasts hovered. On the sea, the Dragon Kingdom's navy fleet was vast and imposing, its banners covering the sky as it surrounded Blood Lotus Island in 3 layers. On the fleet's deck, the Dragon Kingdom's army stood in neat formation, ready for battle. The Dragon Kingdom's expedition left no room for escape. The power of a great nation, a magnificent display of heavenly might. On the top deck of the battleship Sea God, Shangguan Lan's eyes were sharp as if she wished to ignite the Rakshasa shrine on Blood Lotus Island with her gaze. Beside her stood the Dragon Kingdom's chief strategist, Xiao. Behind her stood 3 tall and imposing men, the leaders of the Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies. Admiral Murongjin of the Navy. General Baiyu of the Army. General Lu Mingxiao of the Air Force. This battle was destined to be earth-shattering and soul-stirring. At the same time, a handsome and youthful boy donned a black robe and mask, followed by a fox and a snake, as he sought to step onto a supreme stage that was not meant for him. Alulu, Sha, this time, it's a matter of life and death. No matter what, I will protect you. I will always follow the master. This battle marked the birth of a king and the emergence of the king's wings. The Navy fleet launched Shark King 329 torpedoes simultaneously, sending a barrage of underwater attacks that surged like a storm of arrows. Under the Dragon Kingdom's military firepower, the Roxas Sect seemed like a primitive tribe, with a civilization gap that was not insignificant. Sovereign Lan's gaze was bloodthirsty, her stunning beauty shrouded in a frost that could freeze everything. On the battlefield, she was a stark contrast to the usual Dragon Kingdom Empress. Even though she stood on the deck of the sea god ship without doing anything, her imperial aura alone was enough to instill a paralyzing fear in the Roxas Sect soldiers. Some Rakshasa members with insufficient spiritual strength experienced debilitating dizziness, unable to muster the courage to channel their power, collapsing to the ground and falling into unconsciousness. If there were rankings for aura, Sovereign Land's presence would undoubtedly be the strongest sovereign aura in the entire Northern Hemisphere, without question. Among the 4 great beasts of the 4 great nations, Sovereign Land's peak period was the most daunting, which is why no country has dared to directly invade the Dragon Kingdom's territory. On the deck, Xiao stood beside Sovereign Lan, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His trembling pupils reflected everything happening on Bloodvine Island. The Rakshasa temple of the Roxas Sect was obliterated by the relentless bombardment. The underground laboratories used for drug testing and monster cell cultivation also collapsed in the earthquake. The underground storage, which held all resources, also fell due to the accumulation of mud and sand. Xiao watched the unfolding destruction, struggling to control his emotions, but his heart was bleeding. I have painstakingly managed my foundation for so many years, and now it's... Under his sleeves, Xiao clenched his fists tightly, his grief and unwillingness reaching their peak. As Xia strategist, I appointed you as the chief commander, not to watch the show. Sovereign Land's voice came like the whisper of death, making Xiao feel a layer of icy shards covering his entire body, even causing pain with every breath. Helpless, even though the Roxas Sect was facing imminent destruction, Xiao, as the Roxas Sect's leader, did not dare reveal his identity. This was the brilliance of Xiao Xingyu's trap. Xiao had only one choice, to painfully part with his own creation and cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies to personally destroy the Roxas Sect he had devoted his life to. General Murong, from the current situation, the defenses on the rear of Bloodvine Island are weak. You will lead the Navy fleet to land from the rear. General Bai, you will lead the Army's special forces to land on the island with General Murong. General Lu, we have firmly secured air superiority. You can now lead the airborne troops to parachute into the heart of Bloodvine Island. Xiaozhong's rise to the position of the Dragon Kingdom's top strategist was due to his genuine skills. His analysis of the battlefield and application of military tactics were irreplaceable. Under Xiaozhong's command, the 3 armies landed on the island and simultaneously encircled the Roxas Sect. A phoenix cry sounded, and the sky above Bloodvine Island was dyed a deep red by the fire of Nirvana. Air Force General Lu Mingxiao summoned the divine beast Vermilion Bird, whose fiery breath trapped Bloodvine Island in an impenetrable sea of flames. The earth trembled, and the soil erupted like magma from a volcanic eruption. Army General Baiyu summoned the cursed demon flower, which swallowed hundreds of Roxas Sect members in one gulp. Beneath the island, the sea god Leviathan crashed into the reefs, causing a massive tsunami that shattered the Roxas Sect's final line of defense. In an instant, a figure appeared above the Roxas Sect. Murmurong Jin activated his power-sharing ability, and his spiritual energy erupted, turning his left arm into a demon king's hand. A phantom of a hellish demon king appeared behind him.
A Roxas Sect, be destroyed!
With this punch, Murong Jin demonstrated the might of a 9-star Beastmaster. On the ground, the Roxas Sect members trembled in fear, closing their eyes in preparation for death. However, the next moment, Murong Jin's expression changed drastically, and the cigar in his mouth was instantly extinguished. His powerful punch was easily blocked by a smooth, delicate jade hand. General Murong, you are not capable of destroying the Roxas Sect. In front of Murong Jin stood a seductive woman dressed in a kimono. Her slender, soft figure made her appear like a courtesan from a brothel, charming yet unrefined. She was once the vice-leader of the Roxas Sect, but now she was its true leader, Yuhaim. Her face gradually developed white bone-like dragon scales. Above the sky, massive clouds accumulated with electric charges, like the thunder god's hammer, casting destructive lightning bolts onto the world. A dragon's roar shook the heavens as a giant dragon, fully composed of white bones, emerged from the clouds and hovered above Blood-Lush Island. Shangguanlan's eyes flickered with a nostalgic expression. This fully skeletal dragon, emitting a sweeping aura of death, was one of Shangguantong's former contract beasts, the Bone-Cursed Dragon. The Bone-Cursed Dragon was at the adult level, Tier 3, equivalent to a Star Destroyer beast, Tier 3. A Star Destroyer beast, as the name implies, could destroy a planet. However, Yuhaim clearly did not fully control the Bone-Cursed Dragon's power. She even suffered from backlash from the necromantic energy. Her once black hair was visibly turning white. Crack! Yuhaim lightly flicked her wrist, forcibly breaking Murong Jin's Demon King hand. With bones misaligned, intense pain surged through him. Murong Jin's face turned pale, but he was powerless to resist. Lu Mingxiao, controlling the vermilion bird, flapped its wings. 200-meter-long flames crossed like giant scissors, attacking Yuhaim directly. Yuhaim sneered in disdain, channeling her energy. The Bone-Cursed Dragon's bony tail swept through the air, dispersing the flames. The vermilion bird fell from the sky with a mournful cry.
Just ants!
Yuhaim disdainfully shouted and threw a punch. Murong Jin, like a kite with a broken string, skidded helplessly along the ground. Baiyu arrived just in time, using the roots of the cursed demon flower to cushion Murong Jin's slide.
Hey old Bai, thank you. Cough cough.
Supported by Baiyu, Murong Jin continued to vomit blood. His fractured demon beast hand was in excruciating pain from both dragon's power and necromantic flames. Baiyu's expression was grim as he whispered, Yuhaim's strength has skyrocketed after obtaining the Book of the Dead. Even if the three of us join forces, we might not be her match. Once, Yuhaim was only at the 9-star level, and it took just 2 generals to easily defeat her. But now, with the Book of the Dead's enhancement, her strength surpassed even that of a 10-star Beastmaster. Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies, a bunch of rotten fish and stinking shrimp, are not worthy of fighting me.
Shangguanlan, are you not going to make a move? Except for you, no one else is qualified to fight me.
Yuhaim's fierce and venomous gaze was like a poisoned blade, directed straight at Shangguanlan. At this moment, Xiao stared at the arrogant Yuhaim with cold eyes, his chest rising and falling, burning with both anger and humiliation.
Damn filthy bitch!
Xiao instinctively clutched his chest. Even though he had undergone multiple surgeries, the wound Yuhaim had left still ached. The battle had reached a critical point, with victory hinging on the confrontation between Shangguanlan and Yuhaim. Yuhaim, remember this. It's the power of Shangguantong, not your own, that has given you the qualification to stand on this stage and challenge me. These words from Shangguanlan pierced Yuhaim's heart. The Book of the Dead and the Bone-Cursed Dragon all belong to Shangguantong. Without these relics, Yuhaim wouldn't even have the right to taunt Shangguanlan. Ahumph. Yuhaim sneered coldly, her fierce and savage gaze fixed on Shangguanlan. Regardless of whose relics they are, they now belong to me, Yuhaim.
Shangguanlan, after the dragon-slaying war, you're no longer at your peak. Today, I will make you die at my hands, and my name will be recorded in history.
When someone unexpectedly becomes stronger, their confidence and ambition can swell to the point of believing they are the sole protagonist of the world. Yuhaim was no exception. In her cruel eyes, there was a gleam of faith and a fanaticism towards destiny. She even believed that obtaining the Book of the Dead and the Bone-Cursed Dragon was a divine choice, a destiny arrangement. Yet, she was merely a tool for Shangguan, a tool meant to encounter Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, in the Grey Undying Realm, everything resonated. Endless undead power surged like a tidal wave under the force of gravity. On the throne of the Undying Temple, Shangguan's grey eyes revealed. As Xiao Xingyu, I can feel that the distance between us is getting closer. They had never met face to face and did not belong to the same era. Xiao Xingyu tried everything to meet her, and she too was striving to get closer to him. This was never a one-sided pursuit but a mutual journey. Above Blood Lotus Island, Yuheim raised her hands high, laughing maniacally. The dark clouds shattered, lightning crackled, and a storm brought a cooling effect to the fiery battlefield. With a surge of spiritual power, Yuheim activated power sharing, channeling the dragon's strength from the bone-cursed dragon that circled above her head. Enveloped by dragon power, Yuheim's frail body twisted. Her hands transformed into dragon claws, with burning undead flames in her dragon eyes, and bone-spiked dragon horns sprouted from her head. Her arms, waist, and thighs. White dragon scales spread like a skin disease, infecting and covering Yuheim's entire body. At this moment, she had become a monster. In professional terms, Yuheim had entered a semi-dragon transformation state. Yuheim's legs gathered power as she ascended like a rocket. The ground she stepped on was left with deep crater-like depressions. Yuheim slowly landed on top of the bone-cursed dragon's head, looking down at Shangguan with a domineering posture. The title of Beast Emperor now belongs to me. Yuheim's confidence was overflowing. She had long coveted the title of Beast Emperor. In the Northern Hemisphere, only the rulers of the 4 great nations could hold such a title. If she could kill Shangguan, she would replace her and become one of the 4 Beast Emperors, leaving a name for eternity. Yuheim summoned her energy and directed the bone-cursed dragon to dive downwards. The massive white dragon's head broke through the dark clouds and thunder, resembling a meteor falling and bringing immense pressure to the Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies. Shangguan remained unfazed, her thoughts swirling as she activated the beast emblem. This Dragon Kingdom Empress had once single-handedly slaughtered thousands of dragons in the dragon-slaying war. What enemy had she ever feared? A roar of the Qilin shredded the rainstorm. Black flames burned the sky. The netherworld knight Qilin descended from the clouds, its black hole-like eyes like divine punishment, striking terror into the hearts of those who dared to flinch. With a terrifying impact, the head of the netherworld knight Qilin clashed violently with the head of the bone-cursed dragon. In an instant, the sea surged with countless tornado-like tsunamis. The clash of dragon power and Qilin power threatened to overturn the entire ocean. The watching soldiers felt their souls tremble as the underwater silt became visible to the naked eye. The power clash, strong enough to shake the sea, revealed the overwhelming intensity of the dragon and Qilin bloodlines. Amid the black sea currents tainted by necromantic energy, Yuheim's figure shot like an arrow, piercing through the tornado-like tsunamis and heading straight for Shangguan's face. Yuheim showed a sinister grin, her voice hoarse with excitement. Shangguan di. Just when everyone thought Shangguan would fully engage in this attack, the scene suddenly changed, revealing a shocking moment. Under everyone's gaze, Shangguan merely raised her left hand and lightly blocked Yuheim's fist with a single finger. At that moment, the world seemed to freeze in silence. Everyone stared in shock, their jaws dropping in disbelief. A single finger. The Empress only used one finger to block Yuheim's full-force attack? No wonder she's the Empress, no wonder she's the protector of Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies all faced Shangguan, bowing in reverence. Impossible. Yuheim's confidence vanished instantly, her eyes filled with disbelief. She once again injected energy into her right fist, but it could not advance even a fraction. She couldn't even bend Shangguan's finger. Shangguan's red lips parted slightly, her eyes lifted, revealing a godlike disdain and mockery. I'm indeed not at my peak. But even so, I am not someone of your caliber who can offend. A cold, murderous intent flashed in Shangguan's eyes as she lightly flicked her index finger. With a crisp crack, Yuheim's right wrist was instantly shattered. In an instant, the glowing black Qilin tattoo spread like a swarm of ants from Shangguan's snowy neck, crawling all the way to cover the left side of her face. As the Qilin tattoo activated, Shangguan's aura surged violently, distorting and shattering the surrounding space, with spiderweb-like cracks filling the sky. Yuheim had no time to react and could only watch as Shangguan's fist drove straight into her nose. The Qilin roared, breaking all laws with a single punch. Boom tilde. Yuheim's diminutive figure was blasted out of the explosion's aftermath, flying backward and skidding across the surface of Blood Lush Island, smashing through hundreds of rock layers before finally coming to a halt. When Yuheim crawled out of the deep pit, her body was covered in blood, her nose was broken and crooked, her left eye was purple and black, and blood from her nose dripped down her twitching nasolabial folds. Shangguanlan's voice came across the sea. You cannot control Shangguantong's power. These words filled Yuheim with rage, yet she could not refute them. She indeed could not fully control the adult undying bone-cursed dragon, otherwise, how could she have been overpowered by the Qilin bloodline? Meanwhile, a shadow moved stealthily underwater and a ghostly mask flashed by. Alulu, Sha, this guy is about to summon the Book of the Undying, it's our turn to make an appearance. Xiao Xingyu had only one goal, to seize the Book of the Undying from Yuheim, as it was the only key to opening the gate to the undead. All Roxas Sect members trembled in the storm, their eyes fixed on Yuheim, who had just crawled out of the pit. The power Shangguanlan had demonstrated made these people realize how terrifying the term Beast Emperor was when combined. Shangguanlan had only made one move, and it was a mere light touch. She might have used only a fraction of her strength, yet it nearly cost Yuheim her life. The immense gap in strength between the two sides had extinguished the last spark of fighting spirit in the Roxas Sect members. A Lord Sect leader, how about we surrender? In the extremely oppressive atmosphere, a young Roxas Sect member could no longer bear it and shouted loudly. Yuheim glared, her voice cold. Say that again. A Lord Sect leader, we surrender. A surrender now, at least we can keep our bodies intact. Svishvlanka. Blood splattered. Yuheim's dragon claw held a still-beating heart. The Roxas Sect member who had suggested surrendering collapsed to the ground, with a gaping blood hole in his chest, horrifying to behold. Is there anyone else who wants to surrender? Yuheim's voice was filled with brutal killing intent. Who would still dare to pledge loyalty to a leader who would kill her own people? The Roxas Sect members were stunned for a second and then immediately scattered in all directions. Yuheim controlled the undying bone-cursed dragon and unleashed its breath. The dragon flames that blotted out the sun swept across the sea, turning Blood Lotus Island into a hellish inferno. All members of the Roxas Sect perished in the dragon flames, leaving no remains. Xiazhong, witnessing everything, sighed deeply, as if he had aged 100 years in an instant, his eyes becoming murky and dim. A single rotten apple has spoiled the whole barrel. This damn bitch, alone, has destroyed the entire Roxas Sect. Xiazhong was enraged, with his chest wounds torn, internal bleeding, and blood surging in his throat. At this moment, Yuheim had lost all rationality. She controlled the undying bone-cursed dragon and killed all the Roxas Sect members. On Blood Lotus Island, which was now a land of blood and chaos, Yuheim stood amidst the blood, her mouth stretched into the widest grin, as if she were a grinning specter from the netherworld.
A Shangguanlan, I have not lost yet.
When a person has no retreat, they unleash unprecedented potential. Yuheim raised her head and let out a frenzied roar. The power of the undead gathered from the heavens and the earth, making the sea boil like a pot of scalding water, searing hot. Heaven and earth changed color, the sky turning a deep green from the necromantic power. Countless wandering souls and ghosts filled the air, while the sea was strewn with glistening white bones. In front of Yuheim, an ancient black tome materialized. Around the tome, various eerie incantations and grey chains of souls intertwined, binding all the spells together as if countless devotees were chanting the Black Bible in unison. Murong Jin looked up, his eyes trembling. Is this the Book of the Undead written by the efforts of the previous master? Baiyu's voice was heavy. What a terrifying aura. Lu Mingxiao swallowed hard, unable to help but exclaim in awe, a Shangguantong truly deserves to be the world's foremost necromancer, what a pity! With Yuheim invoking the Book of the Undead, the scale of the battle rose to new heights. Even with the three top generals of Dragon Kingdom standing together, they still seemed insignificant, their presence almost nullified. On the battlefield, the only two who could be considered the main characters were Shangguanlan and the frenzied Yuheim.
Crack!
Yuheim bit off her right index finger. Blood gushed out, flowing in streams around the Book of the Undead, swirling around it.
Not enough. Crack!
Yuheim bit off her left index finger as well. This madwoman was using her own blood to try to open the Book of the Undead. Despite sacrificing 2 fingers and a great deal of blood, Yuheim still couldn't turn the page. Shangguanlan watched all of this with a mocking smile. I told you, with your caliber, you're not worthy of wielding Shangguantong.
I am possible.
Yuheim roared with a voice like a rasp, tearing at her chest with dragon claws. Why? Why is it still not working? Even as Yuheim sacrificed her scalding blood, she still couldn't unlock the Book of the Undead. Immersed in anxiety and expectation, she had yet to realize that she was merely a tool. She still believed she was the chosen one, continually self-mutilating and sacrificing blood in an attempt to turn the first page of the tome. Shangguan did not stop her. Instead, she watched with a detached expression. Shangguan Tong was her blood sister, and she knew best how talented her sister was. The Book of the Undead was a myth created by Shangguan Tong with all her energy. How could a mere Yuheim possibly master it? But no, it's not like this. And now I am the master of the Book of the Undead. I will definitely master it. Yuheim's obsession drove her to madness. She crazily mutilated herself, blood pouring from her many wounds. Yet the Book of the Undead floated in midair unmoved. Splash! The sea roared as a dark figure emerged from the waves. The unexpected arrival reignited the previously quiet battlefield. Murong Jin, agitated, watched as the freshly lit cigar fell from his trembling lips. A black-robed figure. Some people, even without their mask, Murong Jin would recognize. But some son-in-laws, even in a black robe, Murong Jin would not recognize. Thunder split the sky and sea as the black-robed figure made a sudden appearance with a lightning strike. Yuheim, still immersed in her twisted mindset of self-sacrifice, was unaware of the radiant mirror that had appeared behind her. A dazzling shadow emerged from the mirror. Medusa appeared in her human form, her long, slender legs clad in red high heels, igniting black disaster flames. Boom tilde. Medusa's long legs struck Yuheim's lower back with the force of a lightning-fast whip. The sound of dislocated vertebrae was drowned out by the explosion. Yuheim arced through the sky, crashing into a scorched pit deep within Blood Lotus Island, causing a secondary explosion. Underwater, an earthquake triggered a volcanic eruption. A nine-tailed fox emerged from the sea, crushing Blood Lotus Island with a single step. A nine-tailed fox? No, it's the dragon fox. The nine-tailed dragon fox stood above the sea, its nine tails swaying in the wind, burning with purple-gold dragon flames. Its head was held high with irregular dragon horns protruding, and its dragon eyes radiated a domineering aura. The dragon-scaled fox paws lightly tapped, sending the recovering Yuheim back into the sea. Everything happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. By the time everyone regained their senses, the nine-tailed dragon fox's enchanting glow had transformed into a beastly human form. Sovereign Lawn furrowed her brows, the first time she had done so on this battlefield. Her gaze shifted past the chaotic inferno and shattered island to the black-robed figure. At this moment, the black-robed figure stood on a piece of shattered island debris, holding the Book of the Undead in one hand. To his left was a seductive beauty in a red dress and golden crown, the disaster serpent Medusa. To his right was the graceful and cold-faced Missy, the nine-tailed dragon fox, Delu.
I got it.
The black robe flapped wildly in the wind. Beneath the ghostly mask, a slightly roguish and handsome smile appeared. Who is this black-robed figure?
How did he end up here?
Lu Mingxiao's expression was serious as he fell into recollection. During the city defense battle at Wangu City, Lu Mingxiao had fought against two beast gods' magical beasts alone. Lacking sufficient spiritual power, he was saved by the black-robed figure, who helped him hold the city. Murong Jin and Baiyu also showed signs of remembrance. These two recalled clearly that it was the same black-robed figure who, right under their noses, rescued Medusa, who was supposed to face execution. For these three Dragon Kingdom generals, the black-robed figure was an old acquaintance. Sovereign Land's gaze was deep and frosty, her eyes filled with killing intent. No matter what face lies beneath that ghost mask, your life must stay in this sea today. Including the dragon's tear, it must stay too. Sovereign Lan had once chased the black-robed figure across the sea, even using the power of the black dragon. However, the black-robed figure had narrowly escaped by using the dragon's tear to perform time reversal. This time, Sovereign Lan would not give the black-robed figure any chance to escape. She wanted both his life and the dragon's tear.
Asha, our goal has been achieved, retreat.
Medusa nodded slightly and transformed into her true form. A massive black serpent, over a kilometer in length, served as a sea transport, carrying Xiao Xingyu and the beastly Delu.
Master, we're in trouble.
Medusa's movement through the water suddenly slowed, like an emergency brake, causing Xiao Xingyu to lose his balance and rely on Dailu to stay upright on the serpent's head.
Boom!
A powerful punch imbued with terrifying dragon force. Yuheim, filled with rage, burst from the depths of the sea and struck the serpent's chin with a single blow. Medusa let out a painful whimper, her massive, slender form flipping over. Xiao Xingyu fell into the sea, his ghostly mask drenched by the water. Yuhaim appeared above the head of the bone-cursed dragon, her blood-stained clothes fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were filled with malice and hatred, her anger like a layer of frost turning her hair white. A black-robed figure, I've heard of you for a long time. What are you, an outsider, doing here to meddle in the grudge between me and the Dragon Kingdom? In the eyes of the world, the black-robed figure had no nationality or gender, belonging to a neutral faction. Deep in the ocean, Medusa, now in her beast form, used a wave to break through the surface, blood spilling from her mouth, her face pale. Yuhaim's strength had surpassed that of a 10-star Beastmaster, and with the power shared with the bone-cursed dragon, it was only natural for her to easily overpower the 3 Dragon Kingdom generals and severely injure Medusa with a single punch. Master, we must leave. Medusa bit her finger, creating a blood-red mirror on the sea surface. The other side of the mirror connected to another sea area. As long as they passed through the mirror, they could escape safely. Crackling. The sound of the mirror shattering made Medusa's heart drop. The bone-cursed dragon roared, shattering the mirror with its sonic wave, while its powerful dragon tail swept towards them. To protect Xiao Xingyu, Medusa held him tightly and braced herself against the bone-cursed dragon's dragon tail with her own back. Ashasha. Poof. Medusa spat out a large mouthful of blood, her internal organs shaking and shifting, her vision growing increasingly unfocused. On the other side, Dailu, in her true form, let out a fierce roar as the nine-tailed dragon fox. The sky turned crimson and a massive blood-red eyeball appeared among the clouds. The eyeball concentrated an arrow fused with nine-tailed fox fire and purple-gold dragon flame. This was Dailu's trump card, the bloodthirsty eye crossbow, which nearly drained half of Xiao Xingyu's spiritual power. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty eye crossbow released its arrow, the blood-red projectile cutting through the sky toward Yuhaim. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, the pressure reaching its limit. In midair, the bone-cursed dragon's claws gripped the blood-red crossbow arrow tightly. The arrow trembled violently, and with a final snap, it was crushed into powder by the dragon's claws. This was the gap in power. Even though Yuhaim couldn't fully unleash the bone-cursed dragon's strength, it was still a purebred dragon in its adult form. With Dailu and Medusa's current levels and Xiao Xingyu's operational limits, they were no match for it. A feeling of suffocation swept over. Yuhaim became the focal point of the battlefield. Her right hand, covered in white dragon scales, gripped the black-robed figure's throat, lifting him up. Xiao Xingyu felt his breath becoming labored, his consciousness gradually fading. He couldn't see Yuhaim's face clearly but could only hear her dark, hoarse voice. A black-robed figure, you think of yourself as some mysterious entity. But this time you've revealed too much. Your true level is probably not yet 9 stars. Whether it's through sacrifice or drugs, you can barely control the nine-tailed dragon fox and the catastrophic ghost python. Yuhaim, the current leader of the Roxas Sect, was no fool. In just a few short rounds of combat, she discovered that the figure in the black robe lacked the ability of power sharing. Being merely a mortal, it meant his true strength did not reach 9 stars. The current situation was exactly what Xiao Xingyu had anticipated as the worst-case scenario. He had obtained the Book of the Dead but failed to escape. The 2 dragon spirit pills would only last for 10 minutes, and after that he would be even weaker than he is now. But seeing the fury in Yuhaim's eyes, she might not even wait for 10 minutes and would kill Xiao Xingyu immediately. Return the Book of the Dead to me. Yuhaim growled coldly. Xiao Xingyu was choked by Yuhaim and his vision faded to darkness as consciousness slipped away. In the darkness, he seemed to see a familiar figure. On the throne, the woman extended her hand towards him. Xiao Xingyu, we are very close now, don't you realize it, with your usual intelligence? Hearing Shangguantong, Xiao Xingyu's consciousness regained a sliver of clarity. His blurred vision swept across the battlefield, finally focusing on the bone-cursed dragon. The dragon's head reared back, its mouth opened wide, emitting roars that shattered the dark clouds. Shangguantong, I understand now. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu had an epiphany. The mouth of the bone-cursed dragon was the entrance to the other world. But Xiao Xingyu's greatest challenge was escaping Yuhaim's chokehold. Damn it, this woman is too strong. If I can't break free, I'll meet my end here. Xiao Xingyu was trapped with no cards left to play. At this life-or-death moment, just as Yuhaim was about to unveil the figure in the black robe, a terrifying aura enveloped the entire battlefield. Yuhaim's senses were on edge as she felt a chill approaching from behind. Fearful particles instantly filled every vein, causing the blood to coagulate and the heart to momentarily stop.
Clang!
A sword aura burning with golden flames, like a dragon devouring the heavens and the earth, cleaved through the sea surface, severing Yuheim's left arm in an instant. The pain nerves danced uncontrollably, and Yuheim let out a shrill scream, her steps faltering as she clutched her severed arm and retreated.
Xiao Xingyu was saved.
At the moment of regained freedom, Xiao Xingyu dropped to one knee, breathing heavily to restore vitality to his scorched lungs and heart.
It's him!
Xiao Xingyu glanced back, his trembling eyes reflecting the figure of a man. On the battlefield, a new force had suddenly appeared. It was a fleet as large as the Dragon Kingdom's navy. Each ship flew the flag with the fiery dragon's head. This was the flag of the Flame Alliance. Suspended in midair was a giant dragon engulfed in golden flames. It was more accurate to describe it as a dragon's soul rather than a physical dragon. Even without a physical form, the dragon's soul exuded a suppressive power that testified to its terrifying existence in life. The Eye of the Demon God activated. Xiao Xingyu muttered to himself, forbidden species of the dragon clan, the world-destroying flame dragon's dragon soul. Atop the dragon's soul hovered a man in a dark red trench coat. He appeared somewhat disheveled, with a stalk of grass in his mouth. His shoulder-length hair was unkempt, and his beard was untrimmed, covering his chin and cheeks. Despite his appearance, the man radiated an irresistible charm that even women found hard to resist. Xiao Xingyu thought if middle-aged uncles had a rank, this man would be the pinnacle of them. The Flame Alliance? The Flame Alliance is here.
What are they doing here?
Xiao Lion.
This guy is a monster.
The Dragon Kingdom's 3 armies were thrown into panic. No one in the world was not wary of the Flame Alliance because its leader was the man standing atop the dragon's soul, Xiao Lion. This man was also the most wanted dangerous person worldwide, with the highest bounty. Xiao Xingyu stared at Xiao Lion for a long time, and the scene before him gradually merged with an old, yellowed photograph. This man has aged so much compared to the photo. But he's still handsome. Even I must avoid his edge. Xiao Xingyu rarely used the word handsome to describe other men, but Xiao Lian's appearance left an indelible mark on him. Xiao Xingyu's gaze then focused on Xiao Lian's right hand. He held a 3-foot-long sword shaped like a black and gold dragon scale, surrounded by tangible dragon power. That's one of the 3 great treasures of the Dragon Clan, the reverse scale sword. Xiao Xingyu's eyes swept across the battlefield, astonished. That sword just split the entire sea?
The sea had indeed been cleaved in two.
The chasm in the middle was deep enough to clearly see the underwater layers and sediment, while a never-extinguishing golden dragon flame burned within. The power capable of leaving a permanent scar on nature came from Xiao Lian's earth-shattering sword strike. And now I remember, this is from Volume 7 of Dragon's Breath.
Dragon's Breath, Sea Cleaver.
Xiao Lian's appearance made the battle situation even more complex. On the deck of the Sea God, the usually composed Shangguan Lan's stunning face twisted with a mix of emotions. Her eyes were filled with tumultuous and complicated feelings. A long time no see, Lan. Xiao Lian looked at Shangguan Lan from afar, his lips curling into a roguish smile. No matter what had happened in the dragon-slaying war, the outcome of the Dragon King's ritual, the truth of the vanished 100-year history, or any misunderstandings and prejudices. Every time he saw her, he always called her Glan, just like in his youth. Xiao Lian's peripheral vision fell on the man in the black robe, his gaze softening unusually. Xiao Xingyu's mind trembled slightly. It looks like he knows I'm the man in the black robe. Observing only the outcome was Xiao Xingyu's habit in analyzing everything. No matter what personal grudges existed between Xiao Lian and Shangguan Lan, his appearance had helped Xiao Xingyu resolve his crisis and escape a certain death. Xiao Xingyu reflected, if it weren't for this man's intervention, his mask would have been removed by Yuheim by now, and he would be left to deal with the consequences of his exposed identity. Just thinking about it filled him with fear. At first, the Dragon Tomb led me to obtain the Beast Crystal of the Sacred Dragon and Dragon's Breath. Then, in a subtle way, you made me aware of the alchemist profession. And now, when I was trapped in a deadly situation, you came to my rescue. Xiao Xingyu raised his starry eyes to the man's figure, silently contemplating. Xiao Lian, have you been secretly helping me with an ulterior motive, or? Xiao Xingyu did not want to jump to conclusions without sufficient information, nor did he want to waste mental energy on unnecessary speculation. This event had sparked a strong desire in him, to find an opportunity to sit down with this man, have a cup of tea, and spend an entire afternoon discussing all his doubts.
A master. Asasha, you're hurt because of me.
Medusa, heavily injured, returned to Xiao Xingyu's side. Dai Lu also flew up from the seabed and landed in front of Xiao Xingyu. Lulu, you're injured so badly too? Seeing Dai Lu covered in blood, Xiao Xingyu felt deep pain and guilt.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
The interference from the Yanmeng is actually beneficial to us.
Dai Lu said anxiously. We should take advantage of the chaos and leave now.
No, now is not the time to leave. Xiao Xingyu's words left Dai Lu and Medusa stunned.
Medusa earnestly persuaded, Master, if we don't leave now, we won't be able to later.
Kill Yuheim first, then we can leave. Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath, his calmness at this moment was terrifying. From the moment Yuheim had locked his throat, leaving him facing death, Xiao Xingyu had a revelation. The Black Robe account was evidently insufficient for this world-class stage. If he had no power to counter Yuheim, what about facing Shangguanlan directly? As the saying goes, great wealth comes with great risk. Xiao Xingyu's realization was simply and brutally summed up in one sentence. The Black Robe account needed an upgrade.
Lulu, Sasha, I don't care what method you use, just get me to the mouth of the bone-cursed dragon.
Xiao Xingyu's voice was firm and unyielding.
Master, you.
This is an order.
Medusa and Dai Lu exchanged glances, their tacit understanding was enough for Xiao Xingyu to skip further explanation.
There must be a reason for him to insist on this. This was the shared sentiment of the fox and snake, they always believed in this exceptionally intelligent youth. With a splash, Yuheim, in her half-dragon form, emerged from the water, standing on the head of the bone-cursed dragon. Her left arm had been severed by Xiao Lian's sword, blood gushing uncontrollably, making her look disheveled and defeated.
Xiao Lian, you damn bastard, what kind of skill is a sneak attack?
Yuheim roared in anger, looking like a madwoman with no dignity.
Xiao Lian laughed heartily, ignorant demoness, you speak as if you could have taken my sword head-on.
You. Yuheim started to speak, but the words caught in her throat. Her eyes held not just anger but also a deep-seated fear. In a world where countless heroes vie for supremacy, who wouldn't fear Xiao Lian? The legend of his power is not merely a joke. Yuheim's eyes, filled with resentment, locked onto the reverse scale sword in Xiao Lian's hand. She dared not challenge him head-on, her mind racing. He wields one of the three great treasures of the Dragon clan, the reverse scale sword. In my current state, I might not last 3 rounds against him.
No, he could kill me with a single strike.
When facing someone stronger, even the most powerful feel a primal sense of dread. Yuheim could feel it acutely.
One strike, just one strike.
If Xiao Lian wielded that sword again, it would send her straight to hell. The only way to turn this around. With only a fraction of her life left, Yuheim grew much calmer. She quickly analyzed the situation.
Only by retrieving the Book of the Dead can I hope to reverse the situation.
In the face of imminent death, the will to survive often outweighs the desire for victory. Rational Yuheim scanned her surroundings, searching for the black-cloaked figure.
Where is he?
Suddenly, pitch-black ghostly energy engulfed the entire sea area. Medusa transformed into her true form, the disaster ghost python, breaking through the tsunami with its massive, sinuous body. The enormous snake head drew closer and closer to the dragon head of the bone-cursed dragon.
What is he doing? Is he seeking death?
Yuheim stood on the dragon's head, her expression one of extreme confusion. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the black-cloaked figure used the disaster ghost python's body as a ladder, stepping on its rough scales as he climbed toward the snake's head. In an instant, the black-cloaked figure reached the snake's head. At this moment, he was within arm's reach of the bone-cursed dragon's head.
Lulu, assist me.
The nine-tailed dragon fox released a breath of dragon wind. With the powerful gust pushing him forward, the black-cloaked figure leaped high, aiming directly for the dragon's head. For a fleeting moment, it seemed that the black-cloaked figure would achieve something heroic. Under the watchful eyes of the great figures, the black-cloaked figure was swallowed by the bone-cursed dragon in one gulp. The world fell into a deathly silence. Was the black-cloaked figure dead? Even though no one saw the black-cloaked figure's death with their own eyes, could a mere mortal survive after being swallowed by the bone-cursed dragon? The black-cloaked figure's death seemed almost like an established fact. The only regret was that his mysterious veil remained unlifted to the end. Yuheim was stunned, unable to understand the black-cloaked figure's seemingly suicidal action. At the same time, Xiao Xingyu entered a completely new space. When he opened his eyes, it was as if he was in a room coated entirely in white paint. On the walls of the room, black doors began to appear one by one. The number of doors increased as if countless eyes were watching Xiao Xingyu. Instinctively, Xiao Xingyu dared not approach these black doors. Under the detection of the demon eye, all the black doors symbolized death. "A Shangguantong, are you here?" Xiao Xingyu felt an instinctive fear that continued to swell uncontrollably. He tried calling out to Shangguantong but received no response. The ring of the undead was like a dead pool. Suddenly, black tides began to ooze from every crack in the black gate. The tide rose, covering Xiao Xingyu's ankles, knees, and waist. Driven by the instinct for survival, Xiao Xingyu desperately swam upward, trying to keep his head above the surface. But as the black tide increased, the room was nearly filled. Xiao Xingyu's head was already pressing against the ceiling, and the surface of the tide was only 10 centimeters from it. He could only keep his nose and mouth above the water, struggling to get the thin oxygen available. This was a human instinct. No matter how strong Xiao Xingyu's willpower was, his body would automatically engage in these survival actions. "A Shangguantong, where are you?" Xiao Xingyu had to admit that he was already disoriented. After entering the dragon's mouth, he had not found the door to another world but was instead trapped in this strange space. The rising tide and the dwindling oxygen caused Xiao Xingyu's heart and lungs to fail rapidly, and his consciousness began to fade again. What is the closest moment to death? When Xiao Xingyu was choked by Yuheim, he was very close to death but had not reached the closest point. At that moment, the environment around him was open. Any slight change could interfere with his death path. Indeed, Xiao Lian's appearance had disrupted the situation and removed Xiao Xingyu from the Grim Reaper's grasp. But now, Xiao Xingyu was in a completely enclosed environment. He had even escaped the real world and was trapped in this bizarre space. No one in the real world could sense his existence or rescue him. Similarly, no changes in the real world could stop his path to death. The black tide almost filled the room. Xiao Xingyu couldn't get any oxygen, his vision darkened, and he struggled desperately in the water using instinctive movements. Even in the most profound despair, a person who chooses to end their life by jumping into a river will still struggle and regret while sinking to the bottom due to their survival instinct. This is the limitation of the human body. No matter how desperate, one cannot face death with a straight back. Just before his consciousness completely dissipated, Xiao Xingyu saw a slideshow of memories like a revolving lantern. From entering Azure Dragon Academy to stepping onto the battlefield of Blood Lotus Island, everything flickered before his eyes. His sister Xiao Ruoxue, his beloved Murong Xinshin, the late Lord Wenye of Wangu City. Each person Xiao Xingyu cared about appeared one after another in his mind. A6 Jin, the sunrise is so beautiful. The beauty of the sunrise lies in its emergence from the deepest darkness. In his dazed state, Xiao Xingyu recalled the days of his break from school. At the top of Tianwang Mountain, he and Murong Xinshin sat side by side on the edge of a cliff, watching the sunrise over the sea of clouds. Murong Xinshin's casual remark seemed to possess a powerful magic, crossing space and time, resonating deeply in Xiao Xingyu's mind at this moment. The beauty of the sunrise lies in its emergence from the deepest darkness.
A6 Jin, thank you.
Xiao Xingyu's panicked expression disappeared, and a relieved smile spread across his lips. He forced himself to stop struggling and let his oxygen-deprived body sink into the black tide. As Xiao Xingyu sank deeper, the black tide changed color. The walls of the room, like peeling white paint, merged the thick white slurry into the black tide. The two colors diluted each other, turning into a mysterious gray. Xiao Xingyu's body continued to sink, immersed in the gray world. Gradually, he regained consciousness and slowly opened his demon god's eye. At this moment, he stood in a gray wasteland, with not a single blade of grass around, and no sun or moon in the sky. The only thing in Xiao Xingyu's vision was a large gray door standing before him.
I found it.
Xiao Xingyu's voice trembled. He raised his right hand, his heart pounding like a drum, his excitement sweeping through him, as if an endless stream of energy was surging to his heart. Tap, tap, tap. Xiao Xingyu's right hand knocked heavily on the door 3 times. Dust seeped from the crack in the gray door, which slowly opened to both sides. Xiao Xingyu's heartbeat quickened. He took a step forward and walked through the door. Before him was a temple filled with decay and death. On either side of the grand hall stood unknown white bone statues, some in human form, some in beast form. This temple had no traditional ceiling. Above Xiao Xingyu's head was a gigantic white bone bell as massive as a mountain. The surface of the bell was covered with gray runes, and the central part featured a domineering dragon head relief. The pupils of the demon god's eye shook violently. Xiao Xingyu looked astonished. A artifact class beast, the disaster god's bone bell. This was Xiao Xingyu's first encounter with an artifact-class beast. During the global mutation and evolution, not only living beings but also some special non-living entities underwent incredible changes in the tide of the times. This was the origin of artifact-class beasts. Xiao Xingyu raised his gaze, his fervent eyes following the steps in the center of the hall, climbing steadily until he reached the top. At the summit of the steps was a throne built from white bones. On the throne sat a woman of unparalleled beauty, reclining casually. Xiao Xingyu was very familiar with her face because it was identical to Shangguan Lan's. The only differences were her gray pupils and gray hair. This woman exuded a suffocating aura of death, as if she were the embodiment of death itself. Shangguan Tong, once the world's most renowned necromancer. The woman slightly raised her gaze, and for a moment, her emotionless eyes locked onto Xiao Xingyu, with a hint of human warmth finally appearing in her gray pupils. I was right about you. You found this place. Xiao Xingyu was inexplicably moved to tears, his voice choking up. A Shangguan Tong? The woman stood, her expression solemn, and extended her hands towards Xiao Xingyu at the foot of the steps. A Xiao Xingyu, welcome to my necromancer's kingdom. This was another world, separate from reality and Shangguan Tong's domain. Before Xiao Xingyu, no one had been able to reach this kingdom. The necromancer's kingdom would refuse both living and dead beings. Xiao Xingyu was like a gray key that exceptionally opened the gray door. He was the first guest to visit here, and would also be the last. Guided by Shangguan Tong, Xiao Xingyu ascended the steps one by one and arrived beside her. Looking closely, Shangguan Tong was truly breathtaking. There was not a trace of the sinister and evil aura typically associated with necromancers. Instead, her demeanor was as elegant as an orchid, as subtle as a chrysanthemum. Xiao Xingyu's demon eye instinctively turned toward Shangguan Tong. This was no ordinary imperial cloak, it looked more like a bride's wedding dress. The wedding dress was an ethereal, shadowy black, as thin as a cicada's wing, but its surface seemed to be covered with bewitching eyes. Xiao Xingyu's blood surged with excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, artifact-class Beastmaster attire, the netherworld bride's gown. You have a keen eye. It seems your eyes are indeed beyond my comprehension, as Shangguan Tong said as she gently touched Xiao Xingyu's eyelid. This is our first formal meeting, so let me introduce myself, she continued. My name is Shangguan Tong, a cursed necromancer. Xiao Xingyu felt a bit nervous and stammered. I'm Xiao Xingyu, a dragon master. A dragon master. Very good. Shangguan Tong was sensitive to the profession of dragon master because it reminded her of her older sister, Shangguan Lan. Your presence here indicates that you have passed my test. Confronting death is the key to opening the gate to the netherworld. The foundation of the netherworld's existence is the rejection of the black and white. Black and white are not completely opposed. Life and death are not extremes. This is the netherworld, a gray area between black and white, life and death. Xiao Xingyu, you are a promising candidate for the path of a necromancer. Will you inherit everything from me and help me continue searching for an answer? The phrase will you was Shangguan Tong's way of asking. She did not force Xiao Xingyu to inherit everything, she gave him the opportunity to choose. I am willing. Xiao Xingyu replied without hesitation, causing a trace of surprise to flicker in Shangguan Tong's eyes. You agreed so readily? Shangguan Tong pondered for a moment before speaking in a low tone. With your eyes that can see through everything, you should know. To inherit everything from me will come at a painful cost. The cost is... Xiao Xingyu quickly answered, a curse. Shangguan Tong shook her head, as expected, these eyes of yours are indeed hard for me to see through. Next, Shangguan Tong gently unfastened her clothing, revealing her alluring left shoulder and sensual collarbone. On her left upper arm, close to the cleavage, a gray curse mark was faintly visible. Tell me, what kind of curse do you see in your eyes? Xiao Xingyu was stunned. The basic form of the demon I could not decipher this bizarre curse. He activated the kaleidoscope mode. Xiao Xingyu's eyes bled as his sharp gaze penetrated the curse mark on Shangguan Tong's arm. What a complex curse, even with the kaleidoscope mode activated, the demon eye required a considerable amount of time to observe and analyze every detail of the curse. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Xingyu's pupils shook. Shangguan Tong looked at the young man with surprise and asked with a faint smile, what did you see? Eternal, endless, impossible to shake off. This curse is the most terrifying one I've ever seen. It is eternal, undying, and it will even make the host become part of it. So, Xiao Xingyu suddenly realized the truth, fear dawning in his eyes as he once again looked directly into Shangguantong's gaze. You're right. That's why, as I stand before you now, I've already become a part of it. The Shangguantong before Xiao Xingyu was no longer the world's top undead beast master, but the curse itself, or more accurately, part of the curse. Why did the world believe Shangguantong was dead? Because becoming part of the curse, in the common understanding of humanity, was no different from death. No one could enter the realm of the undead, and neither could Shangguantong leave it. For the real world, she was, in every sense, truly dead. Only Xiao Xingyu could communicate with Shangguantong after her death. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu's mind was in turmoil. He attempted to use the demon god's eye to analyze and find a way to break the curse. Don't waste your precious vision. Let's go back to the original question. If it means being afflicted with this curse, are you still willing to inherit everything from me? I am. Once again, Xiao Xingyu answered instantly, without a trace of hesitation or doubt on his face. Shangguantong's expression showed surprise, her celestial beauty now clouded with suspicion. Inheriting everything from me means you will bear this curse. This curse won't cause you direct pain, but it will silently drain your lifespan. You're not even close to the 9-star rank yet. Without the ability to share life force with your beast, a mortal body like yours, which barely lasts a century, won't survive the curse's toll. Since your eyes can calculate all things, tell me, after inheriting my legacy, how long do you think you'll live? Xiao Xingyu paused for a moment before answering, 3 years. Yes, at most 3 years. After 3 years, your fate will be the same as mine, your lifespan will be drained until nothing remains and you'll become part of the curse. Xiao Xingyu, even so, are you still willing to inherit my legacy? I am. This time, Xiao Xingyu's answer was just as unwavering, his gaze filled only with determination. You're not afraid at all? Of course I am, but I'll become a 9-star beast master within 3 years, share life force with my beast, and surpass the limits of a mortal body. Shongvan Tong Laoket. If anyone else boasted about ascending to the 9-star rank within 3 years, they'd be ridiculed. But when you say it, I believe it. But what about after you become a 9-star? I also shared life with my beast, yet the curse's drain on my lifespan only accelerated, even outpacing the lifespan of my dragon beast. And now, Lan and Yin are still alive, but I'm dead. Are you sure you want to follow in my footsteps? Xiao Xingyu revealed a subtle smile. Shangguantong, 3 minutes ago, you said something. You asked me to inherit everything from you and continue searching for an answer, didn't you? The hidden meaning behind that request is that you want me to help find a way to break this curse, correct? Or rather, you want me to find the key to immortality. Every word Xiao Xingyu uttered struck directly at Shangguantong's heart. What is immortality? In other words, infinite life. For generations, the pursuit of immortality had always been the deepest obsession of the people of Dragon Kingdom. Since the curse forcibly extracts lifespan, if the host reaches the state of eternal life, achieving infinite longevity, the curse will naturally be nullified. Xiao Xingyu, I must remind you, pursuing infinite longevity isn't as simple as you think. I know, but I enjoy challenges that push beyond the limits. Failing this challenge means losing everything, just like I did. Xiao Xingyu smiled freely, his handsome face full of calm and elegance. Failing only means death, right? What's there to fear? If I feared death, how could I ever claim the right to stand on this gray temple? Shangguantong was moved. She knew that the necromantic temple she had painstakingly built had finally welcomed a new master. Xiao Xingyu, the Book of the Dead. Xiao Xingyu retrieved the Book of the Dead from his system warehouse and handed it to Shangguantong with both hands. Give me your finger. Xiao Xingyu raised his right index finger. Shangguantong bit down on it, her pearly teeth breaking the skin, and his blood dripped onto the cover of the Book of the Dead. A decayed wind whipped through the temple, and the Book of the Dead transformed into a gray beam of light entering Xiao Xingyu's body. My head hurts. Oh, endure it. Don't guard your consciousness, accept everything I'm giving you. Xiao Xingyu clenched his eyes shut as sweat soaked through his clothes. His hair turned gray, and his pupils followed suit. These traits now matched Shangguantong's exactly. Xiao Xingyu felt a burning pain on his left shoulder. A curse mark, identical to Shangguantong's, embedded itself in his skin, seemingly permanent. When he opened his eyes, Shangguantong wore a melancholic expression. What's wrong? He asked. I don't know if passing on my legacy to you is a blessing or a curse. Xiao Xingyu remained optimistic, smiling brightly. From this moment on, I am the world's greatest necromancer. I will find that answer for you. Thus, the black-clad figure's account had a heaven-defying upgrade. When Xiao Xingyu left the realm of the dead, the real world would witness the birth of a king. Cursed yet crowned, the black robe would signify his reign. Before leaving the necromantic realm, Xiao Xingyu had many questions for Shangguan Tong, especially about the dragon-slaying battle, the Dragon King's sacrifice, and her insights on Shangguan Lan, Xiao Liyan, and Si Feng. However, Xiao Xingyu had no time to listen to these stories, as there was still a battle waiting for him in the real world. Moreover, the effect of the dragon spirit pill was running out. He had to conclude the Blood Rose Island battle and exit in the most flawless manner. Pressed for time, Xiao Xingyu asked only one question. You seem troubled, as if you want to ask me something. A blush suddenly appeared on Xiao Xingyu's face, and he looked somewhat shy, far more reserved than usual. I hope I'm not being too forward, but... Are you my mother? Xiao Xingyu's voice trembled as he asked, his expression full of cautious anticipation. This question had haunted him for a long time. Ever since he first came into contact with the Scroll of Hades, he had felt an inexplicable connection with Shangguan Tong. His talent in the domain of the undead was extraordinary, allowing him to easily accept everything related to Shangguan Tong. Theoretically, this might be a result of bloodline inheritance. Shangguan Tong immediately showed a gentle smile. No wonder you cried when you first saw me. You suspected that I was your mother. If you were my son, that would indeed be a blessing. But unfortunately, I am not your mother. Shangguan Tong had never married and left no offspring. Moreover, not long after the dragon-slaying war, she was cursed, her lifespan drained until she reached the end of her life. The dragon-slaying war had taken place 100 years ago. Could it be that Xiao Xingyu, who was only 19, had lived for more than a century? The logic didn't add up, or perhaps the truth was concealed, altered by some unknown power. Xiao Xingyu sighed helplessly, his eyes filled with melancholy. Who are my parents, really? At this point, Xiao Xingyu had no clues. By the way, when you have time in the future, could you tell me about the dragon-slaying war and the Dragon King's right? When Xiao Xingyu mentioned the dragon-slaying war and the Dragon King's right, it stirred Shangguan Tong's memories. Her eyes filled with a torrent of complex emotions impossible to calm. My memories of that era are a bit fuzzy now. I need some time to sort through my thoughts. I'll tell you when we have another opportunity. Xiao Xingyu was excited, eagerly looking forward to their next conversation. Shangguan Tong was one of the four great figures of Dragon Kingdom's flourishing dragon era and a direct participant in the dragon-slaying war. Si Feng was gone and Shangguan Lan was tight-lipped and secretive. Now, if Xiao Xingyu wanted to uncover the untold histories, he could only turn to Shangguan Tong. Xiao Xingyu had inherited Shangguan Tong's legacy, and the curse was now implanted in his body. In other words, Shangguan Tong existed within the curse mark on Xiao Xingyu's left shoulder, becoming a part of him. I've inherited everything from you. From now on, how about I call you Master? This would be the first time I've ever taken a disciple. It's an honor for me. Shangguan Tong was satisfied with the master-disciple bond she had formed with Xiao Xingyu, a bond that filled the void left by her having no heirs during her lifetime. The legacy of the undead would now have a successor. A master, I'm ready. I must return to the battlefield of the real world. Xiao Xingyu clenched his fists, his face burning with fervor and determination. Shangguan Tong transformed into a wisp of undead power, merging into the curse mark on Xiao Xingyu's left shoulder. She was part of the curse, indeed, she was the curse itself. From the moment Xiao Xingyu inherited the Book of the Undead, his fate had become irrevocably intertwined with Shangguan Tong's. If one day Xiao Xingyu could find the secret to infinite life and break the curse, Shangguan Tong could once again stand before him, alive and whole. Xiao Xingyu raised his hand, gently stroking the curse mark on his left shoulder, feeling the cold touch. Master, does this curse have a name? Embers to ash. Xiao Xingyu pondered the meaning, a touch of solitude flashing across his face. He murmured softly, the ash curse, walking alone in a world of gray until the end of the world. Shangguan Tong's voice echoed in his mind. Xiao Xingyu, let me remind you, you have only inherited everything from me. But these powers will require a long time and immense effort to digest, deconstruct, and refine. I hope that one day you will surpass even me at my peak and find the answer that eluded me all my life. Xiao Xingyu nodded heavily. Master, I have heard your teachings. In the next moment, the realm of the undead began to tremble. The temple of the undead welcomed a new master. A mist-like black veil gently draped over Xiao Xingyu's shoulders. This was a divine beast artifact, asterisk the undead bride's veil, asterisk. The Book of the Undead floated above Xiao Xingyu's right palm, and on his handsome face was a smile that balanced between righteousness and wickedness. All troops heed my command. March with me. Within the temple, all the eerie, mysterious stone statues lifted their petrification, with crimson eyes bursting forth with sharp brilliance. Outside the temple, on the desolate lands, a mighty army of undead knights and a restless tide of undead beasts let out their roars of fervor and battle cries. At the same time, elsewhere on the battlefield of Blood Luo Island, everyone had witnessed the black-robed man being swallowed by the bone-cursed dragon. No one believed he could have survived. The black-robed man is no more had seemingly become an indisputable fact. Murongjin gazed at the bone-cursed dragon, hovering deep within the clouds, feeling uneasy. The black-robed man was a dangerous figure for Dragon Kingdom. Now that he's been devoured, it should be a relief, so why am I so unsettled? This was the mysterious connection between father-in-law and son-in-law, something indescribable, yet undeniable. The most agitated person on the battlefield was none other than Yuhaim. Standing atop the bone-cursed dragon's head, she stomped in frustration, her face twisted in anger. Spit out the Book of the Undead! You stupid dragon! You must obey my command, spit it out! In Yuhaim's mind, the black-robed man was nothing more than a mortal. Being swallowed by the dragon surely meant he had turned into a pile of mush. However, the Book of the Undead, crafted by Shangguan Tong, couldn't be digested even by the dragon's stomach acid.
Spit it out?
Spit out the Book of the Undead immediately. To Yuhaim, the Book of the Undead was her last chance to turn the tide. She had sacrificed a great deal of blood and even a few fingers, yet the book had not opened. This time, Yuhaim had made up her mind. She planned to pay the ultimate price. If the bone-cursed dragon could return the Book of the Undead, she would offer her own eyes as the sacrifice needed to open it and reverse the unfavorable situation. Suddenly, the world changed dramatically. An overwhelming force of undead energy enveloped the ocean. The sea boiled, with scalding waves pounding like the beat of war drums, as if heralding the birth of a king. What a heavy demonic aura! Not good. A large number of water-type beasts are converging on Blood Luo Island. All troops, prepare for battle. The vast undead energy carried a mocking and derisive tone toward all creation, attracting every water-type beast in the vicinity. Each of these creatures, their eyes bloodshot, let out savage roars, unaware that they were merely sacrifices for the birth of the king. High in the sky, the bone-cursed dragon suddenly stiffened. Its head trembled violently, while its tail spasmed uncontrollably. Boom! The bone-cursed dragon exploded, catching everyone on the battlefield off guard, their faces filled with shock. The explosion scattered its remains as countless bone fragments, falling gently like a sacred snowfall. The Book of the Dead reappeared in the world, suspended in midair, absorbing and exhaling all the scattered fragments of bones. Shangguan Lan's pupils cracked, her lips trembling slightly. Shangguan Tong. In the middle of the sea, a giant gray vortex formed, like a massive eye reflecting off the ocean surface, deep and eerie. From within the vortex, countless undead skeletal warriors crawled out, and in an instant, the ocean turned into a sea of bones. These skeletal warriors moved in perfect synchronization, working together to stack their bodies, forming a bone stairway leading into the sky. At the top of the bone stairway appeared a throne, intricately built from skulls. In the eyes of the onlookers, a mysterious man emerged from the gray vortex of seawater. The man was clad in a deathly bridal gown, shrouded in black mist, his face hidden behind a mask made of bone, leaving only his gray eyes exposed. His gray hair flowed in the wind, and a sinister crown, burning with the flames of the undead, slowly descended upon his head. Who is he? Such immense pressure. Is he the black-robed man? Impossible, the black-robed man was swallowed by the dragon of the cursed bones. He should have been reduced to nothing but blood. Behind the skeletal mask, Xiao Xingyu's lips curved into a grin. He lifted his long legs and ascended the bone stairway step by step, heading toward the throne. There was no longer a black-robed man, for a king had descended into the mortal world. The chaotic air froze at this moment, and everyone found even breathing to be unbearably difficult. Xiao Xingyu turned around, facing the entire battlefield. With casual grace, he slightly bent forward and seated himself upon the skeletal throne. At that moment, the undead knights dismounted one by one, kneeling on one knee in the ocean waves like loyal devotees. Two beast-like beauties appeared by Xiao Xingyu's side. Dailu had completely transformed. Her fox ears were now aflame with a verdant undead fire, and her delicate body was covered in a layer of bone armor. 10 fox tails fluttered in the wind like flickering flames. Under the influence of the Book of the Dead, Dailu's rank temporarily rose to God-slaying form, Stage 1, Undead form, 10-tailed ghost dragon fox. Beside her, Medusa had also awakened a new form. Her once red gown had turned gray, her long hair tied up by a rose hairpin, and a colossal serpent phantom loomed behind her, blotting out the sky. Her undead form, the cataclysmic sky-devouring serpent, had also temporarily reached God-slaying form Stage 1. These two beastly beauties stood one on either side of Xiao Xingyu. Boom! A gray lightning bolt pierced the sky as the king and his wings of destruction made their grand debut on the world stage. He is the black-robed man. The appearance of Dai Lu and Medusa confirmed the mysterious man's identity. The man seated on the skeletal throne, gazing down upon the battlefield from his supreme position, was none other than the black-robed man who had once been choked by Yuhaim. This is impossible. He was swallowed by the dragon of the cursed bones. He shouldn't be alive. That fox and snake are still by his side, who else could he be but the black-robed man? The pressure he's emitting. Could it be? It seems he's become the new master of the Book of the Dead. At this moment, the Book of the Dead, burning with gray flames, hovered around Xiao Xingyu as if it had its own consciousness, spiraling through the air like a spirit. In the corner of the battlefield, Yuhaim stood dumbfounded. As she snapped back to reality, her eyes filled with boundless fury and jealousy. A black-robed man, you damned wretch. The Book of the Dead is mine, return it to me at once. The cursed dragon of bones had already been shattered into pieces and absorbed by the Book of the Undead. Yuhaim was now forced to activate her Beastmaster crest, summoning her signature beast. It had 8 snake heads, each hideous and terrifying, with sharp fangs spewing corrosive venom. The beast's scales were as hard as blades, and from the gaps between them, dark, eerie flames seeped out. This was the yokai-class beast, Yamata no Orochi. Yamata no Orochi was Yuhaim's lifebound beast, her strongest ally even before she had acquired the Book of the Undead. Its rank had reached the 3rd stage, the beast god form, just one step away from the godlayer form. For a dark beastmaster, differences in power levels could be compensated for with blood sacrifice rituals. Yuhaim, determined to reclaim the Book of the Undead, did not hesitate. She dug out her own left eye with her bare hand. The bloody eyeball drew an arc through the air, falling into the mouth of Yamata no Orochi. Ignoring the searing pain of losing an eye, Yuhaim, with blood streaming down her face, began chanting the incantations of the blood sacrifice. A blood-red magic array appeared between heaven and earth. At the center, Yamata no Orochi's body convulsed violently, its scales rising as the 8 snake heads swelled like balloons. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. 8 consecutive explosions occurred as Yamata no Orochi entered a new form. The heads had all ruptured and now resembled bloodthirsty, fragmented man-eating flowers, with their throats brimming with rows of razor-sharp teeth. Through the blood sacrifice ritual, Yuhaim had sacrificed her left eye, allowing Yamata no Orochi to evolve into its godlayer form, ascending to its new state, the underworld form, Yamata God Serpent. Though driven by madness, Yuhaim's mind remained sharp. She did not understand how the cloaked figure had survived and transformed into such a powerful king, but she knew one thing: if she didn't reclaim the Book of the Undead, her life would be forfeit.
Oh, what's mine? I must take back.
Yuhaim screamed hoarsely, releasing her immense spiritual power. The Yamata God Serpent slithered at terrifying speed atop the rising tsunami, its 8 heads lunging at Xiao Xingyu, who sat calmly on his skeletal throne. The air grew colder, freezing over while flowing with the wild force of the underworld. Even without the Book of the Undead and the cursed dragon of bones, Yuhaim's strength remained formidable, still at the peak of the 9-star level. However, for Xiao Xingyu, a beastmaster at the 9-star level was no longer a threat. Asasha. Yes, my master. Xiao Xingyu simply called out to Medusa, who instantly understood his intent. Medusa raised her delicate right hand, slicing through her skin and flesh with her sharp nails to pull out a gray bone spike from her own body. The bone spike ignited with the flames of the undead, resembling a 3-foot-long sword. Standing in front of Xiao Xingyu, Medusa held the bone spike in one hand, her eyes flashing with a fierce, electric gaze as she unleashed the undead battle technique, Calamity Judgment. Whoosh! With a single swing of the bone spike, a slash of sword energy swept across the battlefield, cutting through the sky and sea. The terrifying power of Calamity, hidden within the blinding sword energy, snapped one of the Yamata God Serpent's heads in an instant. The unbearable pain surged through the Yamada god serpent's nerves. Losing a head instantly extinguished the savage fire in its eyes. Medusa, still in her beast man form, stood by Xiao Xingyu's side. It was common knowledge that the beast man form was the most powerful combat form. That Medusa didn't even bother to revert to her true form to fight was the greatest insult and mockery to the Yamada god serpent. This was the Medusa enhanced by the Book of the Undead. Her brief attack earlier had only revealed the tip of the iceberg of her true power. This guy suddenly became so much stronger. Yuhaim's heart sank as she observed. The black-robed figure in front of her was no longer the one she had easily overpowered before. Xiao Xingyu slowly rose, shedding the dark bridal gown draped over his shoulders. Beneath the bone mask, his lips curled into an elegant smile. Darkness is an unparalleled symphony. I sincerely invite all present to witness the descent of eternal night. Shangguan Lan raised her eyes, gazing at the man atop the white-boned staircase. In his shadow, she seemed to see a glimpse of her sister, Shangguan Tong. He intends to use the artifact-class beast, Bridal Gown of the Undead, to unleash Heaven's Veil. Shangguan Lan knew her sister well, and her eyes narrowed with realization. Xiao Xingyu's voice echoed like a prayer from the Lord of the Underworld, ancient and hoarse. In an instant, the sky plunged into endless darkness. The bridal gown of the undead expanded like an infinite black curtain, blotting out the sun and covering the sky, casting the world into a cold, lifeless eternal night. Why did the sky suddenly go dark? I can't breathe properly. My head, it's spinning. This dizziness, it's irresistible. Xiao Xingyu had activated Heaven's Veil using the artifact-class beast, Bridal Gown of the Undead. This not only brought about eternal night but also caused widespread mental disarray, inducing an uncontrollable sense of vertigo in those affected. And thus, the King of Eternal Night descended upon the world. His very presence exerted an overwhelming pressure across the globe. It was well known that undead creatures gain twice their strength in darkness. With the arrival of Eternal Night, the morale of the Undead Night Legion surged, and the tide of undead beasts roared like waves, jubilantly welcoming the birth of the King of Eternal Night. In a corner of the dark battlefield, Yuhaim felt as though she was trapped beneath the ice sheets of the Antarctic. Every joint in her body stiffened, her heartbeat lost its vigor, and even her blood seemed to freeze in place. A wave of coldness swept over her. With her extensive battlefield experience, Yuhaim reacted instantly, but it was still too late. A massive skeletal hand, engulfed in undead flames, reached out from the darkness and seized Yuhaim in a split second. Her mortal form was as insignificant as an ant under that skeletal hand. In this moment, Yuhaim was gripped by utter terror, feeling her life pinned to the execution block. The skeletal hand gently tightened, and Yuhaim's entire body was racked with pain. The sound of her bones breaking rang out in succession, playing a grim and eerie symphony. Yuhaim let out a pained scream, her vision blurred with bloodshot eyes, and she saw before her the figure of the King of Eternal Night, wearing his skull mask. Standing beside Xiao Xingyu was Daelu, her cold and noble face filled with an unmistakable killing intent. The massive skeletal hand that held Yuhaim's broken body was one of Daelu's tails, transformed into this fearsome creation. This was a massacre, a relentless crushing. In the presence of the King of Eternal Night, Yuhaim didn't even have the strength to fight back. She was less than an ant, what resistance could she muster? Each time her face flushed red from suffocation, it quickly paled like a ghost from the bone-deep fear. Her throat, gripped tightly by the skeletal hand, could no longer make a sound. She could only plead for mercy with her pitiful eyes. Xiao Xingyu's voice, tempered by the fires of necromancy, was deep and weathered, carrying a penetrating power akin to a spear shot through a battle gate, striking directly at Yuhaim's heart. Didn't you say it was too early for me to step onto a world stage of this magnitude? Do you still think it's too early now? Yuhaim could not respond. Her trembling eyes were filled with nothing but overwhelming fear. The word early no longer existed in her vocabulary, for she would die in this eternal night, never to witness the next sunrise. Daelu's eyes flashed coldly as she commanded the bone hand like a shot-put thrower, hurling Yuhaim into the air. High above, a cross made of bones appeared. Yuhaim's body was impaled by 4 poison-laden bone nails, pinning her to the necromantic cross, leaving her immobile. Xiao Xingyu took a step forward, walking up a staircase of bones, and appeared in front of Yuhaim. The Book of the Dead flew out from the shadows, landing in Xiao Xingyu's hand. This is the power you've dreamed of mastering, isn't it? Even in her dying moments, Yuhaim's eyes burned with greedy desire. She desperately wanted to possess the Book of the Dead and become its new master. Yet, despite all her sacrifices, she hadn't even been able to open its cover. With a mere thought from Xiao Xingyu, the deathly silence was broken by the sound of fluttering pages. Yuhaim's pupils dilated as if they would tear apart, her face etched with disbelief. She witnessed, with her own eyes, how this king of eternal night could flip through the book of the dead from start to finish with just a thought. The fluttering sound of the pages was like a cruel taunt, stepping on the last shred of Yuhaim's dignity. Xiao Xingyu was showing off. He wanted Yuhaim to understand, before she died, one brutal fact. In this world, the only person capable of commanding the Book of the Dead was him, the King of Eternal Night. The vast difference in talent extinguished Yuhaim's will to survive. Beneath the skeletal mask, Xiao Xingyu's expression revealed that he had had enough fun. His gray eyes glimmered with a killing intent that would wipe everything away. You, a relic of the old era, have no place in my world. From the pitch-black sea, a massive serpent emerged, emanating the power of calamity. Gray smoke shrouded everything as the serpent coiled in the sky, blotting out all hope. Pinned to the necromantic cross, Yuhaim fell into silent despair. Every pore on her body leaked the last remnants of her hopelessness. Medusa, in her calamity-swallowing serpent form, devoured Yuhaim in one bite, along with her defeated eight-headed serpent. The last remnant of the Roxas Sect perished at the hands of the King of Eternal Night. At that moment, the long-standing balance of the world shifted, ushering in a new era. An era that belonged to the King of Eternal Night. He has inherited all the power of the Book of the Dead. That's right, he can flip through the Book of the Dead from cover to cover. Unbelievable. He's inherited all of the supreme power. So now, the man in the black robe is the world's greatest necromantic beastmaster? What black-robed man? He is the King of Eternal Night. The title A King of Eternal Night had once been the world's respectful address for Shangguantong. Now, Xiao Xingyu's invincible form had caused the nickname to resound across the world once more. Your Majesty, the Roxas Sect has been annihilated. What are your next plans? Shangguanlan's gaze focused on the King of Eternal Night. A dark light flickered on the back of her hand, forearm, and upper arm. Black dragon scales appeared faintly, invisible to the naked eye of ordinary people. The Book of the Dead belongs to Shangguantong. I'm taking it back. As Shangguanlan's gaze locked onto the Eternal Night King suddenly turned around, his gray eyes like sharp swords aimed at Shangguanlan's brow. I keep staring, and I'll make sure your backside gets a good thrashing. The words were filled with arrogance and a hint of teasing, which thoroughly enraged Shangguanlan. The gray curse on Xiao Xingyu's left shoulder began to warm slightly. Shangguantong's voice echoed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Xiao Xingyu, control your emotions. You're about to lose control. Whoosh! Shangguanlan vanished in place, her Qilin tattoo activating, like a blazing cannonball slicing through the pitch-black eternal night. The infernal night Qilin followed closely, its gaping maw roaring with earth-shaking fury. Dai Lu entered her true form, the ten-tailed phantom dragon fox howling towards the sky, its dragon eyes glowing with bloodthirsty black mist. Regarding Shangguantong's decision to make Xiao Xingyu her disciple and heir, Shangguanlan, being her elder sister, was left speechless. She could only remain in the curse and watch the scene unfold. The two divine beasts clashed with majestic and imposing battle techniques, complementing their respective masters. Shangguanlan's battle armor showed numerous damages, and the necrotic flames left blackened scars on her arm. The harm inflicted upon Shangguanlan came from the necrotic flames of her younger sister. In contrast, Xiao Xingyu remained unscathed. However, the undead knights and the undead beast horde he commanded were instantly shattered, turning into fragments and vanishing into dust. By utilizing the power of the Book of the Dead, Xiao Xingyu could transfer the damage he sustained to the summoned undead army. This meant that Shangguanlan's seemingly casual punch could obliterate the entire undead army. At the moment of confrontation, Shangguanlan slightly parted her lips and coldly stated, "The necromantic frame-up belongs to Shangguantong. You're not worthy to use it. Just because you say I'm unworthy? The era of Shangguanlan will eventually be ended by my own hands." Xiao Xingyu suddenly channeled a massive amount of spiritual energy, the concentration of which surpassed the effect of the dragon's spirit pill. Shangguantong was now a part of Xiao Xingyu and could sense all his changes. This kid's talent is truly monstrous. In such a short time, he's mastered Necromantic Lament. Necromantic Lament was a special ability that allowed the accumulation of a large amount of spiritual energy during battle. Whenever a large number of undead units were killed, activating Necromantic Lament would convert their deaths into spiritual energy for oneself. Shangguan Lan's previous punch had destroyed the entire undead army Xiao Xingyu summoned. The destruction of the undead army was all converted into Xiao Xingyu's spiritual energy. At this point, Xiao Xingyu was no longer restricted by the dragon spirit pill's effects. The only limitation was his own mental state. In the intense battle, Xiao Xingyu was backfired by the Book of the Dead, causing mental confusion. In this state, Xiao Xingyu would experience an uncontrollable urge to fight fiercely, consuming his own vitality until exhaustion, only then regaining his rationality. Shangguan had no intention of dissuading him. A disciple like Xiao Xingyu couldn't be taught in conventional ways. He had to experience some pain and setbacks to learn how to master the Book of the Dead. It was a long process and not an immediate one. Shangguan was closely connected with Xiao Xingyu, and there would be plenty of time to patiently teach her exceptional disciple. For now, Shangguan allowed Xiao Xingyu to wreak havoc, planning to review and provide strict guidance afterward. A prodigious young man suddenly gained a master who was equally extraordinary. Together, master and disciple were bound to turn the unpredictable world order upside down. Supported by an immense surge of spiritual energy, the Evernight King descended with the presence of a true god. Olulu, blatiasti ae crossbow. The simpler the battle technique, the more it showcased a beastmaster's strength. The bloodthirsty eye crossbow wasn't Delu's most powerful technique, but it had been her ultimate weapon since the days of the Beast Emperor. The nine-tailed ghost dragon fox raised its head, letting out a soul-shaking roar. From the depths of the Evernight, 10 massive blood-colored eyes appeared. More accurately, they were 10 blood-colored dragon pupils. They hovered like 10 mutated suns, illuminating every corner of the battlefield, judging the genetic sequences of all living things. Within the dragon pupils, flesh twisted and writhed, producing a dense pulling sound, forming 10 arrows over 100 meters long. Each arrow was first coated with undead fire, then wrapped in a layer of violet-golden demonic dragon flames. The 10 bloodthirsty eye crossbows hung high in the Evernight, their gaze contemptuous of the heavens and the earth, radiating an overwhelming urge to destroy the world. Seeing this, Shangguan slightly raised her eyebrow. Even in battle, she remained as noble and graceful as ever, her beauty beyond description. With just a slight activation of her spiritual energy, she had already reached the pinnacle of human beastmasters. The underworld knight Qilin stood on an ocean of darkness, releasing chaotic lightning from its body. Darkness birthed more darkness. New darkness could consume the old. A massive black hole continuously absorbed the power of the Evernight, creating a horrifying scene of dark devouring dark. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 bloodthirsty eye crossbows fired simultaneously, as if the gods themselves were drawing bows and loosing arrows. In an instant, the heavens shook and the seas overturned. Human eyes could no longer maintain basic vision, as everything was shrouded in a dark mist. All that could be heard was the sound of explosions. When eardrums ruptured, both hearing and sight were sent to the underworld. In the darkness, Xiao Xingyu's breathing was chaotic. It was his first time wielding the Book of the Undead, like an 8-year-old child trying to ride a motorcycle. Even if he learned how to start, he had no idea how to stop. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu finally regained a sliver of rationality. Damn it, it seems like I was just controlled by the Book of the Undead. In a rational state, Xiao Xingyu was the embodiment of caution. Now that he had the Book of the Undead, and had personally slain Shangguan Yuheim, the battle was complete for him. A grand exit was the way to go. Why bother fighting an unfathomably powerful Shangguan Lan? It was only due to the book's backlash that Xiao Xingyu's battle intent surged, preventing him from withdrawing. Even though he had now regained his senses, he had missed the best opportunity to leave. Having provoked Shangguan Lan, leaving wouldn't be so easy. Svoshtilde. In the darkness, a resilient rope slithered like a specter, instantly wrapping around Xiao Xingyu's body.
What is this?
Damn it, I can't break free. Xiao Xingyu struggled, but the golden glowing rope only tightened. The demon god's eye activated.
What the hell?
Dragon King's Whisker. The Dragon King's Whisker, one of the 3 greatest treasures of the dragon race. This treasure had always been in Shangguan Lan's possession. Xiao Xingyu was the owner of the dragon's tear, while Xiao Liyan wielded the reversed scales sword. On the same battlefield, with the 3 great treasures of the dragon clan gathered, the destinies of these 3 were fated to intertwine endlessly. Under the intense pain, Xiao Xingyu tried to manipulate the Book of the Undying, but his spiritual power pool remained completely still. This is bad, my spiritual power has been sealed. The Dragon King had a special attribute effect. Beast Tamers trapped by it would have their spiritual power pool locked and unable to use their power. In the darkness, an icy chill, cold enough to freeze souls, rushed towards Xiao Xingyu. Shangguan appeared before him, her expression stern, her entire body covered in frost. She raised her jade hand and touched Xiao Xingyu's skull mask. Let me see your true face. Shangguan was curious about the newly ascended Eternal Night King. She was eager to find out who could completely inherit Shangguan legacy and become the new master of the Book of the Undying. To avoid exposure, Xiao Xingyu had to reveal his trump card and summon the dragon's tear. Just as he was about to activate the time reversal, a figure wrapped in a fragrant breeze rushed from the side. Boom tilde. The clash of fists. The overwhelming dragon power surged through the air, and the resulting shockwaves nearly destroyed the entire battlefield. Shangguan's eyes showed shock as she was forced back several meters. At this moment, a woman in an emerald-green robe appeared beside Xiao Xingyu. She wore a hat with a black mask covering her face, only revealing a pair of emerald dragon eyes and a prominent nose. Her appearance resembled a legendary heroine from a martial arts world, with an elegant and ethereal demeanor. Her right hand was covered with jade-like dragon scales. Her dragon eyes sparkled like night pearls in the darkness. It was this woman who had just punched Shangguan, helping Xiao Xingyu and pushing Shangguan back several meters. This was the first time Xiao Xingyu saw this mysterious woman, but he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The next moment, Xiao Xingyu was stunned, staring at the strange woman as if she were a monster. In an instant, the woman, in a raw and brutal manner, tore off the Dragon King's whiskers from Xiao Xingyu with her bare hands. The Dragon King's whiskers, after falling off, wriggled like a snake and returned to Shangguan's wrist. Shangguan's expression changed subtly, her tone filled with complex emotions. Fei, I gave you that name, yet you allied with Xiao Lian and opposed me. Xiao Xingyu glanced at the masked woman, filled with curiosity. Her name is Fei? From the Yen Alliance? What's her background? Shangguan's voice echoed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. She is a dragon mark seer. A master, what is a dragon mark seer? A position responsible for recording the history of the Dragon Clan and managing the Dragon Clan Chronicles. Their bloodline must be a mix of human and dragon, making them the steward of the entire Dragon Clan. In this perilous battlefield, Shangguan could only give a brief explanation. A Dragon mark seer, Fei. It seems she has a special relationship with Shangguan. As the steward of the Dragon Clan, Fei had followed Shangguan before the dragon-slaying war. Everything changed after the war. Shangguan had a falling out with Xiao Lian. Fei left Shangguan and chose to stand with Xiao Lian. The hidden reasons behind this were known only to the parties involved. Or perhaps what they saw was not the entire truth. Alon, you can't kill him. Fei's voice, modified to sound like that of an old witch, was clearly not her original voice. Why? Do you know this person's identity? You just need to remember, you cannot kill him. Fei repeated, without explaining the reason. Shangguan's voice grew cold, her eyes turning frosty. And now that he has fused with the Book of the Dead and inherited Shangguan's abilities, how can I reclaim what belongs to Shangguan? Fei posed a soul-searching question. Have you ever considered why he was able to obtain Shangguan's abilities and inherit his mantle? Shangguan hesitated, her sharp gaze locking onto the Eternal Night King, her mind swirling with thoughts. Could he really be Shangguan's son? If he is, then what about Xiao Xingyu? Previously, Shangguan had suspected that Xiao Xingyu might be Shangguan's son. After all, Xiao Xingyu could control the King of the Underworld scroll and had a unique talent for necromancy. However, comparing the two, the Eternal Night King's ability to merge with the Book of the Dead and directly inherit Shangguan's mantle made him a more likely candidate to be Shangguan's son than Xiao Xingyu. Yet, despite all her calculations, Shangguan could not foresee that the Eternal Night King was indeed her most valued Xiao Xingyu. When one is in the midst of a situation, it's often difficult to see the bigger picture. The brilliant Shangguan, who had speculated about Xiao Xingyu's relationship with Shangguan, now speculated about the Eternal Night King's relationship with Shangguan. But she overlooked the most crucial point. She herself was Shangguan's sister, with a blood relationship as close as possible. Given this, why didn't she question whether there was a blood relationship between herself and Xiao Xingyu or the Eternal Night King? The root of the problem lay in Shangguan's memory. Her memories indicated that she had no children, no husband, only a heartless ex-fiancé, Xiao Lian. Memories are not always the truth and might be a modified illusion. The intricate dragon-slaying battle and the ambiguous Dragon King right left the truth submerged in mystery. Whoever could peel away the layers of fog would catch a glimpse of the truth. Svishvlanka. Shangguan Lan suddenly launched an attack, activating her Qilin tattoo. Her afterimages streaked like lightning towards Xiao Xingyu. At this moment, she only wanted to personally remove the Eternal Night King's mask, see his face clearly, and ask about this man's identity. The Dragon King's whiskers moved. Clang! A sword chi blocked the way. Xiao Lion appeared in front of Shangguan Lan. The Dragon King's whiskers entwined with the reverse scale sword, interweaving love, hate, and conflicts. Get out of the way! Shangguan Lan shouted. Lan, after all these years, I think we should find a quiet place and have a proper talk. As Xiao Lion, from the moment you betrayed me at the Dragon King right, there is nothing left for us to talk about. Xiao Xingyu stood there, stunned like a bystander. As Xiao Lion betrayed Shangguan Lan at the Dragon King right? This is such a complex plot. Xiao Xingyu felt that the stories during the dragon-slaying battle might fill an entire book. The Night Qilin of the underworld roared in anger, a black vortex appearing above its head. The fire dragon soul beside Xiao Lion roared upwards and charged towards the black vortex. One side controlled the Dragon King's whiskers, the other wielded the reverse scale sword, their fierce clash tearing the night sky and shattering the vast sea. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions continued without end. Two human powerhouses displayed divine authority, dominating the battlefield. For a moment, Shangguan Lan's eyes transformed into pitch-black dragon eyes, shining with an all-consuming brilliance in the eternal night. Xiao Xingyu tried to escape the battlefield but was tossed around by the surrounding violent winds. Master, is there a way to end this battle quickly? Shangguan Tong said, Xiao Xingyu, use Volume 3 of the Book of the Undead. Summon the disaster god's bone bell with blood as the catalyst. Following Shangguan Tong's guidance, Xiao Xingyu took a deep breath of the yellow energy and released all the spiritual power he had accumulated. The pages of the Book of the Undead fluttered and settled on the final page of Volume 3. Xiao Xingyu bit his right index finger, using his blood as the catalyst to draw the summoning circle in the chaotic air. The dome of the eternal night trembled with relentless vibrations. A biting cold wind swept through every corner of the battlefield, and the rotting stench stimulated everyone's sense of smell. Shangguan Lan and Xiao Lion were locked in a fierce battle. The Dragon King demonstrated power equal to the reverse scale sword. As a dragon tattoo user, Fei also joined the battle. Amidst the exploding smoke, she shed her human form and transformed into a massive emerald dragon. With huge, sharp dragon claws, she ripped through the pitch-black sea, and the torrent of dragon power covered the battlefield, charging straight at Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan, single-handedly dealing with the Yanmeng leader and dragon tattoo user, was still in her black dragon form. Her true strength was like a bottomless black hole, terrifying enough to make anyone unwilling to pursue her. This farce should end. The voice of the Eternal Night King echoed through the heavens and earth. All eyes turned to the sky, unable to suppress the fear that grew within them. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu stood on the white bone steps, high above the clouds. The raging storm surrounded his tall figure, creating a mournful scene of a king whose success left countless dead. The Book of the Undead shone brightly, and the eternal flame of the undead never extinguished. In the dark clouds, a grand white bone bell emerged. The surface of this bell was engraved with taboo runes, hastily scrawled like a ghostly dance. The dragon head relief in the center of the bell's body was fierce, with dragon eyes burning with gray flames vividly displayed. This bell, like the Demonis wedding gown, was a divine artifact beast known as the disaster god's bone bell. Scarlet lightning, like ghostly claws, circled the disaster god's bone bell, tearing through the veil of the eternal night. The appearance of this divine artifact beast brought disaster and suffering to the world. The entire battlefield was shrouded in a grim atmosphere. Even before the bell tolled, people had already fallen into a state of mental collapse, overwhelmed with pain. Xiao Xingyu's mouth bled profusely, and summoning both the Demonis wedding gown and the disaster god's bone bell had reached the limit of his physical capacity. In the blurred vision of the people, the Eternal Night King stood high in the sky like the ruler of darkness. His gaze was hollow and indifferent, cold sweat dripping from beneath the skull mask like the icy tears of death, shattering everyone's soul with each drop. Olulu, Shasha! Upon hearing Xiao Xingyu's call, the king's dual wings appeared on either side of the disaster god's bone bell. The nine-tailed phantom dragon fox was on the left, with its 10 dragon flame-burning tails forming iron fists that struck the bell. The calamity-devouring serpent was on the right, using its serpentine tail to lash against the bell with the force of a mountain. The king's dual wings, left and right, simultaneously struck the disaster god's bone bell. Dong tilde. The resonating sound of the bell echoed through the skies, like the heartbeat of the earth, shaking the entire world. In the air, countless bloody ghostly hands seemed to claw at everyone's fragile eardrums and weakening nerves. On the dark sea, blood-red roses bloomed in clusters. They were the remains of water-type magical beasts that had exploded, symbolizing both sin and romance. Gray lightning, gray haze, gray ripples. The eternal night brought by the ghostly bride's attire was dyed with a new layer of gray by the chimes of the disaster god's bone clock. Crack! Crack crack crack! Pitta-patta! It was not the sound of glass shattering but of space fracturing. The chimes of the disaster god's bone clock were melodious and deep, shattering everything. In an instant, the chaotic and broken battlefield was torn apart, with dense spiderweb-like cracks appearing in the air. As these cracks grew and spread, countless spatial rifts emerged in people's field of vision. Space, which was originally a colorless and shapeless concept, took on a tangible form under the chimes of the disaster god's bone clock, resulting in this fragmented shape. People's consciousness fell into darkness, their senses dissolving. After an unknown amount of time, the eternal night dissipated, and the sea returned to light. With space torn apart, the vast battlefield was divided by walls of air, like a pile of scattered toy blocks. This was the power of the disaster god's bone clock, showcasing its absolute control over the laws of space. Whenever the clock's chimes sounded, the sound waves from the realm of the dead forcibly altered the spatial laws of the real world, dividing the battlefield, terrain, forces, and armies. Thus forcing an endless battle to come to an abrupt end. Standing atop the underworld knight Qilin, Shangguan Lan looked at a thick and towering, insurmountable wall of air, also known as a spatial rift. She gazed into the distance, where the eternal Night King, clad in the ghostly bride's attire, rode on the catastrophe devourer serpent, cutting through the waves until disappearing at the end of the sea. Who are you exactly? In this battle, the world was rid of the man in the black robe, but it welcomed the birth of the eternal Night King. In the eyes of the world, the eternal Night King was the second Shangguan Tong, bound to disrupt the global balance. On a warship bearing the emblem of the Flame Alliance, Xiao Lian, carrying the reverse scale sword, stood on the deck, looking at the vast blue sea with a satisfied smile, interacting with passing seagulls. Fei walked up behind Xiao Lian. My task is considered complete. Xiao Lian nodded with a smile. At the crucial moment, you protected Xiaoyu. I hope Xiaoyu will not be involved in such high-level battles for now. He is still too young, even with Shangguan Tong's power, he needs time to slowly digest it. Xiao Lian agreed, you're right, he has a long way to go to meet my expectations. Fei removed her conical hat, revealing her silver hair. Her dragon eyes returned to their normal state, now gentle and resembling two pools of rippling autumn water. I'm going back to cook and do laundry for Xiaoyu. That's what I enjoy doing now. You seem to prefer the role of Xiaoyu's elder sister over that of the Dragon Warden. Fei smiled slightly, then paused before saying, the duty of a Dragon Warden is to help the Dragon King record the history of the Dragon Clan and accompany the Dragon King's growth, isn't it? Xiao Lian lit a cigarette, holding it between his fingers. He hadn't taken a puff, but the chilly sea breeze had already consumed half of it. The smile on his face gradually faded, his tone serious and filled with concern. Xiaoyu has inherited Shangguan Tong's power this time, and the curse has already been implanted within him. Fei, next, you should closely observe Xiaoyu and help him practice Dragon's Breath to extend his lifespan and resist the curse's erosion. I understand. As Fei finished speaking, a burst of emerald light erupted from her body. An emerald giant dragon soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds beyond Xiao Lian's view. Xiao Lian raised his right hand, his expression somber, his eyes shimmering with faint sadness. Alon, I'm truly exhausted. I don't know when our family will be reunited. Xiao Lian's right hand had clashed with Shangguan Lan's in battle. Even now, the faint trace of her presence lingered between his fingers. Compared to anyone else, this man bore the heaviest burden of all, known as a truth. 3 days after the Battle of Blood Willow Island. Within Dragon Kingdom. In a misty, primordial mountain range. Xiao Xingyu awoke from his unconscious state, the winter sunlight filtering through the leaves, stinging his sore eyes. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu lay in Medusa's arms, his head resting on her snow-white, rounded thighs. Zasha tilde vota tilde. Master, you're awake. Medusa's face brightened with joy as she prepared to offer Xiao Xingyu water. Footsteps approached. Dailu, holding a heavy beast-skin water jug, interjected. Don't let him drink water, give him beast milk instead. It will accelerate his recovery. Medusa took the jug from Dailu and opened it. Xiao Xingyu eagerly drank it all in one go. The beast milk had a strong, gamey taste, but Xiao Xingyu was familiar with it and knew it was very nourishing, helping quickly restore the energy and vitality lost from the Blood Willow Island battle. In the depths of the mountains, several unconscious female mammalian beasts lay scattered, having been knocked out by Dailu. Their beast milk had already been consumed by Xiao Xingyu. I feel like I'm coming back to life. Xiao Xingyu's eyes cleared and brightened, his formerly pale face now showing a bit of color. The beast milk's effects remained reliably effective. Alulu, thank you. Xiao Xingyu reached out and patted Dailu's fox ears. Watch your manners. Don't touch my ears. Dailu's surface coldness belied a faint blush on her cheeks. Every time Xiao Xingyu patted her ears, she felt a tingling sensation like an electric shock. From their conversations, it was learned that after the great battle, Xiao Xingyu had been unconscious for 3 days. During these 3 days, Dailu and Medusa had been by his side, caring for him attentively. Now that Xiao Xingyu had awakened, the two beastly beauties finally felt a sense of relief. Lulu, Sasha, despite the immense danger of the Blood Willow Island battle and nearly falling into Shangguan Lan's hands. The gains were worth the risk. I inherited Shangguan Tong's power and obtained the Book of the Dead. Xiao Xingyu raised his right hand, revealing the Book of the Dead, which emanated a mysterious and terrifying aura. With the Book of the Dead, Dailu and Medusa's strength could be forcibly increased by a major tier. Once Xiao Xingyu learned to summon the Bone Curse Dragon, his own strength would advance another level. Oding tilde. The long-awaited system notification chimed in Xiao Xingyu's mind. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the honorary title Eternal Night King. Though the Battle of Blood Lotus Island had ended 3 days ago, the legendary tale of the Eternal Night King was just beginning. In just 3 days, the title of Eternal Night King spread to every corner of the world. This mysterious powerhouse, who had confronted the Dragon Kingdom Empress, sparked heated discussions among the 4 great nations. People unanimously believed that the Eternal Night King was the next Shangguan Tong. Due to the Eternal Night King's enigmatic identity and undetermined nationality, many factions sought to extend an olive branch. The Oracle Guild, the War God Pirates, the Damocles Dwarves, the Silent Soul Temple. These renowned and neutral factions publicly expressed their desire to recruit the Eternal Night King. Some even offered outrageous conditions, hoping that the Eternal Night King would become their leader and help them carve out a new realm. This demonstrates just how formidable the personal value of the Eternal Night King is. The biggest difference between a strong person and a king is that the strong are always followers behind the king. Not only the so-called neutral factions and other nations but even within the Dragon Kingdom itself, storytellers under the Tianqiao Bridge have used the tale of the Eternal Night King to acquire 3 large villas in the city center and hire maidservants in maid costumes. In every street and alley, there are followers of the Eternal Night King. 7- or 8-year-old children, as long as they wear masks similar to the Eternal Night King's skull mask, can command the entire elementary school as if they were kings. The system notification sound rang again. Based on the unlocking of the Eternal Night King honorary title, honor rewards have been distributed. Please check your rewards. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts surged as he opened the system warehouse. The list of rewards appeared before him and the corners of his mouth lifted uncontrollably, almost more than the recoil of a handgun. Reward 1. Apocalypse Origin Stone can summon the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse for support. Each summon lasts for 10 minutes and requires high-quality summoning crystals for recharging afterward. Conqueror Knight, War Knight, Death Knight, Plague Knight. Reward 2. Crimson Flame Shadow, a shadow burning with crimson flames that can directly replace the host's shadow, granting the host the active skill Crimson Enchantment. Passive skill Shadow Absorption continuously absorbs the spiritual power of nearby enemy beastmasters, converting it into the host's spiritual power. Reward 3. Valkyrie Soul Stone, a stone containing the soul of Valkyrie Margaret, Beast God, Angel-type Beastmaster. Can attach the soul to an Angel-type Beastmaster for combat, lasting for 3 minutes. One-time use, the soul stone shatters after use. This time, the system rewards were extremely generous and truly befitting Xiao Xingyu's dangerous endeavors. After the excitement, Xiao Xingyu regained his composure and his thoughts turned to his sister, Xiao Ruoxue. He missed his sister. I wonder if my sister came home while I was unconscious. If she did come home and found me missing, she would surely be worried about me. At the Golden Sea Villa. Xiao Xingyu descended from the shadow dragon at the villa's entrance. Seeing the lights on in the living room, he was thrilled and hurried inside.
A sister!
Xiao Xingyu's face was filled with excitement as he rushed into the living room, only to see Xiao Ruoxue cleaning the floor.
Xiao Yu, oh dear. You big guy, over 1.80 m, and you're lying on top of me. You're crushing my waist.
Xiao Xingyu held Xiao Ruoxue tightly, burying his head in her silver hair and deeply inhaling the familiar scent.
A big sis, when did you come back from Qingfeng City?
Xiao Ruoxue held a mop in her right hand and pointed at the dust-covered floor with her left.
I just got back.
The house has been messy for days with no one to clean it.
So, how was it with Sister Xinxin?
You know how young Xinxin cooks. I stayed at her place for 3 or 4 days and gained 3 or 4 pounds. After the siblings' affectionate embrace, Xiao Ruoxue changed the subject. Did you eat yet?
It's so late.
The rumbling of Xiao Xingyu's stomach answered the question. Xiao Ruoxue smiled indulgently and handed the mop to Xiao Xingyu. Xiao, you mop the floor and clean up the living room. I'll go cook and make a few of your favorite dishes. Xiao Xingyu smiled happily.
Great. Men and women working together, it's not tiring.
Xiao Ruoxue walked into the kitchen, her silver hair pinned up with a hairpin, and she put on an apron. As she picked up the knife, she couldn't help but smile. Compared to being a dragon-marked warrior, I really prefer being Sister Yu. In their warm home, they were just sister and brother. But in the grand history of the Dragon Clan, they were the Dragon Clan steward and the End Dragon King. For days after the battle on Blood Lotus Island. In the Nightlawn Palace. Shangguan Lan brewed tea alone by the fire, her gaze wandering, her thoughts occasionally drifting. Light footsteps approached outside the palace. Nie Hongzhuang, dressed in red blood robes, entered the Nightlawn Palace. Your Majesty. Nie Hongzhuang placed her right fist over her chest, the highest honor of the Imperial soul.
How is the investigation I asked you to do?
Your subordinate has just returned from Azure Dragon Academy. After inquiring with Dean Su Ruyan, she said Xiao Xingyu has been diligently studying and training at the academy these past few days and has not left. Shangguan Lan had asked Nie Hongzhuang to investigate Xiao Xingyu, clearly still harboring some distrust towards him. The uncertainties of the Blood Lotus Island battle and the emergence of the Eternal Night King added layers of mystery. These unresolved mysteries made the already suspicious Shangguan Lan even more sensitive. All right, you may leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Before leaving the Nightlawn Palace, Nie Hongzhuang couldn't help but glance at Shangguan Lan again. Once outside, she looked amazed and murmured quietly to herself. Today, Your Majesty looks more disheveled than usual. The term disheveled seemed impossible to associate with Shangguan Lan. But Nie Hongzhuang's description was quite accurate. Today's Shangguan Lan was quite different from the usually pure and untarnished Dragon Kingdom Empress. Her once silky, flowing hair looked somewhat messy and rough, with even dried blood residue in the hairline. The woman who was usually so obsessed with cleanliness hadn't washed her hair since the battle on Blood Lotus Island. The reason she hadn't washed her hair was that during the battle, a man's fingers had inadvertently brushed against her hair, touching her temple. A strand of long hair still retained his scent. When young, who wasn't a romantic at heart? The time before the dragon-slaying war was the happiest period of Shangguan Lan's life. During that time, she spent every day with Xiao Lian, taming dragons, hunting demons, and sitting together on grassy hills, witnessing the fiery sunset turn into a starry night. With the wedding day approaching, Shangguan Lan donned her classical wedding dress, sitting on the wedding chest, eagerly anticipating becoming his bride. Yet, the heavens were unkind, and the dragon-slaying war erupted on the very night of the wedding. They never completed the wedding ceremony and were instead thrown into the burning chaos of war. At this moment, Shangguan Lan felt a chill spreading through every inch of her skin, and she instinctively covered her right chest. This was the location of her heart. And it was also where an indelible scar lay. The betrayal of that night caused Shangguan Lan countless restless nights, waking up from one nightmare after another. The pain and sorrow of being betrayed by the man she loved most were unforgettable to Shangguan Lan. Whenever she thought of that boy who always had a blade of dogtail grass in his mouth, the scar on her chest would ache faintly. Clink! Shangguan Lan smashed the teacup, and the scalding tea that barely touched her skin was instantly evaporated by a surge of dragon's wrath. The men are all good-for-nothings. This was Shangguan Lan's evaluation of the male species, with Xiao Xingyu being the sole exception for now. She brewed another pot of tea, gazing at the cold plum blossoms outside the window, and murmured to herself. Xiao Xingyu, it seems you are the only one by my side now. For some reason, every time Shangguan Lan thought of Xiao Xingyu, her chaotic thoughts would cease to swirl, and her anxious mind would gradually calm. The Empress of Dragon Kingdom was not a symbol of power, but rather an embodiment of loneliness. Everything around Shangguan Lan had changed since the dragon-slaying war, leaving only Xiao Xingyu's presence to remind her of the past. A maid with frost on her entered the Nightlawn Palace. Your Majesty, according to the schedule, this afternoon you should visit the Moon Dial City. I'm not going. Do you have other plans? Shangguan Lan propped her chin with one hand, her beautiful eyes shifting. A call Qinner here. Soon, Shangguan Qian with her purple hair walked into the Nightlawn Palace. Mother, what do you need? Shangguan Lan surprised her with a statement. Tonight, we are going to Xiao Xingyu's house for dinner. Uft. The tea that Shangguan Qian had just put in her mouth was sprayed out all at once. Mother, why have you suddenly decided to have such a strange idea? The idea of going to Xiao Xingyu's house for dinner, coming from Shangguan Lan, overturned all of Shangguan Qian's perceptions of her mother. Seeing Shangguan Lan's cold expression, Shangguan Qian quickly composed herself and asked cautiously, Mother, are we really going to Xiao Xingyu's house for dinner? Shangguan Lan nodded and after a moment added, come up with a reasonable excuse. Just say you want to see Xiao Xingyu, and I'm just accompanying you. Shangguan Qian was at a loss for words. Today's Shangguan Lan made her feel somewhat unfamiliar. The Battle of Blood Lotus Island had brought many stories. Shangguan Lan had met many old acquaintances, especially Xiao Lian and Fei. Her emotions stirred, she just wanted to see Xiao Xingyu. Actually, she didn't even know why, it seemed that just seeing Xiao Xingyu would calm her feelings. In the afternoon, in the dean's office, Xiao Xingyu pushed open the door and saw Su Ruyan half reclining on the sofa, holding an almost empty bottle of vodka. Whether it was the blazing summer or the harsh winter, Su Ruyan always wore thin, see-through black stockings that looked like they could tear at any moment, paired with a pair of red-bottomed high heels. Her beautiful legs were like a guillotine for men. Dean, you wanted to see me. Xiao Xingyu's face was filled with apology. Su Ruyan stood up and locked the door with a click. Xiao Xingyu's heart leapt to his throat, and he was sweating nervously. Don't be nervous, sit down and let's talk. I'm not nervous. If you're not nervous, then why are you sitting like a potted plant, forcing a smile like a positive sunflower? Sit on the sofa? Xiao Xingyu sat on the sofa, fidgeting with his hands, and after a long pause, finally managed to speak. I'm sorry. When you drugged me in the dormitory, did you think about apologizing? Xiao Xingyu lowered his head, his face turning red, and he was prepared to face any punishment. This matter is over, I'm pretending it didn't happen. But I want to remind you that last night, someone from the Empire Soul came to ask me about your recent whereabouts. Xiao Xingyu's heart skipped a beat, panic-stricken. My answer was that you've been staying at Azure Dragon Academy these days, studying and training hard, and haven't been out. Xiao Xingyu stared at Su Ruyan for a long time, his expression stunned. Xiao Xingyu, the final exams are coming up. Prepare well, pass the exams smoothly, and have a happy spring festival. This is your early spring festival gift from me. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xingyu walked out of the dean's office. In his hand, he held a beast leather envelope. It was Su Ruyan's early spring festival gift for him. I drugged the dean, and not only did she not punish me, but she also covered for me and gave me a spring festival gift. Xiao Xingyu couldn't understand why Su Ruyan was so kind to him. With a heart full of confusion, Xiao Xingyu stood in the empty corridor and opened the envelope. The moment he saw the letter, his pupils widened in shock. At the beginning of the letter was a dragon head with burning flames. It was the emblem of the Flame Alliance. The content of the letter was simple and direct. Dear Eternal Night King, would you like to have a cup of tea and do some fishing? After Azure Dragon Academy's winter break, I will be waiting for you at Maple Red Island. Yan? The handwriting was wild and unrestrained, from the hand of Xiao Lian. Xiao Xingyu had never doubted Su Ruyan's true identity, but he didn't expect she was also a member of the Flame Alliance. Xiao Xingyu fell into recollection. Although he hadn't spent much time with Su Ruyan, a careful review revealed that this woman had always supported him both openly and secretly. This semester, Xiao Xingyu had the highest absentee rate in the school, yet he had never been reported or punished. The reason was simply Su Ruyan's indulgence, turning a blind eye to his absences. It seems the Flame Alliance has been targeting me for a long time. Xiao Lian, what exactly are you to me that you care so much? Even in the Battle of Blood Lotus Island, helping me become the Eternal Night King, what's in it for you? Xiao Xingyu didn't want to leave any evidence. After arriving at the small forest behind Azure Dragon Academy, he summoned the Nether Hades Wolf. With a howl, a burst of flames incinerated the letter from Xiao Lian, leaving no evidence of Xiao Xingyu's dealings with the Flame Alliance. Xiao Xingyu looked up through the bare branches of the trees, his deep and heavy gaze fixed on the sky that symbolized freedom. He now only wanted to finish his final exams as quickly as possible. On the first day of the winter break, he would head to Maple Island to meet that man. His heart was full of questions that only that man could answer. In the dusk of Dragon Hidden City, it seemed like a golden snow was drifting. These snowflake-like floaters were actually plant spores. Once they landed, they would take root and sprout into plant-based beasts. However, if infected by demonic energy, they would mutate into plague-infested beasts. Dragon Hidden City, categorized as a must-guard city, is one of the top 100 cities of the Dragon Kingdom. It is heavily guarded year-round, making it unlikely for this land to be polluted by demonic energy. Therefore, the citizens paid no mind to the drifting plant spores, considering them as part of the golden snow to admire. As the school bell rang, Azure Dragon Academy's playground became lively. Boys linked arms, discussing which nearby beast stores to visit and debating which store's owner had the best figure. Girls posed and took photos, not missing out on the golden snow, as a beautiful backdrop.
Xiao Xingyu.
Director Chen? Xiao Xingyu, carrying his backpack, had just stepped out of the classroom when he was stopped by his mentor, Chen Qinian. Next week is the final exam. How are you preparing? Don't worry, Director Chen. I'll give it my all and aim for an SSS rating. Chen Qinian, looking pleased, raised his hands to adjust Xiao Xingyu's collar. With your talent and strength, just showing up for the final exam will be enough. I heard that your Wolf-type beast and Angel-type beast have both advanced to the Transcendent Body, Level 1. So, do you plan to attempt the 5-star assessment before the final exam? The 5-star assessment has 2 hard requirements. 1. At least one beast must have advanced to the Transcendent Body level. 2. The Beastmaster's spirit power must reach 10,000. Spirit power is the foundational source required to harness and release various battle techniques of beasts. For Beastmasters at the 1-star to 4-star levels, beasts are usually below the complete body, Level 3. Beasts within this level range consume relatively little spirit power for their techniques. However, once a beast reaches the Transcendent Body level, the spirit power consumption for battle techniques nearly doubles, if not more, compared to the complete body level. Thus, the 5-star assessment requires a high spirit power level, with a minimum of 10,000 spirit power needed to participate. Chen Qinian took out a mechanical crystal from his pocket. It was a portable spirit energy crystal used to test spirit power, produced by Lumine Corp. Xiao Xingyu, let's test your spirit power. Maybe it has already exceeded 10,000. Xiao Xingyu knew how to use the portable spirit energy crystal. He just needed to place his hand on the surface, and the mechanical chip in the center of the crystal would provide the exact spirit power data. Xiao Xingyu touched his nose, revealing a meaningful smile. Director Chen, I don't plan to participate in the 5-star assessment this semester. There's no need to test my spiritual power for now. Director Chen, my sister is calling me to come home for dinner.
See you tomorrow.
Chen Qinian watched as Xiao Xingyu left, his initially rigid expression gradually softening into a smile. He adjusted his glasses and the mysterious glint in his eyes flickered. This kid is so resistant to testing his spiritual power and says he doesn't plan to take the 5-star assessment for now. I'm afraid he's planning to find an opportunity to directly take the 6-star assessment. As for his spiritual power, TSK? Chen Qinian shook his head and laughed. He understood Xiao Xingyu's personality well. Xiao Xingyu's true spiritual power was definitely not as simple as just over 10,000. As night fell and the lights twinkled, at the entrance of the villa in Bihai Jinfu, Xiao Xingyu quickened his pace, carrying a delicate gift box. Sister, I'm back. I also bought you your favorite osmanthus cakes. Xiao Xingyu joyfully burst into the living room, but suddenly froze, his face going stiff. On the sofa in the living room were 2 stunningly beautiful women. One was Dragon Kingdom Empress Shangguan Lan, and the other was Dragon Kingdom Princess Shangguan Qian. Xiao Xingyu was puzzled and didn't understand why these 2 people had suddenly come to his home as guests, with no prior notice or warning. Your Majesty, Princess, what are you? Shangguanqian raised her eyebrows, pretending to be aggrieved. What, no welcome? A welcome, of course, welcome. Shang Ruoshue's voice came from the kitchen. Xiao Yu is back? You chat with Her Majesty and the princess for a while. Dinner will be ready soon. Xiao Xingyu felt a bit uneasy. He first poured tea for Shangguan Lan, then took out the snacks that Yi Shimeng used to like and piled them in front of Shangguanqian. Your Majesty, you didn't inform me before coming to my home. I'm afraid I didn't prepare properly. It's not that I wanted to come. I'm used to accompanying Qilin. Xiao Xingyu's curious eyes fell on Shangguanqian. Having been thrown under the bus by her mother, Shangguanqian's face turned red. She reluctantly took out the excuse she had prepared in advance. Do you think I just came for a meal? I'm here to give you a valuable gift. In Shangguanqian's hand was a spatial ring of unknown higher quality compared to Xiao Xingyu's. She opened the ring and took out a bouquet of dazzling flowers. The flowers were a deep blue, with faint electrical currents connecting the petals, and the center of the flower held an amber the size of an eyeball. Xiao Xingyu recognized the origin of this treasure without needing it to be activated. Thunderstorm Amber Flower. Seeing Xiao Xingyu's eyes almost pop out, Shangguanqian directly handed the treasure to him. This is a gift for you. It can help the Thunder Jade Qilin advance to an extraordinary body. The Thunder Jade Qilin's level had been stuck at the complete form stage 3 for a while. The evolution materials required to advance for pure-blooded Qilin bloodlines were extremely strict. The Thunderstorm Amber Flower not only contains SSS-level beast energy, Divine Thunderstorm, but its nutritional value is higher than even the supreme-quality beast nourishment liquid. Such top-tier heavenly materials were not available for purchase in any of the Yi family group's beast stores. The Shangguan family specializes in breeding pureblood Qilin bloodlines, and apart from the Shangguan family, no one else could provide the Thunderstorm Amber Flower. A princess, thank you. This grand gift is truly overwhelming. To show my gratitude, shall I perform a chest-crushing act for you? If you'd like to see a crow fly or a walnut squeezed between my buttocks, I can perform that too. Shocked, Shangguanqian muttered, there's no need for that. Xiao Xingyu was delighted with the Thunderstorm Amber Flower, as it solved his immediate problem regarding the Thunder Jade Qilin's evolution. Shangguanqian's gift was a timely solution to his dilemma. Shangguanqian sneaked a glance at Shangguan Lan. Shangguan Lan nodded slightly, indicating her satisfaction with Shangguanqian's actions. Sister, make a couple more dishes. Sure thing. Shangguanqian's nose twitched as she expressed her genuine feelings. It smells so good. Xiao Xingyu, your sister's cooking skills are amazing. When they were in the Imperial City, Shangguanqian had never tasted home-cooked dishes filled with the warmth of human life. She had only eaten the bland nutritional meals prepared by servants. 10 minutes later. At the dining table in the living room, Xiao siblings took turns serving dishes to Shangguan and her daughter. Xiao Xingyu kept putting meat on Shangguanqian's plate. The braised pork my sister made is fatty but not greasy. It's really delicious. Shangguanqian's appetite was fully awakened, which was the highest praise for Xiao Ruoxue. Looking at the braised pork on the table, Shangguan Lan seemed lost in thought. This extraordinarily strong woman, though not skilled in cooking, had a signature dish, braised pork. Try the taste. How is it? It's delicious. Lan, are you perhaps the goddess of braised pork from ancient Greece? Ahihi, it's a pity I only know how to make this one dish. After marriage, you'll be eating it for a lifetime. That's all right. I'll never get tired of it. At that time, Shangguan Lan was completely immersed in the romance, spending her days either taming dragons or calling yen, with her beautiful face always adorned with a charming smile. Watching Xiao Xingyu eating braised pork, Shangguan Lan's gaze was intense, as if she saw the man she had loved deeply in the past. While Xiao Xingyu was focused on eating, he suddenly froze. Xiao Ruoxue and Shangguanqian also stopped eating, showing expressions of shock. In that moment, Shangguan Lan's slender, jade-like fingers brushed against Xiao Xingyu's lips, wiping away a grain of rice. A mother just wiped Xiao Xingyu's mouth? Incredible. I've never received such treatment my whole life. Shangguanqian was deeply shocked. As Shangguan Lan's daughter, this was the first time she had seen a glimmer of maternal love from her. But this glimmer of love was solely directed at Xiao Xingyu. In contrast, Xiao Xingyu seemed more like Shangguan Lan's child, while Shangguanqian appeared to be an outsider. Thank you, Empress. Xiao Xingyu was somewhat flustered by Shangguan Lan's action of wiping the rice from his lips, which he couldn't understand. Shang Guanlan also realized her lapse in behavior. She withdrew her elegant hand, pretending nothing had happened, and continued serving food. What was I just doing? Why did I act like that? I must be losing my mind. Shang Guanlan's emotions were in turmoil. The events of the Blood Lotus Island battle had turned her previously calm demeanor into chaos. Her recent action towards Xiao Xingyu was entirely instinctual rather than a conscious decision. This instinct was something she couldn't even explain to herself. Xiao Ruoxue, who had witnessed everything, appeared gentle and serene, but a trace of unusual emotion flickered in her eyes. Alon, even if your memories are in question, you are still yourself. Your instincts will always prove your connection with Xiaoyu. The atmosphere during the meal was harmonious, without any twists or conflicts. As night fell, before leaving the Sapphire Golden Mansion, Shang Guanlan was still in the villa's courtyard, instructing Xiao Xingyu in the practice of Dragon's Breath. Your Majesty, how did I do this time? Xiao Xingyu lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, with the purple-black dragon scales on his right arm subtly moving. Every practice of Dragon's Breath made him feel as if his internal organs were burning intensely. After all, the structure of a mortal's organs is entirely different from that of a dragon's. The rhythm and pattern of breathing are even completely opposite. It was akin to a liberal arts student suddenly switching to a science major. The learning process was inevitably challenging. Shang Guanlan nodded slightly, showing a satisfied expression. Your progress is rapid. You've already grasped the basic method of Dragon's Breath. When you can proficiently control the power of living dragon scales, I will then teach you opening dragon eyes. Shang Guanqian walked over and gently reminded, Mother, it's already 1 a.m. Yes, we should head back. Shang Guanlan activated the Beast Sovereign emblem, summoning the underworld Knight Qilin. A roar from the Qilin shattered the sky, and black lightning surged from the night, weaving a black hole door in midair. Shang Guanqian followed Shang Guanlan, standing atop the underworld Knight Qilin. Before parting, Shang Guanlan instructed in a detached tone, during the winter break, don't slack off and remember to attend the Emperor's soul training camp. Xiao Xingyu obediently nodded. The underworld Knight Qilin leaped high, passing through the black hole door, vanishing from Xiao Xingyu's sight and instantly transporting to the Imperial Palace's Night Lawn Hall. Xiao Xingyu stood alone in the villa courtyard, gazing at the pitch-black night, lost in thought. His mind replayed the scene of Shang Guanlan personally wiping his mouth. For a moment, Xiao Xingyu felt a warmth from Shang Guanlan that he had never experienced before. Having grown up without a mother, he did not fully understand what this warmth was. Master! Xiao Xingyu called out with his mind. The gray curse mark on his left shoulder emitted a faint glow. Shang Guantong's deep voice echoed directly in Xiao Xingyu's mind. What do you want to ask? What kind of person is Shang Guanlan? Shang Guantong took a moment to think, and his voice softened with a touch of warmth. Xiao Xingyu, it's time for me to tell you some stories about the dragon-slaying war. That night, Xiao Xingyu stayed awake, listening to Shang Guantong recount stories for the entire night. As an eyewitness to the dragon-slaying war, Shang Guantong's stories were filled with crucial information. Shang Guanlan and Xiao Lian were once lovers before the dragon-slaying war? On the night of the dragon-slaying war, Xiao Lian inexplicably betrayed Shang Guanlan? After the dragon-slaying war, Dragon Seer Fei left Shang Guanlan to follow Xiao Lian and help establish the Yen Alliance? These revelations confused Xiao Xingyu, as they seemed to lack any logical coherence. Especially Xiao Lian's betrayal of Shang Guanlan, which had no apparent reason. Despite their evident love for each other, they ended up in such a deadly conflict. The first ray of morning sunlight filtered through the window, casting on Xiao Xingyu's face, which was filled with puzzle. O Master, why did Xiao Lian betray Shang Guanlan? I don't know the reason, but I have a strong intuition. Perhaps, what I saw and what everyone on the battlefield saw were not the true historical facts. You mean? Xiao Xingyu, if you have doubts, do whatever it takes to investigate. After a moment of silence, Xiao Xingyu asked again, Master, according to what you saw and heard, was the Dragon King ceremony stopped? In my memory, the Dragon King ceremony was successfully stopped before Yin betrayed Lan. Really stopped? Now it was Shang Guantong's turn to be puzzled. What do you mean? Are you questioning my memory? Master, I have seen another form of Shang Guanlan. Her true form is an immensely powerful black dragon. Shang Guantong asked, clarify what color of dragon? A black, but not just any black. It's a black that is chillingly terrifying, I even hesitate to recall it. Shang Guantong fell into thought. Could it be? At that moment, Shangguantong began to doubt. Could the truth of history be that the Dragon King's ceremony was not stopped and the evil Dragon King was thus born? Lon, what exactly happened between you and Yin back then? Shangguantong was an eyewitness of the dragon-slaying war, and the truth he saw was only the tip of the iceberg. 1 week later. On a snowy morning. The final exams at Azure Dragon Academy start today. Xiao Xingyu was full of excitement because after the exams came the winter vacation and the spring festival. No student does not look forward to a vacation, and Xiao Xingyu was no exception. During the winter break, he planned to meet Xiao Liyan, attend the Imperial Soul Training Camp, and go on dates with Murong Xinshin. To him, the winter vacation was even busier than school, but he was thrilled about it. However, before the vacation began, a crisis awaited him. The path to becoming a king was bound to be full of thorns. At the entrance of Azure Dragon Academy, the crowd was bustling. Today was the day of the final exams, with school buses arriving one after another, taking students to their exam venues. Murong Yangshua chewed gum, looking around. Why hasn't Xingyu arrived yet? Yishimo pointed to the watch on her right wrist. I just called my brother. He said he was on the way. At that moment, Xiao Xingyu hurriedly crossed the road, taking tiny, nervous steps, and seemed to be carrying something in his arms. Murong Xinshin's usually stern face softened a bit. A 6 Jin. Xiao Xingyu arrived in front of Murong Xinshin and carefully unzipped his winter coat. In his arms was a lunchbox. This is breakfast I brought for you. Eat well so you have the energy for the exam. The lunchbox contained Xiao Ruoshue's handmade bamboo shoot and meat-filled dumplings. As Xiao Xingyu hurried here, he had kept the lunchbox warm inside his coat, so the dumplings were still steaming and the soft dough showed faint, appetizing oil stains. Xiao Ruoshue's dumplings were Murong Xinshin's favorite. Watching Xiao Xingyu personally feed Murong Xinshin dumplings, Murong Yangshua couldn't help but drool and remarked sourly. A little sister, I was wondering why you didn't have breakfast at home today. It turns out someone prepared breakfast for you. That's really enviable. Xiao Xingyu, brother Yangshua, do you want to try some? No, I've already had breakfast. Ahihi, I was just being polite. If you want some, there won't be enough 6 Jin left. Xiao Xingyu, you're a man who forgets his principles for the sake of appearances. Murong Yangshua placed his hands on his hips, puffed up like a resentful little wife. Brother Yangshua, why are you looking at me with that expression? It's like I've played with your feelings or something. Xingyu, didn't you notice any changes in me? Changes? At first, Xiao Xingyu didn't pay much attention, but upon closer inspection, he noticed something and couldn't help but show a delighted smile. Brother Yangshua, you've been promoted to a 3-star beast tamer. Congratulations. When did this happen? Murong Yangshua had 3-star badges hanging on his chest, and his face was beaming with pride. Yesterday afternoon, I just passed the assessment. After all, I'm the brother of your 6 Jin, I can't be left behind by my sister. Since his gap year trip, Murong Yangshua had curbed his playful nature and dedicated himself to studying and training. He finally passed the 3-star assessment before the end of the semester and became a 3-star beast tamer. With this, the overall strength of the Star Punishment Squad increased again. Captain Xiao Xingyu, 4-star real strength exceeds this. Member Murong Xinshin, 3-star. Member Murong Yangshua, 3-star. Member Yishimo, 2-star real strength exceeds this. As for Xiao Liyan, she was a student at Vermilion Bird Academy and couldn't join the Star Punishment Squad for the final exams. However, Xiao Liyan privately called Xiao Xingyu and said she would find a way to escape her father Xie Chong and brother Xie Weian's control and transfer directly from Vermilion Bird Academy to Azure Dragon Academy next semester, officially becoming a member of the Star Punishment Squad. Xiao Xingyu expressed his support for this because Xiao Liyan still had hope. As long as she distanced herself from the sinful Xie family, she would become a great partner. Currently, the Xie family was in turmoil and its downfall was imminent. With the Roxas Sect's destruction, Xie Chong had lost his trump card. However, the spirit soul would not be complacent. Only by finding evidence that Xie Chong was the former leader of the Roxas Sect could they completely destroy him. Xiao Xingyu also had a piece of inside information that no one else knew. Xie Chong was not the number one figure in the Roxas Sect. Above him was a real mastermind. A school bus stopped in front of Xiao Xingyu. The driver opened the window and shouted, "This bus is heading to Chiha village. Please relevant candidates get on the bus quickly." Chiha Village was the only SSS-level examination venue. The difficulty of the final exams could be chosen freely by the candidates. The Star Punishment Squad unanimously decided to challenge the highest difficulty.
Let's go, let's get on the bus.
The school bus started, driving into the suburbs and speeding along the mountain road. This bus, which could hold over 100 people, was eerily empty, with only Xiao Xingyu, Murong Xinxin, Murong Yangshua, and Yishimo on board. Other candidates had chosen lower difficulty venues. Time flew by and the sun set. As the bus entered a foggy forest, the howls resembling baby cries and the heavy raindrops beating on the roof felt like the sharp claws of malevolent spirits scratching and clawing. In the back row of the school bus, Xiao Xingyu held a paper map in his hands. The map depicted Chiha Village, marking all the major and minor paths, though some details remained unclear. The bus suddenly jolted violently, followed by a steep descent. The driver, while controlling the steering wheel, loudly warned, "Kids, after this steep downhill, you'll reach the entrance of Chiha Village. Uncle wishes you all the best for your exams and hopes you get an SSS rating." As the bus gradually came to a stop, Xiao Xingyu was the first to get off, followed by the other 3 members of the Star Punishment team. The driver turned the bus around and soon disappeared into the dark, rainy night. Xiao Xingyu looked ahead at the entrance to the village. A blood-red river meandered through the village like a terrifying centipede. On a dilapidated, decaying archway, the words Chiha Village were inscribed. Under the torrential rain, a large number of maggot-infested larvae seeped out, filled with demonic energy. SSS-level exam, haunted Chiha Village. Exam background: 1 week ago, the village was invaded by ghost-type magical beasts, resulting in heavy casualties. Exam task: some villagers are trapped inside? The examinees must search for survivors and escort them to Wangu City for refuge. Special reminder: ghost-type magical beasts exude ghost chi, which will cause a spiritual erosion and hallucinations to beastmasters. Examinees must remain cautious at all times. Help request: if facing life-threatening danger, immediately fire a distress signal for support. This will also be considered as an automatic forfeiture of the exam, resulting in a failing score. This was the final exam faced by the Star Punishment team, a challenge truly deserving of its SSS level rating. Murong Yangshua's expression was grim as he said quietly, "Everyone, we're about to enter the village. No matter what happens, we must stick together. If we get separated..." Yi Sherming's porcelain-like face lost its usual cheerfulness. "Yangshua, I understand. The ghost chi released by ghost-type magical beasts has strong hallucination effects. If we get separated, we could easily fall under the illusion's control." Murong Xinxin, with her calm demeanor, was a necromancer and unaffected by ghost chi. Xiao Xingyu, also a necromancer, had his nether Hades wolf, which was the natural nemesis of ghost-type beasts. Stay alert and do not stray from the team. The exam starts now. Xiao Xingyu led the way as the 4 of them passed under the village's archway and followed the blood-red river into the village's heart. Every corner of the village, on the withered tree branches, behind cracked walls, and in the dark wells, had glaring crimson ghost eyes watching the Star Punishment team's every move. As they walked, a massive windmill church appeared before Xiao Xingyu. The church's main door was covered in blood-red handprints. The church bells intermittently rang, echoing eerie cries. Murong Yangshua, holding a waterproof beastskin map and with a mini flashlight in his mouth, spoke indistinctly. "According to the map, this is the central area of Chiha Village, the Windmill Church." Yi Sherming speculated, perhaps some villagers are trapped inside the church. Xiao Xingyu nodded, "Let's go in and investigate, but remember to be very careful." Though Murong Xinxin remained silent, she quietly activated her spiritual power, summoning the curse-bone blood-bet beast in advance. A tree-shaped lightning bolt illuminated the night, revealing the creaking door of the Windmill Church. The giant bat's phantom flashed by, like a sentinel hanging upside down from the church's roof cross, its eyes burning with necromantic flames, unafraid of the storm's fury. Creak. Xiao Xingyu gently pushed open the church door. A strong smell of blood surged into his nostrils, creating a nauseating discomfort in his stomach. "There's a ghostly presence," Xiao Xingyu warned.
"Xingyu, someone's here."
The group gathered around Murong Yangshua and found 7 or 8 ragged adults lying in the back corner of the church. Heavens! What a gruesome sight, Yishimo couldn't help but exclaim, unable to look directly. These people were clearly villagers from Chiha Village, their bodies were stiff and covered in sharp-toothed scavenger worms. Their eye sockets were hollow, as if their eyeballs had been forcibly extracted by some horrifying force. Each corpse's face was frozen in a spasm of fear, reflecting the brutality of their final moments.
Bang!
A sharp, dull thud echoed as the church's main door slammed shut. The previously dim environment was suddenly filled with a blood-red glow. On the church's roof, a carnivorous flower with sharp fangs bloomed. Its petals swarmed with writhing flesh, and faintly, human skulls and tattered clothing could be seen among the grotesque mass. In an instant, blood-soaked footprints appeared everywhere, on the walls, floors, and the pulpit of the church. Suddenly, a trail of blood footprints advanced toward Yishimo's back. Yishimo dodged to the right. At Xiao Xingyu's warning, Yishimo swiftly reacted, leaping to the right just in time to evade a ghostly claws attack. After landing, she looked up. Despite being prepared, her physiological instincts caused goosebumps to rise all over her arms. In the center of the church stood a monster in a nun's habit. It was over 3 meters tall, its charred body covered in bloodstains left by curse-marked insects. With razor-sharp claws, it easily tore through walls, its pale eyes burning with bloodthirsty malice. The ghostly nun was a high-level ghost-type beast known for its stealth and surprise attacks. Murong Yangshua examined the creature with a professional eye, commenting with a mix of awe and critique, "A female ghost? Gotta say, her waist-to-hip ratio is impressive. That big but's perfect for having sons." Yishimo rolled her eyes and muttered, "Yangshua, you really have no standards. I think you're just starving." Xiao Xingyu thought clearly, privately deducing, these villagers in the church weren't killed by the ghostly nun. The eyes of the deceased have been removed, and the ghostly nun doesn't have a habit of collecting human eyes. A gust of wind overturned all the furniture in the church. The ghostly nun opened her beast-like mouth and spewed out hundreds of blood-tongue tendrils. Each tendril was covered in sharp barbs and deep blood grooves. In an instant, the church seemed to transform into a spider's lair, with countless blood-tongue tendrils weaving together to form large webs that trapped the Star Punishment team in a corner with no escape. Yishimo activated her beast-taming emblem, suddenly feeling drained and gasping for breath. "Not good, I'm losing my spiritual power." The church was filled with the ghostly nun's malevolent aura. The power of this aura could weaken a beast-tamer's spiritual energy and obstruct its flow. It also had a hallucinogenic effect. The church echoed with eerie laughter, and Murong Yangshua seemed to see black snakes emerging from the wall cracks. Murong Yangshua's greatest fear was snakes, a childhood trauma. Under the influence of the ghostly aura, he was hallucinating and saw his worst nightmare, king cobras, hissing at him with crimson tongues. Boom! The doors of the church shattered instantly as a streak of gray flame, like a speeding tank, crashed into the snarling ghost nun. With a sharp, piercing scream echoing through the church, the ghost nun slammed heavily onto the floor, her body twisted and broken, her left cheek reduced to powder by the gray flame. The gray flame contained immense power of the Grim Reaper. It was the SSS-class beast ability, Reaper's Judgment Flame. A colossal wolf-type beast appeared in the church, resembling the king of hell itself. It was wreathed in gray flames, and its limbs and chest were covered in thick necromantic armor. The uncovered parts of the armor were wrapped in sturdy ghostly chains that clanked and rubbed together in the storm, creating a haunting, prayer-like resonance. Yishimeng shouted excitedly, "Brother, is this the evolved dark foam?
It's so cool."
The Nether Hades wolf, looking comical, showed a hearty smile towards Yishimeng. She often fed it spicy strips, unlike Murong Yangshua, who had promised but failed to deliver over 100 tons of spicy strips. The extraordinary Nether Hades wolf completely overpowered the full-body ghost nun. A wolf's howl, booming like a bell, instantly dispelled all the ghostly energy within the church. The ghost nun tried to escape, crawling along the walls and attempting to jump out through the chimney on the roof. Crash! The ceiling shattered into powder, and the disaster bone bloodbat beast bit down on the ghost nun's neck, swallowing her whole. The ghost nun's screams, burned away by the necromantic flames, gradually faded, becoming nourishment for the disaster bone bloodbat beast. With the current Star Punishment squad, as long as Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin were present, full-body magical beasts were as vulnerable as ants. Moreover, both were necromantic beastmasters. Necromantic beasts were supremely effective against ghost-type beasts, like a flood extinguishing a fire. Just as the crisis seemed resolved, the church's floor began to tear apart. Creak, creak, creak tilde. Boom! The floor collapsed and the church disappeared. In the central area of Chiha village, only a bottomless pit remained.
Oh, where is this? It's so dark.
The church floor collapsed. Have we fallen underground? I have a feeling there's an eye watching us from the shadows. Xiao Xingyu activated the demon god's eye, instantly enhancing his perception. It looks like I was right. There's indeed an extraordinary level ghost-type beast. In the dark pit, a massive eye appeared. This crimson, bulging eye was located in the palm of a gigantic ghostly hand. It was this eye-hand combo that dragged the entire church into the abyss. A giant hand ghost eye, a ghost-type magical beast, extraordinary level, first stage, with a preference for consuming human eyeballs, possessing the SSS class beast ability, Blood Gaze. Xiao Xingyu remained calm, analyzing the beast's data panel with a relaxed tone. Suddenly, his brows furrowed slightly as the demon god's eye glowed with an eerie light. This aura? It's not pure ghostly energy. A cursed spirit mark? Xiao Xingyu's expression was grave. The situation seems a bit complex. There's a haunting in Chiha village, which seems to be related to the cursed spirit practitioners. Cursed spirit practitioners were a unique profession in Sakura country. They could control and command any ghost-type beast from a distance without signing a blood pact. Beneath the ground, where light was almost non-existent, the air was filled with a tidal-like ghostly aura that seeped into every pore of those present. At this moment, the visibility for the Star Punishment Squad relied entirely on the Nether Hades Wolf's divine flame of retribution. Top. The 5 fingers of the giant hand ghost eye were exceptionally agile, moving with the grace of someone playing a piano. When it exposed its palm, its horrifying eyeball bulged out, as if it wanted to pop out. Blood vessels like wriggling serpents connected to its round, bulging pupil. It loved to devour human eyeballs, and its bloodthirsty gaze was fixated on Xiao Xingyu. As a transcendent beast with considerable intelligence, the giant hand ghost eye sensed that the young man's eyes were extraordinary, a delicacy it had never experienced before. A mere aberrant ghost daring to harbor such vile thoughts about the eye of the Demon King was doomed to a tragic end. Xiao Xingyu's face was heavy with thought as he looked up at the grotesque and terrifying giant hand ghost eye, realizing the severity of the situation. As a member of the Imperial soul, Xiao Xingyu's sensitivity made him very alert and his thoughts exceptionally clear. I remember browsing through a lot of hot news after getting up in the morning. Recently, there have been haunting incidents not only in Chiha village within Dragon Kingdom. 18 villages and 7 towns near the Lingnan mountain range have also experienced hauntings. If it were just ghost-type beasts causing trouble, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it's a plot by Sakura country, then the situation is serious. Due to cultural differences, Dragon Kingdom would never cultivate cursed spirit practitioners or allow such a dirty and malevolent profession to have any development space. Neither country nor Shama had cursed spirit practitioners. Only Sakura country revered the profession, and within the country, cursed spirit practitioners were even treated better than traditional beast tamers. Xiao Xingyu's thoughts raced, and he even envisioned Yuheim's appearance. The members of Roxas Sect and Yuheim, their attire and behavior, all imitate Sakura country. The dark-type beasts they summon are also unique to Sakura country. Could it be? Xiao Xingyu bit his lip, coming to the worst conclusion. In the death prison of the Imperial soul, the lead of the 12 ghost generals, the Ghost Rat, had revealed the ultimate secret only to Xiao Xingyu before its death. The real number 1 figure of Roxas Sect was not the sect leader but someone else. In other words, the big boss behind Xiezhong was the true supreme leader of Roxas Sect. The connections between this information were far from coincidental. It seems necessary to contact Mr. and Sister Zhuang. Xingyu, be careful! Just as Xiao Xingyu was lost in thought, the giant hand ghost eye launched a swift attack against him. The gigantic hand, weighing over 10,000 tons, was raised high and then suddenly fell, bringing powerful wind pressure, aiming to crush Xiao Xingyu and then dig out his extraordinary eyes from the meat to serve as a delicious midnight snack. The giant hand ghost eye's calculation was good, but this time it had met Xiao Xingyu, and its plans were about to backfire. Adak Feng. Ahao Lechot. In the dark pit, the grey divine flame of retribution blazed fiercely. The earth cracked, the air froze, and a blood-red figure of Yama rose from the ground. The deep pit resembled a hell of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, everything felt so real. SSSSH. The lightning-fast Nether Hades wolf, with its cold and murderous wolf eyes, swung its massive claws in a sweeping motion. The sound of flesh being torn apart was particularly satisfying. The giant hand ghost's eye let out a mournful scream and it hurriedly retreated. The enormous eye in its palm was a mess of blood and flesh, with a wolf claw scar burning with flames. Yama's claw, one of Nether Hades wolf's combat skills, has no wind-up or delay, allowing it to deliver effective attacks at a speed that enemies can't react to. This was the terrifying performance of Dark Feng after its evolution. Its only past flaw was its bloodline quality. After modifying its epic bloodline to the divine quality of the Reaper's bloodline, its only flaw vanished, transforming it into a perfect beast. If one were to nitpick, it still lacked the flying ability of flying beasts. Regarding this, Xiao Xingyu also had a plan. Oh wow, Dark Feng can now deal critical damage with any random move? Murong Yangshua stood aside, showing an incredulous expression. The giant hand ghost's level was extraordinary body, first order, the same as Nether Hades Wolf. But with just one move, the giant hand ghost was heavily injured, and the surrounding ghost aura was instantly reduced by half. In Xiao Xingyu's demon god eye, the blood bar above the giant hand ghost's head was also at half. Nether Hades Wolf showed a contemptuous expression, directly lying down to nap. After the bloodline modification, Nether Hades Wolf's overall character remained unchanged but with a slight difference. The Reaper's bloodline symbolizes unmatched pride, even a heart that surpasses the heavens. When Nether Hades Wolf encounters a beast it can crush, it develops a sense of aversion. It expressed to the giant hand ghost, "You don't even have the right to die by my hand, by napping on the spot." The pain turned into shame and then escalated into anger. The giant hand ghost let out an ear-piercing roar, and the surrounding ghost aura thickened once more. The eyeball with the wolf claw mark in its palm shook violently. "A brother, I'll help you." Yi Shimeng finally succeeded in starting the Beastmaster's emblem, summoning the purebred phoenix-type beast, the Golden Feather Phoenix. "A phoenix breath, burn it." The Golden Feather Phoenix opened its mouth and spewed golden phoenix flames, illuminating the entire pit. The giant hand ghost reacted quickly, moving sideways to avoid the phoenix breath, while using its crimson eyes to lock onto the Golden Feather Phoenix.
What's going on?"
What Yi Shimeng saw was beyond her understanding. The Golden Feather Phoenix's speed suddenly dropped significantly, and it struggled to maintain even basic flight. In the next moment, the giant hand ghost grabbed the Golden Feather Phoenix's neck, and its eyes overflowed with madness. Murong Xinshin activated her spiritual energy. The Calamity Bone Blood-Bat beast moved through the darkness, showing its sharp fangs as it fiercely bit into the giant hand ghost. As the pain hit, the giant hand ghost lightly slapped, sending both the Golden Feather Phoenix and the Calamity Bone Blood-Bat beast flying.
"A sister-in-law, thank you."
Amimi, my beast's movement speed has also decreased. The movement speed of both the Golden Feather Phoenix and the Calamity Bone Blood-Bat beast drastically reduced, akin to a Waterloo. Due to the slow movement speed, they couldn't maintain flight and slowly fell to the ground. Xiao Xingyu's voice came, clarifying the situation for everyone. This is its SSS-level beast skill, Blood Gaze. When Blood Gaze is activated, units targeted by its gaze will have their movement speed reduced by 90% for 10 seconds. The cooldown for this skill is 5 minutes. Moreover, when it is attacked, this skill's cooldown is instantly refreshed. Yi Shimi exclaimed, "Such an outrageous beast skill? A 90% movement speed reduction is like being forced to stand still." Muru Xin furrowed her brows. "Every time we attack it, it can refresh the cooldown for Blood Gaze. This means our beasts will constantly be under a 10% movement speed." The Golden Feather Phoenix and the Calamity Bone Blood-Bat were in this predicament, their movement slowed to 10%, making them as ineffective as a paralyzed villager. With only 10% of their original speed, many of their battle skills were difficult to execute. However, the Giant Hand Demon's speed remained unaffected. It used its speed advantage to easily strike the Golden Feather Phoenix and the Calamity Bone Blood-Bat. Muru Xin channeled her energy, and the Calamity Bone Blood-Bat's bones rapidly grew, forming a wall of white bones to temporarily block the Giant Hand Demon's attacks. As the giant palm continued to strike, the white bone wall developed cracks as dense as a swarm of ants. "Sis, Meng, don't panic, I'm here to support." Muru Yangshua had just been promoted to the 3rd tier, and his Thunderstorm Griffin had evolved, perfectly timed to make a dramatic appearance. But before he could activate his beast emblem, a brilliant thunderbolt descended. The roar of the Qilin shook the giant hand demon's spirit. The evolved Thunder Jade Qilin appeared beside Xiao Xingyu. It was enveloped in a golden-blue electric current, resembling a writhing snake or the divine hair of a deity. Its eyes, sparkling with dazzling electric light, exuded a sacred and solemn aura. Every time its iron hooves stomped the ground, explosive thunder rumbled through the night sky. At its forehead was a deep blue jade, surrounded by intricate and mysterious auspicious runes. This was the evolved form of the Thunder Jade Qilin, Thunder Fury Qilin beast. Compared to its pre-evolved state, the most notable change was its entire body bathed in golden blue lightning. This SSS-level beast skill, Divine Sky Thunder, was the world's only golden blue lightning, showcasing the nobility and dominance of the purebred Qilin bloodline to the fullest. This powerful beast skill was obtained from the Thunderstorm Amber Flower provided by Shangguan Qian. Xiao Xingyu's demon eye could see the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast's data panel, which was endlessly fascinating to him, causing him to smile with paternal satisfaction. The Thunder Fury Qilin Beast, having entered the Transcendent Realm, embodied the heaven-defying strength of the purebred Qilin bloodline. From the data panel alone, its combat power was not much less than that of the Nether Hades wolf. The giant hand demon's large eyes darted around, showing signs of panic. The three major bloodlines, Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, exerted mental pressure on other bloodline beasts. Every step of the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast shook the ground, accompanied by thunderous explosions in the night sky. The giant hand demon steadied itself and used its skill again, Blood Gaze, targeting the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast. A trivial tricks. Xiao Xingyu lightly channeled his energy, triggering the perfect blood pact, with golden blue arcs dancing between his fingertips. The majestic Qilin tattoo extended from his robust right chest to cover half of his right face. At this moment, Xiao Xingyu was enveloped in a cold, eerie electric light, his flowing black hair lifted upward. This added a primal wildness to his originally graceful and handsome demeanor, as if he were a thunder deity from the heavens. Muru Yangshua covered one eye, helplessly commenting, "Xingyu, tone down your divine power, you're going to blind my eyes with all that lightning." Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the massive Thunder Fury Qilin Beast vanished from its spot. In the depths of the pit, a gold and blue lightning flashed wildly, bouncing and darting around. As the rage meter continued to rise, the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast's speed increased even further, leaving behind multiple afterimages. In Murong Xinshin and the others' view, countless gold and blue lightning bolts wove a massive web in the darkness, illustrating just how extraordinarily fast the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast was moving. Yishimo, with curiosity all over her face and twin tails swaying in the wind, said, "It's so strange." At first, it was clearly locked by the blood gaze of the giant hand ghost eye. Why isn't the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast's speed affected? Murong Yangshua had the same question in his mind. I'm curious too.
I've got it.
Murong Xinshin's eyes flashed with realization. The Thunder Fury Qilin Beast didn't actually evade the blood gaze. The effect of the blood gaze still applies. But Yishimo, catching on belatedly, exclaimed in surprise, her twin tails bouncing up and down.
I get it now.
What we're seeing is the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast with its speed reduced by 90%. At this moment, the truth was revealed. Under the influence of the blood gaze, the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast still maintained its speed while leaving countless afterimages. This led the three members of the Star Punishment Squad to initially believe that the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast had evaded the blood gaze.
Incredible.
Since what we're seeing is a Thunder Fury Qilin Beast with 90% of its speed reduced, then its true speed. I can't even begin to imagine. The members of the Star Punishment Squad were left stunned, only able to see the ceaseless lightning flashes and feeling a shiver run down their spines. Just how terrifying would the Thunder Fury Qilin Beast's full speed be? Only Xiao Xingyu, as its master, knew the answer. In the world of martial arts, speed is the ultimate key. The dazzling gold and blue lightning suddenly burst from the depths of the pit, shooting into the sky. Above the clouds, a phantom of the enraged Qilin appeared. Otanda artifactu tanda Gotama. Xiao Xingyu's calm voice, like the judgment of the Lord of Hell, struck terror into the giant hand ghost eye's soul. In the night sky, a torrential downpour began. Gold and blue lightning gathered, forming the shape of a massive warhammer. This was the essence of the SSS-level beast ability, Divine Sky Thunder, which could freely change forms and create various types of thunder artifacts. Xiao Xingyu's fingertips, covered in arcs of electricity, pointed downward as he gently tapped the air charged with anger. A thunderous roar from the Qilin echoed through the night sky as the Thunder God Hammer descended from the heavens. In an instant, the ground was shattered, and the once narrow pit transformed into a dry lakebed. The Thunder God Hammer struck down with devastating force on the trembling giant hand ghost eye. The impact caused absolute destruction, generating a terrifying thunderstorm. Smoke billowed, and convulsing electric snakes swirled through the air. The giant hand ghost eye was reduced to a pile of meat sludge, dispersed by the wind, leaving behind only a black, beastly crystal core. The Thunder Fury Qilin Beast, having reverted to its original form, returned to Xiao Xingyu's side. It proudly showed its teeth while chewing on the Jade Coffin Thunderstone, indicating that the battle was merely a small challenge for it. The strength of the Thunder Fury Qilin beast came from two sources: the newly acquired SSS-level beast ability, Divine Sky Thunder, after evolving into an extraordinary form, and the perfect blood bond it shared with Xiao Xingyu. With the battle over, Xiao Xingyu withdrew his spiritual energy, and the Qilin tattoo on his body faded away like receding tides, the lightning in his eyes dissipating with the wind. A few. Xiao Xingyu exhaled a deep breath. That was close, everyone. We almost got counterattacked by the giant hand ghost eyes. Yishimo, quite the close call, indeed. Murong Yangshuo, giant hand ghost eyes, haha, how could I have the honor to almost counterattack your esteemed self? Murong Xinshin, Xingyu, I'm curious. At this stage, between the Nether Hades wolf and the Thunder Fury Qilin beast, which is stronger? Xiao Xingyu, caught between the Nether Hades wolf and the Thunder Fury Qilin beast, looked troubled.
It's a tie.
Xiao Xingyu, the new generation's master of beast taming. The previous generation's master was Xiao Lian, who, before the Dragon Slayer War, had raised 7 dragons. From Monday to Sunday, he praised one each day, ensuring all were equally favored, a true practice of rain and dew. The debate on whether the Nether Hades wolf or the Thunder Fury Qilin beast is stronger varies among people. However, both beasts share a common feature: on high-level arenas, they instill a profound fear in enemies, leading to their immediate ban calls. Hot knowledge: in 6-star tier and above arena battles, rules often add a clause where both sides can ban any of the opponent's beasts, or even more. In the future, whenever Xiao Xingyu steps onto the arena, the opponents will prioritize banning the Nether Hades wolf and the Thunder Fury Qilin beast, underscoring the terrifying deterrent power of these beasts. Xiao Xingyu retrieved the monster crystal core from the giant hand ghost eyes and, with the Star Punishment Squad members, quickly left the deep pit and returned to the surface. In the early morning at Red River Village, the rain had yet to cease. The Blood River overflowed, and ghostly mists pervaded the area. Holding the monster crystal core, Xiao Xingyu used the lightning splitting the night sky to clearly see the curse mark on its surface, resembling a blooming cherry blossom. This was evidence of the curse warlock's sinister work. Xiao Xingyu moved to a tree and blew a whistle. A blood crow flew from the darkness and perched on Xiao Xingyu's shoulder. In Red River Village, plagued by numerous ghost-type monsters and lacking network signals, Xiao Xingyu had to use this method to contact Emperor Soul.
Is the Sir available?
The Sir is not here. Aren't you in the middle of your final exams?
What's the problem?
At the Emperor Soul office in the dossier room. A blood crow also perched on the windowsill. Nie Hongzhuang, with 2 dark circles under her eyes, worked alone by the lamp, burning the midnight oil as she reviewed various serious case files, such as the plight of a working person.
Sis Shuang, I've encountered some issues.
Xiao Xingyu briefly described what he had seen and his speculations. Upon hearing this, Nie Hongzhuang set aside the dossier with a serious expression.
Xiao Xingyu, this is a matter of great importance.
Quickly send that monster crystal core with the cherry blossom curse mark to the Emperor Soul office. This will give me grounds to issue an emergency investigation order and dispatch support to you.
Understood.
Xiao Xingyu handed the monster crystal core to the blood crow. The blood crow opened its mouth, took the monster crystal core, and flapped its black feathers, preparing to take off.
By the way, Sis Shuang, I have some other questions that need your help with.
All right, I'll look into it as soon as possible and let you know. With that, their call ended, and the blood crow flew off from Xiao Xingyu's shoulder, disappearing into the gloomy rain and mist, aiming to deliver the monster crystal core to Nie Hongzhuang as quickly as possible. Xiao Xingyu rejoined his team. The 4 of them gathered again and resumed examining the beast skin map. Yi Shimeng frowned, pointing at the map and said, "The scale of this map seems incorrect. The actual area of Chiha village far exceeds our expectations." Murong Xinshin nodded in agreement. The village is too large, and it's the dead of night with a torrential rain. If we encounter a few more giant-handed demons, it will severely impede our rescue progress.
In that case, we must conduct targeted search and rescue operations.
Xiao Xingyu prepared to activate the demon god's eye to use its X-ray vision to pinpoint the exact locations of survivors in the village, which would save a lot of trouble. At this moment, Murong Yangshuo suddenly stepped forward, patting his chest, looking like he wanted to write the word of confidence on his face with a marker.
Finding the survivors' locations is up to me.
Brother Yangshuo, are you reliable?
Hey, you little girl, who are you looking down on?
Murong Yangshua's spiritual energy surged as he activated his Beastmaster emblem, summoning a beastman-shaped demon cat. The demon cat was dressed in Taoist purple cloud robes, carried a peachwood sword, and had a red string tied around its waist with a bagua mirror hanging from it. This was the purple cursed demon cat, a new beast companion Murong Yangshua had contracted during his previous gap-year trip. Taiji. The purple cursed demon cat's nostrils twitched and it frowned, its voice hoarse.
Master, what is this place?
The ghostly aura is so heavy. The purple cursed demon cat's talent was demon banishment and ghost slaying, making it highly sensitive to ghostly energy. Taiji, our star penalty squad is undergoing a final exam and needs to rescue the survivors in the village. I hope you can fight alongside us. Master, you know that right now. The purple cursed demon cat lowered its head, showing an expression of guilt and helplessness. Murong Yangshua smiled heartily, soothingly speaking, I understand that you can't fight against magical beasts due to past traumas. But fighting side by side doesn't always mean battling. What we need now is your yin-yang eyes to precisely locate the positions of the surviving humans and avoid routes densely populated by ghost-type magical beasts. Xiao Xingyu smiled faintly, murmuring to himself, I almost forgot that Master Cat's sister has this eye technique. It seems I won't need to waste the demon god's eye's power. Alright then, I will do my best. While the purple cursed demon cat couldn't engage in real combat, using its yin-yang eyes to assist the star penalty squad with their final exam would be a breeze.
Yin-yang fusion, open the heavenly eye.
The purple cursed demon cat used its two cute, soft paws to form seals, and its eyes glowed with dual yin-yang flames. In its vision, the vast terrain of Chiha village turned into a transparent 3D map. On the map, black flames fluttered everywhere. Each black flame represented a ghost-type magical beast. The more flames, the more ghost-type magical beasts were roaming that path. The stronger the flames, the higher the level of the ghost-type magical beasts. In addition to the black flames, there were faint red flames in certain corners of the map, marking the survivors. Master, I can see everything clearly. There are 3 locations in the village where survivors remain, with a total number of 569 people. Murong Yangshua nodded excitedly, Taiji, as expected of you. Keep analyzing the rescue routes and avoid the areas with high concentrations of magical beasts as much as possible.
Understood.
The purple cursed demon cat smiled, using its claws as if they were a pen to outline the best rescue route on the beast skin map. It was pleased, thinking it was finally able to help its benefactors. Xingyu, you seem preoccupied, Murong Xinshin observed, always quick to notice fluctuations in Xiao Xingyu's mood. Don't you find the number of survivors strange?
Xiao Xingyu asked.
Murong Xinshin was taken aback. I hadn't thought about it until you mentioned it. It does seem odd. With the massive invasion of ghost-type magical beasts in Chiha village, it's surprising that over 500 people are still alive. Are these ghost-type beasts really so merciful?
Or could it be?
Murong Xinshin was more perceptive than she appeared. After a moment of thought, she displayed a look of astonishment. Xingyu, are you suggesting that these ghost-type beasts intentionally spared the villagers to lure beast tamers like us into rescuing them? A6 Jean, do you remember how we were supposed to pass our final exam? Rescue the surviving villagers from Chiha village and relocate them to Wangu City.
Wait.
Relocate them to Wangu City. Murong Xinshin's beautiful eyes met Xiao Xingyu's, and Xiao Xingyu grabbed her hand, his face clouded with a serious expression. Although it's just a final exam, we might have stumbled into a dangerous conspiracy.
Boom!
A rumble of thunder intensified the storm. Master, the route is planned. This is the best path, and we might only encounter some stray lower-tier ghost-type magical beasts along the way.
Gazy, well done.
Murong Yangshua smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to pat the purple-cursed demon cat on the head. Petting a cat was a human instinct. Although it was the first time the purple-cursed demon cat was petted by a human, it didn't mind and even felt a warm sensation in its heart. Despite being temporarily useless and unable to fight magical beasts, Murong Yangshua still unreservedly contracted it, respecting it, and treating it as an important partner rather than just a combat tool. This kindness was something the demon cat had always remembered.
Gazy, with you here, we can finish the final exam faster.
Seeing Murong Yangshua's smile, the purple-cursed demon cat's mouth also curved up slightly, thinking, is this what it feels like to be needed by the master?
It's wonderful.
The emotional scars from the previous master were slowly healing under the care of the new one. Without delay, the Xingfa team began their rescue work according to the route planned by the purple cursed demon cat. Within 10 minutes, the team rescued the first checkpoint's survivors, totaling 137 people. In less than half an hour, the survivors hidden in the second checkpoint were successfully rescued, numbering 253. Yishimo praised, "Thanks to AZ, our rescue speed is incredible." Murong Yangshua, holding the map, was thrilled. Only one checkpoint left. We'll reach it after crossing the bridge ahead." The Xingfa team split into two groups, with Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinqin leading the way. Yishimo and Murong Yangshua followed at the rear, remaining vigilant against the encroaching darkness. "Be careful on the slippery bridge, villagers," Xiao Xingyu warned in a low voice. Crack! As the survivors reached the center of the bridge, the marble slabs beneath them suddenly cracked open. In an instant, the river boiled with blood, and dozens of water ghost monkey beasts emerged from the raging water. Although these monkey beasts were of a lower level, mature stage, third tier, the bridge was crowded with villagers who were defenseless. They were just ordinary humans, without any beast protectors. As soon as they were scratched by the claws of the water ghost fox monkeys, the ghostly energy would invade their organs, turning them into dried-up corpses. Murong Yangshua's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked, "Geizi, what's going on?" The cursed cat demon, in a panic, had cold sweat on its face and said, "It's my fault, I forgot to check the riverbed." Previously, the cursed cat demon had used its yin-yang eyes to check the distribution of beasts on the surface, but had neglected the riverbed. The bridge continued to make the sound of cracking stones, and the survivors screamed and stumbled. A large number of water ghost fox monkeys charged towards the collapsing bridge. Seeing this, the cursed cat demon was filled with guilt, with its eyes reddening. At that moment, a figure, not particularly tall, stood in front of the cursed cat demon. "Az, it's just one mistake, don't dwell on it. You can't fight, stay behind me, I'll protect you." The cursed cat demon bit its lip, and the slight salty taste indicated that it was tears, not rainwater. The duty of a beast is to protect its beast master, but now the beast master was protecting the beast. The cursed cat demon, aside from feeling moved, also felt a deep sense of shame. It turned its neck, looking at the water ghost fox monkeys clawing and snapping on the river surface. Summoning its courage, it tried to create a fire talisman to burn these arrogant monsters, but it failed. The cursed cat demon lowered its head, tears streaming down. "I'm truly damned." Whenever it tried to fight, memories of its former master's actions and the pain and torment experienced in the beast arena would resurface. Xiao Xingyu had to activate the demon god's eye, maxing out his perception. The ghost-type beasts wandering in other parts of the village have heard the commotion here and will soon come to surround us. "I've left Dark Fang behind to cover us, we must keep moving." Xiao Xingyu's mind was clear, and he immediately summoned the celestial soul vine. The silver vines rebuilt a wide bridge, helping the survivors cross the blood river. Yishimo expressed concern, "Brother, is it too dangerous to leave Dark Fang behind?" On the damaged bridge, only the Nether Hades wolf remained. As a large number of ghost-type beasts surrounded the bridge, the Nether Hades wolf lay on the bridge in an extremely relaxed posture, with a lazy look in its eyes, even yawning. Before long, the Nether Hades wolf began to snore thunderously, sleeping soundly. To the ghost-type beasts, this was a humiliating mockery. The anger ignited the boiling blood river, and all the ghost-type beasts surged forward. They opened their foul mouths, revealing sharp teeth, and frantically tore at the Nether Hades wolf. As time passed, horrifying scenes unfolded one after another. A water ghost fox monkey, which was tearing at the wolf's tail, suddenly exploded, turning into a black mist in the storm. Soon, one by one, the water ghost fox monkeys died in bizarre ways. In just 10 minutes, over 100 ghost-type beasts met their end, and even if their souls went to hell, they would be puzzled and unable to understand how they died. The blood river calmed, and all the ghost-type beasts that had been tearing at the Nether Hades wolf were annihilated. The Nether Hades wolf stood up, stretched its back, and felt refreshed after a nap. This was the miraculous power of the Death God bloodline. Nether Hades wolf activated its passive ability, Revenge of the Death God. Any damage dealt to Nether Hades wolf by enemy units causes 50% of that damage to be reflected back onto the enemies. The health bar of low-tier ghost-type magical beasts was dangerously short. Nether Hades wolf's health bar was longer than Shangguanlan's leg. Moreover, Nether Hades wolf's demonic power continually provided substantial healing, while its undead attributes added a thick shield. Overall, the damage inflicted by those low-tier ghost-type beasts on Nether Hades wolf felt like mere scratches. Instead, their own thin health bars couldn't withstand the backlash from Revenge of the Death God, leading to their demise one by one. The Death God, never using any active combat skills, relied solely on its passive ability, Revenge of the Death God, to wipe out all the low-tier ghost-type magical beasts. Under the stormy night, Nether Hades' wolf, exuding a deathly aura, stomped on the souls of ghost-type beasts as it descended the bridge slope, heading towards a meeting with Xiao Xingyu. I found them. There are 179 of them, not one missing. Don't panic, villagers. We are Beastmasters from Azure Dragon Academy, here to rescue you from the village. The last group of survivors were hiding in the shrine of Qi River Village. So far, all 569 fortunate souls in the village had been located by the Star Punishment team. The next task was to escort them out of the village. Xingyu, I'm worried about Dark Feng. Before Murong Xinshin could finish her sentence, Nether Hades' wolf had appeared behind her, sticking out its large tongue with a cute, expectant look as if asking for spicy strips. At what level has Dark Feng reached? Murong Xinshin didn't dare to speculate. She knew that the magical beasts raised by Xiao Xingyu, like him, were exceptional among the exceptional. Taiji, don't worry about the previous mistake. We won't blame you. Murong Yangshua first comforted the downcast purple cursed demon cat and then encouraged her, next, use your yin-yang eyes to plan the best route to Wangu City. Okay. Purple cursed demon cat activated her yin-yang eyes once again, gaining a perspective like that of a deity. Her vision covered not only Qi River Village but also the surrounding mountains. No matter where the ghost-type magical beasts were, how many there were, or their levels. Everything was within the scope of purple cursed demon cat's vision. A master, I have planned the best route. This route avoids higher-level ghost-type magical beasts as much as possible and is a shortcut. We can reach the southern gate of Wangu City before dawn. Murong Yangshua smiled gently, Taiji, you're the best. Purple cursed demon cat thought to herself, this time, I've missed no details with my vision. I've checked all the corners of the mountains and rivers we'll pass through. There shouldn't be any unexpected issues. Yishimeng cheerfully urged, villagers, stay close and keep your formation. Don't get separated. Our Star Punishment team will definitely get you to Wangu City before dawn. Wait. A figure suddenly blocked the team's path. It was the leader of the Star Punishment team, Xiao Xingyu. Yishimeng looked puzzled and asked, brother, is there a problem? We're not going to Wangu City anymore. Xiao Xingyu's words not only puzzled Yishimo and Murong Yangshua, but also left the newly rescued villagers confused, sparking a wave of discussion. An elderly, stooped man with a weathered face stepped forward from the group of survivors. He was the village chief of Chiha Village, Chen Mingwa. Everyone, be quiet and stop making a fuss. Chen Mingwa coughed violently, raising his hand to signal the villagers to calm down and stop the commotion. The village chief, being a sensible person, first controlled the situation before speaking with Xiao Xingyu. Benefactor, the nearest major city to Chiha Village is Wangu City. I also heard that several nearby villages have been invaded by ghost-type magical beasts and the survivors have all fled to Wangu City. If we don't go to Wangu City, where else can we go? Xiao Xingyu raised his hand and pointed towards the east. Fenghai City. The mention of Fenghai City caused the villagers, who had just quieted down, to erupt in uproar again. Fenghai City? Did I hear that right? Benefactor, shouldn't you reconsider? Fenghai City is too far away. It's better to go to Wangu City. Exactly. The villagers reacted strongly against Xiao Xingyu's choice, expressing their reluctance and confusion. Yishimo approached with a beastskin map in her hands. Brother, the distance from Chiha Village to Fenghai City is 2.5 times the distance to Wangu City. In terms of time, it's indeed not cost-effective. Murong Yangshua added quietly. Ashimo is right, and going to Fenghai City means we'll have to pass through the Blood Mist Forest to the east of the village. According to Aziz's yin-yang eye detection, there are quite a few ghost-type magical beasts in that forest. Xingyu, you should consider this carefully. Xiao Xingyu's attitude was resolute. My decision is made. If not Wangu City, then Fenghai City. Murong Xinshin stood by Xiao Xingyu's side. I support going to Fenghai City. I'm not going to Fenghai City. It's too far, and we might encounter magical beasts on the way. I'm scared, I'm not going. I'm not going either. I'll only go to Wangu City. Benefactor, we're grateful for saving us, but if we encounter magical beasts on the way to Fenghai City and get eaten, won't your efforts in saving us be in vain? The villagers reacted strongly, not wanting to risk traveling to the distant Fenghai City. From their perspective, this was understandable. At a critical moment, Chen Mingwa stamped his foot and roared in a weathered voice, "Quiet!" The chaotic crowd reluctantly quieted down, and everyone turned to the esteemed village chief. "Don't forget, we are only mere mortals with limited vision. Our benefactors are beastmasters, especially this Lord Xiao, who is a black official of the Imperial Academy. Haven't you read about his legendary deeds in the newspapers?" Chen Mingwa's words calmed the previously agitated villagers. "You can choose as you wish, I, an old man, can't control you. But I choose to unconditionally trust Lord Xiao." Having said this, Chen Mingwa walked unsteadily to Xiao Xingyu's side. "I will follow you to Fenghai City." "The village chief." Xiao Xingyu didn't know what to say, only managing a smile and a nod in response. After a brief silence, the villagers began to make their choices. "I'm not going to Forgetful City. I'll go to Fenghai City." Me too, following Lord Xiao is certainly the right choice." In the end, everyone chose to follow Xiao Xingyu. At that moment, they were unaware that it was the best decision they would ever make in their lives, without exception. "Maintain formation, let's go." The rain-drenched night had enveloped Chiha village in a decaying darkness. The Star Punishment Squad summoned their beasts, remaining vigilant as they escorted the villagers towards Fenghai City. On the way, Xiao Xingyu couldn't help but ask, "Yangshua, Meng, my decision led to us failing the final exam and has put you all in trouble." "Xingyu, what are you saying?" "Trouble? Don't you think of me as a brother?" Murong Yangshua looked at Xiao Xingyu with a reproachful gaze. Yi Shiming's face always wore an optimistic smile as she said sweetly, "Brother, you must have your reasons for making this decision. Meng will follow you and listen to you." Since they became sworn siblings, Yi Shiming had always listened to Xiao Xingyu, never causing him any concern. Murong Xinxin's voice came through, "We're just ahead of the Blood Mist Forest. This path is the most dangerous, so everyone stay alert." The main force entered the eerie forest. Every tree was covered in blood-red branches and leaves. The muddy ground emitted a mist that mixed with the blood trees, giving off a sinister aura. Svishvlenka. Suddenly, numerous ghostly figures appeared, emitting sharp howls. Xiao Xingyu commanded, "Maintain formation and keep the villagers in the center. Engage the enemy." The combat power of the Star Punishment Squad was often underestimated. Ghost-type beasts below the full-body level posed no threat to them and merely provided experience. The Nether Hades Wolf and Thunderstorm Qilin beast led the charge, unstoppable and fierce. A Hellfire Lotus and a Thunder Trident easily penetrated and exterminated a group of audacious ghost beasts, reducing the ghostly concentration in the Blood Mist Forest by 2/3. The Purple Curse Demon Cat looked at Xiao Xingyu's upright figure and couldn't help but comment, "There are indeed a lot of beasts on this path, making it dangerous. But for a benefactor, it is the beasts that are truly at risk." 1 hour later. The strong wind gradually subsided, and the heavy rain turned into a light drizzle. In the Blood Mist Forest, the lingering souls of the ghostly beasts' remains floated like ghostly flames, gently swaying. Yi Shiming, sucking on a lollipop to replenish her energy, said, "Brother, we're almost at the exit of the Blood Mist Forest." Murong Yangshua wiped the sweat from his forehead, showing a relieved smile. "Xingyu, once we get out of the Blood Mist Forest, the rest of the journey to Fenghai City will be smooth sailing. It's just a matter of time." At that moment, both Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinxin maintained serious and solemn expressions. Whoosh! A chill swept in and killing intent surged. A three-pronged bone spear, wrapped in dense ghostly energy, shot through the mist left by the rain, aiming for village chief Chen Mingwa's throat. Boom tilde. A bolt of golden blue lightning descended from the sky, transforming into a giant lightning hand that instantly grasped the incoming three-pronged bone spear. The Thunder Giant's hand exerted a slight force, shattering the three-pronged bone fork into dust that was swept away by the wind. The Thunder Claw technique was one of the battle skills of the Thunderstorm Qilin beast. Qilin tattoos reappeared on Xiao Xingyu's body, and lightning flickered in his eyes. He turned slightly to meet Mu Rongxin's gaze. They understood each other without words. This was the edge of the Blood Mist Forest, also the eastern border of Chiha village. They were so close to the main road leading to Fenghai City. The appearance of a powerful enemy seemed to announce a forbidden rule. "Rule, you have no choice but to flee to Wangu City." The sudden rain had just stopped and a hurricane arose again. The Blood Mist Forest seemed to be enveloped and crushed by an invisible ghostly hand. The villagers' souls were overwhelmed, their knees weak, and they collapsed in fear.
Ghosts. A help?
My intestines, ah. The surging ghostly aura pervaded the forest, causing hallucinations among the villagers. Each person's face was marked with deep, bone-chilling terror. They saw various twisted and deformed ghosts, or witnessed their own intestines and organs being forcibly extracted by skeletal claws. However, in the real world, these villagers had not suffered any external attacks and had no wounds. What they saw was merely a hallucination caused by the invasion of ghostly aura into their brains. These hallucinations were so close to reality that the villagers were unable to extricate themselves, suffering extreme mental torment. Several elderly villagers, including village chief Chenmingua, experienced severe breathing difficulties, their faces turning red, with one foot already in the gates of the underworld. It was proven that people could indeed be scared to death. This was also why ghost-type magical beasts were difficult to deal with. After all, what people find most challenging is not necessarily the enemy but the fear within their own hearts. Fear is the source of ghosts. Xiao Xingyu activated the beast-taming crest, and the summoning array emitted a brilliant light. A silver vine, like a small snake, wrapped around Xiao Xingyu's right hand.
Xiaoyin, purify.
The heavenly soul vine gently twisted its enchanting body, releasing a large number of silver fireflies. As the villagers inhaled the silver fireflies, they instantly escaped the illusion and returned to reality.
I'm not dead.
Just now, I saw my intestines being pulled out by a bloody ghostly hand.
Was it a dream? Oh, we're still alive.
A voice with overwhelming pressure echoed through the blood-mist forest. A young man, your beast can actually purify ghostly illusions.
Impressive.
Xiao Xingyu looked up, his gaze icy, and his energy pool surged. Not far away, on the treetops, stood a tall and imposing ghostly figure. It had a humanoid body structure, with blackened skin. The cracks on its skin seemed to flow with molten lava, emitting a chilling ghostly aura. 8 thick arms, their muscles taut, displayed a brutal aesthetic under the dim moonlight. Each wrist was adorned with golden bracelets, and it wore bulky warrior pants, with a red sash tied around its waist. This attire resembled that of a samurai from Sakura country. Xiao Xingyu spoke, "This is a transcendent body, Tier 3, Ghost General plus Beastman Magical Beast, the 8-armed mountain demon. Its strength should not be underestimated, everyone be cautious." The transcendent body, Tier 3, meant that it was only a step away from reaching the Beast King body, Tier 1. The 8-armed mountain ape was of a higher level than all the Beastmasters trained by the Star Punishment Squad. The Nether Hades wolf's eyes burned with fierce rage. The Thunder Rage Qilin beast raised its iron hooves, its body crackling with dazzling electric sparks. Only when faced with such formidable enemies did these two beasts show a serious combat posture. Xiao Xingyu shook his head and ordered, "Dark Feng, Le Gu, retreat." At Xiao Xingyu's command, the two beasts, begrudgingly, turned into streaks of light and returned to their Beastmaster emblems. For the past hour, the Nether Hades Wolf and Thunder Rage Qilin beast had been clearing the way for the villagers, engaging in direct combat with the demon-type magical beasts they encountered along the way. Due to their exhaustion, they were not fit to face the fully energized 8-armed mountain ape.
Afreya.
Xiao Xingyu activated the summoning array, and spiritual energy surged. The holy angel in light form, with 6 wings burning with holy light, appeared beside Xiao Xingyu, wielding the starry Xianyao sword. The brilliant starlight illuminated the blood-mist forest, dispelling the haze and darkness. On the 8-armed mountain ape's ferocious and arrogant face, a mocking expression appeared. "Do you low-tier beastmasters still have the courage to challenge me? Youth truly has its own recklessness." As one disaster passed, another followed. Bad news arrived. Yishimo was panic-stricken, her body stiff.
"Brother, Yangshua is missing."
Xiao Xingyu and Murong Xinshin both turned around. Murong Yangshua had vanished as if he had evaporated from the mortal world. Murong Xinshin's eyes flickered, her mind restless.
"He was just here, how could this happen?"
Xiao Xingyu's gaze fixed on the muddy path nearby. On both sides of the path, red candles were placed. The green flames of the candles flickered in the wind, and ghostly faces drifted in the cold air. A ghost type, transcendent body, Tier 1, magical beast, red candle woman. Xiao Xingyu was certain that Murong Yangshua had fallen victim to the red candle woman's poisonous hands and had been dragged into the illusionary world. Meanwhile, Murong Yangshua opened his aching eyes, finding everything around him had changed dramatically.
"Oh, what is this place?" "Xingyu, little sister, Meng Meng, where are you?"
Murong Yangshuo recalled that a minute ago, a gust of demonic wind had swept over, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. 3 seconds later, he found himself in this strange ghostly place. Murong Yangshuo looked around. This was not the Blood Mist Forest, but a night-scene street, all the buildings in the style of the Sakura Kingdom. Moonlight filtered through the cherry blossom trees, casting light on the street, with pedestrians coming and going. Women in kimonos and wooden clogs took dainty steps, while men with samurai swords sat at outdoor bar counters of izakayas, chatting and laughing, never forgetting to drink fiery sake. Murong Yangshuo barely blinked his sore eyes. The scene in front of him changed instantly. He was now in a geisha house named a Red Lantern Alley, with eerie red lanterns hanging at the entrance. Before Murong Yangshuo could react, several beautiful geishas pulled him into the hall. In the hall, the lighting was dim and a fragrant aroma lingered in the air. On the stage, lit by shifting shadows, dancers dressed in revealing attire showcased their graceful moves. The most captivating dancer stood in the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, her fox mask glowing brightly. The fox mask covered half her face, revealing only her soul-piercing eyes, delicate chin, and fiery red lips. When the music stopped, the dancer removed the fox mask, revealing her true face in the sultry light.
Van King.
Murong Yangshuo stared in shock. The dancer before him had a face identical to Luo Wanking. The dancer descended the stage, and a breeze, aided by the flickering red candles, guided her. Her skirt billowed, and her beautiful legs caught Murong Yangshuo's gaze. As a mortal, he found it hard to resist the assault of ghostly illusions. Clap, clap, clap.
Master, wake up.
In this critical moment, a cute cat paw slapped Murong Yangshuo's face repeatedly. Murong Yangshuo regained his senses, his eyes clear, and his brows furrowed.
Taiji,
Master, take a closer look at who this monster really is. Murong Yangshuo looked up, and the dancer who had descended the stairs was now covered in torn scars, her skin pale, and her long hair swirling wildly. Each strand of her hair resembled wriggling tentacles, with sharp serrated edges and suction cups at the tips. On her head 2 horns had grown. These horns were the red candles burning with ghostly flames. Master, this is the ghost-type magical beast, the Red Candle Woman. She has pulled us into a ghostly illusion world. Her level is transcendent, stage 1, and she is not easy to deal with. Murong Yangshuo was alone, with no teammates by his side. However, there was no trace of fear on his face. Taiji, I believe Xingyu and the others are also facing formidable enemies and cannot attend to us. This battle, although we have no support, we must win. We cannot disappoint Xingyu. The former frivolous young Master Murong, who only spoke of love, had long since transformed. In the real world, dense ghostly energy covered the entire blood mist forest like a shroud. The 8-armed mountain demon, standing on the treetop, leaped gracefully and appeared on the muddy ground as if he had instantaneously teleported. This monster is so fast. Yishimo swayed in the face of the oncoming ghostly energy, her expression showing surprise. Murong Shinshin, worried about her brother's safety, spoke with a slightly trembling voice, full of concern.
How is my brother's situation?
Theoretically, Brother Yangshuo is no match for the Red Candle Woman, especially in the ghostly illusion world, Xingyu replied. But we need not worry too much, because he has the purple cursed demon cat by his side. Murong Shinshin bit her lip, frowning in worry. But the purple cursed demon cat? A6 Gene, this is an opportunity for Brother Yangshuo and the purple cursed demon cat to build a bond. Murong Shinshin paused for a moment upon hearing this and then nodded. Trapped in the illusion world, Murong Yangshuo was isolated and faced a battle with a very low chance of success. At the same time, this was a battle of mutual redemption between a Beastmaster and his magical beast. At this moment, the 8-armed mountain demon stepped forward, with a proud expression and a flippant gaze, approaching Xingyu. Its purple lips twitched slightly as it blew a hauntingly mournful whistle. In an instant, the howling wind and the eerie forest became filled with dark, shadowy ghostly figures. The ghost-type beasts lurking in Chiha village, summoned by the whistle, surged like a flood, surrounding Xiao Xingyu and his group. The villagers were paralyzed with fear, crying out in desperation. The elderly fell victim to heart attacks on the spot, and the young ones were no better, trembling so much that their pants were wet, filling the air with the stench of urine. These powerless commoners might not have been killed by the ghost-type beasts but were instead scared to death by the overwhelming fear within them. The 8-armed mountain demon laughed wickedly and mocked Xiao Xingyu. Boy, want to play a game? The game is called Survival of the Fittest. You run and I'll chase you. How about it? As the 8-armed mountain demon finished speaking, the encirclement of thousands of ghost-type beasts deliberately opened a gap. The villagers looked at the gap with excited faces as if they had found a lifeline.
Lord Xiao, let's escape quickly. If we don't run now, we'll be done for.
Lord Xiao, the monsters are too high level, escaping is the priority. Despite the villagers' pleas, Xiao Xingyu remained unmoved. The 8-armed mountain demon showed a hint of suspicion and asked, "You ungrateful brat, I give you a chance to escape and you don't cherish it?" "I escape?" Haha tilde. Xiao Xingyu's lips curled into a mocking smile. The only gap in the encirclement leads directly to Wangu City. Your intentions are too obvious, you want to force us to escape to Wangu City. If you truly wanted us to escape, why block the route to Fenghai City? So now, is Wangu City a paradise or a hell for refugees? Xiao Xingyu's words were like a bone saw, scraping across the 8-armed mountain demon's entire being, sending a chill through its soul. After a moment of silence, the 8-armed mountain demon spoke again. Boy, it seems I underestimated you. Your mind is sharp, but you've guessed some secrets you shouldn't have. Your head will remain in my hands. The battle was about to erupt. The 8-armed mountain demon roared angrily, causing the ground beneath it to collapse instantly. Cracks spread like bloodthirsty serpents to every corner of the blood-mist forest. The overwhelming ghostly aura, like hidden fangs in the raging wind, surged and devoured every villager's soul.
Garun! Help!
Hey everyone, run to Wangu City, don't stop! In a state of panic, people lost all rationality, and their already limited intelligence was swallowed up by the adrenaline rush. The villagers began to run towards the gap in the encirclement, aiming for Wangu City, playing right into the hands of the mastermind. Xiao Xingyu was no saint, he didn't actually care about the lives of these lowly people, but he didn't want the mastermind to succeed.
A little lean.
The celestial soul vine, sensing Xiao Xingyu's will, suddenly expanded and erupted from the ground. Countless silver vines grew wildly towards the sky, intertwining, weaving, and reshaping. A colossal statue of thousand-handed cannon appeared in the center of the blood-mist forest, emanating a divine radiance imbued with the power of the sacred Buddha. Under the protection of the thousand-hand Avalokiteshvara statue, the villagers were confined within the Buddha's light. Although their freedom was restricted, they were shielded from the ghostly aura. You foolish bunch, just stay put and don't move.
I'm too lazy to explain.
Just remember, after this is over, even if all of you kneel and kowtow to me, it won't be enough to repay the favor I've done for you. Xiao Xingyu's roar silenced the villagers, who obediently hid under the protection of the statue. The village chief, Chen Mingua, also shouted, "Listen up, you little brats. The only thing we can do now is to unconditionally trust Lord Xiao." Xiao Xingyu's actions enraged the 8-armed mountain demon. Its task was to drive the survivors of Chiha village to flee to the Wangu City. If it hadn't been for Xiao Xingyu's appearance, its mission would have been accomplished.
Damn little brat.
The 8-armed mountain demon gritted its teeth, its sharp claws tearing through its chest to retrieve 8 three-pronged bone forks. With a swoosh, the 8-armed mountain demon vanished from its spot and appeared in front of Xiao Xingyu in an instant. A flash of sword light and holy fire blazed. The 8-armed mountain demon was forced back 10 meters, a bloodstain burning with golden flames appearing on its cheek. The holy angel stood before Xiao Xingyu, the holy light illuminating the shattered ground. In its hand, the Xianyao sword flowed with golden flames. This was the SSS-level beast power holy light blaze, which inflicted double critical damage on any malevolent entity and could directly burn the souls of ghost-type monsters, weakening their ghostly aura. The 8-armed mountain demon wiped the blood from its cheek with the back of its hand, revealing an evil smile. "A stupid brat, do you think attribute restraint can overcome me? I will personally shatter your naivety." The 8-armed mountain demon became serious, its massive and seemingly clumsy body performing a flawless instantaneous movement. This was a perfect close-range attack. The tip of the three-pronged bone fork was less than an inch away from the holy angel's perfect face. The ghostly aura oozing from the bone fork was as sharp as a knife, slicing through a strand of the holy angel's hair. Xiao Xingyu gathered his spiritual power. Dark mode activate. In an instant, the holy angel burst forth with black mist, the power of the dark moon erupting from within. A moon symbol appeared on its forehead. Its 6 wings were dyed black with the powerful dark moon energy. Under the armor, its snow-white skin bore complex and mysterious runic patterns. The Xianyao sword in its hand was enveloped in a layer of black mist, exuding a bloodthirsty murderous intent. This was the dark mode of the holy angel, its aura starkly contrasting with the pure angelic beast. As the cold wind passed and the dark clouds dispersed, a bright full moon appeared in the night sky. Under the enchanting moonlight, Xiao Xingyu's eyes resembled two flickering fireflies. The gods call the beating heart in the night the moon. Xiao Xingyu pointed skyward with one hand, his slender fingertips seemingly propping up the endlessly magical full moon.
Next, let me show you the taste of moonlit infinite chain.
The holy angel held the sword with one hand, the sharp sword tip dragging along the barren earth, creating a line of black flame-burning sword marks, like the slit of the eyes of the nature goddess. With a whoosh,
in an instant, a sword was swung.
This sword strike was devoid of any technique, simple and brutally raw.
Just the resistance of the weak.
The eight-armed mountain demon sneered disdainfully, wielding its trident against the sword strike head-on. A crisp clang rang out, and the eerie sound waves tore at the human's eardrums. The smile on the eight-armed mountain demon's face vanished instantly. Its robust and domineering body could indeed withstand the force of the sword. However, the sword's penetrating power was terrifyingly immense. The trees behind it were sliced and flattened by the residual crescent-shaped sword light. Such a level of sword slash.
How is this possible?
The eight-armed mountain demon looked back and saw the trees behind it flattened by the sword aura imbued with the power of the dark moon. The holy maiden radiant angel was only at the supernatural body, tier 1 level. In the eight-armed mountain demon's view, a beast of this level shouldn't be able to produce such powerful penetration with a mere ordinary attack.
It must be a coincidence, just a random critical hit.
The eight-armed mountain demon murmured inwardly, its ugly and twisted face once again breaking into a confident sneer. In the next moment, the expressionless holy maiden radiant angel swung her sword again. This sword was no different from the previous one, lacking any technique, not particularly sharp, and even seemed a bit perfunctory. The eight-armed mountain demon swung its tridents with all 8 arms once more, meeting the oncoming sword edge head-on. Boom tilde. A massive explosion shook the blood mist forest violently. The eight-armed mountain demon, like a stubborn block of wood, slowly turned its stiff neck. Its pupils constricted instantly, and disbelief filled its face as it saw the ground behind it split open with a fissure dozens of meters long, a sword mark left by the sword's penetration. This sword's power, like the previous one, was a critical hit. 2 critical hits in a row?
Just luck?
The eight-armed mountain demon refused to believe in the odds. This time, it took the initiative to attack, thrusting its trident straight at the holy maiden radiant angel's chest.
Clang!
The holy maiden radiant angel casually swung her sword, seemingly indifferent. Just like a fire that can't be contained by paper, the strong wind couldn't conceal the sword aura imbued with dark moon power. The sound of snapping filled the blood mist forest as all 8 tridents shattered into powder and vanished like smoke. The eight-armed mountain demon staggered back 3 steps, a shallow sword wound appearing on its chest, with blood flowing out. At this moment its surprise turned into confusion. Another critical hit? Why? Why is this happening? The holy maiden radiant angel's continuous 3 sword strikes all produced critical hits, leaving the eight-armed mountain demon bewildered and furious.
Damn angel, stop looking at me with those dead fish eyes.
The eight-armed mountain demon's emotions began to spiral out of control. The dark form of the holy maiden radiant angel, whether in gaze or expression, was filled with mocking disdain. After all, anyone would feel slighted and humiliated when stared at with a pair of dead fish eyes. Fueled by rage and ghostly fury, the eight-armed mountain demon ripped open its own neck and drew out a 5-meter-long spine. The spine, like a long snake, danced with the wind, making a sound similar to a whip in the hands of a warrior.
ID.
The eight-armed mountain demon's eyes burned with frenzy as it brandished the spine whip with all 8 arms, launching a frenzied attack on the holy maiden radiant angel. This was the eight-armed mountain demon's signature combat technique, Ghost Bone Frenzy. To the naked human eye, it was only a swirling mass of dust and a flurry of whipping bone shadows. When the eight-armed mountain demon got serious, it indeed displayed the might of a peak tier 3-step magical beast. The sound of blades slicing through the air grew more frequent. The Saintess Radiant Angel was like a tireless, cold-blooded machine, standing immovably while repeating her sword strikes with a single expression. In the darkness, a dust storm was stirred up in the forest. The shadowy remnants of the bone whips were mingled with violent ghostly energy. The sword energy, wrapped in the power of the dark moon, left dazzling crescent-shaped sword marks on the earth, trees, and air. This intense battle lasted a full 3 minutes. As the dust settled, the 8-armed mountain demon, panting heavily, looked astonished. The skin around its eyes was cracked and veins bulged, its blood-red eyes seemed ready to fall out.
A critical hits. All critical hits.
Over the past 3 minutes, the two sides had exchanged blows thousands of times. Due to the level difference, only when the Saintess Radiant Angel landed a critical hit could she block the 8-armed mountain demon's bone whips. Logically, even if the Saintess Radiant Angel had attacked thousands of times, any one non-critical hit would have led to her defeat by the 8-armed mountain demon. However, terrifyingly, every single sword strike from the Saintess Radiant Angel in those thousands of attacks was a critical hit.
Impossible.
How could it be 100% critical hits?
Are you fooling ghosts?
The 8-armed mountain demon's eyes spun wildly, even forgetting that it was a ghost itself. A critical hits must be triggered by some condition. The 8-armed mountain demon tore its own forehead, revealing a third eye. This third eye shone with a strange light, raising the concentration of ghostly energy in the blood mist forest to a new level. This was the 8-armed mountain demon's exclusive eye technique, Evil Spirit Eye, which could capture details usually unnoticed and analyze the enemy's abilities. With the assistance of the Evil Spirit Eye, the 8-armed mountain demon suddenly launched a rapid attack. The bone whip was flung out, only to be once again deflected by the Saintess Radiant Angel's sword. This indicated that the Saintess Radiant Angel's strike was still a critical hit. At this moment, the 8-armed mountain demon displayed a shocked expression. Its Evil Spirit Eye, like a slow-motion monitor, finally understood the secret of the sword.
It's not one sword strike, it's 6 sword strikes.
The 8-armed mountain demon's soul shook violently, like a tempestuous storm, and it couldn't calm down. After the Saintess Radiant Angel entered her dark form, she could use the Dark Moon's power to deliver critical hits. Critical hit condition: swing the sword 5 times to accumulate 5 layers of Dark Moon marks, which would trigger a critical hit. These 5 sword swings didn't need to hit the enemy. Even if they struck the air, they would still count towards accumulating Dark Moon marks. Xiao Xingyu knew that the level gap between the Saintess Radiant Angel and the 8-armed mountain demon could only be compensated by critical hits. Thus, he instructed the Saintess Radiant Angel to swing her sword 5 times in the air to accumulate 5 layers of Dark Moon marks before using the next critical strike to attack the 8-armed mountain demon. Swinging the sword 6 times to counter an enemy's single attack? This seemed like an impossible dream, but under extreme attack speed, it became a reality. Until the 8-armed mountain demon activated its Evil Spirit Eye, its eyes were unable to perceive the intricacies of this strategy. Only after activating the Evil Spirit Eye did it realize that what it thought was a single sword strike was actually a 6 sword strikes.
What kind of terrifying attack speed could deceive even a ghost's eyes?
The speed of exchanging 6 sword strikes for one attack created an infinite combo of critical hits under the moonlight. The power of the Dark Moon erupted instantly, with the sharp sword light shimmering under the moonlight. Still in shock, the 8-armed mountain demon reacted a beat too slowly. Tick-tock tilde tick-tock tilde tick-tock tilde. The sound of blood dripping created a haunting melody as it hit the ground. The 8-armed mountain demon's left shoulder displayed a gaping wound pierced by sword energy, over 10 centimeters in diameter. The twitching muscles within the wound still harbored lingering Dark Moon sword energy, continuously stimulating its pain nerves. Just moments before, as the 8-armed mountain demon was stunned by the Moonlit Infinite combo, Xiao Xingyu swiftly mobilized his spiritual power, precisely controlling the Holy Maiden Radiant Angel to unleash the skill Dark Moon Thrust. This skill had immense power, with attack speed at its peak and critical hit multiplier fully stacked. Even with the level difference, the Holy Maiden Radiant Angel's sword could pierce through the 8-armed mountain demon's formidable defense. Originally, the Dark Moon Thrust was aimed at the 8-armed mountain demon's throat. Fortunately, the demon reacted in time, struggling to move its body and avoid the critical area. The injury to its left shoulder only caused it pain and humiliation, not death.
A little brat, I have to admit, I underestimated you before.
The 8-armed mountain demon dipped a finger in the blood from its wound, then placed it in its mouth to suck. Enjoying the taste of its own blood, it revealed a pleasure-filled expression. What a monstrous and twisted spirit.
A long-lost taste, I haven't tasted my own blood for a long time. Interesting.
Before encountering Xiao Xingyu, the 8-armed mountain demon had not been injured for a long time, as it always defeated its opponents through sheer force. This was the implication it wanted to convey. It recognized Xiao Xingyu's talent and strength, but that was all it did recognize. When it opened its eyes again, a powerful pressure erupted from within its body. Dense ghostly energy engulfed the forest and a fierce wind overturned the cracked ground. Wind blades, like nature's own lumberjack, severed countless towering trees in half. Ameme, the ghostly energy concentration has risen again. It will affect the spiritual power flow. Quickly take a bottle of spiritual energy potion.
Assist, watch your back.
The killing is endless. No matter what, let's try to hold off these low-level ghost-type magical beasts and let Xingyu focus on the 8-armed mountain demon. Murong Xinshin and Yi Shimeng worked together, dealing with the surrounding clawing and biting low-level ghost-type magical beasts. Their job was to create opportunities for Xiao Xingyu to fight the 8-armed mountain demon one-on-one, preventing Xiao Xingyu from being distracted. A little brat, your teammates are working hard. They're placing all their hopes on you, expecting you to take me down alone. The wound on the 8-armed mountain demon's left shoulder healed at a visible rate, leaving only a shallow scar. Although it still ached slightly, it would not affect the upcoming battle. Such powerful healing abilities were rare among ghost-type magical beasts. Setting aside his prejudice, Xiao Xingyu had to admit that this opponent was exceptionally gifted. If he couldn't kill it today and allowed it enough time to grow, it would surely become a significant threat to all of humanity in the future. The warm-up is over. Next, let me show you my true strength. A manic expression appeared on the 8-armed mountain demon's ugly face, with a cruel smile stretching from the back of its head. Crack, crack, crack. Pop, pop, pop. Its bones grotesquely expanded, and its body suddenly inflated. Muscles bulged with immense power, veins like wriggling centipedes, looking as if they might burst through the skin at any moment. Xiao Xingyu's expression subtly changed, and the demon eye glowed with a crimson shimmer under the moonlight. This is... The 8-armed mountain demon let out a furious roar, and dense black ghostly energy enveloped the surroundings like a thick fog. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly energy, like living spirits, gathered around the demon's 8 arms according to its will. With the continuous compression of ghostly energy, 8 arms were covered by a layer of hard black armor. Ghost binding technique? This guy really has extraordinary talent. He can use ghost binding technique even before advancing to the Beast King form. Xiao Xingyu frowned, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, which further solidified his determination to kill the 8-armed mountain demon today. During a pause in the battle, Yi Shimeng also noticed the changes in the 8-armed mountain demon. As sister-in-law, what kind of dark magic is that 8-armed monster using? It looks so eerie. Murong Xinshin quickly explained while catching her breath. A ghost binding technique, generally speaking, is unlocked only after a ghost-type magical beast reaches the Beast King form. The principle is to manipulate a large amount of ghostly energy, compress its density with intent, and wrap a layer of ghostly energy armor around certain parts of the body. A ghostly energy armor greatly enhances both the attack and defense of ghost-type magical beasts. It's a battle technique that combines offense and defense. Murong Xinshin's theoretical grades had always been second in the grade, only behind Xiao Xingyu. Yi Shimeng's face turned pale with fear, her twin tails bristling in distress. As sister-in-law, does this mean the 8-armed monster has reached the Beast King form?
No, it's still at the Transcendent form, Tier 3. But being able to use ghost binding technique in advance means its strength is almost at the Beast King level. A power that theoretically could only be unlocked at the Beast King level was being used proficiently by the 8-armed mountain demon, showing its top-notch talent among ghost-type magical beasts. Little demon, it's time for everything to end. The 8-armed mountain demon declared harshly and vanished in a flash. Its speed seemed to double. Its feet had also employed the ghost binding technique, covering them with a ghostly energy armor similar to acceleration boots. In an instant, the 8-armed mountain demon appeared behind the holy maiden Shining Angel. With a ghostly energy-wrapped black iron fist, it struck fiercely. The holy maiden Shining Angel hurriedly turned around and swung her sword. Boom! The intense impact caused an explosive burst of air. The holy maiden Shining Angel was forced back 10 steps, leaving deep trenches in her wake. Despite the holy maiden Shining Angel's sword strike triggering a critical hit as usual, it couldn't compete with the 8-armed mountain demon's ghost binding technique. After all, this was the power of a Beast King level ghost-type magical beast, and even though the 8-armed mountain demon couldn't fully utilize the technique's true power, it was enough to suppress the already lower-level Holy Maiden Shining Angel. Freya, continue fighting. Xiao Xingyu remained calm and chose not to retreat. The Holy Maiden Shining Angel stood firm, the Xian Yao sword shining with brilliant moonlight. You foolish little demon, daring to make your beast fight me head-on, seeking death. The 8-armed mountain demon grew excited, its blood circulating faster. The 8 fists wrapped in ghost binding technique swung at full speed, creating a storm of fist shadows like a catastrophic downpour. The Holy Maiden Shining Angel held her sword with both hands, still using the simplest techniques. In the blood mist and raging wind, the figures of the Holy Maiden Shining Angel and the 8-armed mountain demon vanished. On this chaotic battlefield, only the swirling ghostly energy fists and the crossing crescent sword lights were visible. This clash lasted less than 30 seconds, already determining the outcome. In the center of the dust-filled storm, a thin, delicate figure was flung out, with blood trickling from the corner of the Holy Maiden Shining Angel's mouth. With a tremendous crash, the Holy Maiden Shining Angel fell to the ground amidst the explosion of ghostly energy particles. As the dust settled, the 8-armed mountain demon stood triumphantly in the center of the battlefield, displaying the pride and arrogance of a victor. The Holy Maiden Shining Angel struggled to rise from the deep pit, her dark moon armor heavily damaged.
The undamaged areas also showed imprints from the fists. With the enhancement of the ghost binding technique, the 8-armed mountain demon's power was almost on par with that of a beast king. Even the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Angel, despite her remarkable talents, could not bridge the gap in levels.
A little devil, I've told you, it's all over.
Whoosh! The 8-armed mountain demon hurled a trident wrapped in the ghost binding technique towards Ethan's heart. The heavily injured Radiant Angel was fiercely protective of her master. Crack! That was the sound of the Xianyao sword breaking. The Holy Maiden of the Radiant Angel gasped heavily, her exquisitely carved face drenched in sweat. She held the Xianyao sword, now only half its length, with her palm and tiger's mouth split open, blood staining the hilt. The other half of the sword had fallen to the ground, shattering into dust and disappearing with the wind. The SS-grade magical weapon, the Xianyao sword, broke instantly when it blocked a trident wrapped in the ghost binding technique. This was the power of the ghost binding technique, this was the terrifying strength of the 8-armed mountain demon. The curse of ashes generated a strong burning sensation, stimulating Ethan's soul. At this moment, Ethan heard Shangguantong's voice in his mind. Gamir 8-armed mountain demon, use the Nether King scroll, and you can choose from hundreds of necromantic formations to defeat it instantly. Ethan maintained a graceful smile on his face, unshaken even by the imminent threat, showing the demeanor of a great general. Master, there's no need for the Nether King scroll. The ghost binding technique alone can be broken with one strike. Ethan's confidence was a testament to his trust in the Holy Maiden of the Radiant Angel.